Which entity is more formidable? The malevolent rascal god Tang San or the dragon god after a profound union with Yuena on the blue planet? The scientist Gu Ran invented a dimension-crossing machine, which transported him to the Douluo Continent. There, he acquired a system and inherited the dragon god martial soul. His journey began with a chance encounter with Gu Yuena, as he contended with the antagonist Tang San for opportunities, with the ultimate goal of pursuing Gu Yuena, defeating the rascal god Tang San, and altering the rules of divine inheritance. Awakening prematurely, Gu Yuena chose to collaborate with Gu Ran to alter the deteriorating status of soul beasts, preparing to wage a war for their preservation against the two great empires and the spirit hall. Meanwhile, the antagonist Tang San, having utilized sinister methods to siphon the life force of soul beasts, ascended as the new rascal god. Under the guidance of the trickster god Yu Xiaojing, the antagonist planned to orchestrate an unprecedented large-scale war by manipulating both soul masters and soul beasts. Just as Gu Ran faced imminent peril, Gu Yuena ultimately reconciled with him, choosing to thaw her heart and embrace love, culminating in the dragon god's final step as they allied with the human soul master faction to confront Tang San. Qian Renshua, driven by love, inherited the angel god position ahead of time, while the Sea King whale King Xiaobai endeavored to attain divinity for the sake of culinary delights. Shura god Xiao Wu transformed from an ordinary sword sheath of the Shura god sword into something far greater. The four gods united against the rascal god Tang San. Although Tang San ultimately faced defeat, he exploited the divine realm's regulations to escape alongside Tang Hao and others, biding his time for the birth of Dai Yu Hao a millennium later. Chapter 1. The dimension-crossing machine, journey to the Douluo Continent. A searing pain enveloped him. It felt as though every inch of his bones had been shattered, and every fiber of his muscles torn asunder. Gu Ran abruptly opened his eyes, the intense agony crashing over his senses like a tidal wave, nearly suffocating him. Before him lay not his laboratory filled with intricate instruments, but rather an expansive canopy of dark green foliage, towering ancient trees so robust that a dozen men would struggle to encircle them, and an atmosphere saturated with vibrant life. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the layers of leaves, casting dappled patterns upon his youthful hand. The sounds of trickling streams and distant roars of beasts mingled with the chirping of insects graced his ears. Have I succeeded, or have I failed? Gu Ran's voice was hoarse as he fought to sit upright, only to find his strength diminished, his body strangely juvenile. He glanced down at his hands, now those of a child, delicate, pale, and diminutive, starkly contrasting with the calloused hands he remembered from years of handling instruments. Beep. Detection confirms that the host soul has successfully crossed over. Welcome to the Douluo Continent. This system is the goddess system. Rewards will be granted upon love with the goddess. Additionally, should the host induce the antagonist's demise, corresponding rewards shall be bestowed. May you embark on a delightful journey of conquest and romance. A voice, tinged with a playful inflection, resonated in his mind, as an ethereal panel, shimmering with faint golden particles, gradually unfurled before his eyes. Name, Gu Ran. Gender, male. Age, 7 years. Martial soul, dragon god. Soul power, level 20. Soul rings, none. Divine artifacts, none. Comprehensive evaluation. The clumsy cub, lost and vulnerable, could become the dinner of a 10th sandier soul beast at any moment. Gu Ran. Well, at least the journey through dimensions has been a success. Although the process was somewhat abrupt and the vessel rather feeble, the systema, it bears the unmistakable hallmark of the eccentricity I infused into its original coding. As a distinguished scientist awarded the IG Nobel Prize in Humor in 2025 for inventing the dimensional orientation traversal device, Gu Ran possesses an extraordinary acceptance of the current circumstances. His lifelong aspiration has been to validate the authenticity of various two-dimensional worlds, particularly that ancient novel from millennium ago, Douluo Dalu. What is the primary objective? Naturally, it is to witness firsthand just how hypocritical the legendary pure and noble Tang San truly is. Having just arrived, I shall first acclimatize to this body and observe the dragon god martial spirit. Buzz. An indescribable, terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from Gu Ran's diminutive form. A resplendent, nine-colored radiance surged skyward, instantly dissipating the fog that shrouded the valley. Roar. A dragon's roar, echoing as if from the primordial abyss, reverberated across the land, majestic, domineering, and supremely authoritative. Within a 100-mile radius, every soul beast, regardless of age, prostrated in terror, trembling as they emitted fearful cries toward the source of light. Gu Ran hovered in midair, enveloped in a nine-colored brilliance. Behind him, a colossal, scaled dragon apparition spiraled upward, regal and formidable, as if it were the very origin of all dragons, commanding the universe. As the light gradually faded, Gu Ran returned to the ground. The dragon spirit slowly merging back into his being. He felt a surging soul power within him, alongside a martial spirit, so powerful it seemed capable of harnessing the forces of heaven and earth with but a thought, eliciting an involuntary smile at the corners of his mouth. The dragon god. It truly is the dragon god, martial spirit. This beginning is astoundingly perfect. Indeed, it is a divine martial spirit. The might it possesses, Gu Ran murmured, filled with a sense of boundless pride. However, system, I possess only soul power but no soul rings. Must I hunt for them myself? Are you incapable? Gu Ran inquired with a touch of curiosity, for in this continent, a soul master's most striking moments are adorned with the colors of their soul rings upon awakening their martial spirit. And now, the dragon god martial spirit is already magnificent. If only it had a few tinted sandier soul rings, wouldn't that be simply delightful? Ding! The host's soul rings are acquired through task completion. Furthermore, do not assert that this system is inadequate. It is the host who is lacking, as is every man. Upon hearing this, Gu Ran inexplicably felt insulted. Very well, just wait and see if his host is capable. Ha ha ha. Now, I shall delve into the intricacies of my dragon god martial spirit. As he prepared to explore the mysteries of his martial spirit, a slight furrow appeared on his brow. An unusual sensation surged within him. It did not emanate from the system, nor from the recently awakened martial spirit, but rather a deeper resonance and pull, originating from the very depths of his bloodline that he suddenly lifted his head, gazing towards the deeper recesses of the starry forest. I could see that very moment when the dragon god's martial soul unleashed its full power. He distinctly sensed that something seemed to awaken in that direction, calling out to him. It was a summons born of a shared origin, yet imbued with an overwhelming essence of sorrow, rage, and destruction. How intriguing, Gu Ran remarked, excitement glimmering more vividly in his eyes. Have I stumbled upon a hidden narrative right upon my arrival? Chapter 2. The Plan of Yuena and the Fate of the Soul Beast Clan. Unexpectedly, by a stroke of serendipity, Yuena was awakened ahead of schedule. Truly, what an effortless game this is. It seems that the prospect of having Yuena as my secretary is just around the corner. Ha ha ha. Gu Ran raised his eyebrows high, unable to hide the smile that blossomed in his eyes. Today is indeed a fortuitous day. Everything he desired seems to be coming to fruition. On the very first day of his arrival in this world, he finds himself aligned with such a formidable ally as Yuena. According to the original narrative, Yuena was not meant to manifest for another 20,000 years. But due to Gu Ran's inadvertent actions, she unexpectedly awakened. As Gu Ran reveled in his good fortune, fantasizing about his future life with Yuena, a call from the Sea of Spirit grew increasingly urgent, as if an invisible thread was tugging him forward. He plunged into the dense forest, pushing aside the obstructive branches, and raced towards the direction of the swirling dark violet clouds. Upon reaching the source of the voice, the ground beneath him, covered in decaying leaves, suddenly trembled violently. An ice-blue barrier rose without warning ahead of him, sending him flying backward. Coughing, Gu Ran clumsily propped himself against a tree, his palms tingling from the impact. When he lifted his gaze, he was taken aback. The entire forest was shrouded in silver moonlight, and the mist coalesced into frost flowers that drifted down, transforming into delicate droplets upon contact with skin. Within the icy fog, a slender figure approached, stepping gracefully on ice crystals. Her silver-white hair cascaded like a waterfall, the crystalline tips refracting light like scattered diamonds under the moonlight. Though there was no wind, her hair swayed gently, as if imbued with life. She wore a flowing white gown that trailed behind her, emanating a soft halo, as if woven from the very fabric of the galaxy. With each step, translucent footprints blossomed beneath her, only to dissipate into mist moments later. Gu Ran's breath caught in his throat. Yuena, the figure he had seen in the illustrations of the original story, appeared even more ethereal and breathtaking than he had imagined. Especially those purple vertical pupils that seemed to encapsulate the solitude of the entire universe. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the delicate skin enveloped beneath her silver gown. Seemingly fragile to the touch, Yuena raised her hand, deftly tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her silhouette softly illuminated by the moonlight. Her snow-white eyelashes fluttering gently, yet her gaze remained fixed upon him, imbued with a cool scrutiny. What a stunning tableau this was. It was likely a vision Gu Ran would never forget in his lifetime. Human? Yuena's voice interrupted his reverie, sounding like a spring emerging from the depths of a glacier, carrying a chill that could freeze one's soul. She appeared almost childlike. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Gu Ran suddenly felt the air around him solidify, sharp ice pricking at his neck. Why do you carry the aura of the dragon god? Yuena's eyes sharpened, resembling blades tempered in ice. Gu Ran swallowed hard, suppressing the shock within him, and raised his softly glowing palm. My martial soul is the dragon god. Though he currently possesses a system, I am too weak. After all, I face someone of demigod strength. My dear Nana, so eager to bind others. Once I have you, we shall indulge in delightful escapades together. In his heart, Gu Ran mused that he must witness how such an aloof goddess would appear in contrast. At the very least, he desired to see Yuena beg for mercy. and he certainly would not let her off the hook. Before he could finish his thought, Gu Yuena suddenly advanced, the icy crystals in her hair brushing against his cheek, leaving fine crimson trails. Absurd. She let out a cold huff, but focused her gaze on the dark purple patterns swirling in Gu Ran's palm, her expression gradually becoming intricate. The mist of ice behind Gu Yuena transformed into countless ethereal silver dragons, their thunderous roars resonating through the air, causing all the soul beasts in the forest to cower and tremble. State your origins within 3 seconds, or else. Gu Yuena seized his neck with the icy crystals, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Suspended, Gu Ran's gaze inadvertently drifted to her collar, where the moonlight trickled in, momentarily blinding him, prompting an involuntary swallow. How could Gu Yuena fail to notice Gu Ran's gaze? Scoundrel! With a tightening grip, blood began to trickle from Gu Ran's neck. As soon as the icy crystals made contact, they began to dissolve at a visible rate. Startled, Gu Yuena thought, how is this possible? Her elemental power had long surpassed conventional limits, unless it could only be the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, possessing the power to annihilate all things and devour vitality. But how could that be? Seizing the moment of Gu Yuena's distraction, Gu Ran staggered to the ground, leaping aside and bowing elegantly to her. My dear Lady Gu Yuena, I apologize for my tardiness. As he spoke, he released his martial spirit, emanating that familiar oppressive aura. The dragon encircled him, and with a sudden surge, the golden soul power shattered, revealing a platinum dragon shadow behind him, its scales resonating with the icy crystals in Gu Yuena's hair. A roar of the dragon soared into the heavens, imbued with the unique majesty of the dragon god, silencing the forest in an instant, even the wind holding its breath. I wish to assist you, to reclaim all that rightfully belongs to your kind. Gu Ran's voice rang out clear in the stillness. The air fell into an eerie silence, and Gu Yuena's vertical pupils suddenly constricted, instinctively taking a half step back. Amidst the frost flowers lifted by her skirt, Gu Ran glimpsed an unprecedented emotion flickering in her eyes, like shock, yet akin to the resonance found after millions of years of solitude. In an instant, Gu Yuena regained her composure, her vertical pupils still glimmering coldly. Gu Ran's fingertips twitched, guiding the dragon shadow to glide along her arm, coalescing in her palm into a small, dragon scale-shaped mark, radiating warmth. You have guarded the soul beasts for millennia, yet remain ensnared in this doomed game. Stepping forward, his voice resonated with conviction. The rules of the divine realm should have been shattered long ago, and I can offer you a new choice. Suddenly, the icy mist surged violently, the coldness around Gu Yuena intensifying, yet upon contacting him, it dissipated as if it had encountered its nemesis. She fixed her gaze upon the dragon shadow in his palm, her silver hair flowing without wind. You, a human without even a soul ring? Merely because I know your true form, Silver Dragon King Gu Yuena. Gu Ran tore open his collar, revealing the faint golden patterns shimmering at his collarbone, a mark of the dragon god bloodline bestowed by the system. The resounding roar of the dragon god suddenly became deafening, and the ethereal silver dragon silhouette behind Gu Yuena abruptly turned towards Gu Ran, bowing its head to emit a low rumble. What is it that you desire? Gu Yuena finally spoke, her voice tinged with a hoarseness she herself had not recognized. Gu Ran curled his lips into a smirk. Once I establish myself in the realm of humanity, I shall return to the Star Doe Forest to fetch you. Until then, do not exhaust yourself, my accomplice. Gu Ran wiped the cold sweat from his brow, gazing at the lingering chill in his palm, and chuckled softly. One cannot catch a wolf without first nurturing a child. It would be prudent to venture elsewhere for now. Congratulations. The host has completed the hidden task, meeting Gu Yuena, and has been rewarded with divine artifacts, the Golden Dragon Spear and the Silver Dragon Spear, as well as the multicolored soul ring rewards. First soul skill, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome. Fire Dragon King. Second soul skill, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome. Ice Dragon King, and a soul power reward, an increase of 5 levels, now at level 25. As Gu Ran traversed the woods, he suddenly halted. Another hidden task? Yet, the rewards appear somewhat extravagant. It is no wonder, for Gu Yuena's stature is indeed formidable. Gu Ran weighed the 2 long spears that had unexpectedly materialized in his hands. The Golden Dragon Spear radiated a scorching light, while the Silver Dragon Spear felt as frigid as ice. He recalled the origins and rightful ownership of these divine weapons, and a thought crossed his mind. In the original narrative, both the Golden Dragon Spear and the Silver Dragon Spear were transformed from the rib bones of the dragon god, truly divine artifacts, and a pair. The Golden Dragon Spear possesses the ability to absorb life force. Any creature slain by it would have its vitality instantaneously converted into nourishment for the spear, with a portion refined and returned to the wielder. Moreover, only those with the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King may wield it. It had passed through the hands of Tang San, Tang Wudong, Wang Xiu'er, and Hui Yuhao, ultimately piercing the chests of Gu Yuena and Tang Wulin at the conclusion of the Dragon King legend, subsequently transferred to Lan Xuanyu. However, Lan Xuanyu is merely the heir of the dragon god, and Tang Wulin's golden dragon bloodline is incomplete, merely seized from Wang Xiu'er. Thus, Gu Ran stands as the sole dragon god of the Douluo Continent. Now that these artifacts have come into my possession, they shall certainly be used to court my beloved. The Silver Dragon Spear, being deeply connected to Gu Yuena, could potentially win her trust and strengthen their bond if gifted to her. Moreover, with the aid of the Silver Dragon Spear, Gu Yuena would gain additional protection within the Star Doe Forest. With this in mind, Gu Ran no longer hesitated and turned swiftly towards the spot where he had encountered Gu Yuena.
Along the way, he skillfully avoided the restless soul beasts, navigating through the dense forest guided by memory. When he returned to the glade bathed in silver moonlight, he found Yuena still standing in place, her icy mist swirling around her, though her aura seemed slightly diminished compared to before. The moonlight cascaded upon her, resembling a fragile ice sculpture. "What brings you back?" Yuena inquired, her eyes flashing with a hint of wariness as she beheld Ran. Ran remained silent as he summoned his martial soul, the two nine-colored dragon god rings shimmering around him. He then presented the silver dragon spear, saying, "This is the silver dragon spear, which has a profound connection with you. I now bestow it upon you as my betrothal gift." Of course, the last phrase was unspoken, yet it brought him immense satisfaction within. Yuena gazed at the silver dragon spear offered before her, her eyes wide with astonishment. "How is this possible? How do you possess this divine artifact? And why would you give it to me? Moreover, what is the meaning of your soul rings? I have professed my desire to assist you, to help all soul beasts reclaim what rightfully belongs to you." Ran replied, "This spear cannot reach its full potential in my hands. Only in yours can it exhibit its true power." He leaned closer to Yuena's ear, speaking softly. As Yuena extended her hand to gently grasp the silver dragon spear, a silvery radiance enveloped the weapon, merging with the icy mist surrounding her, thereby amplifying her aura dramatically in that instant. Yuena looked at Ran, her initial wariness gradually dissipating, replaced by a complex array of emotions, surprise, gratitude, and an ineffable stirring within her heart. "Take good care of it. Once I have established my footing in the human world, I shall return for you," Ran declared before turning and dashing back into the mist. This time, his heart brimmed with anticipation for their next encounter and for his adventures in the Douluo Continent. As he traversed the forest's edge, his wrist was suddenly ensnared by an icy chain. Unbeknownst to him, Yuena had followed, her silver hair adorned with ice crystals reflecting the moonlight, her eyes a tapestry of inscrutable emotions. "Ran, you had better not disappoint me. If you insist on venturing into the human realm, you may first visit Notting City. There resides a 10,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, which has recently been reformed." In the instant the ice chain loosened, she vanished into the mist, leaving behind a faint, almost imperceptible trace of dragon breath entwined around Ran's neck. In the core area of the Douluo Great Forest, Yuena held the silver dragon spear, gazing at the distant horizon, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Could it be that my plan can commence earlier than anticipated?" Ran, achieving such feats at such a young age, could he truly be the dragon god? Meanwhile, Ran had already arrived near Notting City. The city gates emanated a warm yellow light in the dusk. He adjusted his sleeve, which had been torn by branches, and strode towards Notting Academy. Chapter 3, Journey to Notting Academy, Tang San's Decade of Soul Rings. Notting City was modest in size, its grayish-blue walls encircling a vibrant atmosphere. The aroma of meat wafted from the taverns lining the streets, mingling with the sounds of children's laughter that filled the air. Ran effortlessly navigated to the city center, where the warm glow of the setting sun bathed the blue brick walls of Notting Academy, and the copper bells at the eaves chimed intermittently. While Ran lingered near Notting Academy, he overheard voices from a nearby grassy area. "Third brother, will you always protect me? If one day, many people wish to harm me, and those are foes you cannot conquer, what then?" A youthful voice reached Ran's ears. "I have promised you, Wu, that I shall forever protect you. If a horde of titled Douluo dares to target you, let them first tread over my lifeless body." The voice unmistakably belonged to Tang San and Wu. "Ah, Tang San, at last, I have found you." Ran had certainly not forgotten his original intent, to torment Tang San, as fulfilling his mission required such measures. Hypocritical Tang San, nearing 30 in actual age, yet he possesses a remarkable talent for deceiving Wu. Ran mused with a sinister grin. However, since Tang San willingly plays the role, it remains to be seen how adept he truly is. Should he fail to fool Wu, he may just have to relinquish her. Moreover, based on the timeline, it seems Tang San and Wu must have known each other for quite some time by now, establishing a foundation of affection. To separate them, one must act convincingly. Ran inched closer, continuing to eavesdrop on their conversation, seeking an opportunity to intervene. "By the way, Wu, the master said he would take me to hunt for my first spirit ring. Would you care to join us? You should be able to absorb your first spirit ring as well." Tang San's words struck a chord within Wu. As a 10,000-year soul beast undergoing reincarnation, she did not need to personally hunt for a spirit ring. However, if she were to refrain from joining, would it arouse Tang San's suspicion? Gritting her teeth, Wu nodded in agreement. "Splendid. Wu, let us meet tomorrow morning and not miss each other." With that, Tang San hurriedly departed. Hunting for a spirit ring tomorrow? How intriguing. If memory serves, that fellow Yu Xiaojiang intended to have Tang San select a 10-year-old Zizhu as his first spirit ring. I must lend a helping hand to our dear Tang San. After all, how splendid a white spirit ring is. As dusk settled, Ran, taking advantage of the night, circumvented the guards and stealthily infiltrated the soul hunting forest. If all went as expected, Tang San and his companions would soon arrive. The soul hunting forest, located at the periphery of the Douluo Forest, teems with flora and fauna, predominantly inhabited by century-old soul beasts, making it an ideal locale for novice soul masters to procure their first spirit ring. Utilizing the dragon god mark on his palm, Ran contacted Yuena. This highlights the significance of maintaining a means of communication with those one cherishes. The ability to reach out at any moment is paramount for nurturing emotional bonds. Yuena, I require your assistance. A crystal orb materialized before Gu Ran and Gu Yuena, allowing them to see each other's faces clearly. After all, face-to-face interaction is vital for capturing a young lady's heart. Unexpectedly, Gu Yuena was seated in a bathtub, her flawless skin on full display. Gu Ran's heart raced uncontrollably. It was impossible to ignore, as every inch of Gu Yuena's figure was perfection. Gu Yuena exclaimed, having noticed Gu Ran and the blood trickling from his nose. She hastily tossed a towel over the crystal orb, obscuring it from view. Once she had composed herself and donned appropriate attire, Gu Yuena reappeared before Gu Ran. You called for me. Is there something amiss? Gu Yuena perched elegantly on a crystal chair, crossing her legs while delicately combing her long silver hair. Indeed, there is a matter at hand. Gu Ran confided in Gu Yuena his intentions and the rationale behind them, which stemmed from the notion that Tang San would eventually ascend to divinity, thereby posing a threat to the status of spirit beasts. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuena's composure faltered, and she resolutely decided to collaborate with Gu Ran's endeavor. Having just experienced the formidable power of the silver dragon spear, her conviction solidified that Gu Ran was indeed the one she had been seeking, the harbinger of change. As the light and shadows of the crystal orb gradually dissipated, Gu Yuena brandished the silver dragon spear, transmitting commands to the Tianqing Niumang and the Titan Great Ape. Daming, erming, her voice resonated through the ripples of the Lake of Life, awakening the two colossal figures submerged at the lake's bottom. You are to venture into the soul-hunting forest. Gu Yuena cast her gaze upon the reflection of the waning moon on the lake's surface, her tone imbued with an undeniable authority, aligning with Gu Ran's mission. As the immense forms of the Tianqing Niumang and the Titan Great Ape soared over the treetops, a tempestuous wind stirred the fallen leaves into a swirling dance. The night sky above the soul-hunting forest was suddenly shrouded in thick mist, roiling with the ferocity of ancient beasts. Gu Ran stood upon the shoulder of the Titan Great Ape, the roar of his dragon god martial spirit resonating powerfully. This aura, upon brushing against the treetops, sent the century-old wind wolf, foraging for berries, into a frenzy. Its claws left 5 crimson marks upon the bark as it scrambled into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, the ironback bear, hidden amidst the underbrush, emitted a mournful cry, its hefty frame forcefully squeezing through a narrow crevice. Undeterred by the sharp thorns that tore at its thick hide, the combined pressure of the 2 century-old spirit beasts and Gu Ran's dragon god martial spirit surged forth like an invisible tidal wave. In but a brief moment, the spirit beasts within the soul-hunting forest vanished without a trace, leaving only a few dislodged leaves to spiral down in the now desolate woodland, where only the trembling forms of plant-type spirit beasts remained. Excellent work, Daming and erming, Gu Ran remarked, patting the coarse skin of the Titan Great Ape. He gazed towards the distant nodding city, where the outline of the academy was being illuminated by the soft glow of dawn. There is one more matter. Tomorrow, Xiao Wu will also come to the soul-hunting forest to acquire a soul ring, but her identity must remain concealed. You shall abduct her and provide cover while she absorbs the soul ring. After imparting these instructions to Daming and erming, Gu Ran navigated through the dense forest and soon arrived at a relatively open valley on the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. Here, several young plant-type spirit beasts flourished, among which were a few solitary bamboos, their verdant stalks glistening under the moonlight, with leaves rustling gently in the breeze. A cold smile played upon Gu Ran's lips as he approached the bamboos, noting their commendable quality, likely over 90 years old, yet still adorned with white soul rings. Tang San, I hope you will appreciate this grand gift I have prepared for you, he murmured softly before vanishing once more into the depths of the forest. As dawn began to break, on the other side, Yu Xiaojing had already brought Xiao Wu and Tang San to the soul-hunting forest. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, once we enter the soul-hunting forest, you must heed my every command and refrain from acting independently. Yu Xiaojing, with a solemn demeanor, earnestly advised them. Although his soul power was modest, his expertise in the study of soul beasts was unparalleled, making him the ideal choice to assist Tang San and Xiao Wu in selecting appropriate soul rings. Understood, Master, Tang San replied obediently, nodding his head, while Xiao Wu echoed his sentiment beside him. However, her expressive, bright eyes were filled with anxiety. She was reluctant to witness others hunt soul beasts, especially since her own soul ring was self-produced. The trio soon ventured into the soul-hunting forest. Upon entering, Yu Xiaojing furrowed his brow, puzzled by the unusual stillness. Strange. Why is the soul-hunting forest so quiet today? There's not even a hint of soul beasts. Xiao Wu, sensing a tinge of unease, instinctively drew closer to Tang San. Though she was a reincarnated soul beast of 100,000 years, she was, at that moment, merely a novice soul master, and such abnormality inevitably unnerved her. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiaojing cautioned, everyone, please be vigilant and stay close to me. With that, he summoned Luo Sanpao and led the way deeper into the forest, with Tang San and Xiao Wu hastily following. They traversed the woods for nearly half an hour, yet encountered no soul beasts. Yu Xiaojing's expression grew increasingly grave. He halted, scanning the surroundings and murmuring, something is amiss. This is extremely unusual. Even at the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest, one would expect to see at least a few soul beasts. Master, perhaps we should consider returning after some time? Tang San suggested, trembling with apprehension, but was met with Yu Xiaojing's firm rejection. It wasn't that Yu Xiaojing was unwilling to do so. Rather, his token was a one-time use, allowing him to enter the soul-hunting forest only once. After searching the forest for an extended period without success, Yu Xiaojing lamented internally. The low-level soul beasts that were usually abundant seemed to have vanished into thin air. If this continued, the plans for Tang San and Xiao Wu to acquire their soul rings would likely be thwarted. Xiao San, let us explore that valley over there. It may yield some results. Yu Xiaojing gestured toward the valley previously arranged by Gu Ran. Upon entering the valley, Tang San's attention was instantly captured by several solitary bamboos. In this desolate expanse, they appeared particularly out of place. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Yu Xiaojing's eyes. Xiao San, these bamboos are approximately 90 years old. Though their quality is not top tier, we have no better options at present. Furthermore, their resilience is well suited for your blue-silver grass martial spirit. Tang San inhaled deeply, gradually approaching one of the bamboos, and gently touched its verdant stalk. Channeling his soul power, he prepared to absorb the soul ring. As the bamboo fell, a white soul ring slowly ascended. Quickly, Xiao San, this is the one. Absorb it. Yu Xiaojing eagerly pointed at the soul ring. It was perfectly logical for a plant-type soul master to absorb a plant-type soul beast. All right, master, I am ready. Tang San sat cross-legged on the ground, commencing the absorption of the soul ring. Yu Xiaojing patted Xiao Wu's shoulder. Do not worry, Xiao Wu, I will ensure fairness. After this, we will see if there are any suitable options for you. Chapter 4. The Titan Giant Ape emerges, and Xiao Wu transforms into a bodyguard. In merely a decade, Tang San's innate talent allowed him to swiftly absorb the soul ring. Master, my soul skill is entanglement, enabling me to manipulate the blue-silver grass to firmly bind my enemies. Tang San extended his right hand, the white soul ring glimmering conspicuously. First soul skill, entanglement. The blue-silver grass surged forth from his body at an astonishing speed, securely ensnaring the trees ahead. Quite good, though the strength is somewhat lacking, after all. A 10-year soul ring cannot compare to a 100-year one. Yu Xiaojing squatted beside the roots, examining the marks left by Tang San. Suddenly, the tranquility of the soul-hunting forest was shattered by the thunderous sound of approaching footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy steps resonated like a drum, causing the ground to tremble with each impact. Both Tang San and Yu Xiaojing instinctively looked up, only to see a colossal shadow racing towards the valley from the depths of the dense forest. It was a Titan giant ape, standing nearly 10 meters tall, its body cloaked in dark red fur, and its crimson eyes seething with a violent aura. Indeed, it was the infamous Ming. Yes, it is the 100,000-year soul beast. The Titan giant ape. Yu Xiaojing's face turned pale, his voice trembling. Tang San, Xiao Wu, quickly hide behind me. Yet, the Titan giant ape's target had never been Yu Xiaojing. Its massive form abruptly halted in the center of the valley, its scarlet gaze fixating on Xiao Wu, its enormous paw swooping towards her. Xiao Wu. In an instant, Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul erupted forth, countless strands aiming to entwine the Titan giant ape's arm. However, these newly empowered blue-silver grass, enhanced by the 10-year soul ring, were like mere paper before the Titan giant ape, effortlessly torn apart by its colossal paw. Third brother, save me. Xiao Wu's face turned pale with fear, instinctively reaching out to Tang San. Yet, when the Titan giant ape's gaze, imbued with terrifying pressure, fell upon Tang San, he felt as if struck by lightning, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he collapsed to the ground. The Titan giant ape was a 100,000-year soul beast, a being far beyond his reach. The dread of death coiled around his heart like a vine. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a single coherent word, his body involuntarily retreating a step. This moment of hesitation granted the Titan giant ape the opportunity it needed, swiftly capturing Xiao Wu within its palm and turning to leave. Xiao Wu. Tang San watched helplessly as her figure vanished, finally breaking free from the shackles of fear. Yet, he could only watch as she was taken away. The blue-silver grass in his hands drooping weakly, he turned to kneel before Yu Xiaojing, weeping profusely. Master, I beg you please save Xiao Wu. Yu Xiaojing sighed. There is little I can do. We must return to Nodding Academy and gather reinforcements. He had no desire to court death. Sacrificing his life for a mere girl was not worth it. His career as a soul master had blossomed after encountering Tang San, his beloved disciple. As the Titan giant ape sprinted through the Star-Dough forest with Xiao Wu, she pouted, clearly displeased with Tang San's earlier inaction. Recalling how he had boastfully claimed the night before that anyone who dared to bully her would first have to get through him. Erming, where are you taking me? The Titan giant ape sensed the anger in Xiao Wu's tone. Sister Xiao Wu, we are heading to the Lake of Life. Someone is waiting for us there. Time passed, and Xiao Wu was gently set down. Aside from De Ming and Ming, there were also a man and a woman present. My lord, as per Lord Gu Ran's request, I have brought the person. The Titan giant ape bowed its head, waiting for Gu Yuena to give orders. All right, you two wait here for a moment. Gu Yuena, wielding the silver dragon spear, approached Xiao Wu with Gu Ran. Startled by Gu Yuena's aura, Xiao Wu, having grown up in the Lake of Life, recalled her mother's tales of the illustrious deeds of the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuena, coupled with Ming's demeanor. It was clear that the noble woman before her was indeed Gu Yuena. I, on behalf of the Softbone Rabbit clan, pay my respects to Lord Gu Yuena. Xiao Wu bowed respectfully. Gu Yuena extended her hand, gently lifting Xiao Wu. There is no need for formalities, Xiao Wu. The reason Ming summoned you is to discuss an important matter. She gestured to Gu Ran. This is Gu Ran. When you venture into the human world, you are to protect Gu Ran and obey his commands. Do you understand? Once Xiao Wu absorbs the spirit ring, you may escort them away, Ming. Xiao Wu glanced at Gu Ran, feeling a bit shy at his handsome face. Though they were of similar age, the aura he exuded was extraordinary. Thank you, Lord Yuena. Xiaowu promptly sat down to begin condensing her spirit ring, deciding to set its age at 600 years. Soon, she acquired her first spirit skill, Wei skill. The Titan giant ape let out a low roar, nodding as it carefully cradled the two in its massive palms and sprinted toward the forest's edge. The wind howled past her ears as Xiaowu clung to the giant ape's fingers, glancing back to see Yuena and the sky blue bull python gradually disappearing into the depths of the dense forest. The shimmering waves of the lake of life etched in her heart like a brand. At sunset, the Titan giant ape set them down on a hillside outside Nodding City, nuzzling Xiaowu's shoulder with its head before turning to leave. Xiaowu sighed as she watched it disappear, then turned to Gu Ran. Gu, are we returning to the academy now? Gu Ran nodded, pulling out a clean robe from his pocket for Xiaowu to change into. I wonder what Tang San is doing to protect you now? He paused, adding, do you think he came to rescue you? Xiaowu pouted, clearly somewhat disheartened. How would I know? Under Gu Ran's provoking words, she felt a twinge of disappointment towards Tang San. I didn't see him along the way. I thought at the very least he would search for you in the soul-hunting forest. Gu Ran continued to encourage her. Such a wonderful opportunity should not be wasted. Miss this chance, and it may never come again. By the way, let us not return just yet. Ming, take us to the sunset forest. The Titan giant ape did not hesitate and turned to leave. Hey, why are we going there? I don't want to go. I want to return to Nodding Academy. Xiaowu yearned to break free from the Titan great ape's grasp, yet the Titan dared not defy Gu Ran's command. Provoking Gu Ran's ire could lead to dire consequences, perhaps even being braised and consumed by Gu Yuena. Helpless, Xiaowu sulked in the palm of the Titan, turning her head away in indignation. Gu Ran, observing this scene, felt a twinge of concern. He had not anticipated Xiaowu's temper to be so fiery in her youth. All right, do not be upset. There exists a spring in the sunsetting forest known as the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, filled with an array of celestial herbs. I intend to take you there to find a suitable herb. Otherwise, are you not concerned that your true form might be discovered by the title Douluo? As Xiaowu absorbed this explanation, a chill crept down her spine, yet she resolved to stand her ground. I care not for you. How could such a small place like Nodding City possibly harbor a title Douluo? Wasn't it your purpose in the human realm to avenge your mother? You cannot remain in Nodding City forever. Besides, who says Nodding City is devoid of title Douluo? I happen to know of one. Gu Ran's voice, though not loud, wielded significant intimidation over Xiaowu. Title Douluo. How could there possibly be a title Douluo there? That would imply he might have already noticed her as a 100,000-year soul beast. His martial spirit is the Haotian hammer, if memory serves correctly. He must be the renowned Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. Observing Xiaowu's growing fear, Gu Ran embellished further. Haotian Douluo. Sister Ain was sacrificed to that very Haotian Douluo. How could he possibly act against our lord? Xiaowu's expression turned to one of confusion. She was well aware of the connection between Ain and Tang Hao. Ain, in her bid to protect Tang Hao from the pursuit of the spirit hall, chose to sacrifice herself, allowing Tang Hao to ascend to the rank of title Douluo. This is Tang Hao's scheme. You mentioned he has been stuck at the 89th level bottleneck for an extended period. Why then did he coincidentally appear near the spirit hall with Ain? Gu Ran, evidently frustrated, acknowledged the grim reality, insisting that it was not mere fabrication. Xiaowu's face gradually paled, cold sweat beading on her back. Indeed, how had she not considered this? Tang Hao, feigning an adventure with Ain, might have calculated from the very beginning to have Ain sacrifice herself to aid him in breaking through his bottleneck. This was not genuine affection, but a thoroughly orchestrated conspiracy. Chapter 5, Absorbing the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, the evolution of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. We have arrived. The Titan great ape's deep voice echoed through the forest as its massive hand gently descended upon the edge of a woodland area. Gu Ran and Xiaowu leapt down its arm, the fallen leaves beneath their feet crackling softly. This was the heart of the sunsetting forest. Yet the Ice and Fire Duality Eye was deeply concealed. Even Gu Ran had only heard of it by name, never having witnessed it firsthand. Gu Ran gazed up at the dense thicket, where towering ancient trees intertwined to form an impenetrable canopy, sunlight filtering through the crevices to cast dappled spots of light upon the ground. The air was imbued with the rich scent of damp earth and foliage. He patted the Titan great ape's furry forearm, saying, "There is no need for you to accompany me further. I shall find my own way from here. You may return." After dispelling the Titan giant ape, Gu Ran inadvertently took Xiaowu's hand. She had just been deeply frightened by the title Douluo and was now enveloped in a profound sense of insecurity. At this moment, Gu Ran's warm grasp oddly alleviated her fear. With her head lowered, her long eyelashes cast delicate shadows beneath her eyelids, and she did not resist. Furthermore, in accordance with the wishes of Lady Gu Yuena, even if Gu Ran intended to transform her into spicy rabbit heads, she had no right to protest. Given that my first two soul rings are the embodiments of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, it should be feasible. Gu Ran called out, "Summon! Fire Dragon King! Summon! Ice Dragon King!" The two great dragon kings were deliberately shrunk in size, resembling ethereal sprites. Sensing a hint of the aura from the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, following the guidance of the twin dragons, Gu Ran stepped forward, with Xiaowu trailing closely behind him. The two traversed the Star Doe forest, guided by the faint resonance of ice and fire, and soon entered a distorted spatial rift. The Ice and Fire Duality Eye lay within the Sunset Forest, which was in close proximity to Heaven Doe City. It was fortuitous that they could emerge bearing a grand gift for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Here, waves of heat and cold bizarrely intertwined within the rising mist. Crimson lava and azure ice flowed in unison. Suddenly, the boiling magma and ice beneath their feet surged, revealing a central spring of dual-colored water, legendary ice and fire duality eye. Guran's heart surged with joy as his gaze swept over the riverbank, instantly recognizing the swaying exotic flowers and plants. The coxcomb phoenix sunflower, shaped like a coxcomb and radiating fiery light, was a celestial herb of utmost vitality. The heartbreak red, with petals resembling blood and a crystalline dewdrop hidden within, could only be harvested by one who offered sincere affection. The narcissus jade bone, entirely luminescent and reminiscent of an ice sculpture, possessed the ability to cleanse marrow and veins. 9-petal purple ganoderma, encircled by 9 purple leaves edged in gold, embodied profound vitality. The autumn water dew, with eternally unmelting dewdrops on its leaves, could enhance mental fortitude. These were the precious materials that Tang San had once cunningly obtained from Douluo, enabling the Shrek 7 monsters to undergo a transformative rebirth. Ah yes, the herb Tang San had given Xiao Wu was indeed the heartbreak red, which had allowed her soul power to rise by a remarkable 5 levels, elevating her to the rank of soul sovereign. Xiao Wu, this is for you. Guran carefully plucked the heartbreak red and presented it before her. The delicate red petals glistened with dew, refracting an otherworldly light, as if pulsating with life. Xiao Wu looked up at Guran, her eyes reflecting surprise. Without a second thought, she recognized the extraordinary value of this celestial herb. Momentarily stunned, she accepted the herb and swallowed it whole. A gentle aura erupted within her, and she quickly sat cross-legged, forming seals with her hands to begin absorption. A pale red halo of soul power emanated from her, resembling flickering flames. As the fluctuations of her soul power surged at a visibly rapid pace, while Xiao Wu absorbed the herb, Guran turned his gaze towards the ice and fire duality eye. Guran recalled the enchanting fragrances of the ethereal treasures, the star anise ice grass, the blazing fire apricot blossom, the autumn water dew, the tulip of intrigue, and the 8-petaled celestial orchid. During the unparalleled era of the Tang sect, these botanical soul beasts had reached the venerable age of 100,000 years, achieving a humanoid form. However, the pressing question now lay in how to accelerate their growth. After all, attaining 100,000 years as a plant-based soul beast granted the ability to transform into any gender. The ice and fire duality eye, a sacred ground born from the fusion of the Dragon Kings and Fire Dragon King's essences after their demise, held immense power. Guran mused that although their physical forms had perished, their souls had been nurtured within this secret realm for millions of years. If their souls could be intertwined, perhaps the 2 great Dragon Kings could unleash even greater strength. With this thought, Guran activated his martial soul. The ethereal images of the Fire Dragon King and Ice Dragon King swiftly descended, merging into 2 radiant streams that surged into the ice and fire duality eye. In an instant, the earth trembled, and the primal force of the ice and fire duality eye surged into his spiritual sea. As the tremors gradually subsided, the once fixed secret realm in the valley began to twist and contract, drawn into his brow with a mere gesture. A light chuckle escaped Guran's lips. His spiritual sea had already cultivated a unique space, a lake where ice and fire intertwined, teeming with myriad celestial herbs flourishing in abundance. The waters flowed freely through his spiritual sea, guided by his intent. Initially, the foreign power of the ice and fire duality I met with fierce resistance from his spiritual energy, threatening to rupture his spiritual sea. Yet the moment he unleashed his martial soul, the ice and fire duality I fell silent, exuding an aura of submission. The souls of the Fire Dragon King and Ice Dragon King surged forth, seamlessly merging with his first and second soul skills. Guran's soul power began to surge dramatically, shattering the previous bottleneck of his 25th level as if it were mere paper, ascending rapidly to the 30th level. The aura of a soul sovereign flowed within him, and the phantoms of the ice and fire dual dragons materialized behind him. The luster of their scales now bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a true dragon god martial soul, with even the intricate patterns of their whiskers distinctly visible. Furthermore, Guran's physical strength had significantly increased. Being of the Golden Dragon bloodline, he had now fused with both the Fire Dragon and Ice Dragon bloodlines, bringing his physical prowess close to 1/10 of the original dragon god. This newfound strength enabled him to withstand the most formidable blows from a tidal Douluo without succumbing. Within the spiritual sea, 2 resonant dragon roars echoed forth, igniting a frenzy among the plant-based soul beasts within the ice and fire duality eye. Under the dominion of the dragon god, their growth rate escalated from 10-fold to 100-fold, with some soul beasts even experiencing growth rates exceeding 1,000 times their previous pace. From this moment forth, this realm would be my private domain, Guran thought, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. If Tang San wished to take more, he would first have to contend with me. Upon emerging from his spiritual sea, Guran realized that the surge of power had torn his upper garments asunder, revealing chiseled muscles adorned with intertwining patterns of ice and fire. Beside him, Xiao Wu remained absorbed in the essence of the heartbreak red, her brows slightly furrowed, her delicate face flushed from the surge of soul power, exuding an endearing earnestness. Guran felt a stir in his heart, unable to resist the urge to lean down and plant a kiss on her soft cheek. Just then, a wave of dark green poisonous mist surged ominously from the valley's edge, causing even the flowers and grass to wither in its wake. Gu-ran abruptly lifted his head, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Two figures materialized, stepping through the ripples of space. The elder at the forefront appeared emaciated, as if a gust of wind could topple him, his skin wrinkled like that of an ancient tree. Yet, his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, akin to poisoned cold stars. The fluctuations of soul power emanating from him were palpable, causing the very air to tremble. He was unmistakably at the level of a tidal Douluo. What a remarkable young man, to have discovered my sacred ground. The elder's voice rasped like sandpaper, laden with unmasked malice, as the dark green mist coalesced into the shape of poisoned darts in his palm. Dugubo is here. Surrender your life. Chapter 6. The Phosphorus Snake Venom of Duguyen. Dugubo donned a long robe of deep green, adorned with a fierce mandragora serpent totem. The emerald patterns snaked down his sleeves, resembling living scales in motion. His thin wrists were bedecked with jade rings, each wrapped in layers of dark green mist, emitting a cerulean glow that corroded the air with a hissing sound, even scorching the stones beneath his feet. Following closely was Duguyen, clad in a fitted outfit of purple-black that accentuated her graceful figure, her shoulders embellished with silver armor shaped like toxic mandragora petals. Her short purple hair highlighted her commanding presence, with azure beads at the tips swaying with her movements. The slightly pallid hue of her complexion contrasted starkly with her vivid red lips, while the spiderweb-like purple patterns on her chest hinted at the lethal dangers posed by the backlash of her martial soul. Who dares trespass upon my domain? Dugubo bellowed, and in an instant, the surrounding poisonous mist transformed into a colossal phantom of a python, a foul wind laden with toxins rushing towards Gu-ran. Upon realizing the emptiness of the valley floor, Dugubo's murky old eyes widened in shock. The ice and fire yin-yang eye, which nurtured countless celestial herbs, had mysteriously vanished. Dugubo's expression darkened as he unleashed 9 soul rings, the terrifying might of a tidal dug bearing down upon Gu-ran. Gu-ran felt a jolt of trepidation. As a mere soul master, he would struggle to withstand such pressure without Xiao Wu by his side. His mind raced, recalling how Dugubo had treated the ice and fire yin-yang eye as his personal garden, oblivious to the precious treasures it held. Ultimately falling into Tang San's hands, a truly shameless boy, snatching from others only to benefit his own family. While Dugubo continued to exert pressure on Gu-ran, he stood resolutely, facing the elder, and summoned his dragon god martial soul, now infused with the powers of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. The dragon god martial soul radiated an even more formidable presence. As the dragon god behind Gu-ran let out a low growl, Dugubo sensed a wave of fear wash over him, a fear born from the very essence of the martial soul, stemming from the dominance of the dragon god over soul beasts. After all, the serpent is indeed the closest species to the dragon. Oh, what an intriguing martial spirit this is. Dugubo's expression grew solemn as he began to scrutinize Guren closely. Guren, having just absorbed the ice and fire duality eye, was radiating a powerful aura that had already torn his clothes, revealing his flawless physique. Beside him, Duguyen was utterly captivated by Guren's striking figure and handsome features. In the Tiando Royal Academy, only their captain, Yu Qianheng, could measure up, yet compared to the youth before her, he paled in comparison. She had always favored handsome men, and upon witnessing Guren's appearance, her ears flushed uncontrollably with a rosy hue. She had not noticed before, but now, upon closer inspection, he was indeed a remarkably handsome young man, and he appeared to possess considerable talent in that regard. If he had not been caught stealing her ice and fire duality eye, he might have had the potential to become her grandson-in-law, Dugubo murmured, his gaze inadvertently shifting to his granddaughter. Previously, Duguyen had always maintained a serious demeanor in front of him, but now she revealed a side of herself that was distinctly feminine. Duguyen instinctively bit her lip, seemingly less affected by the toxins from her biphosphor, serpent martial spirit, her ears still betraying her with a rosy blush. Seeking death, Dugubo bellowed, interrupting his granddaughter's days. The 9th soul ring suddenly glowed with a black light, enveloping the entire space in a thick, inky poison. Guren summoned the golden dragon spear and hurled it forcefully. The phantom of the Ice Dragon King howled forth, unleashing a frigid tempest that froze the toxic mist into crystalline ice. Dugubo found himself suspended in midair, his face a mask of disbelief. The esteemed poison Douluo had been momentarily subdued by a mere soul master using ice-based soul techniques. Please, senior, hold on. Guren raised his hand to retract his martial spirit, cradling 2 radiant immortal herbs in his palm. I understand that your martial spirit backlash will result in poisoning effects, and this octagonal profound ice grass can counteract the biphosphor serpent's venom, while the fire apricot blossom can harmonize your body. Since I have taken the duality eye, I shall not allow you to leave empty-handed. Guren's gaze fell upon the increasingly menacing purple patterns across Duguyen's chest. If this continued, it seemed her meridians would not withstand the strain for more than 3 years. Dugubo's pupils constricted sharply. This hidden ailment, he had sought out every renowned physician for, and even the Tiando royal family was at a loss. Yet this young man had seen through it with a single glance. He fixed his gaze on the immortal herbs in Guren's hand, swallowing hard. If there is even a hint of falsehood, you know the consequences. Rest assured, there will be none. Guren's body emanated a faint golden light, dragon patterns coalescing in the air into a covenant rune. You may consume them first for verification. The air hung heavy for a moment before Dugubo abruptly seized the octagonal profound ice grass and fire apricot blossom, swallowing them without hesitation. In an instant, The rampant bi-poison within him dissipated like snow under the sun, expelling through his pores. He was astonished to feel his meridians flowing freely once more. Complex emotions flickered in his aged eyes. After all these years, the antidote he had desperately sought had been effortlessly provided by this young man. Guren then offered Duguyen additional immortal herbs. The moment her delicate fingers brushed against Guren's palm, a whisper reached her ears. Audible only to the two of them. Once you recover, feel free to seek me out. The heart of Duguyen raced violently. Her hand, clutching the immortal herb, trembled slightly. In the distance, Xiao Wu, having absorbed the herb, felt her soul power rise to the 29th level. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of the title Douluo ahead, a glimmer of wariness flashing in her gaze. The strength of a title Douluo could easily discern the presence of a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into a human, should this title Douluo harbor ill intentions. The situation could become perilous. Gu Ran gently supported Xiao Wu, stroking her head while reassuring her, it's all right, do not be afraid. In the original narrative, Xiao Wu had concealed her soul beast aura after absorbing the heartbroken red, thereby evading detection by the title Douluo, and with Dugubo's prowess. He too was oblivious to her true nature. As Gu Ran turned to take her hand, the warmth of his palm was even more comforting than before. He gazed down at her, his eyes radiating a soothing smile, as if the earlier confrontation with the title Douluo had been merely a trivial matter. Let us depart. Farewell, senior. Xiao Wu obediently followed his lead, the strength conveyed through his grip steady and resolute. Stealing a glance at Gu Ran's profile, she noticed that beneath the torn fabric of his garment, the contours of his muscles seemed to harbor boundless strength. This demeanor of calm amidst danger cast ripples across the tranquil waters of her heart, dissipating the reluctance she had felt earlier. After Gu Ran and Xiao Wu vanished, the valley was left with the astonished Dugubo and the blushing Duguyen, who stood in a daze with the immortal herb still in hand. Following his absorption of the herb, Dugubo not only expelled the accumulated toxins from his body, but also sensed a faint sign of impending breakthrough in his cultivation. Once, due to the toxicity of the green phosphor serpent, he had refrained from reckless practice, lest he fall victim to a devastating backlash. Now, he could finally resume his cultivation. For a soul master, advancing to a title Douluo meant a monumental leap in strength, and crucially, an extension of lifespan, allowing him to better accompany Duguyen. Yin, what do you think of that, Gu Ran? Dugubo's inquiry snapped Duguyen back to reality. What? Grandfather, I think he is quite good. He helped us with the poison. A slight flush colored Duguyen's cheeks, a stark contrast to her previously pale visage. No, I meant not in that regard. Dugubo turned away, hands clasped behind him as he departed. If you truly have feelings for him, I would welcome it with open arms, haha. What? Grandfather? You speak nonsense. Duguyen, feeling somewhat shy from Dugubo's teasing, stamped her foot and hurried to catch up. After taking a few steps, she couldn't help but glance back at the direction in which Gu Ran had left, her eyes lingering with a hint of unfulfilled longing. Chapter 7. A visit to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Hey, Gu Ran, may I ask where we are headed next? Xiao Wu inquired as she followed Gu Ran out of the Sunset Forest, arriving at the bustling Tiando City, a place far more lively than Nodding City. To the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but since it's getting late, we should make our way there early in the morning. Gu Ran tightly grasped Xiao Wu's hand, fearful that a moment's inattention might lead to them becoming separated. First, let us find a tavern to spend the night. Do you have any money? Xiao Wu's words left Gu Ran momentarily stunned. In this land, one may lack strength or beauty, but one must never be devoid of wealth. I knew you hadn't brought any money. I have some here, saved from my work as a student. Let us manage for the night. Xiao Wu produced a small cloth pouch from her pocket, containing several gold soul coins. Seeing her pitiable expression, Gu Ran felt a pang of sympathy. This young girl must work incredibly hard in Nodding City. He gently patted Xiao Wu's head and reassured her, don't worry. Once we reach the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School tomorrow, I shall earn back the bride price for you. Xiao Wu, upon hearing Gu Ran's words, felt a flush of shyness and stammered, what bride price? What nonsense are you talking about? Let us go. However, it seemed they could only afford one room for the night, and he playfully added, as a reward, you can sleep beside me. At dawn the next day, as the first light broke, Gu Ran had completed his morning routine, his athletic attire enhancing his upright posture. The morning dew still clung to the grass outside, and the chirping of birds filled the air. He gazed at the sky, contemplating the route to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, nestled among the rolling mountains. The palatial complex carved from white jade shimmered with a sacred luster in the sunlight, resembling a celestial paradise. 2 stone lions guarded the entrance, and 2 armored sentinels wielding long spears eyed passers-by with the sharpness of eagles. As Gu Ran approached the gate, he was halted by the crossed spears. He slung the golden dragon spear over his shoulder, its dragon patterns glistening in the sunlight, and said in a deep voice, please announce my arrival. I am Gu Ran, and I urgently seek an audience with Sect Master Ningfengji. The guards scrutinized him, noting his youth and simple attire despite his extraordinary demeanor, their eyes revealing a flicker of disdain. One of them scoffed, who does this insignificant person think he is, daring to call the Sect Master by name? Leave at once, or we shall not be courteous. Gu Ran's brow furrowed. He had no intention of resorting to violence, but the blatant disrespect left him little choice. A surge of soul power stirred within him, and the pressure of his dragon god martial soul radiated outward like an invisible wave. A mere whisper of the awe-inspiring force derived from the soul beast sovereign. potent enough to send ordinary soul masters into a state of turmoil. The guards felt their legs weaken, their spears clattered to the ground, and their faces turned as pale as parchment, cold sweat trickling down their brows. It dawned on them that the young man before them was far from ordinary. Gu Ran retracted his pressure and calmly inquired, "Now, may I be announced?" In the conference hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the air was fragrant with sandalwood. Sect Master Ning Fengji, clad in a moon-white robe and holding a jade teacup, was engaged in casual conversation with the sword Douluo Continent and the bone Douluo Gurong. His demeanor was gentle, yet an air of authority emanated from him as he leaned on his cane, listening to a panicked report from his subordinate. "Sect Master, there is a youth outside the palace claiming to be Gu Ran. He not only intimidated the guards with his martial soul pressure, but also declared his intention to challenge both the bone Douluo and the sword Douluo. Moreover, he lamented that the two esteemed elders would eventually fall at the hands of the spirit hall." With a crash, Ning Fengji placed his teacup down heavily on the table, causing some tea to spill. A flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. Although the ambitions of the spirit hall had already been laid bare, it was the first time someone had so candidly mentioned the potential fate of the two titled Douluos. Before the words could fully escape his lips, a fierce beam of sword light cleaved through the air, splitting the stone door of the conference hall. Sword Douluo Qinshin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his silver-white hair flowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. The seven-killing sword hovered behind him, its blade radiating a chilling light. "What an arrogant young man. I shall see what prowess allows you to utter such bold claims." Gu Rong stroked his beard, his eyes glinting with both curiosity and caution. "Oh, you can predict our fates? How intriguing." Ning Fengji suppressed the tumult within him and raised his hand, saying, "Uncle Jian, please remain calm. Since this young brother is so confident, why not allow him to present his case first?" Yet Qinshin had already stepped out of the conference hall, addressing Gu Ran outside the palace with a resonant voice. "Young man, if you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall permit you to meet the sect master. Should you fail, leave at once." A smile danced at the corners of Gu Ran's mouth as he removed the golden dragon spear from his shoulder, its tip aimed at the heavens. "Senior, please enlighten me. First strike." Before the words had left Qinshin's mouth, the seven-killing sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing forth with a wind as fierce as lightning, slicing through the air with a sharp, piercing shriek. Instead of retreating, Gu Ran advanced, drawing a resplendent arc with the golden dragon spear, the tip colliding thunderously with the sword's edge. The deafening clang of metal reverberated through the valley, shockwaves rippling like ripples on water, sending shards of stone flying several feet into the air. Qinshin slightly swayed, secretly astonished. What formidable strength! This spear's quality is not in the least inferior to my seven-killing sword. It is essential to note that the golden dragon spear was forged from the rib of the dragon god, embodying the primal forces of destruction and creation. How could it possibly pale in comparison to a weapon forged from mundane iron? Second strike. Qinshin's gaze sharpened, the purple light on the seven-killing sword flaring brilliantly, its shadow multiplying and surging forth like a tempest. Gu Ran pivoted away from the sword's edge, sweeping the golden dragon spear horizontally. The dragon patterns along the spear glowed, exuding a domineering force of absorption, the spear's inherent ability to siphon life force and energy from its opponent. The brilliance of the seven-killing sword began to dim at a visible rate, as if Qinshin's understanding of weapon spirits was being subtly extracted. Interesting. Rather than feeling any trepidation, Qinshin's eyes ignited with the fervor of battle. Third strike. Brace yourself. Gu Ran no longer held back, hurling the golden dragon spear with great force. In midair, the spear transformed into a phantom of a golden dragon, its roar echoing through the heavens. Charging toward Qinshin with cataclysmic might. Qinshin's pupils constricted sharply. He felt an unprecedented fear emanating from this attack, as though he might be utterly devoured by it. The ninth spirit ring suddenly illuminated. The seven-killing thunder strikes. A single sword cleaves through the expanse. The dazzling sword light cascaded like a galaxy, colliding thunderously with the golden dragon phantom. Yet Gu Ran's spirit power was still relatively shallow, and his control over the weapon spirit was not as adept as Qinshin's. The golden dragon spear was sent hurtling backward, embedding itself into the ground at his feet, vibrating with a low hum. "I have lost." Gu Ran helplessly spread his hands, having exhausted all his strength, especially since he still could not skillfully summon the golden dragon spear back. "No." Qinshin sheathed his sword and stood still, his expression complex. "I have lost," he declared, followed by a hearty laugh. "What a spirited lad. Very well, I concede defeat. Come, let us meet the sect master." As Gu Rong led Gu Ran into the conference hall, Ning Fengji awaited them with a smile. Beside him stood a delicate young girl, the petite princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong. Adorned in a blue, flouncy dress, she clasped her hands behind her back, curiously observing Gu Ran with a hint of pride and an elusive touch of astonishment in her eyes. Ning's sect master, Gu Ran greeted with a respectful bow, then retrieved several celestial herbs from his storage soul guide, gently placing them upon the table. Instantly, the entire hall was enveloped in an abundant aura of life, the luminous glow of the herbs illuminating the faces of all present. "What is this?" A flicker of surprise crossed Ning Fengji's eyes as he picked up one of the celestial herbs, a plant adorned with purple blossoms, its petals layered elegantly, reminiscent of a tulip, exuding a refreshing and otherworldly fragrance. "This is the Chihuahua tulip," Gu Ran explained. "Once you consume it, you shall discern its miraculous properties." Ning Fengji examined the herb before placing the Chihuahua tulip in his mouth. The herb dissolved instantly, a cool, soothing current sliding down his throat, spreading throughout his limbs like a rejuvenating wave. He felt the long-standing stagnation of soul power brought on by the 7 treasures, glazed tile school's martial soul dissipate entirely, as though his meridians had been unblocked, leaving him utterly invigorated. An excellent celestial herb, indeed. However, Ning Fengji opened his eyes. Raising his hand to summon the 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul, his brow furrowed in confusion, aside from the transparent flow of soul power. It seems there are no other notable changes? Gu Ran smiled in silence. Suddenly, Qinshin's eyes widened in astonishment as he pointed at the martial soul in Ning Fengji's hand, his voice trembling slightly. Fengji, your tower. It has gained 2 additional layers. Ning Fengji froze, looking down at his palm. To his disbelief, the originally 7-layered 7 treasures glazed tile now boasted 9 layers, radiating vibrant light, its auxiliary aura magnified several-fold. N9 treasures glazed tile. Ning Fengji exclaimed, his voice a mix of incredulity and elation. He fully understood the implications of this transformation. While the 7 treasures glazed tile was renowned as the foremost auxiliary martial soul, its limitations had restricted soul masters from surpassing level 80. The emergence of the 9 treasures glazed tile not only shattered this constraint, but also heralded the potential for disciples of the 7 treasures glazed tile school to aspire towards the rank of title Douluo, signaling the imminent rise of the sect. Young brother Gu Ran, this tremendous gift. Ning Fengji's voice quivered with excitement as he regarded Gu Ran with profound gratitude and astonishment. There is no need for thanks, Sect Master. Gu Ran waved his hand dismissively, gesturing to the remaining celestial herbs on the table. These herbs are highly beneficial for auxiliary soul masters and can be distributed among the sect's disciples. Furthermore, the Chihuahua tulip and several other supporting herbs are well suited for young lady Rongrong to absorb. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong peeked out from behind Ning Fengji, sticking out her tongue playfully. For me, though proud, she could discern the extraordinary nature of these herbs. Under the protection of Qinshin and Gu Rong, Ning Rongrong settled cross-legged and consumed the celestial herb. A soft purple glow enveloped her, and the fluctuations of her soul power surged like a tidal wave, shattering the bottleneck of her previously stagnant level 10 soul power, soaring all the way to level 17. When she summoned her martial spirit once more, a 9-treasure glazed tower floated delicately above her palm, its crystalline structure even more exquisite than that of Ning Fengji's. It is noteworthy that a typical soul master requires at least 2 years to ascend from level 10 to level 17. Yet she accomplished this remarkable leap in a mere day. Ning Rongrong leapt forward, her cheeks flushed. She had always disliked being indebted to others, but the weight of this favor was too great to ignore. After contemplating her feelings, she suddenly rose on tiptoe and swiftly planted a kiss on Gu Ran's cheek. Ah! Gu Ran was momentarily taken aback, feeling the soft touch and the unique fragrance of Ning Rongrong, leaving him somewhat flustered. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, witnessing this scene, wore a smile that did not quite reach her eyes and pinched Gu Ran's arm with considerable force. Ning Fengji watched in astonishment, his cane striking the ground with a thud. Observing his daughter's boldness and Gu Ran's shy demeanor, an idea sparked in his mind. Young brother Gu Ran, Ning Fengji said earnestly, the opportunity you have brought to the 7-treasure glazed tile school is capable of altering its destiny. This kindness, I, Ning Fengji, cannot repay. If you do not mind, I would like to honor you as an esteemed guest of our sect. Thank you, Sect Master Ning. Xiao Wu and I have other matters to attend to, so we shall not impose further. I will return for a visit in due time. It was not that Gu Ran did not wish to take Ning Rongrong along, but he feared that should she discover their destination was the remote nodding city, her pampered nature would not withstand the journey. Chapter 8, Gu Yu and Nar. In the heart of the Star Doe Forest, a vast lake unfurled amidst the trees, its surface resembling shattered stars scattered across the water, with shimmering fragments of light gently swaying with the ripples, as if the entire Milky Way had been poured into its depths. Gu Yuna lightly tapped the water's surface, her skirt tracing a silver-blue arc in the air before descending into the lake's center, which parted to reveal a hidden palace, constructed of crystal. The palace glimmered with a mysterious silver-blue light, adorned with ancient dragon totems etched into its walls. At this moment, she sat upon a crystal chair, gazing through a crystal ball at the faintly discernible fluctuations of soul power emanating from Gu Ran, facilitated by the dragon god mark he had bestowed upon her. This young man's soul power has progressed at an astonishing rate, growing 5 levels in a single day. How is this possible? What is wrong? Did you miss me? Gu Ran's voice unexpectedly resonated through the crystal ball. Gu Yuna's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. She quickly averted her gaze, though her tone remained frosty. How could you hear me? Her demeanor was still icy, yet tinged with a hint of shyness. Come on. It's only permissible for you to see me. If you utilize this mark, we can communicate anytime. I refer to it as the dragon god. Gu Ran struck a dashing pose. While Gu Yuna did not fully comprehend, she refrained from pressing further, though her ears subtly reddened. Stop being so smooth-talking and come over here, she concluded, terminating the communication. Upon returning to her crystalline chamber, Gu Yuna rolled onto the bed, her silvery hair cascading over the pillow. She buried her face into the crystal cushion, her voice muffled. That damn Gu Ran. May he perish. Gu Yuna's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. What dragon god? Gu Ran could see her. Why hadn't he mentioned it sooner? Did this mean that he had discovered her nightly escapades of gazing at him through the crystal ball while clad in her nightgown? There was even that day she had taken a bath in the fish tank. Ah! Gu Yuna let out a scream. In an instant, the surrounding forest fell silent, the spirit beasts believing their master was about to unleash her wrath once more. Not long after, Gu Ran entered the palace, leading Xiao Wu. Faced with the ethereal beauty of the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna, with her perfect curves and fluttering silver lashes, Xiao Wu felt a twinge of fear. Gu Ran's lips curled into a confident smile, his soul power surging like a tidal wave. This energy coalesced into two ethereal dragons. On the left, the Fire Dragon King wreathed in searing flames, and on the right, the Ice Dragon King emanating a biting chill. With a deft motion, Gu Ran commanded the Fire Dragon King to unleash a torrent of flames, reducing the surrounding vegetation to ash, while the Ice Dragon King exhaled a frigid breath. Encasing the area in crystalline sculptures, Gu Yuna's pupils constricted, her ice blue hair swaying without a breeze. She had never imagined that anyone, aside from her as the Silver Dragon King, could wield both the utmost fire and ice simultaneously. She instinctively took a step forward. How is this possible? The essence of your two soul skills is indistinguishable from that of a true dragon. How did you achieve this? Perhaps it is because I am the chosen one of the dragon god. Gu Ran's golden dragon spear erupted with radiant light, while Gu Yuna's silver dragon spear soared from her chest, the two divine weapons resonating in harmony. With a flick of his wrist, a rift in space tore open and then swiftly sealed, revealing that these two extreme powers were merely the tip of the iceberg of the dragon god's legacy. Gu Yuna's gaze shifted from the dual dragons of ice and fire to Gu Ran's profound eyes, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. She subtly pressed her lips together, the wariness in her ice blue eyes dissipating, gradually replaced by a barely perceptible admiration. It seemed that the Stardow forest was poised for a new turn of fate. Noticing the subtle shift in Gu Yuna's demeanor, Gu Ran's dragon patterns began to dim, and the dual dragons transformed into flickering lights. Success in my display. I am truly magnificent. Gu Ran rejoiced inwardly. This moment of bravado before Gu Yuna and Xiao Wu was exhilarating. You too, follow me. With that, Gu Yuna led Gu Ran into the palace, while Xiao Wu anxiously tugged at his sleeve from behind. The blooming azure silverleaf grass bowed in reverence, as if welcoming the return of a sovereign. This area, enveloped in a rich aura of life, was dominated by towering trees reaching for the heavens, their canopies draped with glowing vines that wove a magnificent web of light across the sky. The power of the dragon god had awakened within this human. Gu Yuna whispered softly, her voice as frigid as ice, yet laced with an imperceptible thrill. This twist of fate might very well shatter the current stalemate. Ripples danced in her icy blue eyes. She gracefully crossed her legs while seated upon a crystal chair and clapped her hands. These two are my avatars, she declared. I have entrusted them to accompany you, safeguarding you until you attain your true potential. From the depths of the palace came the soft patter of footsteps, reminiscent of moonlight flowing across glass. The first to emerge was a maiden with cascading black hair, its ends shimmering with a delicate icy blue aura. Her pale golden eyes sparkled with the brilliance of stars. She was Gu Yu, draped in a silver-white gown intricately embroidered with dragon scales. Each step she took sent ripples through the fabric, exuding a subtle yet palpable pressure, akin to the arrival of a haughty ice queen. Close behind her was Nair, her silver hair casually tied into a ponytail, adorned with a translucent ice flower. Clad in a sleek silver-gray outfit, she bore a finely crafted dagger at her waist. With a sweet smile and crescent-shaped eyes, her amber gaze radiated warmth and approachability, offering a striking contrast to Gu Yu's chilling demeanor. The two approached Gu Yuna with light and graceful steps, bowing slightly in respect. Gu Yu's expression remained frosty, her voice tinged with a hint of iciness. Sister, what is your command? Na chimed in cheerfully, leaning closer with a playful wink. Is there something fun afoot? Gu Yuna nodded slightly, directing her gaze toward Gu Ran. From this moment forth, you two shall accompany him, ensuring his safety until he truly matures. Nair, I have bestowed the elemental power upon Gu Yu. Your martial spirit shall publicly declare itself as the Silver Dragon Spear. You may summon it whenever you require. Simultaneously, Gu Yu and Nair turned to Gu Ran, their eyes appraising him. Gu Yu's gaze held a critical scrutiny, seemingly assessing Gu Ran's strength, while Nair curiously circled around him, grinning. Ah, so it's you, little fellow. You appear quite intriguing. Gu Yu furrowed her brow slightly, gently tugging at Nair's garment to signal her to maintain decorum. The two then bowed once more to Gu Yu. Na, as you command, elder sister. They positioned themselves beside Gu Ran, one on each side, resembling two guardian deities, their energies harmoniously coalescing to form a formidable aura. These two are my sisters. Do not be deceived by their youth, for their power rivals that of a 99th level super Douluo. Henceforth, they shall serve as your personal guardians. Gu Ran understood that these two were not truly Gu Yuna's sisters, but rather her avatars. He would need to devise a strategy to prevent their eventual merging. Very well, Gu Ran replied with a bow to Gu Yuna. However, how shall I address you? I could call you Gu Yu or Na, but that seems inappropriate now. Perhaps I could settle for a more affectionate term, such as my lady wife? You. Gu Yuna's face flushed slightly, though the cooler temperature of the surroundings masked her embarrassment. Oh, why is my elder sister's face so rosy? Playful Nair spoke up, having appeared beside Gu Yuna without notice, bending slightly to scrutinize her cheek. The moment she uttered her words, Gu Yuna's face flushed crimson. Rising to her feet, she turned her back to the others and declared, suit yourself, but that title belongs solely to me. You all should leave quickly. Once the crowd had departed, Gu Yuna strolled to the colossal crystal ball at the center of the palace. With a flick of her hand, the crystal sphere illuminated with images of the Douluo Continent, the bustling Star Luo City, the heavily guarded Heaven-Do City, and the rapidly advancing Spirit Hall. The ambitions of humankind were steadily inflating. A glint of cold light flickered in Gu Yuna's eyes. It was time for them to reawaken to the might of soul beasts. As she infused her soul power into the crystal, countless silhouettes of soul beasts began to materialize within. Titan giant ape, sky blue bull python, deep sea demon whale king. These formidable creatures let out deep roars, as if responding to Gu Yuna's call. Prepare to act, my kin. Her voice was icy yet resolute. A storm capable of altering the landscape of the Douluo Continent was about to unfold. In another corner of the palace, mountains of soul bones shimmered with an otherworldly glow, treasures that Gu Yuna had painstakingly gathered over the years. She reached for 100,000-year soul bone, the intricate patterns on its surface flowing gently in her grasp. This power would soon prove invaluable. As night deepened, the core area of the Star Do forest grew increasingly vibrant. Countless soul beasts began to congregate in response to Gu Yuna's summons, their eyes gleaming with unwavering determination, ready to face the impending challenge. Standing atop the palace, Gu Yuna gazed at the luminous moon in the night sky, a mysterious smile curling at her lips. She understood that the emergence of Gu Ran might be the long-awaited opportunity. This game between humans and soul beasts was on the brink of a new chapter. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, falling in love with Gu Yu. Reward, soul restoration potion. Upon use, Gu Yu can be completely separated from Gu Yuna, meaning Gu Yu will no longer merge with Gu Yuna. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, falling in love with Nar. Reward, soul restoration potion. Upon use, Nar can be completely separated from Gu Yuna, meaning Nar will no longer merge with Gu Yuna. How curious. What is happening? How could the task be completed upon our first meeting? Could there be a glitch in the system? Gu Ran pondered, unaware that Gu Yu and Nar, as the avatars of Gu Yuna, shared an instant attraction to him. However, Gu Yu and Nar did not conceal their feelings. Yet, for the future of the soul beasts, Gu Yuna chose to seal away this connection. This was a truth that Gu Ran would never discover. Nor would he ever know that on a certain starry night, a young girl would gather the starlight and weave it into a gentle protection that would envelop his entire life. Chapter 9. Tang San seeks new affection. Xiao Wu weeps bitterly. Gu Ran accompanied Xiao Wu, Gu Yu, and Na Air to Tiando City for a delightful excursion, courtesy of the treasures bestowed by the 7-treasure glazed tile school. This marked the first encounter for the 3 Na'vi young ladies with the wonders of the human realm, as they marveled at the vibrant lantern festival, the fire-breathing feats of acrobats, and the lifelike zodiac creations crafted by sugar painters. A myriad of fascinating experiences washed over them like a tidal wave, leaving them utterly awestruck. It certainly surpassed the amusements found within the Star Do Great Forest. However, every time Xiao Wu observed the affectionate interactions between Gu Yu and Na Air toward Gu Ran, an inexplicable pang of bitterness would stir within her. Strange, what is happening to me? I felt the same way when I saw Ning Rongrong being affectionate with Gu Ran at the 7-treasure glazed tile school, a sense of emptiness filling my heart. Yet, when I am with Sango, I do not experience such emotions. Could it be that I have developed feelings for Gu Ran? Xiao Wu shook her head vigorously. No, I cannot entertain such thoughts. Lady Gu Yu and Na Air have entrusted me with the task of protecting Gu Ran. I must not harbor inappropriate desires. Lost in her reverie, Gu Ran suddenly halted in his tracks, calmly turning to face her with his arms outstretched. Caught off guard, Xiao Wu stumbled forward, colliding into his embrace, her nose meeting the solid warmth of his chest, sending a tingling sensation through her. I'm so sorry, Gu Ran. I wasn't paying attention. Xiao Wu hastily lifted her head to apologize, her cheeks ablaze, desperately attempting to pull away, yet Gu Ran held her firmly, showing no intention of releasing her. Their proximity allowed them to hear one another's heartbeats, and the warmth radiating from Gu Ran's chest momentarily made Xiao Wu forget her desire to escape. Hey, what are you two doing? In broad daylight. You're not embarrassed at all. Nair circled around them, deliberately elongating her tone. This caused Xiao Wu, who had just managed to steady her nerves, to turn beet red, especially in the bustling Zhu Ke street, where the gazes of passers-by seemed to burn holes through her. It's all right, Gu Ran. I truly am fine. Xiao Wu buried her face in his chest and murmured softly, I just want to know when we will return to Nodding Academy. There are too many people here, and I feel somewhat uncomfortable. Indeed, it has been nearly half a year since you last ventured out to hunt soul beasts. It is time to return and check in on those you care about there, isn't it? Gu Ran teased, knowing full well that Xiao Wu's eagerness to return likely stemmed from the fact that Tang San was still waiting for her there. It was no wonder she had yet to develop feelings for him after such a lengthy absence. And no, that is not it. Xiao Wu quickly raised her head to defend herself, yet her gaze met Gu Ran's eyes, causing her cheeks to flush even more intensely. I just am not accustomed to the hustle and bustle of the city. Hey, sister, has Xiao Wu perhaps developed feelings for someone else? Nair, noticing Xiao Wu's embarrassment, leaned closer to Gu Yu to whisper. From the sound of it, your guess seems to be correct. Gu Yu replied affirmatively. During this period of living with Xiao Wu, I have long sensed that her heart is entangled with another, preventing her from expressing the same affection toward Gu Ran as we do, while inevitably feeling jealousy. Nar's interest was suddenly piqued, her emotions running high. Oh, I know. I read in a book that someone like Sister Xiao Wu is a mistress. This statement resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, including some passersby, drawing curious glances toward Xiao Wu. Gu Ran noticed that Xiao Wu trembled slightly in his arms. Likely embarrassed by the accusation of being a mistress, he gently patted her back, trying to comfort her. What nonsense are you talking about, Nar? I punish you by forbidding you from going to bed tonight. Ah, I'm sorry, Xiao Wu. Nar stuck out her tongue, clearly realizing her choice of words had caused a misunderstanding. Besides, if I don't go to bed, Sister Guyu will be left alone and might fall apart. Guyu playfully tapped Nar on the head. What nonsense are you spouting? All right, since Xiao Wu wishes to return to Nodding City, let us head back tonight. Gu Ran released Xiao Wu, and the group climbed into the carriage, setting off for Nodding City. It must be said that with the financial backing of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the carriage's opulence had significantly increased, and its speed was greatly enhanced, allowing them to arrive at their destination early the next morning. Upon reaching the academy's entrance, they spotted Tang San walking alongside a girl, engaged in lively conversation. In an instant, Xiao Wu felt as if the world was spinning, a buzzing sound filling her ears. Had it only been a few months, and Tang San had already found someone new? Instinctively, she covered her mouth, hot tears welling in her eyes, and the bundle in her hands fell to the ground, spilling out her change of clothes. The sound of the fallen bundle made Tang San turn around, and upon seeing Xiao Wu, he halted abruptly, a look of panic and embarrassment on his face. Xiao Wu, are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? Xiao Wu crossed her arms, deliberately adopting a stern expression. And you, Tang San, quite swift in moving on, I see. Tang San's face flushed crimson as he lowered his gaze, grasping the hem of his clothes. I'm sorry, at that time, I thought you. You needn't explain. Let us go, Gu Ran. Seeing Tang San's awkward demeanor, Xiao Wu felt a wave of disdain wash over her. She turned and pulled Gu Ran's arm, ready to leave. Wait, Miss Xiao Wu. At that moment, the girl beside Tang San spoke up, her features delicate, her tone apologetic. I'm Cui Hua, a classmate. Tang San approached me 2 weeks ago, expressing his feelings for me, and I was unaware that he already had a girlfriend. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand and slapped Tang San soundly, then covered her face and ran off. Xiao Wu did not turn back, resolutely leading Gu Ran into the academy, leaving Tang San standing there in stunned silence. Cui Hua. That name sounds familiar. Gu Ran followed behind Xiao Wu, recalling that she might be the girlfriend of Ma Hongjun from Shrek Academy. How interesting. It seemed destiny had intertwined their fates earlier than expected. Xiao Wu expertly guided the three of them to Yu Xiaojing's residence. At this moment, the master was still a distinguished teacher at Nodding Academy, holding a certain degree of prestige in this small town. After several months, Yu Xiaojing breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Xiao Wu safe and sound, though a furrow of concern creased his brow. Where have you been? Tang San and I searched the soul-hunting forest for ages without a trace. We were worried that I was rescued by a few kind-hearted soul masters who also assisted me in hunting soul rings. Xiao Wu casually fabricated an excuse, discreetly winking at Gu Ran. Master, these are my friends who wish to attend the Nodding Academy as well. Would that be convenient for you? Yu Xiaojing surveyed Gu Ran, Nar, and Guyu with a hint of surprise. The youths before him, seemingly of the same age as Tang San, possessed an inexplicable poise. Such prodigious talent, if taken as disciples, would surely elevate his status in the soul master realm exponentially. Ha! The gears of Yu Xiaojing's mind whirred with excitement, while his countenance maintained an air of composure as he stroked his non-existent beard. Since they are friends of Xiao Wu, Nodding Academy naturally welcomes them. However, the academy has regulations. New students must undergo a soul power assessment. May I inquire about your current soul power levels? Noticing the ill intentions behind Yu Xiaojing's expression, Gu Ran understood his ulterior motives, but chose to display politeness nonetheless. I am Gu Ran, a level 25 assault-type soul master. Yu Xiaojing gasped in astonishment, nearly disrupting the air he had just smoothed over with his imaginary beard. Level 25? Tang San of the same age has only just acquired his first soul ring. Yet this young man has already reached the rank of a great soul master, almost surpassing me. Yu Xiaojing stepped forward eagerly. A genius, truly a prodigy. With your talent, remaining at Nodding Academy would be a waste. Why not take me as your master? No need for that, Gu Ran interjected, casting a glance at the academy's entrance. We are merely seeking a temporary place to stay and a school to attend. Though rebuffed, Yu Xiaojing remained unperturbed, his enthusiasm only intensifying. Of course. By the way, what about the other two? Nar, imitating Gu Ran's demeanor, respectfully bowed to the master. Greetings, master. I am Nar, a level 29 control-type soul master. This is my sister, Guyu, a level 25 assault-type soul master. Nar nearly divulged her and Guyu's true prowess as rank 99 super Douluo, but she knew Yu Xiaojing would likely dismiss it as jest. The master listened with rapt attention, his excitement growing as he beheld these exceptionally gifted youngsters. Are they not far superior to that Tang San? I must take them as my disciples. Once I cultivate a few titled Douluos, they will surely bow before me. Surpassing that woman, Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, will eventually be mine. Ha! The more Yu Xiaojing contemplated, the more pleased he became, his smile stretching from ear to ear as he chuckled aloud. Gu Ran surmised that Yu Xiaojing was likely envisioning Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong, but little did he know. In due time, those two women would also join his harem. One could only wonder if Yu Xiaojing would still be laughing then. Chapter 10, The Work-Study Student Alliance. Lackey Wang Sheng. After Gu Ran and others departed from Yu Xiaojing's teacher's apartment, Tang San promptly followed suit. He was acutely aware of the misunderstanding with Xiao Wu and realized that he could hardly resolve it alone. He needed the master's assistance. Master, I just saw Xiao Wu return, Tang San stated directly, laying bare his intentions. However, there seems to be some misunderstanding between us, and our interaction has become rather unpleasant. Ah, ha ha ha, Xiao Wu just visited me as well, accompanied by 3 others. I'm not sure if you know them. Yu Xiaojing deliberately sidestepped Tang San's concern, redirecting the conversation towards the whereabouts of the others, as he was eager to take on disciples. After careful contemplation, Tang San reflected on both foes and benefactors from recent years, confirming that he had never encountered them before. He helplessly shrugged and shook his head. I have not seen them either. Observing this, Yu Xiaojing appeared to be deep in thought. I see. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? I wish to know how I can earn Xiao Wu's forgiveness. Tang San's teeth clenched, feeling somewhat powerless. In truth, had it not been for Zuowa's departure earlier that day, he might not have felt compelled to reconcile with Xiao Wu so soon. Both Xiao Wu and Tang San were work-study students at Notting Academy. And what did financially struggling work-study students lack? Money. If Tang San were to promise Xiao Wu a meal each day, she would likely be eager to return, but currently, he was without the company of a woman. As a man in his 20s, Tang San was inevitably drawn to female companionship. Oh, Yu Xiaojing discerned that Gu Ran and Xiao Wu shared an unusual rapport. If Tang San were to reconcile with Xiao Wu, he could certainly extract information from her. Manipulating these naive youngsters would be child's play for Yu Xiaojing. Why not inquire with Gu Ran, who is close to Xiao Wu? He surely knows the reason for her anger. That way, you can address the issue more effectively. Truly, the master was astute. With just a single remark, Tang San felt as though he had awakened from a dream. Indeed, regardless of Gu Ran's striking looks or formidable prowess, he was still merely a young lad. Persuading someone of Xiao Wu's age was Tang San's forte. Tang San retrieved a treasured handmade toy from beneath his dormitory bed. Crafted during his time learning forging techniques from Tang Hao, this intricately made toy would serve as a token of gratitude for Gu Ran. In the past, this strategy had protected him from campus bullying, and he was confident it would work again. However, when Tang San found Gu Ran, he was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Gu Ran was engaged in an affectionate embrace with Gu Yu in a small grove, while Nara languidly licked her lips, seemingly savoring a thought. Notably, Xiao Wu was absent. This was an opportune moment to win Gu Ran over. Hello, Gu Ran, I am Tang San, he announced, seemingly oblivious to the intimate display occurring before him as he patted Gu Ran on the back. This is a toy I made for you. Could you perhaps tell me how to make Xiao Wu happy again? Who are you? Can't you see that Gu Ran is busy? Gu Yu retorted, irritation evident in her voice. After all, Nara and Gu Ran had just shared a kiss for nearly half an hour before it was returned, and this stranger's interruption was understandably vexing. I am Tang San. This morning, we crossed paths at the entrance of the academy. Tang San maintained a courteous demeanor, yet his smile masked a palpable disdain that elicited a look of aversion from Gu Yu. Ah, so it is you, Tang San. I remember you, Gu Ran remarked, patting Tang San on the shoulder. This unexpected familiarity kindled a spark of arrogance within Tang San, who wore a mocking grin. To his surprise, Gu Ran had indeed heard of his illustrious name. It seemed his plans might soon come to fruition. Once he had successfully wooed Xiao Wu, he would lure her to his side, ensuring her dependence on him. How delightful. However, Gu Ran's next words struck Tang San like a thunderbolt. My girlfriend Xiao Wu has mentioned you before. You're merely a waste of a soul master with a blue-silver grass martial spirit. Gu Ran deliberately emphasized the term waste to humiliate Tang San. You seek death. Gu Ran. Tang San clenched his fists, ready to unleash his hidden weapon at any moment to end Gu Ran's life. A waste is a waste, both in martial spirit and in soul master. You, Tang San, embody both traits. How amusing. Gu Ran's taunts incited laughter from Gu Yu and Nar, further deepening Tang San's humiliation. Unable to contain himself any longer, Tang San subtly raised his hand. In that critical moment, Xiao Wu appeared. Stop, Tang San. Do not resort to such underhanded tactics, she shouted, placing herself protectively behind Gu Ran. Tang San watched as his once innocent and endearing childhood companion displayed such familiarity with another man. His fingers turned pale from clenching his fists, yet he restrained himself, inhaling deeply to regain his harmless facade. Haha, Xiao Wu, what are you saying? I merely intended to present a gift to Brother Gu Ran. See for yourself. Tang San revealed the carefully prepared offering, yet Xiao Wu swatted it away. Do not think I am oblivious to your intentions. Gu Ran is mine, she initially blurted, then reconsidered, shaking her head. Since Gu Ran had never openly declared his feelings for her, she hesitated, adding, he is my friend. You had best keep your distance. Once again, Xiao Wu took Gu Ran by the hand and departed, leaving Tang San standing alone in the aftermath. This is not right, master. I followed your instructions. Yet there was no effect. Tang San knelt before Yu Xiaojing, overwhelmed with despair. Yu Xiaojing vaguely sensed a subtle rise in Tang San's soul power, a surge fueled by hatred. If properly channeled, this could significantly expedite Tang San's cultivation. Indeed, Yu Xiaojing's insight was not misplaced. It subtly foreshadowed Tang San's eventual rise to power as the Rakshasa god, but that was a tale for another time. Clearing his throat, Yu Xiaojing helped Tang San to his feet. Have you considered that Xiao Wu's anger may not stem from your clandestine relationship with Zuowa, but rather from your lack of strength? Look at Gu Ran. He is flanked by Gu Yu and Nar, yet Xiao Wu shows no ire. If you prove your might by defeating Gu Ran, Xiao Wu will recognize your ambition and see you as a worthy man to entrust her future. The purpose behind Yu Xiaojing's words was not solely to provoke Tang San's feelings of animosity, but also to assess Gu Ran's capabilities. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaozhang's unwavering gaze once again stirred Tang San's resolve, prompting him to act decisively. Indeed, Xiaosan, why not unite with the 6th grade students and organize a contest to first exhaust Gu Ran's strength? This would enhance our chances of victory, he suggested. Yes, master. Tang San replied hurriedly, expressing his gratitude before dashing out. With Xiao Wu still in Gu Ran's clutches, every moment wasted could mean another second of torment for her. However, as Tang San unveiled this grand scheme of vengeance to the 6th grade students, he was met with skepticism. What reason do we have to assist you? One queried. Exactly. What do we gain from helping you? Another echoed. Noticing the shift in enthusiasm, Tang San quickly employed a persuasive strategy. Dear seniors, the beauty of Xiao Wu is undoubtedly evident to all, and Gu Ran is accompanied by 2 other stunning maidens. If we join forces to defeat him, Xiao Wu will be mine, and the other 2 shall be at your disposal. What say you? The allure of Tang San's proposal piqued the interest of the others. As Gu Yu and Na Er were indeed breathtaking. Even if they could merely enjoy their company once, it would be worth it, particularly for Wang Sheng, who had never conversed with a girl. He had long envied Tang San's companionship with Xiao Wu. On one occasion, he had secretly inhaled the scent of Xiao Wu's washed garments, and when Tang San caught him, he not only refrained from exposing him, but also encouraged him. Tang San, if you are wronged, I, Wang Sheng, will be the first to protest. Wang Sheng had become a loyal follower of Tang San, easily manipulated by him. Well done. Wang Sheng, I hereby declare the establishment of our work-study alliance. Wang Sheng, you shall be the vice-captain. Rest assured, as long as I, Tang San, have a morsel of meat, you shall have your share of the bone. The grand vision Tang San painted solidified Wang Sheng's belief that he had chosen the right path by following him. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was an inconsistency in Tang San's earlier words, but he dismissed it. Chapter 11. Tang San's overwhelming triumph and Xiao Wu's affectionate advance. Barely had the work-study alliance, led by Tang San, been established when he and his companions encircled Gu Ran and his group, who had just finished their dinner. Gu Ran held Gu Yu by the left hand and Na Er by the right, with Xiao Wu trailing behind, evoking envy in those who beheld the scene. Gu Ran, if you value your life, lend us those girls for a while and bow down to us before you depart. Wang Sheng, noting that Gu Ran was of similar age, spoke with a tone heavy with provocation. Most of the 6th grade students present were soul masters, and Wang Sheng, possessing the wolf spirit and a white soul ring, was more than capable of easily overpowering Gu Ran. Gu Ran looked at Wang Sheng with disdain, his eyes brimming with contempt, while Wang Sheng mistakenly believed that Gu Ran was intimidated by his prowess. Haha, Gu Ran, since you seem to be a clever individual, let us not bully you. If we all join forces and you cannot withstand us, then we shall claim those girls tonight. Nar's temper flared uncontrollably in an instant. The group before her, blind to the grandeur of their surroundings, not only provoked them, but audaciously dared to insult Guren. As Nar rolled up her sleeves, ready to engage, Guren swiftly intervened, gesturing with her eyes to quell Nar's anger. Fellow seniors, we have just arrived today and are unfamiliar with the local customs. How about this? Let us each take turns in a duel, and the victor shall receive a kiss from one of these young ladies. What do you say? Guren stepped back, pushing Xiao Wu to the forefront, a move that elicited cheers from the work-study alliance. Very well, let us commence forthwith. Tang San's gaze lingered on Xiao Wu, unable to suppress a drool. Wang Sheng, you go first. Xiao Wu's first kiss is a reward for you this time. Wang Sheng grinned lewdly, cracking his knuckles, the joints emitting a series of sharp cracks. His dark wolf spirit surged forth, ears pointed and erect, revealing a grin that displayed a set of sharp canine teeth, while white spirit rings shimmered beneath his feet. Don't worry, little brother, I'll be gentle. Begin. Wang Sheng howled as he lunged forward, his wolf claw slicing through the air towards Guren's face. The onlooking students erupted in laughter, deeming this arrogant youth to have no chance of victory. Yet, Tang San narrowed his eyes, his purple extreme magic eyes capturing the peculiar footwork of Guren, which was far from ordinary for a spirit master. With a swift motion, Wang Sheng's claw grazed Guren's sleeve, tearing away a few threads. As he attempted to pursue, he found Guren's figure suddenly blurring before him, only to be met with a soft yet penetrating impact to his abdomen. He flew backward like a ragdoll, crashing to the ground, clutching his stomach and unable to rise for quite some time. Xiao Wu dusted off Guren's shoulders and tilted her head towards the stunned crowd. Shall we continue? The others gasped at the sight, their resolve wavering. I concede, you are indeed formidable. Tang San slowly raised his hands at his sides. The blue-silver grass spirit sprouted like mushrooms after rain, its light blue vines dancing gracefully as white spirit rings emerged from beneath his feet. But I am not like Wang Sheng. Guren, do you dare to face my technique? White spirit rings. The spectators were taken aback, for despite being a first year, Tang San stood alongside the 6th year Wang Sheng as a spirit master. What? Is this true? Tang San is actually this powerful. Hearing their astonished praises, Tang San couldn't help but beam with pride. Guren, you now recognize my prowess. I am a level 11, one-ring control system spirit master. Just a mere clown. Guren spread his hands and shook his head, delivering a significant blow to Tang San's pride. I, Tang San, possess innate full spirit power and have absorbed the solitary bamboo spirit for 90 years. The resilience of the blue-silver grass vines is not something the average person can withstand. Previously, even Master was immobilized by my bindings. What? This must be a mistake. You are worthless. Yu Xiaozhang is the epitome of ineptitude. You seek death. Tang San's temples throbbed as the white spirit ring surged upwards. The The blue-silver grass vines exploded in size, ensnaring Guren's limbs. These vines were 3 times thicker than ordinary blue-silver grass, their surfaces riddled with fine barbs. A clear testament to the characteristics bestowed by the 90-year solitary bamboo spirit ring. Guren gazed at the blue-silver grass advancing toward his face. Yet he felt no fear. First spirit skill, summon. Fire Dragon King. The 9 colored rings upon Guren flickered momentarily, and a torrent of blazing flames erupted from the rift in space, with a series of hisses. The resilient blue-silver grass was severed as if it were mere rotting wood, the severed ends emitting wisps of black smoke. My blue-silver grass. Tang San's pupils constricted sharply. He could acutely sense the searing pain transmitted by his martial soul. Those incinerated vines felt as though they were pieces of flesh being torn from his own body. Gasps of astonishment echoed around him as the students observed the charred remnants swirling in the air, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. That was a fortified blue-silver grass capable of withstanding wolf claws. Yet, it had been obliterated by Guren in a single strike. Innate full spirit power? Guren's voice was laced with icy derision. Is he still just a waste? Guren seized Tang San's wrist, and an overwhelming force compelled him to kneel. His face flushing crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. The pride born of his innate full spirit power was crushed in that moment. He could feel the gazes of those around him, some sympathetic, others mocking, but most were filled with disbelief. The genius Tang San, once revered, was now rendered powerless beneath another. Guyu suddenly chuckled lightly. Tang San, did you just say you wanted to kiss Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu promptly scrunched her nose and made a face at the prostrate Tang San. Nar, crossing her arms, teased. Should we let Brother Guren reward you with a kiss? Tang San's teeth ground together, his eyes brimming with tears of humiliation. He shot a defiant glance at Guren, flames of resentment igniting within him. I will not concede. Xiao Wu, come here. Upon hearing Guren's call, Xiao Wu hopped over like an obedient little rabbit, tilting her face up and asking, What is it, Brother Guren? Guren reached out to tousle her hair. Someone mentioned wanting your kiss just now. He cast a sidelong glance at the prostrate Tang San, his tone laced with faint mockery. Xiao Wu immediately grasped his intention, turning toward the humiliated Tang San and sticking out her tongue. Not a chance. I belong to Brother Guren. As she spoke, she purposefully edged behind Guren, as if Tang San were a fearsome beast. This scene pierced Tang San's heart like a poisoned dagger. He clenched his fists tightly, nails digging into his palms. Blood trickling down unnoticed. His prideful innate, full spirit power, the blue-silver grass he cherished, appeared utterly feeble before Guren, and even Xiao Wu, the one he cherished, was so close to another. Guren, you wait for me. Tang San roared, his voice hoarse from rage and humiliation. He sprang to his feet, staggering back a few steps, his gaze filled with venomous intent directed at Guren. The humiliation of this day, I, Tang San, shall repay 100-fold. Guren did not even raise an eyebrow, merely taking Xiao Wu's hand, and then grasping Guyu and Nara as well. Let us depart. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, causing the antagonist Tang San to collapse, thus earning the secret reward, blue-silver evil power. Upon utilization, this will enable the blue-silver grass martial soul to evolve into blue-silver thorns, resulting in the Soul Master's complete descent into an evil Soul Master, albeit with a significantly accelerated cultivation speed. Guren, upon observing this reward, could not help but chuckle at the plight of poor Tang San. Originally of the blue-silver emperor bloodline, it seems he is destined to tread the path of an evil Soul Master. Chapter 12. The Renown of Haoyan. Are you the son of Tang Hao? How infuriating. When did Xiao Wu become like this? Upon returning to his dormitory that night, Tang San lay on his bed, meticulously recalling every moment spent with Xiao Wu. It was puzzling. She had been adept at concealing her true feelings until that fateful moment when she was abducted by the Titan Great Ape. Oh, Xiao Wu mentioned this morning that it was Guren who saved her from the clutches of the Titan Great Ape. No wonder. No wonder her words had turned so sharp and caustic. The instigator of all this mischief was none other than Guren. Surely, Xiao Wu must have been enchanted by him. Yes, it had to be so. Without hesitation, Tang San set off in search of Master Yu Xiaojing, realizing that only a scholar of vast knowledge could unravel this predicament. In the library, Tang San found the master, who was currently engaged in the act of transcribing knowledge from an ancient text into his own work. It was not exactly plagiarism. A distinguished master like Yu Xiaojing was merely drawing inspiration. Tang San briefly recounted how Guren had thoroughly defeated him and Wang Sheng with ease, without exerting his full strength, and most critically, had taken Xiao Wu away. Yu Xiaojing set down his pen, reflecting inwardly that Guren was indeed a youthful hero, surpassing even Tang San. There are no useless martial souls, only inept soul masters. Resolute, Yu Xiaojing decided he must recruit Guren during this period, employing any means necessary, whether gentle or forceful. With both Guren and Tang San as his disciples, he would be able to embrace both Bai Bai Dong and Lu Erlong. How delightful. Truly, I, Yu Xiaojing, am worthy of the title of master. He swallowed hard and adopted an aloof demeanor. Tang San, I have resolved to implement a new strategy. Initially, I intended to wait until your blue-silver grass martial soul reached level 90 before allowing you to absorb the soul ring of the Haoyan hammer, as you are the second soul master in the history of Douluo Continent to possess twin martial souls. However, I have now decided to let you absorb the soul ring for the Haoyan hammer, allowing both martial souls to be cultivated simultaneously, which will undoubtedly accelerate your cultivation speed tremendously. Yu Xiaojing explained with great confidence, having noted that Bai Baidong cultivated both martial souls concurrently, greatly enhancing her strength. However, in truth, Yu Xiaojing was mistaken. He had committed the error of empirical reasoning. The reason for Bai Baidong's rapid progress was that both her martial souls were spider emperors, while Tang San's were blue silver grass and Haotian hammer. Cultivating them together would significantly hinder his progress. Nonetheless, this disparity would be mitigated, as Gu Ran would utilize the blue-silver evil power to aid Tang San's growth. The following day, on his way to school, Tang San sought out Gu Ran once more. After receiving guidance from Master Yu Xiaojing the previous day, he realized that his defeat was due to his failure to wield the Haotian hammer. At that moment, Gu Ran was accompanied solely by Xiao Wu, presenting an opportune moment to strike. What is the Haotian hammer? It is the foremost weapon spirit in the world. In the presence of the Haotian hammer, how could Gu Ran dare to act recklessly? Tang San, observing the intimate interaction between Gu Ran and Xiao Wu, could no longer suppress his frustration. Dare you challenge me once more? The victor claimed Xiao Wu. Gu Ran, witnessing Tang San's exasperation, placed a hand around Xiao Wu's waist and laughed heartily. Are you here to seek your own demise, Tang San? I suggest you retire for the night. Xiao Wu's grace last evening was truly mesmerizing. You seek death. Tang San glared at their affectionate gestures, the malicious expression on Gu Ran's face contrasting sharply with Xiao Wu's flushed cheeks. His suspicions were confirmed. It was clear that Gu Ran had employed some trickery to ensnare Xiao Wu's heart. I must strike first and decisively. A glint of cold light flickered in Tang San's eyes. As his words fell, his left hand shot upward, and the Haotian hammer, dark as ink and adorned with intricate patterns, materialized suddenly. The air seemed to freeze at the appearance of the Haotian hammer, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, coalescing into visible black currents that entwined around the hammer's body, accompanied by a deep, resonant hum, reminiscent of an awakening ancient beast, exuding a palpable pressure that sent shivers down one's spine. Die! Tang San bellowed, his overwhelming soul power flooding into the Haotian hammer like a raging tide. In an instant, he transformed into a black meteor, imbued with the force to split mountains and shatter stones, as he hurtled toward Gu Ran with the intent to strike. This blow encompassed all his strength, further enhanced by the mastery of his long-practiced chaotic cloak hammer method, each swing harboring a terrifying cumulative force, determined to obliterate his rival. However, Gu Ran seemed to have anticipated this. A faint, cold smile graced his lips as Xiao Wu in his embrace had yet to react. He swiftly drew the golden dragon spear from his waist with the swiftness of lightning. The golden dragon spear shimmered with dazzling light, akin to a true dragon poised for flight, its roar resonating throughout the heavens and earth. Faced with the oncoming Haotian hammer, Gu Ran stood firm, unflinching. The tip of the golden dragon spear quivered slightly, and in an instant, countless golden spear shadows emerged, forming an impenetrable golden barrier. When the Haotian hammer collided with the golden dragon spear, a terrifying shockwave erupted from the point of impact, sweeping outward like a tempest. The ground cracked instantly, and countless fragments were hurled into the sky by the overwhelming force. Tang San felt an unparalleled might surge through the Haotian hammer, causing his hands to split, blood spurting forth, as he was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away, raising a cloud of dust. However, when Xiao Wu, observing from the sidelines, beheld the Haotian hammer beside Tang San, she stood frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief and shock, her lips quivering slightly, her voice laced with profound disappointment and anger. Tang San, you have indeed been deceiving me all along. Unwilling to disclose even such a significant matter, Xiao Wu could hardly fathom it. Had it not been for Gu Ran, she would have remained oblivious to Tang San's secrets. Tang San had concealed his Haotian hammer martial soul solely to await the opportune moment to capture her as a soul ring. He was, after all, the son of Haotian Douluo. What other explanation could account for such numerous coincidences, particularly in the small town of Soto, where a person bearing the surname Tang wielded the Haotian hammer? Let us depart, Gu Ran. Xiao Wu grasped Gu Ran's hand firmly. And you, Tang San, heed my warning. Do not dare to harm me or Gu Ran, or I shall not let you off lightly. Observing Xiao Wu's resolute demeanor shattered Tang San's heart completely. He bit down hard, drawing blood from the corner of his mouth. Cursed Gu Ran, you have indeed put Xiao Wu under your spell. Tang San knelt upon the ground, pounding the earth with all his might, exclaiming in frustration, damn it, I may not be able to defeat Gu Ran now, but I shall double my efforts and adhere strictly to the master's guidance. He shouted hoarsely at Gu Ran, who had not yet departed. Gu Ran, 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. At that moment, Gu Ran paid him no mind, continuing to comfort Xiao Wu, stroking her ponytail. Tang San could not possibly think he was Xiao Yan, could he? Once a prodigious youth, Tang San had now fallen to a state of contempt. Not just in the present, but the future shall hold the same. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, to love Xiao Wu, and thus receiving the reward of the 9-color divine ring, Space Dragon King. Upon seeing this reward, Gu Ran could not help but feel a surge of joy. Thank you, Tang San, for solidifying Xiao Wu's final determination. The system's notification of task completion signifies that Xiao Wu has entrusted her heart to me, allowing me to act freely with her henceforth. Do not inquire why the love task was completed so swiftly. Gu Ran harbored equal affection for every beauty of the Douluo Continent. That evening, within Gu Ran's chamber, Nar entered, astonished, as Xiao Wu approached with a basin. Sister Xiao Wu, what brings you here? I heard you mention that Gu Ran would feast on abalone tonight. Behold, this is the abalone I just stewed, still warm. Xiao Wu lifted the basin closer, revealing the succulent abalone within. Gu Yu, observing this unexpected scene, could not suppress a chuckle. Sister Xiao Wu, you seem to have misunderstood. The abalone Gu Ran referred to is. Nodder leaned closer to Xiao Wu, providing a detailed explanation that this abalone was not what she initially thought. Whether it was not his breath or not, Xiao Wu's ears began to redden. It turned out that Gu Yu and Nar had been engaging in dual cultivation with Gu Ran every night, explaining the peculiar sounds heard during their slumber. Xiao Wu understood well what dual cultivation entailed, and under Gu Ran's gaze, she reached towards her shoulders. Really, why do you keep staring at me? My figure isn't ample enough. You must not disdain me. As Gu Ran gazed at the scene before him, he instinctively embraced Xiao Wu. How could I possibly harbor any disdain for such an adorable little bunny? I yearned to kiss every inch of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu wriggled her body in response to Gu Ran's movements, revealing that she had long been mentally prepared for this moment. May I savor Xiao Wu more meticulously? At this juncture, why ask further? Gu Ran inhaled sharply. An elusive scent of milky caramel wafted from Xiao Wu, explaining why each encounter felt like their hearts drew closer. Ah, must I truly explore that area? It does indeed evoke a tinge of embarrassment. Xiao Wu turned her head, striving to avoid locking eyes with Gu Ran. Huffing in playful annoyance, how dare you make such a loud spectacle to tease me? How vexing. Chapter 13. Tang Hao's debut. Why is my son's soul ring white? The nights at Notting Academy were infused with the warm aroma of burning pine. In the faculty dormitory where Yu Xiaojing resided, a faint flicker of yellow candlelight emanated from the window. Yu Xiaojing was engrossed in his open books, scribbling notes and sketches, beside the theoretical diagrams of soul rings. Dense annotations filled the page, meticulously detailing the fluctuations of soul power he observed in Gu Ran. Yu Xiaojing could hardly contain his excitement, the sound of his pen scratching against the paper resonating in the quiet room. At the age of 8, holding the rank of a level 30 soul master, with an extraordinary soul ring color that could summon dragons to assist in combat, Yu Xiaojing murmured to himself, his tone brimming with pride, as if Gu Ran's achievements were solely his own. Such talent surpassed that of Tang San by 100-fold. Tang San was merely a combination of the Haotian hammer and a worthless blue-silver grass. Had it not been for his dual martial souls, Yu Xiaojing would never have taken in such a mediocre individual. Suddenly, the sound of singing wafted from outside the apartment. Yu Xiaojing's hand trembled as he looked up, the candlelight flickering in response. What music could possibly disturb this serene environment? His apartment, perfectly situated, was free from the clamor of strings and bamboo, befitting his master's scholarly pursuits. Who plucks the strings of the heart, leaving behind a longing farewell? Who? Yu Xiaojing forced himself to remain calm, retreating behind Luo Sanpao, whose hefty form quivered at his feet. This small city of Notting had never housed a presence that could quicken his heartbeat. The pressure felt as substantial as a mountain, causing the very air to tremble and his soul power to stagnate within him. As the wooden door was kicked open, a towering figure stood silhouetted against the light. Clad in a tattered black robe, his left arm revealed bulging muscles marred by grotesque scars, and he wielded a massive black hammer in his right hand, its head glowing with a faint red light, each intricate pattern seemingly entwined with thunder. His face was obscured by the shadow of his hood, but his murky yet piercing eyes fixated intently on Yu Xiaojing. Who are you? Yu Xiaojing's voice quivered, while Luo Sanpao huddled in fear, his tail tucked between his legs. Trembling, Yu Xiaojing, came Tang Hao's voice, grating like rusted iron scraping against metal. Each word sent Yu Xiaojing's heart racing. Why is your first soul ring white? Yuxiagang immediately discerned the identity of the unexpected visitor before him. The aura, the hammer, combined with his reference to Tang San, could only belong to the legendary Haotian Douluo, who had dealt a heavy blow to the spirit hall and had lived in seclusion for many years. Tang, Senior Tang Hao. Yuxiagang felt his legs weaken, collapsing unceremoniously before Tang Hao. He should have anticipated that with Tang Hao's perceptive abilities, he would surely sense the fluctuations of spirit power when Tang San absorbed his spirit ring. Yet, he could never have imagined that this Haotian Douluo would personally come to confront him with such an accusatory demeanor. Tang Hao remained silent, merely stepping forward. With each footfall, the ground trembled slightly, and the hem of his black robe swept across the stone floor, leaving behind fine cracks. He lifted his hand to reveal his hooded face, weathered by time, a scar stretching from his brow to his chin, and his eyes burned with an intensity that seemed capable of igniting the very air around him. Senior, please quell your anger. Yuxiagang hastily gestured, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This matter is quite complex. The day the soul-hunting forest experienced its sudden anomaly, all soul beasts mysteriously vanished, leaving only a few solitary bamboos of 90 years. I was left with no choice. No choice. Tang Hao surged closer, the Haotian hammer in his palm emitting a low, ominous hum. I, a descendant of the Tang family, the heir of the Haotian hammer, have my first spirit ring be a mere 10-year soul beast? How shall the world regard me? Tang Hao, how shall they view the Haotian sect? Senior, please consider. Yuxiagang's voice grew sharp with urgency. Though Xiao San's blue-silver grass may be a useless martial spirit, it harbors innate, full spirit power. I intended to find him a century-old spirit ring, but given the circumstances in a soul-hunting forest. He paused, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Moreover, While the bamboo spirit ring is of lesser age, it perfectly complements the resilience of the blue-silver grass, establishing a foundation for future cultivation. This was a thoroughly contemplated choice. Foundation? Tang Hao was amused by this reasoning, bursting into laughter. The master's theory is indeed exquisite, capable of embellishing even a 10-year spirit ring. Yuxiagang's mind raced, devising a perfect solution. Senior, this is a theory of mine. The cultivation of Shao San's blue-silver grass martial spirit does not require overly high spirit ring levels. Rather, it is the spirit ring of the Haotian hammer that holds significance. Seeing that Tang Hao's fury seemed to be gradually abating, Yuxiagang exhaled in relief. Thus, Senior, once Shao San breaks through to the 30th level, I shall take him to hunt for a spirit ring for the Haotian hammer, ensuring that his martial spirit will possess a minimum age of 1,000 years. Oh, you speak so lightly of it. Pray tell, when will Shao San break through to become a spirit master? Provide me with a definite timeline. Senior need not worry. I have a disciple who, after my meticulous training, has also become a spirit master at a similar age to Shao San. Therefore, within a year, Shao San will surely elevate by several levels. Humph, you had best deliver on your promise. Tang Hao snorted coldly, turning and disappearing into the night. Yuxiagang silently rejoiced, grateful for the genius Gu ran as a precedent. Otherwise, he might have found himself in dire straits. Yet, as the old saying goes, surviving great adversity brings forth future blessings. Indeed, at that moment, a clear, youthful voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Master? With a hint of deliberate respect in his tone, how do you fare? Yu Xiaojing turned to gaze outside the door, where he found Gu Ran standing at the gate with his hands clasped behind his back. The slender figure of the 8-year-old boy exuded an air of confidence. Gu Ran, what brings you here? Yu Xiaojing exclaimed in surprise and doubt. At such a critical juncture, this lad had truly come. Could it be that he sought guidance in the dead of night? Master, I have come to a realization. I require your teachings and sincerely hope for your guidance in the future, Gu Ran said with an innocent smile, causing Yu Xiaojing's heart to race. The prospect of Gu Ran voluntarily seeking him as a mentor was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. You wish to become my disciple? Yu Xiaojing suppressed his overwhelming joy, adopting a demeanor of profound mystery. Are you aware of the rules I have for accepting students? Of course, Gu Ran nodded earnestly, his gaze sincere. A true master has no worthless martial spirits, only misguided soul masters. I wholeheartedly agree. I am but a novice. Although my martial spirit is formidable, I suffer from a lack of guidance in cultivation methods. If I could receive your instruction, I would be immensely grateful. Such flattery made Yu Xiaojing feel elated, prompting him to scrutinize Gu Ran further. This youth was not only exceptionally gifted but also possessed an admirable emotional intelligence, far more appealing than the reticent Tang San. Seeing this, Yu Xiaojing quickly seized the opportunity. Since you possess this determination, I shall accept you as my disciple. Furthermore, you shall be my foremost apprentice, and Tang San will address you as senior brother. That works splendidly, Gu Ran said, suddenly shifting the topic as he looked at Yu Xiaojing. Before we proceed with the formalities of apprenticeship, I have a method that can aid Tang San in his rapid development. Yu Xiaojing's gaze sharpened instantly. What method? Could it be that the promise made to Tang Hao was about to be fulfilled? This lad, on his very first day of apprenticeship, was ready to unveil the burning technique. Gu Ran produced a jade vial from within his robe and poured out a pitch-black pill, its surface swirling with tendrils of dark energy, exuding a peculiar sweet and fishy aroma. This is a condensed essence pill from a fearsome beast, he explained. Upon consumption, it will stimulate the evolution of the blue-silver grass martial spirit. While it may imbue the soul power with a trace of malevolence, it can significantly accelerate the cultivation speed and compensate for the shortcomings in the duration of soul rings through sheer strength. Yu Xiaojing stared at the pill, his pupils constricting sharply. The aura it emanated was utterly sinister. Yet, upon reflection, Gu Ran's words rang true. As of now, there was no clear definition of evil soul masters in Douluo Continent. If it meant gaining strength, who could say what was right or wrong? Especially for Tang San. If he could harness this power to grow swiftly, it might indeed be a shortcut. Well, Yu Xiaojing feigned hesitation. What are the side effects of this pill? It may temporarily affect one's mental state, leading to irritability and obsession, Gu Ran candidly replied. But with proper guidance, if one can channel that anger into motivation, it could actually expedite breakthroughs. Moreover, Tang San has recently acquired enmity with me. This is the perfect opportunity to awaken the dark power. Yu Xiaojing secretly admired the brilliance of the plan. How ingenious. The use of hatred as a driving force was precisely the new strategy he had contemplated earlier in the day. Gu Ran's thoughts aligned seamlessly with his own. Gu Ran extended the pill towards him, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Rest assured, master, my words are not empty. With a smile, Gu Ran departed from Yu Xiaojing's apartment, though his gaze had turned cold. Excellent. The first step has been successfully accomplished. Allow Yu Xiaojing to thrust Tang San into the abyss of the evil soul master, rendering this master the harbinger of doom for a once promising talent. As for the apprenticeship, merely a ruse to better witness the unfolding drama. Gu Ran could almost envision Tang San being consumed by the malevolent blue-silver power, sinking deeper into the mire of hatred. And the architect of this calamity, with a satisfied expression, patted his shoulder, reveling in the prospect of a future filled with flourishing disciples. Ha ha ha. Gu Ran had come to seek tutelage this evening because Gu Yu had sensed the aura of a titled law emanating from Yu Xiaojing's abode. Gu Ran had surmised that the visitor must be Tang Hao, and thus he concealed himself outside the door, eavesdropping for a while. Coincidentally, Gu Ran was pondering how to silently employ the blue-silver evil power on Tang San, and this presented an opportune chance to also grant Yu Xiaojing a favor. Chapter 14. Evolution of the Blue-Silver Thorn, Evil Soul Master Tang San. The moonlight in Nodding Academy always carried a hint of dampness. The paper of the teacher's dormitory windows rustling in the night breeze. Yu Xiaojing clutched the pitch-black pill handed to him by Gu Ran. The swirling dark energy writhed like a living entity, emitting a sickly sweet aroma that tightened his throat. This essence was anything but righteous soul power. Yet it exuded an alluring, heart-stopping temptation. Could this truly elevate Little San's soul power dramatically? Yu Xiaojing's voice bore a barely perceptible urgency. He deliberately disregarded the sinister aura. His mind filled with visions of Tang San breaking through his bottleneck, the Haotian hammer reigning supreme across the continent. If he could validate his theory, what did a little risk matter? Hatred fuels growth, Yu Xiaojing murmured to himself, recalling the image of Tang San kneeling and weeping earlier that day. The unwillingness swirling in the child's eyes. Indeed, suffering is the finest catalyst. Had Bibi Dong not endured her tribulations, how could she have achieved such greatness today? Excellent. Yu Xiaojing clenched the pill tightly, a fierce determination flashing in his eyes. Once Little San grows stronger, I shall ensure that those who mocked his white soul rings see him in a new light. Just then, a timid voice came from outside the courtyard gate. Master, may I come in? Is it Little San? Come in. Yu Xiaojing's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated Tang San's arrival and quickly concealed the pill within his sleeve. Tang San entered, noticing the damaged door and windows, and an ominous premonition washed over him. Little San, come here. Yu Xiaojing beckoned, his tone unusually gentle. I have something for you. Tang San hesitated but stepped forward, watching as Yu Xiaojing extracted the pitch-black pill from his sleeve. The peculiar sweet and pungent aroma immediately enveloped his senses. Tang San furrowed his brow. Master, what is this? A substance that will empower you. Yu Xiaojing's voice dripped with temptation. Consume it, and you will swiftly surpass Gu Ran, bringing Xiao Wu back to your side. Is that true? Tang San's eyes instantly sparkled, all doubts vanishing in the wake of the thought of surpassing Gu Ran. He snatched the pill without a second thought and placed it into his mouth. The pill dissolved upon contact, a surge of searing energy rushing from his dantian to his limbs, and as it coursed through him, his soul power indeed began to surge wildly. However, simultaneously, an uncontrollable sense of fury surged within him. As images of Gu Ran and Xiao Wu in affectionate proximity flashed before his mind, with anger growing like rampant weeds. Ah! Tang San let out a low roar, and the blue-silver grass erupted from his palm, not the pale blue of before, but now tainted with an ominous black hue. The thorns along the tendrils glimmered with a chilling light, exuding a disquieting aura. This is... Tang San felt a mix of astonishment and elation as he sensed an unprecedented power coursing through him, unable to suppress a loud laugh. I have become stronger. I have truly become stronger. Gu Ran stood at a distance, observing Tang San being consumed by dark energy with a cold gaze. The black blue-silver grass twisted and danced under the moonlight, resembling ravenous venomous serpents, while an expression of uncharacteristic malevolence began to emerge in Tang San's eyes. Yu Xiaojing, however, was filled with exuberance. Excellent. Little San, this is the shortcut I have prepared for you. Your martial spirit has evolved from blue-silver grass to blue-silver thorns. From this day forth, you shall cultivate along this newfound power, and I shall teach you how to transform hatred into motivation. Tang San nodded emphatically, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Ran, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Gu Ran, wait for it. I will soon surpass you. Gu Ran responded with a gentle smile, yet internally whispered, yes, hurry along. Hurry into the abyss. Hurry to become a true evil soul master. By then, even the gods descending to earth will be unable to save you. He knew that from the moment Tang San consumed the elixir, the fate of Douluo Continent had begun to deviate from its original course, for this malevolent power would likely attract the attention of the Rakshasa deity. And he, Gu Ran, would be the principal orchestrator of this deviation. As the morning mist over Nodding Academy had yet to dissipate, the central playground was already teeming with students drawn to the spectacle. Tang San stood at the forefront of the crowd, the blue-silver thorns flickering around him, the tips of the tendrils glowing with an eerie light, a stark contrast to the previous blue-silver grass. In merely 3 days, his soul power had surged from level 11 to level 18, a velocity that even the usually composed Yu Xiaojing found astonishing. Gu Ran, come out and face your demise. Tang San's voice, rendered hoarse by the catalyzing dark energy, bore a roughness beyond that of his peers. Standing atop the stone steps, he scanned the onlookers, his eyes betraying an irrepressible excitement and hostility. In the 3 days since he had consumed the blue-silver evil energy, he had trained nightly amidst hatred. The images of Gu Ran and Xiao Wu in their intimate moments piercing his heart like venomous thorns, yet also serving as the finest fuel to spur his strength. The crowd parted to form a path, and Gu Ran, holding Xiao Wu's hand, stepped forward slowly, flanked by Gu Yu and Nar on either side. Clad in a pristine white shirt, sunlight filtered through the mist to illuminate his hair, forming a striking contrast to Tang San's shadowy demeanor. It has only been 3 days. Yet your soul power has indeed advanced significantly, my junior brother. Gu Ran's gaze lingered momentarily on the black blue-silver grass enveloping Tang San, a playful smile curling at his lips. It seems the elixir master provided you has proven quite effective. Enough of this idle chatter. Tang San abruptly raised his hand, seizing the moment when Gu Ran was caught off guard. The blue-silver thorns, accompanied by a piercing whistle, surged towards Gu Ran's head. Today, I shall demonstrate who the true genius of Nodding Academy is. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Tang San's blue-silver grass had not only accelerated several folds, but was also adorned with dense barbs, glinting with a venomous sheen, clearly more aggressive than before. Xiao Wu instinctively moved forward, yet Gu Ran restrained her shoulder. Hold on, let us observe Tang San's progress over these past few days. Gu Ran's voice remained calm, yet he deftly twirled, evading the entanglement of the blue-silver grass with an ethereal grace. The inky tendrils brushed past his trousers, leaving faint corrosive marks upon the bluestone tiles. Oh, does this blue-silver grass bear poison? Nara raised an eyebrow, her hand subtly gripping the dagger at her waist. Having missed his strike, Tang San's eyes flared with malice. First soul skill, bind. The white soul ring beneath him illuminated, causing the blue-silver thorns to suddenly swell several times in size, surging towards Gu Ran like a tidal wave, weaving into an impenetrable net that obscured the sunlight. This strike was significantly stronger than those in the soul-hunting forest, evidently enhanced by the power of evil energy. Yu Xiaojing stood at the rear of the crowd, his eyes gleaming with pride. He had adjusted Tang San's soul skill application the previous night, enabling a perfect fusion of blue-silver evil energy and soul skills. This strike's might could rival that of a level 20 soul master. It's over. Tang San sneered arrogantly, envisioning Gu Ran ensnared by the blue-silver grass in a state of utter disarray. However, in the next instant, his smile froze upon his face. First soul skill, please. Fire Dragon King. Gu Ran calmly unleashed his soul skill, 3 9-colored soul rings rotating slowly beneath him, dazzling 100 times brighter than Tang San's white soul ring. This is impossible, Tang San exclaimed in disbelief, acutely feeling the searing pain emanating from his martial soul, as if the burnt tendrils were flesh being torn from his own body. Tang San, do you think that merely enhancing your soul power will grant you victory over me? His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly across the playground. Nonsense. Angered, Tang San unleashed the full force of his evil energy. The inky blue-silver grass wildly growing and coalescing into a sharp spear, whistling through the air as it lunged towards Gu Ran's heart. I will kill you. This attack had transcended the realm of soul skills, entirely a manifestation of uncontrolled evil energy. Yu Xiaojing's expression shifted subtly. Tang San had actually learned to create his own soul skill. A genius, indeed, truly worthy of being the son of the Haotian Douluo. A glint of cold light flashed in Gu Ran's eyes. He would no longer hold back. Third soul skill, please. Space Dragon King. With a low command, the Space Dragon King devoured Tang San's blue-silver grass spear into the void, making it vanish. Gu Ran then raised his hand, hurling the golden dragon spear, its radiant power forcing Tang San to retreat repeatedly. He could distinctly sense the threat of death. The malevolent energy within him began to stir uneasily under the pressure of the golden dragon spear, as if facing a natural enemy. You have lost. Gu Ran's voice was chillingly cold. To wield power summoned by evil energy, yet lack control, how dare you still call yourself a genius? Tang San clutched his head, howling in anguish as clarity in his gaze was consumed by fury. He lunged towards Gu Ran, vowing that Gu Ran would meet a dreadful fate, declaring that he would perish alongside him. You foolish wretch. Gu Yu scoffed, swiftly positioning herself in front of Gu Ran. A chilling aura erupted from her, instantly freezing Tang San in place. Ice crystals spread from beneath his feet, encasing him entirely within a frosty sculpture, leaving only his bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at Gu Ran. The playground fell into a hushed silence, all present stunned by the sudden turn of events. No one anticipated that Tang San, whose soul power had surged dramatically, would suffer such a humiliating defeat, nor did they foresee the extent of Gu Ran's formidable strength. Gu Ran approached the ice sculpture, gazing at the furious Tang San within, and slowly spoke, You are still but a waste, Tang San. Ha ha. With that, he turned and took Xiao Wu's hand, escorted by Gu Yu and Nar. As they departed the playground, within the confines of the ice sculpture, Tang San's expression gradually shifted from rage to venomous spite. He fixated on the direction in which Gu Ran had departed, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister smile. Gu Ran, just wait for me. In his mind, corrupted by the blue-silver evil power, a more deranged plan began to take root. He vowed to become stronger, powerful enough to trample Gu Ran beneath his feet, strong enough to compel all to bow before him. Chapter 15. The initial formation of the villainous alliance. Every morning, a familiar sound echoed outside Gu Ran's apartment. The barking of a dog. Gu Ran, come out. On yet another misty morning, the entire academy was shrouded in fog. Tang San emerged from the haze, dark, twisted blue-silver thorns writhing at his feet. In just a month, his soul power had surged once more, reaching the threshold of level 20. With the white soul ring entwined by a faint black mist, a manifestation of the complete fusion of the blue-silver evil power with the soul ring. This enhancement amplified the effects of the soul ring's abilities. Yawning, Gu Ran stepped out of his dormitory, followed by Xiao Wu, who nibbled on a carrot, alongside Gu Yu and Nar, who watched the scene unfold with folded arms. Gu Ran, clad in loose morning exercise attire and still half asleep, regarded Tang San as merely an annoying insect. Tang San, can't you choose a different time every day to stir up trouble? Nar complained, rubbing her tired eyes. Disturbing brother Gu Ran's sleep will only make you less attractive. Tang San's cunning gaze flicked towards Xiao Wu before fixating intently on Gu Ran. Less chatter. Within 3 days, I, Tang San, will break through level 20. and this time, you shall kneel and beg for mercy. And you, Guran, since the last time I met you, your soul power has shown no sign of progress. What a pity for you. Ha ha. Before Tang San could finish his taunt, the blue-silver thorns erupted violently, transforming into countless sharp spikes that shot towards Guran. Tang San was no paragon of virtue. Surprise was his ally in battle. The thorns glimmered ominously, laced with the lethal poison he had crafted himself. This was a blatant assassination attempt, employing the hidden weapons of the Tang sect from his past life, with no mercy spared. First soul skill, bind. Guran, are you prepared to meet your demise? Rest assured, I will take good care of Xiao Wu for you. You can depart with peace of mind. As Guran's second soul ring illuminated, the air before him instantaneously solidified into a formidable ice wall. The blue-silver thorns collided with the icy barrier, producing a series of crisp, ringing sounds, while venom splattered against the surface, releasing wisps of white smoke. Yet it could not penetrate, nor did it inflict even the slightest damage upon the wall. It was the same old routine. Guran yawned, and suddenly, the ice wall shattered, sending shards of ice flying like daggers toward Tang San, compelling him to retreat repeatedly. Tang San's expression grew increasingly ferocious as the sinister energy within him surged wildly. The dark-hued blue-silver grass began to devour the essence of the surrounding flora at an astonishing rate. The tendrils thickened visibly, their barbed tips glimmering with a sanguine glow. Taste this. My painstakingly developed unique soul skill, Blue-Silver Devour. This was no longer merely a soul skill, but rather a unique absorption capability of the evil soul masters. The surrounding shrubs withered at an alarming pace, and Tang San's aura expanded correspondingly, hinting at a potential breakthrough beyond level 20. Yu Xiaojiang, who had appeared at the edge of the playground, watched this scene with a flicker of excitement in his eyes. He was aware that this was a forbidden technique of the evil soul masters, yet he could not help but hope that Tang San might perform a miracle. If this path proved feasible, would Luo Sanpao not also experience significant enhancement? It is over. Guran's voice suddenly turned cold. The dual phantoms of ice and fire behind him converged abruptly, transforming into a dragon's silhouette interwoven with gold and silver. This was a new technique he had comprehended after absorbing the ice and fire 2EI, although it had not yet formed into a soul skill. It contained the primordial pressure of the dragon god. The dragon's silhouette roared forth, and wherever it passed, Tang San's blue-silver thorns melted away like snow, while the black mist formed by the sinister energy was torn asunder by the golden light, emitting a mournful shriek. Tang San was struck as if by a heavy blow, spitting blood as he was hurled backward, crashing violently against the surrounding wall of the playground, raising a cloud of dust. Coughing, Tang San expelled blood laced with black filaments. The negative effects brought about by the backlash of the sinister energy. He struggled to rise, only to find that his soul power dissipated uncontrollably like a kite severed from its string. Why can I still not defeat you? Tang San's voice trembled with a sob, but more so with an unwilling roar. Guran approached him, looking down from a height. Because you, Tang San, are nothing but a waste. What do you know? Tang San shot up, his eyes bloodshot. Only power is real. Once I kill you, Xiao Wu will eventually return to my side. I await that day. Guran turned away, and Xiao Wu, observing the frenzied Tang San on the ground, felt a twinge of fear and hastily followed Guran, whispering, he seems to be becoming increasingly unstable. The sinister energy will consume one's mind. That is to be expected. Guran ruffled her hair. In time, he may even forget who you are. This statement sent a shiver down Xiao Wu's spine, yet it also reassured her. Tang San's consecutive defeats became a routine at Nodding Academy, while Yu Xiaojiang, half a month later, made a decision that surprised everyone. He would gather his disciples to form a special training class. Though referred to as disciples, they are merely a motley crew. Apart from Tang San, Guran, and Xiao Wu, there is a 6th grade student named Wang Sheng, the one who was previously sent flying by Guran with a single punch, a soul master of the wolf spirit. Naturally, Gu Yu and Nara regard such matters with disdain. Had it not been for Guran's intervention, they would have relished the opportunity to give the hypocritical master Yu Xiaojiang a sound thrashing. The special training session was set in a clearing on the back mountain of the academy. Standing atop a massive rock, Yu Xiaojiang clasped his hands behind his back, exuding an air of authority as he proclaimed, from this day forth, you 4 shall be my core disciples. I shall impart all that I have learned throughout my life, enabling you to become the foremost soul masters of the Douluo Continent. Wang Sheng's face lit up with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, grinning broadly. To be in the same class as the esteemed Tang San and the prodigious Guran was indeed a stroke of fortune. Following Tang San, he envisioned a life filled with luxury and indulgence. Tang San, standing in a corner, wore a sullen expression, the blue-silver thorns in his palm subtly writhing. He had no interest in this so-called special training, his focus solely on surpassing Guran. Guran, leaning against a tree, listened with casual indifference, curious to see what new tricks Yu Xiaojiang would unveil. Our first lesson will be the awakening of your martial soul's potential, Yu Xiaojiang began, clearing his throat and launching into an enthusiastic lecture, pouring forth his meager knowledge as if it were a treasure. He spoke of Tang San, whose blue-silver grass appeared ordinary yet could unleash astonishing power driven by hatred. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, even analyzing how Tang San consumed the essence of plants with sinister energy, sweetly referring to it as resource utilization in special circumstances. Wang Sheng listened, bewildered, realizing the master's theories were indeed profound. However, Tang San's eyes sparkled with understanding. the master recognized him. The suffering wrought by the sinister energy suddenly transformed into proof of his extraordinary talent. Gu Ran scoffed quietly. This was not teaching, but rather an attempt to justify Tang San's dark path. Yu Xiaojing even began advising Wang Sheng to unleash his ferocity in battle, encouraging him to cultivate with a taste for bloodshed. Though Wang Sheng sensed something amiss, he was seduced by Yu Xiaojing's promises and Tang San's example, foolishly acquiescing. In the days that followed, the back mountain became the most bizarre place at Nuoding Academy. Tang San would challenge Gu Ran daily, enduring brutal defeats yet returning each time like an indomitable cockroach, appearing the next day with even greater malevolence, the dark aura surrounding him growing ever denser. Even his scare is starting to turn black. Meanwhile, under Yu Xiaojing's guidance, Wang Sheng grew increasingly volatile, training like a rabid dog. The beastly nature of his wolf spirit amplified to extremes, often with blood at the corners of his mouth. Only Gu Ran maintained his routine, basking in the sun on the back mountain, occasionally offering guidance to Xiao Wu while observing how Yu Xiaojing led these promising seeds down a dark path. Look how swiftly Wang Sheng's soul power has increased. Yu Xiaojing boasted to Gu Ran, brandishing his record book proudly. In just half a month, he has risen from level 11 to level 18. This is the fruit of my teachings. Gu Ran gazed at the distant Wang Sheng, who was furiously gnawing at the tree stump, and then turned his attention to Tang San, who was seated cross-legged in the corner, enveloped by swirling dark energy. He continued to extol the virtues of Master Yu Xiaojing, remarking on the swift passage of time. Summer vacation was approaching, and he planned to take the young ladies on an excursion, at which point he would be unavailable. As the sun began its descent, Tang San was once again sent flying by Gu Ran, colliding with the very tree stump that Wang Sheng was viciously attacking. Both individuals lifted their heads simultaneously, a glint of inhuman ferocity flashing in their eyes, creating an eerie resonance between them. Observing this scene, Gu Ran sensed that the moment was ripe. The malevolent fruits sown by Yu Xiaojing were on the verge of ripening, and all he needed to do was give them a gentle nudge as they fell. Chapter 16. The Journey to Xingluo, Innocent Zhu Qing. The midday sun scorched the official road, as the wheels of the carriage rolled over the gravel path, producing a rhythmic sound. Gu Ran leaned against the window of the carriage, watching the white birch forest rush by outside, while Nar lounged on his lap, idly flipping through the books they had brought. How much longer until we arrive? Xiao Wu yawned, holding a fluffy rabbit headpiece that was pleasantly warmed by the sun, while the prolonged ride was beginning to numb her backside. Soon. Once we pass that grove of maple trees, we will reach the borders of the Xingluo Empire. Gu Ran gently rubbed her ear, prompting Xiao Wu to contentedly squint her eyes. The book mentioned that the people of the Xingluo Empire had a penchant for spicy food, even sprinkling 3 pounds of chili powder on barbecued soul beasts. Nar smacked her lips, adding, and I've heard that their nobles perform a dance before dueling. Whoever dances the best strikes first. Xiao Wu suddenly sat up, exclaiming, is that true? So if we go to the Xingluo Empire, we have to dance before we fight? That is hilarious. Gu Ran chuckled, don't believe everything you read. The atmosphere in the Xingluo Empire is far more fierce than that of Heaven Do City. Duels there are conducted by directly revealing one's martial soul. A few days prior, as Nodding Academy was about to commence its summer break, students in the Douluo Continent anticipated this long-awaited vacation, which spanned 3 full months each year, providing them the opportunity to relax and prepare for the upcoming semester. Brother Gu Ran, now that summer vacation is here, where shall we go? Can we revisit Heaven Do City? Their spicy rabbit heads are simply exquisite. Nodder clung to Gu Ran, glancing at Xiao Wu and licking her lips, causing a shiver to run down Xiao Wu's spine. Nar, this time we shall not go to Heaven Do City. We are heading to the Xingluo Empire. I wonder what the people of the Xingluo Empire are like. Nar's little feet danced restlessly in front of Gu Ran, prompting him to chuckle softly. Just then, the carriage jolted unexpectedly, and the driver called out from outside, young master. There's a small market ahead. Shall we stop to rest? Gu Ran leaned out to see a bustling scene, with various vendors selling fruits, grilled sausages, and even a fortune teller under a canopy. Let us stop. The group disembarked from the carriage, and Xiao Wu was immediately captivated by a string of candied hawthorn skewers, pulling Gu Ran along eagerly. Gu Yu and Na Er followed closely behind, their eyes filled with amusement as they observed Xiao Wu delicately selecting candied hawthorns on tiptoe. This one, the biggest, Xiao Wu exclaimed, pointing at a plump string of hawthorn treats. Gu Ran paid for them, and, just as he handed the candied hawthorn to her, a commotion erupted nearby. A youth clad in coarse linen was embroiled in a heated argument with a vendor selling soul beast meat. Clenching a few copper soul coins in his hand, the boy's face flushed crimson. This meat is clearly not fresh, and you still intend to deceive me. The vendor, hands on hips, retorted, nonsense. This is freshly hunted wind wolf meat from the soul hunting forest. If you can't afford it, don't cause a ruckus here. The boy trembled with anger but refrained from saying more, turning to leave. Gu Ran noticed a beast core pouch hanging from the boy's waist, faint green light flickering within, adorned with the imprint of a black cat. Wait, Gu Ran called out to him. Are you in need of wind wolf meat? The boy turned back, eyeing him warily. What is it to you? I'll buy it for you. Here, Gu Ran said to the vendor, 2 pounds of wind wolf meat, and make sure it's fresh. Upon realizing he had a substantial customer, the vendor instantly donned a cheerful demeanor, swiftly cutting and packaging the meat. The boy stood in stunned silence, staring at the meat Gu Ran offered. His lips twitched as he muttered, I don't want your charity. It's not charity, Gu Ran smiled. I noticed the beast core at your waist. You must have just hunted another cat, right? Consider this meat in exchange for your information. What is the quickest way to get to Luo City? The boy's pupils constricted suddenly, as if a secret had been uncovered. After a prolonged pause, he whispered, just follow the official road straight ahead. After 3 days, you'll reach the capital. However, the nobles of Luo City are quite exclusive. Are you outsiders? Yes, we come from Nodding City in the Tiando Empire. The boy hesitated before accepting the meat. I'm Hi, a servant from a prominent family in Luo City. If you're heading to Soto City, you can stay at the inn up ahead. It's cheaper than those in town. Just as Gu Ran was about to respond, Nair suddenly pointed towards the entrance of the marketplace. Look, that cat is so beautiful. Everyone turned to see a girl, dressed in a black short outfit and sporting a high ponytail, standing there with a bamboo basket filled with herbs. She appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, her skin a healthy honey color, and her round black eyes curiously observing them as she cradled a charming black cat. Young miss, Achai exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing out here? Didn't Ti say I'd come to the market to buy things? The girl had evidently overheard their conversation. She approached Gu Ran, her bright eyes glancing from face to face before finally resting on him. You are from the Tiando Empire? Gu Ran, momentarily taken aback, nodded repeatedly. Yes. We came to visit the Luo Empire. I just heard you mention you're heading to Luo City. The girl's lips curved into a subtle smile, strikingly vivid against her cool demeanor. My family resides in Luo City. If you don't mind, you are welcome to visit us. My father has been expressing a desire to meet friends from the Tiando Empire, claiming it would foster an exchange of insights on soul master cultivation. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? That is wonderful. We were just worried about where to stay. By the way, what is your name? My name is Zhu Zhuqing. Greetings to you all. The corners of the young maiden's lips arched into a crescent shape, imparting an approachable demeanor. Gu Ran felt somewhat taken aback. His impression of Zhu Zhuqing was that of a reclusive and aloof individual. He had not anticipated her to extend an invitation to a stranger. Would this be too intrusive? Gu Ran inquired politely. Not at all, Zhu Zhuqing replied, shaking her head with a decisive tone. My home is quite spacious. A few more people would only enliven it. She paused, casting her gaze toward the sugar-coated hawthorn skewers in Xiao Wu's hands. I know the finest dessert shop in Luo City. I can take you there. Xiao Wu was instantly captivated by the mention of the dessert shop, tugging at Gu Ran's arm and urging, let us go, brother Gu Ran. Neither Gu Yu nor Nader objected, and Gu Ran nodded in agreement. Thank you, Miss Zhu. Just call me Zhu Qing, she smiled, turning to lead the way. The carriage can follow me. I know a shortcut that will bypass the city gate's scrutiny. Achai observed their departing figures, scratching his head. He carried the wind wolf meat in the opposite direction, pondering when the young lady had become so hospitable to invite outsiders home. Following Zhu Zhuqing's carriage through a dense thicket, they indeed evaded the guards at the gates of Luo City, entering through a side entrance. Luo City exuded a more exotic charm than Tiando City. Its buildings featured pointed roofs, and the walls were adorned with crimson vines. The pedestrians predominantly donned fitted attire, striding with purpose and exuding sharp gazes. It seems everyone here possesses formidable skills, Nara remarked, peering through the carriage window in a hushed tone. Even the flower vendor carries a knife, much like what I've read in books. Zhu Zhuqing found Nader's confusion amusing. The Luo Empire revered martial prowess, and even commoners would learn basic soul skills for self-defense. Notably, almost every noble family had their own inherited martial spirits. As they conversed, the carriage halted before an imposing mansion. The black wrought iron gate bore the imprint of a cat's paw, and the stone lanterns beside the gate cast a warm golden glow, adding an air of mystery and grandeur compared to the architecture of Tiando City. We have arrived, Zhu Zhuqing announced, leaping from the carriage and turning back with a smile. Come in, my parents should already be waiting. Her smile was sincere, and the sunlight illuminated her amber eyes, resembling shattered gold leaf. Gu Ran observed her retreating figure, still feeling a sense of incongruity. Zhu Zhuqing seemed quite similar to Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. How could she have transformed into such a distant persona? What could have transpired during this time to alter Zhu Qing's cheerful disposition? Chapter 17, Royal Union, Cowardice of Dai Mubai. The Zhu family mansion was brightly lit, yet it was suffused with an oppressive silence. The servants, upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing return, instinctively recoiled as if they had encountered a harbinger of doom. Everything foreshadowed that tonight would be a restless night for the Zhu residents. Zhu Zhuqing energetically led the way, immersed in the joy of making new friends, entirely oblivious to the unease surrounding her. As she stepped into the main hall of the Zhu residence, she sensed an indescribable atmosphere. Her father's furrowed brow, her mother's evasive gaze, and the servants' bowed heads filled the air with a weight that rendered her breathless. Zhuqing, you have returned? Zhu Zhentian's voice was hoarse, his gaze scanning the figures behind her, including Gu Ran, revealing a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. Oh, do we have guests? Yes, father, mother, they are friends from Tiando. Zhu Zhuqing endeavored to present a cheerful smile, rushing towards her mother, yearning to dive into that familiar embrace of warmth. Yet, just as she was about to touch her, her mother instinctively took a step back, deliberately creating distance between them. Zhu Zhuqing stumbled, her smile instantly freezing, her large eyes filled with astonishment and hurt. Mother? Her voice trembled, tinged with disbelief as she tentatively inquired, but her words fell on deaf ears. No one responded. Behind her, Gu Yu sensed the unease, silently tugging at Gu Ran's sleeve. Zhu's mother turned her head, delicately wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye with a handkerchief, steadfastly avoiding direct eye contact with Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu's father let out a heavy sigh, shattering the heart-wrenching silence. He gestured to the butler standing nearby, who promptly presented a heavy box enveloped in deep purple soul beast skin. The lid bore the chilling reflection of the star Luo imperial white tiger emblem under the flickering candlelight. Zhu Qing. Zhu's father's voice was low and weary, each word laden with a sense of gravity. The royal family has sent a betrothal. A betrothal? Zhu Qing repeated in bewilderment, her small frame quivering slightly. What betrothal? To whom? To you. Zhu's father closed his eyes, as if uttering those words consumed all his strength. A betrothal with the third prince, Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai? Zhu Qing had only a vague impression of this name. He seemed to be the youngest prince of the star Luo royal family. She could not grasp the implications of this revelation, instinctively resisting. I refuse. How old am I? Moreover, I do not even know him. You have no choice. Zhu's father suddenly opened his eyes wide, his voice rising sharply, infused with an almost desperate severity. This is an ironclad law passed down through generations of the star Luo Empire. The legitimate daughter of the Zhu family must marry the prince of the Dai family. This is a destiny imprinted in our bloodline. Destiny? Zhu Qing was taken aback by her father's unprecedented sternness. Tears began to well up in her eyes, and she looked pleadingly at her mother. Mother. Zhu's mother could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her face as she stepped forward, but halted under Zhu's father's stern gaze, choking out. Zhu Qing, listen to your father. This is for the family. For the family, Zhu Qing murmured, her small body swaying slightly, as if the very essence of her strength had been drained by those words. She finally understood, comprehended why the atmosphere at home had felt so strange upon her return, why her mother had avoided her embrace, and where her father's unshakable heaviness stemmed from. For the family, she repeated, her voice as faint as a feather, yet imbued with chilling despair. Slowly, she raised her head, tear-filled eyes gazing at her once closest, yet now utterly unfamiliar parents. The last flicker of light in her eyes extinguished, leaving only hollow darkness and shattered despair. So, you have known all along. You call me back just to tell me this? Her petite frame trembled violently, not out of fear, but from the chilling sense of betrayal inflicted by her nearest and dearest. The black cat nestled in her arms, sensed the tumult of emotions within its owner, and let out a distressed meow. Zhu Qing instinctively clutched it tighter, as if it were her sole anchor in this moment of despair. Zhu Qing, her father, Zhu, observed the sudden pallor that washed over his daughter's face and the lifelessness in her eyes, his heart aching with anguish. His tone softened involuntarily as he attempted to explain. You and the third prince are of similar age. It was meant to be a match made in heaven. Furthermore, according to tradition, you must grow together, supporting one another to face the future. Where's the third prince? A cold voice abruptly shattered Zhu's feeble attempt at consolation. It was Gu Ran. He had approached Zhu Qing's side unnoticed, his gaze as sharp as a blade encased in ice, sweeping disdainfully over Zhu and his wife before finally resting on the engagement box, a symbol of their shackles. Gu Ran had long foreseen that Dai Mubai would flee amidst the struggle for the throne. Yet he had not anticipated this coward's despicable act of dragging Zhu Qing down with him even in his escape. Zhu was momentarily speechless, a surge of uncontrollable rage and an unspeakable shame flooding his features. His chest heaved a few times before he managed to force out a few words through gritted teeth, each syllable laced with bitter disappointment. That coward. He has fled. What? Even Xiao Wu could not contain her shock, her pink rabbit ears perking up. He ran away? That third prince, he fled from the wedding? Indeed. Zhu slammed his fist onto the nearby mahogany tea table with a resounding crash, sending a teacup shattering to the floor, spilling scalding tea everywhere, much like the dignity of the Zhu family being trampled upon in that moment. Dai Mubai? He cannot even face the life-and-death competition with his brother, Davis. On the eve of the formal engagement, he abandoned his responsibilities, forsaking the Xinglua Empire and leaving Zhu Qing. Like a frightened rat, he scurried away from Xinglua City, disappearing without a trace. He fled. Zhu Qing repeated numbly, the last vestiges of color draining from her face, leaving it ashen and lifeless. The tears she had valiantly held back finally broke free, cascading down in heavy drops onto her hand clasping the black cat, scalding, yet devoid of warmth. It became evident that this so-called fated engagement was not only cold and unfeeling, but also a profound humiliation and mockery. She had become a chosen sacrifice, and the one who was meant to share her fate had cowardly fled before her offering, leaving her starkly alone on the altar, subjected to the gaze of all, gazes filled with pity, scorn, perhaps even malicious glee. She had transformed into the grand jest of the Xinglua Empire, the greatest disgrace of the Zhu family. Ha, ha ha. Suddenly, Zhu Qing let out a low, hollow laugh, tinged with sorrow and self-mockery. She cradled the black cat, her small body curling in on itself as she took shaky steps backward, distancing herself from her parents, from the frigid engagement, and from this suffocating home. Zhu Qing. Zhu Mu's heart felt as though it were being sliced apart, yearning to step forward. Do not touch me. Zhu Qing abruptly lifted her head, her voice piercing. The once clear and vibrant feline eyes were now bloodshot, filled only with shattered despair and profound estrangement. I comprehended it all. I truly understood. She cast a final glance at her parents, whose faces were etched with anguish yet powerless to intervene, and then at the marriage box resting on the Zetonwood table, a symbol of shackles and disgrace, as though she wished to etch this moment into her very bones. With that, she turned abruptly, clutching her sole companion, the little black cat, and stumbled out of the stifling main hall. Her slender silhouette vanished swiftly within the dimly lit corridor, leaving behind a series of suppressed, fragmented sobs reverberating in the air. Zhu Mu wept inconsolably, intent on pursuing her. Let her be, Zhu Fu said, slumping despondently into the grand chair. As though a decade of age had suddenly settled upon him. Weary, he waved a hand dismissively, his voice hoarse. It is we who have wronged her. He turned his gaze toward Gu Ran and the others still standing in the hall, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears, brimming with regret and helplessness. My apologies, esteemed guests, for the spectacle you have witnessed. Steward, please escort our guests to the western chamber for their accommodation. As for Zhu matter, alas. The steward quickly bowed in acknowledgement, cautiously leading Gu Ran and the others to their guest quarters. Chapter 18. A ray of light in the darkness. The western chamber was serene and exquisite, overlooking a meticulously tended bamboo grove, where the night breeze rustled the leaves. Yet, the atmosphere within the room was as heavy as unyielding ink. Xiao Wu sat on the edge of the softly upholstered bed, her pink rabbit ears drooping, her eyes reddened. Clearly still grieving for Zhu Zhuqing. She tugged at the hem of her dress, muttering softly, that Dai Mu Bai is truly despicable. He ran away, leaving the mess for Sister Zhuqing. The Xingluo royal family is far too overbearing. What gives them the right? Na paced the room with indignation, her silver ponytail swaying with her movements. Exactly. What nonsense rules? And that third prince, his name sounds grand, yet he is nothing but a coward. Bah. Sister Zhuqing is so wonderful. He is utterly unworthy of her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, kicking a nearby embroidered stool. Guyu stood by the window, gazing at the swaying shadows of the bamboo outside, the moonlight casting a silver glow upon her cool profile. She crossed her arms, her voice colder than the moonlight itself. In a world where the weak are preyed upon, the rules are dictated by the powerful. The Xingluo royal family wields power, and thus their words become law. The Zhu family, tethered to the royal family, must adhere to these dictates, even at the cost of a daughter's happiness and dignity. Her tone was flat, yet it revealed the harsh reality. Gu Ran approached her side, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder. He did not speak immediately. His gaze also directed toward the undulating bamboo sea outside, his deep eyes reflecting the scattered moonlight, as if lost in contemplation. Gu Ran. Xiao Wu looked up, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at him. Shall we go check on Sister Zhuqing? She must be feeling terribly alone. Recalling her own sorrow from losing her mother in the starry forest, she understood that sense of isolation all too well. Nara immediately halted her pacing and leaned in. Yes. Let us go keep her company. We should bring her some treats. The starry city is home to a delightful dessert shop, is it not? Let us go purchase some. Gu Ran retracted his gaze, landing it on the three girls whose faces were etched with concern, a warmth blossoming in his heart. He nodded, his voice gentle yet imbued with a soothing power. Very well, let us go see her. However, he paused, his expression deepening. Words of comfort were essential. Yet more crucial was to convey that fate is not an unbreakable shackle. He took Guyu's cool hand in his, gesturing to Xiao Wu and Nair, come along. The four moved silently through the corridor. Zhu Zhuqing's room lay in the most secluded corner of the courtyard, its door firmly shut, enveloped in a profound silence that suggested its occupant had either succumbed to slumber or, perhaps, to despair. Xiao Wu, the most anxious among them, approached and gently knocked on the door, her voice soft and light, fearful of awakening the guards. Zhuqing, are you asleep? It is us. No response echoed from within. Nair leaned closer, lowering her voice. Zhuqing, please open the door. We have brought. The door remained resolutely closed, the silence akin to that of a tomb. Xiao Wu and Nair's urgent calls fell into a void, with not even a whisper of a sob to be heard, only a chilling, profound despair enveloping the air. Gu Ran furrowed his brow, his formidable spiritual power allowing him to distinctly sense the small figure curled upon the cold floor behind the door, the soul's vibrations flickering like a candle in the wind, shrouded in a self-imposed gloom. He signaled for Guyu and Nair to step back slightly, then approached, his long fingers resting gently against the door rather than knocking. A warm, serene aura akin to the melted snow of early spring quietly seeped through the crack of the door. This essence bore no aggression. It was pure vitality and a sense of guardianship, like an invisible yet comforting hand striving to soothe a shattered heart. Zhuqing, Gu Ran's voice resonated low yet clear, possessing a strange penetrative quality that reached deep into Zhu Zhuqing's tumultuous heart. It is us. Even if the entire world stands against you, we shall always remain your friends. Always by your side. We have witnessed your smile, as clear as the spring waters of a starry forest. Such a smile should not be extinguished by the shadows of a coward or the chilly dictates of fate. Within, Zhu Zhuqing, curled on the floor, trembled violently, her small black cat mewing anxiously and nuzzling her icy cheek. That warm essence enveloped her like a faint yet stubborn light, piercing through the oppressive darkness. She bit her lip tightly, tasting the metallic tang of blood. Tears silently surged forth, dampening the cat's fur. Please open the door, will you? Xiao Wu's voice choked with emotion as she crouched down, nearly pressing her face against the door's crack. Zhuqing, I understand that feeling. My mother, when I was very small, said she could not continue on to protect me. Tears fell upon the doorframe as she recalled her similar loss and the anguish of being toyed with by fate, evoking a profound empathy for Zhu Zhuqing's despair. Nair also crouched down, her voice unusually soft. That worthless third prince's departure is his loss. Our beloved sister Zhuqing is so beautiful and extraordinary. He is utterly unworthy of her. The rules of the Xingluo royal family are insignificant. Brother Guren has said that rules are meant to be broken. These words fell like a stone cast into stagnant waters. Inside, Zhu Zhuqing slowly lifted her head. Her tear-streaked face bore eyes that once sparkled with life, now hollow and vacant, fluttering slightly. To break the rules? These words struck a profound blow against the fatalistic education she had received since childhood. Just then, Guren's voice echoed once more, imbued with an undeniable certainty. Gazing into my eyes, Zhuqing. Instinctively, through her blurred vision, Zhuqing turned her gaze towards the door. Although separated by the door, Guren's spiritual energy vividly sketched a pair of profound golden eyes within the depths of her consciousness, akin to ancient stars, containing unparalleled authority and power. Your destiny does not reside within that cold marriage contract, nor does it lie with that coward who fled. Guren's voice resonated like a resounding bell, striking against her trembling heart. It is in your own hands, within your martial spirit, in every breath you take, in every heartbeat. Does the Zhu family need to rely on the royal family? That is merely the choice of the weak. The true strong are the architects of the rules, not the slaves that crawl beneath them. Consider your nether spirit cat. What does it represent? Speed, agility, the power to capture prey with precision even in darkness, an indomitable wildness. Guren's voice carried a potent influence. Do you, possessing such a martial spirit, wish to remain a pet cat locked in a gilded cage, waiting for your master's pity? No. A faint yet resolute denial finally escaped Zhu Zhuqing's lips. She struggled to rise from the ground, stumbling towards the door, her trembling hand brushing against the cold latch. Guren's words were like a searing iron, branding her frozen heart. After the intense pain, there came the sound of something shattering. Creak. The door opened slightly from within. In the dim yellow light, Zhu Zhuqing's small figure appeared at the threshold. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes swollen like peaches, her complexion as pale as paper. Yet from the depths of her feline pupils, the light extinguished by despair was now struggling to rekindle a flicker of stubborn hope. She clutched her little black cat tightly, as if it were her only support at that moment. Guren, her voice was hoarse, laden with tears, and her gaze towards Guren was filled with confusion and a hint of an awakening hope that she herself dared not acknowledge. What should I do? Guren observed her fragile, yet resolutely upright posture, his expression softening. He reached out to gently ruffle her tousled hair, his gesture imbued with a soothing power. First, get a good night's sleep. Remember, you are no longer alone. With us, the sky will not fall. Tomorrow, we will take you to enjoy the finest desserts in Xinglua City, to forget those troubling matters. Guyu immediately stepped forward, cautiously taking Zhu Zhuqing's icy hand. Yes, Sister Zhuqing, let us go eat something delicious. Let us infuriate those villains. Nar also chimed in, grinning widely. Exactly. It's my treat. Brother Guren will pay. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the new friends surrounding her, their faces etched with genuine concern. Feeling the warmth of the large hand above her, the frozen lake of her heart finally cracked open, and a stream of warmth gushed forth. She nodded vigorously, tears cascading down her cheeks once more, but this time, they were not merely tears of despair. They were infused with a sense of grievance, gratitude, and a faint yet authentic warmth. Indeed, Gu Ran had come to realize that the final straw overwhelming Zhu Zhuqing in the original narrative was not Dai Mubai's cowardice and retreat, but rather the rejection from her family, which had led her to continuously close herself off and shy away from reality. However, this time, history would be rewritten. Zhu Zhuqing would surely become a carefree young lady like Ning Rongrong. Chapter 19. Tang San betrays. Davis strikes to kidnap Gu Ran. Meanwhile, at the border of the Star Luo Empire, along the official road leading to the capital, a somewhat dilapidated carriage jolted forward. Inside the carriage, Tang San sat cross-legged, surrounded by visible black currents of energy. The blue-silver thorns beside him exuded a chilling aura of malevolence. His complexion was pale, tinged with an unhealthy gray, the dark patterns in the whites of his eyes becoming increasingly pronounced, and his lips were tightly pressed together, reflecting an almost frenzied obstinacy. Across from him sat Yu Xiaojing, holding a tattered ancient tome, his brow furrowed. Despite the weariness etched on his face, a sickly excitement sparkled in his eyes. Little San, this expedition to the Star Luo Empire is imperative. Yu Xiaojing lowered his voice conspiratorially. The ancient texts record that deep within the swamps of the southern territory of the Star Luo Empire dwells an exceedingly rare soul beast, the soul-devouring demon spider. This creature is profoundly sinister, and its soul ring possesses formidable soul-devouring powers, perfectly complementing the blue-silver evil energy within you. If we can successfully absorb it, your martial soul will undoubtedly undergo another evolution, and your soul power will see a significant enhancement. This time, I will lead you to hunt for your second soul ring. With your current physical strength, you might even be able to absorb a 1,000-year-old soul-devouring demon spider. Thus, while your first soul ring is white, your second will be purple, and your Haotian hammer martial soul could also be endowed with 2 purple soul rings. Yu Xiaojing's breath quickened. He seemed to envision Tang San standing triumphantly before Gu Ran, and his title as master echoing across the continent, even earning the admiration of Bibi Dong. As for the dark energy, if it meant gaining power, what did the means matter? History is written by the victors. Tang San suddenly opened his eyes, bloodshot veins coursing through the whites of his eyes, his pupils shrouded in unfathomable darkness and resentment. As long as I can grow stronger, defeat Gu Ran, and reclaim Xiao Wu, I would dare to traverse hell for that soul-devouring demon spider. His voice was hoarse and piercing, brimming with reckless madness. Excellent. This is what I expect from my disciple, Yu Xiaojing. He nodded with satisfaction. However, the Shadow Swamp is exceedingly perilous. We need to rest briefly in Star Luo City, replenish our supplies, and perhaps gather intelligence on that brat Gu Ran. He has been away from Nodding City with those girls for quite some time. He might even be within the Star Luo territory. Upon the mention of Gu Ran, a sudden surge of dark energy enveloped Tang San, causing the temperature within the carriage to plummet. A few days later, in the bustling corner of a tavern in Xinglua City, Tang San and Yu Xiaojing, weary from their travels, took a seat. Tang San donned a hood, deliberately obscuring his unusual aura and visage. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing inquired with the bartender about news regarding the swamp, casually adding, "By the way, have there been any recent happenings in the city?" "Oh, you've asked the right question," the bartender replied, wiping a glass while lowering his voice, a glimmer of gossip evident in his expression. "I've heard that the young lady of the Zhu family seems to be having a rough time. The legitimate daughter, Zhu Zhuqing, has truly fallen into misfortune. Forced into marriage with the third prince, Dai Mubai, and what happens next? Our third prince simply vanished without a trace, leaving Miss Zhu as the laughingstock of the entire city. TSK, the Zhu family's reputation is in tatters." Tang San and Yu Xiaojing exchanged glances, both perceiving the intrigue in each other's eyes. The Zhu family? The prestigious aristocracy of the Xinglua Empire, known for their generations-long connections with the royal family? The bartender continued animatedly. What's even more peculiar is that Miss Zhu recently befriended a group of individuals from Tiando. Among them is a young man, rather handsome, accompanied by several charming ladies who have been keeping her company. That young man has quite the audacity. TSK, if this reaches the ears of His Royal Highness. Prince Davis the bartender made a throat-cutting gesture, his face alight with schadenfreude. Oh, a spark of interest ignited in Yu Xiaojing's eyes as he pressed further. What is that young man's name? What does he look like? I believe his surname is Gugu Ran, if I recall correctly. He is often seen with a girl in pink, along with two sisters dressed in silver gray, one cold and aloof, the other lively and spirited, the bartender reminisced. Gu Ran. Tang San clenched his fists tightly, the joints cracking audibly as his face twisted beneath the hood, the thick black malevolence nearly spilling over. What a fortuitous turn of events. He had found himself in Xinglua City, embroiled in the Zhu family's affairs, to audaciously insult the royal principles. Yu Xiaojing quickly restrained Tang San's arm, signaling him to remain calm, while his mind raced with calculations. Gu Ran's appearance in the Zhu family, along with his brazen words, presented a golden opportunity. Little San. Yu Xiaojing leaned closer, his voice a mere whisper laced with cunning and malice. Our chance has arrived. If you seek vengeance, now is the perfect moment. The Zhu family's predicament, Gu Ran's arrogance, is the sharpest of blades. Just imagine, if the Xinglua royal family, especially the iron-fisted Prince Davis, were to learn that someone not only sheltered a royal castaway, but also dared to openly defy royal authority and challenge the very foundation of the empire, what would happen? A fierce light ignited in Tang San's eyes, a malicious scheme rapidly taking shape. A sinister grin spread across his lips, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Masters wise, Gu Ran, this time I shall use your own weapon against you, ensuring you find no place to rest in death. You shall learn the consequences of crossing me, Tang San. Yu Xiaojing has now aligned himself with Tang San, determined to fight against Gu Ran to the bitter end. This decision was largely influenced by a recent visit from Tang Hao, who came in person while Tang San was present. The father and son recognized one another, and Tang San directed all his grievances towards Gu Ran, leaving Yu Xiaojing with no choice but to side with Tang San. The next day, within the Star Luo Imperial Palace, in the Eastern Palace, Davis sat in the main seat, adorned in luxurious robes embroidered with the patterns of a sinister-eyed white tiger. His handsome visage bore an air of authority cultivated by his high status, exuding a compelling presence that commanded respect. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. He was engrossed in reviewing official documents and managing the intricate affairs of the empire. A trusted guard hastily entered, kneeling on one knee to report respectfully, "Your Highness, there is a master outside claiming to be from the Heaven Do Empire, named Yu Xiaojing. He asserts that he possesses crucial intelligence regarding Gu Ran that could potentially undermine the foundation of the empire, and he insists on presenting it directly to your Highness." Yu Xiaojing, Heaven Do Empire? Davis lifted his head, his brows arching slightly. The name was unfamiliar, yet it stirred his interest due to its connection with Dai Mubai, whose engagement had brought disgrace upon the Star Luo royal family and turned the Zhu family into a laughingstock. This struck a nerve, as the dignity of the royal family was not to be trifled with. "Bring him in," Davis commanded, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. Moments later, Tang San entered the grand hall, guided by the guard. He made an effort to suppress the malevolence that lingered about him, yet the shadows of madness and a disquieting aura still caused Davis to furrow his brow. "Commoner Tang San pays his respects to your Highness." Tang San bowed deeply, adopting a humble demeanor. "Rise. What business do you have with me? Is it regarding Dai Mubai?" Davis inquired directly, his penetrating gaze fixed upon Tang San. "Indeed." Tang San raised his head, displaying an appropriate blend of indignation and loyalty. "Your Highness, I must report that my companions and I, while in Nodding City, incurred enmity with a soul master named Gu Ran. This individual is arrogant and disdainful, employing insidious methods. Recently, I tracked his whereabouts to Star Luo City, only to discover that he has openly taken residence in the Zhu mansion, maintaining close ties with Zhu Zhuqing. Davis's expression turned icy upon hearing the names of the Zhu family. Zhu Mansion, Zhu Zhuqing, the woman who has brought shame upon the royal family through her association with Dai Mubai. Tang San, keenly observing Davis's darkening countenance, felt a surge of satisfaction and continued to embellish his account, his voice rising with righteous indignation. This Guran not only shelters a royal outcast, but also brazenly propagates his absurd proclamations within the Zhu mansion. He dares to declare that the long-standing traditions of marriage between the royal family are mere shackles of nonsense. He claims that the Zhu family's allegiance to the royal house is a sign of weakness, a willingness to be lapdogs. Furthermore, he audaciously asserts his intention to dismantle this decaying tradition, liberating Zhu Zhuqing from the royal family's control. Such treachery is punishable by death. This madman not only humiliates the Zhu family, but also openly disdains your highness's authority, challenging the very foundation of the Star Luo Empire. With a sharp crack, the jade pen in Davis's hand snapped, fragments scattering across the polished floor. He suddenly rose to his feet, his soul power surging uncontrollably, causing the very air within the grand hall to seemingly solidify, suffused with an oppressive aura of rage and intimidation. His handsome features twisted slightly in the throes of unbridled fury, and his heterochromatic eyes, inherited from the sinister white tiger lineage, erupted with a terrifying brilliance, akin to that of an enraged king of beasts. Well, what a bold act by Guran. What a disgrace from the Zhu family. Davis's voice resonated like the chilling winds of the abyss, each word laced with a piercing intent to kill. To harbor my royal castaway and tempt the daughter of the Zhu family, how dare you utter such brazen words, disrespecting the iron laws of the Star Luo Empire and challenging my royal authority. The fury within him raged like a volcanic eruption. Dai Mubai's escape had already tarnished the royal family's reputation. Now, an unremarkable youth from the Heaven Do Empire dared to trample upon the dignity of the royal family on Zhu family grounds. In the very heart of the Star Luo Empire. This was no mere personal grudge. It was a blatant provocation against the very foundation of the Star Luo Empire's rule. If this scoundrel were not swiftly subdued, what would become of the royal family's dignity? What are the laws of the empire? Davis's icy gaze swept over Tang San, who appeared respectful yet was filled with ulterior motives. Although he harbored doubts regarding this individual's intentions, the nature of the news he brought was so vile that it had crossed a line. Come forth. Davis's voice thundered, echoing throughout the hall. Two guards clad in dark golden armor, their presence as profound as the abyss, immediately appeared within the chamber, kneeling on one knee. Your Highness, how may we serve? These two were indeed formidable titled Douluo-level warriors. Convey my command. Davis's voice carried an unassailable, iron-fisted authority. You two elders, proceed immediately to the Zhu family. Bring that Heaven Dome madman, Guran, back to me. Remember, it is a request. I wish to personally inquire who has emboldened him to wreak havoc in my Star Luo Empire. Should there be any resistance? A cold glint flashed in Davis's eyes. Kill, without mercy. Understood. The two titled Douluo guards responded in unison, their figures flickering as they vanished like phantoms from the grand hall. The air was left infused with lingering, frigid malice. Davis resumed his seat, his fingers unconsciously drumming against the armrest, producing a dull sound. He turned his gaze towards the still bowing Tang San, his voice devoid of emotion. Tang San, you have served well by delivering this news. Remain in the palace for now. Once I have dealt with this madman, I shall bestow rewards upon you. Thank you, Your Highness. Tang San bowed deeply, a malicious and triumphant smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Guran, this time, let us see how you withstand the onslaught of two titled Douluo-level elders. I shall witness your destruction firsthand. Xiao Wu will eventually return to my side. Above the skies of Star Luo City, an invisible storm had already begun to take shape. The two titled Douluo-level warriors, fueled by the Prince Davis's overwhelming wrath, descended upon the Zhu family like two bolts of lightning tearing through the night, carrying with them the essence of destruction. At this moment, Guran was enjoying the company of Zhu Zhuqing, who had just revealed a hint of a smile, savoring the renowned honeyberry pastries of Star Luo City. Blissfully unaware that a deadly crisis loomed like a dark cloud overhead, Guyu seemed to sense something, her cool gaze sharpening like a blade as she turned towards the entrance of the Zhu family. Nar also halted her laughter, a grave expression gracing her delicate features for the first time. Xiao Wu's rabbit ears perked up in alarm, anxiously clutching Guran's arm. In the cozy side hall of the Zhu residence, the sweet aroma of delicacies lingered in the air, yet an overwhelming terror, akin to an invisible iceberg, abruptly descended upon them. Chapter 20. Overpowered by the titled Douluo, Yuena's rescue. Within the side hall of the Zhu residence, the fragrant scent of honeyberry pastries had not yet dissipated. Zhu Zhuqing wore a fleeting smile, sparked by a joke shared by Guran. Xiao Wu was reaching for a second pastry, listening intently as Nar animatedly described another renowned dessert from Star Luo City. Guyu sat quietly beside Guran, her cool gaze sharply scanning the outside world. In the midst of this warmth and tranquility, a sudden upheaval occurred. Two formidable pressures, as tangible as mountains, descended without warning. The air instantly thickened, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. The exquisite window frames, the porcelain cups on the table, and even the dust motes suspended in the air groaned under the immense weight of the pure, soul power emanating from the peak experts. Titled Douluo, two of them. Guyu's cold eyes narrowed to pinpoints, her voice sharp with alarm as she sprang to her feet. Her silver-gray attire billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind. a chilling aura erupting from her center in a bid to resist the terrifying pressure. Naru's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. Her petite form radiated a powerful presence that belied her appearance. Her amber eyes sparkled with silver light as the silver dragon spear materialized in her grasp. An invisible ripple of space emanated from her, attempting to sever the inescapable oppression. Xiao Wu, stunned by the sudden oppressive force, turned pale, her body rigid. And the pastry she held fell to the ground with a soft thud. The joy that had just graced her features froze, leaving only shock and confusion. Gu Ran reacted swiftly. At the moment the pressure descended, the bloodline of the dragon god within him sent out a piercing warning. He thrust Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing behind him and shouted, "Come to me." 3 resplendent 9-colored soul rings ignited beneath his feet. Third soul skill, I summon thee. Space Dragon King. Without hesitation, Gu Ran unleashed his most powerful life-saving soul skill. The force of space surged violently, and a distorted silver portal materialized before him, striving to devour or redirect the incoming assault. However, the attacker's strength far surpassed expectations. Childish tricks. A chilling scoff seemed to resonate deep within their souls. A brilliant figure, radiant as the sun, and another, cool as the moon, appeared outside the side hall, as if teleporting. They did not even reveal their true martial spirits. Merely raising a hand to press down. Boom. The space portal summoned by Gu Ran shattered like fragile glass. The violent backlash of chaotic spatial currents struck back at him, causing Gu Ran to grunt in pain, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he staggered back several steps. The tremendous shockwave instantly overturned the tables and furnishings within the hall, shattering them. Gu Ran, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in unison. Bold ruffians. How dare you speak so arrogantly under the reign of his highness, disregarding the imperial family. Surrender immediately. The voice of the rising sun Douluo resounded like a great bell, carrying the weight of judgment. With a flick of his finger, a condensed, golden-red finger wind, seemingly capable of incinerating all in its path, disregarded distance and surged toward Gu Ran's Dantian in an instant. Clearly, the intent was to cripple his cultivation. Be careful, Nar exclaimed, as the silver dragon spear erupted with blinding silver light, summoning the full force of spatial power to construct layers of overlapping spatial barriers before Gu Ran. Sizzle. The finger wind effortlessly pierced through several layers of spatial barriers. Although its power was diminished, its momentum remained unabated. Freeze. A chilling voice echoed as an extreme cold coalesced before Gu Ran, forming a massive, crystalline shield of profound ice, several feet thick. The finger wind collided with the ice shield, unleashing a terrifying clash of scorching heat and icy chill, resulting in a deafening explosion. The ice shield melted and shattered at a visible pace, ultimately being breached. The remnants of the finger wind struck fiercely against Gu Ran's hastily raised golden dragon spear. The resounding clang of metal reverberated painfully in his ears. Gu Ran was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall of the side hall, which instantly became marred with spiderweb-like cracks. He tasted blood in his throat and coughed violently, his arm gripping the golden dragon's spear numb with pain, his palm torn. Insufficient. The voice of the cold moon Douluo dripped with disdain as his figure flickered like a wraith, appearing beside Nar, who was attempting to aid Guyu. A hand wreathed in frigid moonlight descended toward Nair's back with ethereal grace. Its speed and angle left no room for her to evade. A bone-chilling cold enveloped Nar, freezing her thoughts. Gritting her silver teeth, she forced her body to pivot, the silver dragon's spear spinning to block. The hand struck the spear's shaft, and a terrifying wave of icy soul power surged forth like a bursting dam. Nar was flung away like a kite severed from its string, her face paling instantly as the silver dragon spear slipped from her grasp, landing on the ground, now covered in a layer of frost. Nar. Guyu's eyes widened in horror as the silver dragon spear erupted with unprecedented radiance, countless icicles raining down like a violent storm toward the cold moon Douluo. Even as she darted forward to catch Nar. Self-preservation. The fierce sun Douluo let out a cold snort, his figure shifting to block Guyu's path. A massive hand engulfed in golden flames descending upon her. The intense heat warped the air around them. Guyu was compelled to confront the attack with all her might. Ice and fire collided fiercely, creating surging shockwaves that threatened to topple the entire side hall. Though she possessed great strength, facing the full-force assault of a peak-titled Douluo, she was relentlessly suppressed, unable to rescue Nar. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing watched the desperate battle unfold in a flash of lightning and fire, witnessing Gu Ran and Nagar suffer injuries, while Guyu fought alone against overwhelming odds. A profound sense of fear and helplessness engulfed them. Xiao Wu wished to assist Gu Ran, but was repelled by the aftermath of the battle. Zhu Zhuqing clutched her little black cat tightly, her nails digging into her palms, feeling icy cold as she beheld the figure who had briefly brought her warmth and hope, now fighting valiantly in bloodshed, her heart feeling as if it were being torn apart. Let it end. In the cold moonlight, Douluo observed the fallen Nar and the struggling Guyu, a glimmer of icy light flashing in his eyes. With fingers curled like claws, imbued with a chilling essence that could freeze one's soul, he reached out towards the temporarily defenseless Gu Ran. Should this claw connect, Gu Ran would not only face death, but also severe injury. At that critical moment, the dragon god emblem bestowed upon Yuena by Gu Ran erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, casting a resplendent silver light. This radiance overwhelmed the soul power of the two titled Douluos, illuminating the shattered room as if it were midday. An immense, ancient, and unparalleled will surged forth, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening, echoing through the vast distances of space, crashing down with a resounding presence. Who dared to lay a hand on him? A cold, furious voice, resonating with supreme authority, seemed to descend from the heavens and reverberate in the depths of every soul. The icy claw aimed at Gu Ran halted just shy of a foot from his body, colliding with an invisible, impregnable wall of size, shattering into countless crystals that scattered like snowflakes. Both the fierce sun Douluo and the cold moon Douluo's expressions shifted dramatically. This will was so powerful it made their very souls tremble, surpassing any existence they had ever known. Subsequently, the emblem on Gu Ran's chest surged with silver light, transforming into a vast and intricate silver spatial array that enveloped Gu Ran, Xiao Wu, Gu Yu, and Nader entirely. Spatial transfer. Stop him. The fierce sun Douluo, filled with rage and disbelief, unleashed a golden-red beam of fury towards the array. The cold moon Douluo followed suit with a chilling blue beam aimed at the void. However, their attacks met the edge of the silver array and were instantly consumed and dissolved, creating not even the slightest ripple. No. In the incredulous gaze of the fierce sun Douluo and cold moon Douluo, and amidst Zhu Zhuqing's wide-eyed shock and despair, the silver light flashed intensely. Gu Ran, Xiao Wu, Gu Yu, and Nar, along with the silver dragon spear that had fallen to the ground, vanished without a trace, leaving behind a disheveled room and two pale-faced, uncertain titled Douluos. Additionally, standing alone, clutching a trembling little black cat in her arms, Zhu Zhuqing's complexion drained of color, the flicker of hope in her eyes extinguished, leaving behind an abyss of coldness and despair. She gazed at the spot where Gu Ran had disappeared, at the glaring pool of blood on the ground, her body trembling slightly. Ultimately, a solitary, icy tear fell silently. He, too, had departed, abandoning her in her time of peril, just as Dai Mubai had. Were all the promises and warmth merely lies? Chapter 21. Soul Restoration. Gu Yu and Nader stand alone, in the starred Dogray Forest. The surface of the Lake of Life, once tranquil as a mirror, suddenly surged violently, with a flash of light. For figures tumbled awkwardly onto the soft grass by the lakeshore. Gu Ran, Xiao Wu, Gu Yu, and the bloodied, weakened Nar. Coughing, Gu Ran leaned on his golden dragon spear, struggling to rise, his vitality surging tumultuously within. Unable to contain himself, he coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood. Xiao Wu hurriedly supported him, tears welling in her eyes. Gu Yu swiftly assessed Nar's injuries, using an intense chill to suppress the encroaching malevolent soul power within her, his expression as frigid as ice. Just as they were still in shock, an overwhelming pressure, 100 times more terrifying than that of the two titled Douluos from Star Luo City, descended upon them like a tangible wave of fury. In a flash of silver light, Gu Yuna appeared before them. A layer of ancient ice enveloped her stunning visage, while her deep purple vertical pupils blazed with unbridled wrath. Her silver hair danced wildly without wind, and the chilling aura she radiated caused the temperature of the entire Lake of Life to plummet, instantly forming a thin layer of ice upon its surface. Gu, you, na. Her voice sliced through the air like a cold wind from the abyss, each word imbued with piercing fury. What did you promise me? You said you would act with caution. You said you would wait for me. And what has become of that? She pointed at the feeble Nar and the blood-stained corner of Gu Ran's mouth, her voice trembling slightly with the intensity of her anger. Look at them. Look at yourself. If I hadn't sensed this in time and brought you back, you would already be corpses. Perhaps not even leaving behind a body. Obliterated by the Star Luo royal family. As Gu Yuna's ire escalated, the chill surrounding her surged, freezing the ground beneath her feet into solid ice. For a girl from the Zhu family whom you barely know, you dare to be so reckless, placing yourself in such peril? Have you dismissed my warnings as mere whispers in the wind? Faced with Gu Yuna's unprecedented fury, Gu Ran felt a chill in his heart. He realized he had indeed taken a reckless gamble, underestimating Davis's ruthlessness and the might of a titled Douluo, inadvertently leading to Nar's injury. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his wounds and gazed earnestly into Gu Yuna's fiery eyes, sincerely stating, Gu Yuna, I was indeed rash this time, and I apologize to you. The responsibility for Nar's injury falls upon me. However, Zhu Zhuqing's silence. Gu Yuna interrupted sharply, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Are you still thinking of her? Do you believe you can return now and do anything? Seek death. The Star Luo royal family will undoubtedly lay a trap waiting for you. What do you have to counter the might of the entire empire? Your meager spirit ancestor strength? Or the two of them, who can barely muster even 30% of their power? Gu Yuna's words, coupled with Nar's pale complexion, wrenched at Gu Yuna's heart. Her fury stemmed more from fear and heartache. Observing the deep-seated concern in Gu Yuna's eyes, Gu Ran felt a stirring in his heart. He ceased his defense and, with a thought, retrieved 2 vials of softly glowing liquid from his system space, soul-repairing elixirs. This was indeed his oversight. He had obtained these elixirs long ago, but had consistently forgotten to administer them to Gu Yuna. Had Gu Yu and Na been able to unleash their full potential, they would not have been so thoroughly at a disadvantage this time. Gu Ran's voice turned unusually calm, carrying an undeniable strength. I understand your concerns. I also comprehend that Gu Yu and Na are unable to exert their full powers because they are intrinsically linked to you. Now, I have a solution to this dilemma. He cradled 2 vials of soul repair elixir in his palms, their gentle radiance illuminating his resolute visage. This was the soul repair elixir, a miraculous concoction capable of thoroughly mending, solidifying, and liberating the very essence of Guyu and Nair's souls, enabling them to emerge as entirely independent entities, free from your influence. Henceforth, they would possess complete souls and autonomous wills, no longer constrained by your corporeal state. Their powers would unequivocally belong to them alone. Guyu, and Nair, three pairs of nearly identical eyes, fixated simultaneously on the two vials, exuding an enigmatic aura. Shock, disbelief, and an ineffable thrill intertwined within their gazes. What did you say? Guyuna's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. To separate souls and create entirely independent beings? This is nothing short of a miracle. Even I had never contemplated such a possibility. Brother Guran, is this truly the case? Nair's frail voice brimmed with hope. Guran nodded earnestly, affirming the truth of his words. By utilizing the elixir, Guyu and Nair would be reborn, their powers unshackled. In that moment, each of them would stand as a formidable Douluo, rivaling your peak prowess. The final four words resonated like thunderclaps beside the lake of life. Guyuna's gaze remained fixated on the two vials, her heart stirred by turbulent waves of emotion. What did this signify? It meant that her two most cherished sisters, or rather, her avatars, would attain genuine freedom and a complete existence. Furthermore, it implied that the Star Do Forest would instantaneously gain two protectors of unparalleled might, rivaling those just below the divine realm. Observing the unwavering sincerity in Guran's eyes, and the longing for independence reflected in Guyu and Nair's expressions, Guyuna fell silent. The anger and chill enveloping her ebbed away like receding tides. After a prolonged moment, she released a barely audible sigh, imbued with a sense of relief, complexity, and an unrecognized anticipation. Very well, I consent. Without further hesitation, Guran promptly handed each vial of the soul repair elixir to Guyu and Nair. The two women exchanged a glance and, without a moment's doubt, consumed the elixirs. Instantly, two resplendent beams of light erupted from within Guyu and Nair. One was a profound ice blue, embodying the utmost coldness and elemental vastness, while the other was a pristine silver, encapsulating the mysteries of space and the majesty of the dragonkin. The waters of the Lake of Life surged in response to this formidable power, creating towering waves, only to be quelled by an invisible force. Guyuna distinctly sensed the close soul connection between herself, Guyu, and Nair, being mended and reshaped by a gentle yet potent force, ultimately severing their ties. A faint pang of soul division coursed through her, yet it was swiftly replaced by an unprecedented lightness and a poignant emotion at the birth of two new lives. The beams of light persisted for a full quarter of an hour before gradually retracting. As the brilliance faded, Guyu and Nair, standing in place, underwent a profound transformation in their essence. Guyu remained as breathtakingly cold and exquisite as ever, yet her gaze had grown deeper and more independent. The elemental power of ice that enveloped her had become purer and more magnificent, as if her every movement could summon the elemental tides of the universe. A terrifying pressure, befitting a level 99 limit Douluo, emanated from her, far surpassing her previous strength by more than tenfold. Nair, on the other hand, appeared as if reborn. Although her complexion was still somewhat pale, her amber eyes sparkled with life and brilliance, as if they contained the mysteries of the entire cosmos. With a gentle fist clench, the surrounding space resonated obediently, and the silver dragon spear flew back into her hand, its body shimmering with colors that seemed capable of rending space itself. Her aura, too, firmly stepped into the realm of a level 99 limit Douluo. They were no longer mere avatars, but truly independent and powerful beings. Sister. Guyu and Nair simultaneously turned their gaze towards Guyuna, their expressions complex, filled with gratitude and closeness, yet predominantly imbued with a sense of equality and independence. Guyuna looked at them, a glimmer of moisture appearing in her violet eyes, only to be swiftly suppressed. A faint yet undeniably genuine smile curved her lips. From now on, simply call me sister. You are free now. Her gaze then shifted to Guran, curiosity brimming within her eyes. This so-called soul repair agent had undoubtedly transcended the world's concepts, capable of reshaping souls while ensuring their power remained intact. However, Guyuna refrained from inquiring further. Since Guran chose not to speak, there was no need for questions. Now, you have two peerless Douluos by your side. Do you still wish to return? Guran's gaze was resolute as iron, and the golden dragon spear struck the ground with a heavy thud. I must return. The Star Luo royal family has been excessively arrogant. Davis condoned his subordinates' harm to my companions, further entangling me in injustice. Zhu Zhuqing has suffered greater humiliation and despair because of me. If I were to retreat now, abandoning her, I would be no different from that coward Dai Mubai. This enmity and disgrace must be avenged. He glanced at the formidable Guyu and Nair beside him, his confidence soaring. With them here, the Star Luo Empire cannot hinder me. Guyuna observed the unwavering determination in Guran's eyes and the two sisters who had already become pinnacle existences in the Douluo Continent. Eventually, she slowly closed her eyes and then reopened them, the last flicker of concern transforming into resolve. Very well, since you are determined to go, I shall not stop you any longer. Her voice regained the unique authority of the Silver Dragon King, but the Star Luo royal family's deep-rooted power should not be underestimated. To ensure your safety, she raised her hand and issued two long and commanding dragon roars towards the depths of the Lake of Life. Two enormous pillars of water erupted from the center of the Lake of Life, and two colossal figures slowly ascended, Daming the azure bull python, and Erming the titan giant ape. Master. The two fearsome beasts bowed in reverence. Daming, Erming, Gu Yuna's voice carried an undeniable command. Transform into human form and closely protect Gu Ran as he ventures to the Star Luo Empire. Should he encounter even the slightest misfortune, I shall hold you accountable. Understood. Daming and Erming responded without hesitation, their bodies glowing brilliantly. Their massive forms swiftly contracted and transformed. As the radiance faded, two imposing and robust figures emerged at the lakeside. One stood over 2 meters tall, with a deep azure complexion, his muscles rippling like finely forged iron. His countenance was resolute, and his gaze steady as the abyss. Clad in a simple azure attire, he was the transformed azure bull python, Niu, whose aura unmistakably resonated at the pinnacle level of 97. The other towered nearly 2 meters and 3, resembling an iron tower in his might, with bronze skin and explosive muscles straining against his rudimentary brown leather armor. His rugged visage and wild eyes emitted an unparalleled ferocity. He was the transformed Titan Great Ape, Titan, equally exuding an aura of 97 at its zenith. Titan grinned broadly, revealing a row of white teeth, his fists cracking ominously as he thundered. Haha, I've longed to stretch my limbs. Who dares to provoke you? I, old Tai, shall pummel them into a pulp. Excellent. A cold glint flashed in Gu Ran's eyes as he gazed towards the direction of Xing Luo City, his target, the Zhu residence. Let us depart. This time, I shall make Davis aware of the price of provoking me. Chapter 22. The emergence of the strong, shaking Xing Luo. 2 days had elapsed since the harrowing attack. The chaos within the Zhu residence's side hall had been cleared. Yet the air still seemed to linger with the oppressive aura of the titled Douluo and a faint scent of blood. The atmosphere within the estate was unbearably tense. The servants rendered mute with fear. All were aware that Zhu Zhuqing had once again been forsaken. Yet they felt a modicum of relief that the two titled Douluo had targeted only Gu Ran. Had they truly taken advantage of the night to slaughter the Zhu residents? Shielded by Davis, no one would have known who was responsible. Zhu Zhuqing had confined herself to her chamber for 2 days, refusing food or drink. She sat on the cold floor, hugging her knees tightly, cradling the small black cat. The once vibrant eyes of the feline had lost all their luster, now reflecting only a chilling void and numbing despair. Gu Ran had departed. Like Dai Mubai, he vanished without a trace at the moment the formidable foe arrived. Not a word of farewell or a glance was left behind. She remained, bearing the brunt of the scorn for enticing outsiders and drawing calamity upon herself, enduring the humiliation of being cast aside once more and the derision of all Xing Luo City. Her father, Zhu Zhentian, sighed heavily, his brow furrowed deeper with worry. Her mother wept daily, her gaze filled with guilt and heartache, yet feeling utterly powerless. Although Prince Davis had not sent anyone again, the entire Zhu family knew it was merely the calm before the storm. The Zhu family had been thrust into the eye of the tempest, poised to be crushed by the imperial wrath. Were it not for Zhu Zhuyun pleading on behalf of the family at the prince's court, the military power of the Zhu clan might have already been confiscated, subdued under the Wei family. Liars, all of them. Zhu Zhuqing buried her face deep into her knees, her voice hoarse and dry, laden with a heavy nasal tone, her body trembling slightly. The last flicker of hope for warmth and reliance had been utterly frozen and shattered by the harshness of reality. Perhaps solitude and coldness were her destined abode. Was the companionship she once cherished merely this? Zhu Zhuqing murmured softly, reminiscing about her childhood when she would snuggle beside her mother. Do you know, little Zhuqing? Your father is the foremost warrior of the Zhu family, the mightiest among them all. Her mother tenderly stroked her head. I understand. Since mother married the greatest warrior of the Zhu family, when I grow up, I must seek the world's greatest warrior. At that time, the little Zhuqing laughed joyfully. Yet it was evident she remained unaware that her destiny had already been sealed. Suddenly, an indescribable aura of terror descended upon the skies of Star Luo City. Akin to the awakening of a slumbering, ancient dragon, the heavens darkened instantaneously, and a fierce wind howled. Countless soul masters among the common folk looked up in horror, feeling as if their very souls trembled. Deep within the palace, powerful auras erupted, filled with astonishment. Above the Zhu residence, the space rippled violently as if disturbed by unseen forces. Figures appeared, resembling deities descending from the heavens, tearing through the fabric of space. At the forefront stood Gu Ran, brandishing a golden dragon spear, tall and imposing. Though his complexion appeared somewhat pale, his gaze was sharp as lightning, radiating an overwhelming dragon might. To his left was a stunning silver-haired woman, Gu Yu, her elemental power surging like the sea, her ice-blue eyes surveying the world like a goddess of frost. To his right stood a lively yet razor-sharp silver-haired girl, Nar, her amber eyes curiously inspecting the scene below. Behind them loomed 2 formidable men, Niu and Titan, exuding an intimidating presence, their eyes scanning the Zhu residence as if patrolling their territory. The terrifying pressure emanating from this quartet eclipsed the sense of oppression felt just days prior from the 2 titled Douluo. The entirety of the Zhu residence, and indeed a significant part of Star Luo City, was enveloped by this unparalleled aura of dominance. Gu Ran. Zhu Zhentian rushed out from his study, staring at the figures in the sky, utterly astonished. Not only had he returned, but he had also brought such terrifying beings with him. The firmly shut door was flung open, and Zhu Zhuqing stumbled into the courtyard. Upon raising her gaze to the familiar yet alien silhouette in the sky, she felt as though struck by lightning, frozen in place. In her deathly still eyes, a tempest of emotions surged forth: shock, disbelief, grievance, anger, and a flicker of hope so faint it was nearly extinguished. One she had scarcely acknowledged herself. He has returned? He has not abandoned me. Gu Ran's gaze immediately locked onto the delicate, fragile figure in the courtyard, seemingly on the verge of being swept away by the wind. Observing her pale face, bloodshot yet hollow eyes, and her trembling form, Gu Ran's heart twisted painfully. He could clearly see the despair in her eyes and the deeply buried anguish of betrayal. Zhuqing. Gu Ran's voice pierced through the space, resonating clearly in Zhu Zhuqing's ears, imbued with an undeniable power. I have returned. I promised I would help you break your shackles. I, Gu Ran, shall fulfill my words. Whoever dares to wrong you, insult you, or betray you shall pay the price. This resounding declaration reverberated like thunder in the icy stillness of Zhu Zhuqing's heart. Her delicate form trembled violently, her vacant gaze flickering intensely as she bit down hard on her lower lip, desperately suppressing the tears that threatened to spill forth once more. Yet, her body quivered uncontrollably. How outrageous! The Star Luo Empire would not tolerate such rampant behavior. From the direction of the palace, a surge of formidable auras ascended into the heavens, all emanating from the titled Douluo of the Star Luo Empire. At the forefront were the fierce Sun Douluo and the cold Moon Douluo. Crown Prince Davis, surrounded by a throng of powerful allies, appeared atop the palace's high platform, his expression as dark as the depths of a stormy sea. Fixated intently on Gu Ran and his companions in the sky, the pressure exerted by Gu Ran moments ago was overwhelming, causing all within the palace to be alert. However, unlike the Heaven Do Empire and the Spirit Hall, the number of titled Douluo within the Star Luo Empire was exceedingly limited. After all, the Star Luo Empire relied on its boundless army, yet the army's effectiveness within the city was rather constrained. Rampant behavior? Gu Ran scoffed, casting a glance at Davis. His voice resonated like thunder rolling across the nine heavens, echoing throughout Star Luo City. Davis, you have indulged your subordinates, attacking me without cause and injuring my companions. You have unjustly accused me, placing Miss Zhu's family in dire straits. Today, I, Gu Ran, have come to seek an explanation. Before his words could fully settle, Gu Yu, standing beside him, let out a cold snort, raising her delicate hand. In an instant, the skies above Star Luo City churned violently. Countless shards of ice, fireballs, lightning, and massive boulders, an array of ferocious elemental forces, materialized out of thin air, hanging ominously over the city as if the apocalypse had descended. The terrifying pressure rendered countless individuals weak-kneed and trembling with fear. Na-Er's lips curled into a playful yet icy smile as she swept her silver dragon spear lightly. A vast expanse of space before the palace was effortlessly torn apart, revealing the heart-stopping abyss of darkness behind it. The chaotic turbulence of space was vaguely discernible. Both Neo Tian and Titan stepped forward simultaneously. Boom. It was as if two ancient demonic mountains were in motion. A pure, savage, and boundless aura of terror surged forth like a tsunami toward the palace. Neo Tian was enveloped in a green glow, with the faint sound of a giant python's hiss echoing around him. Titan's fists clashed, producing a thunderous sound akin to metal striking metal, with a wild aura surging skyward. As the four peak experts simultaneously unleashed their formidable presence, the terrifying intensity momentarily caused the auras rising from the palace to falter. The fierce Sun Douluo and cold Moon Douluo's expressions changed drastically, facing an imminent threat. They could clearly sense that the aura of either of the two silver-haired women in the sky far surpassed their own. The two robust men behind them were no ordinary adversaries either. Davis's complexion turned exceedingly grim, even taking on a pallor. He had never anticipated that Gu Ran not only survived, but had returned in such a short span with four such terrifying entities. This power was enough to overturn the entire structure of the Star Luo Empire. Gazing at the elemental apocalypse looming overhead in the rift in space that had been torn asunder, feeling the terrifying presence of the four beings that loomed over him like primordial beasts, Davis, the iron-blooded prince, for the first time felt an icy chill and a sense of powerlessness. His once proud royal authority appeared utterly pale and laughable in the face of such absolute strength. Gu Ran's voice resounded once more, imbued with a chilling tone of judgment. Davis, I offer you two choices. Firstly, I demand that you apologize to me and my companions for the harm you have inflicted upon your subordinates. Furthermore, rectify the wrongful accusations against Zhu Zhuqing and restore her reputation. Proclaim to the world the annulment of the so-called engagement shackles imposed upon her by Dai Mubai. Secondly, I shall dismantle your Star Luo palace today, allowing you to experience the degradation of having your dignity trampled upon. Choose wisely. The entirety of Star Luo City fell into a profound silence. Countless gazes fixated on Davis, standing atop the palace's high platform. His fists clenched tightly, cracking audibly as his nails dug deeply into his palms. His countenance was ashen, his eyes a tempest of turmoil. As the imperial prince and future sovereign, bowing publicly to apologize and abolishing the royal marriage decree was an unspeakable humiliation. Yet, refusing to yield, gazing at the terrifying force above capable of annihilating the imperial city, he harbored no doubts about the opposing party's resolve. The Sun Douluo and the cold Moon Douluo watched Davis with bated breath, subtly shaking their heads. They knew all too well that they could not prevail. They would not necessarily escape unscathed from the attack of any one of their adversaries. Time seemed to suspend itself, each second stretching infinitely. At last, Davis appeared to be drained of all strength, his tightly clenched fists slowly relaxing. Drawing a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed all feelings of humiliation and resentment, his voice hoarse yet clear, resonating throughout the quietude of Douluo City. This matter was indeed my wrongdoing. I was misled by the slander of Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, leading my subordinates to offend you and your companions, and causing Miss Zhu Zhuqing to suffer unjustly. I, Davis, hereby apologize to you and your companions. I extend my apologies to Miss Zhu Zhuqing. Having uttered those words, as if expending the last of his energy, he continued. As for the engagement, Dai Mubai has forsaken his vows and abandoned Miss Zhu Zhuqing. He is no longer worthy of being the Douluo prince. This engagement has been null and void since the day he fled. Today, in the name of the crown prince of the Douluo Empire, I declare this engagement nullified. Miss Zhu Zhuqing is henceforth free from marriage, with no further ties to the Douluo royal family. The entirety of Douluo City erupted into an uproar. The crown prince had truly bowed in apology. The age-old royal marriage decree had, against all odds, been abolished due to the actions of an outsider and his companions. Within the courtyard of the Zhu residence, Zhu Jintian and his mother stood in stunned disbelief, soon overwhelmed by elation. Zhu Zhuqing felt as if struck by a second thunderbolt, her delicate frame trembling as she abruptly gazed skyward at Gu Ran. Within her cold, desolate eyes, the icy despair that had been forcibly sealed away finally shattered with a resounding crash. Tears streamed forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam, but this time, they were not tears of despair, they were tears of joy, born from survival, vindication, and the breaking of shackles. He not only returned, but also accomplished what seemed impossible. He truly shattered this cursed fate for me. Gu Ran beheld the girl below, tear-streaked yet rejuvenated, and a smile of profound relief graced his face. He sheathed his golden dragon spear and, facing Davis, left behind a measured remark. Well done. Remember your words today. Zhu Zhuqing, I, Gu Ran, shall protect you. Should the Douluo royal family dare to trouble her because of today's events, they shall bear the consequences. Furthermore, this matter originated from Tang San, and I can choose to overlook past grievances. Having spoken, he disregarded the ever-changing expression of Davis and cast a gentle gaze upon the slender figure in the courtyard, who was weeping inconsolably. Zhuqing, Gu Ran's voice was unprecedentedly tender. The shackles had shattered, and destiny had been unraveled. You are free now. Would you be willing to leave with me? Zhu Zhuqing raised her tear-filled eyes, looking at the figure in the sky who had opened a clear expanse for her, watching as he extended his hand. Without a trace of hesitation, she summoned all her strength, nodded fervently, her voice choked with tears yet unwaveringly resolute. I am willing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, to fall in love with Zhu Zhuqing, and receiving the soul bone reward, the left leg bone of the purple glorious destruction dragon, of 9-colored quality. The first soul skill greatly enhances speed. The second soul skill requires the complete set of the purple glorious destruction dragon soul bones to summon the purple glorious destruction dragon. Chapter 23, Davis's enticement. Oh, the purple glorious destruction dragon? What is that? Gu Ran was genuinely taken aback by this reward, as he had anticipated a mere enhancement in soul power, not a soul bone reward. Beside him, Gu Yu, overhearing Gu Ran's murmurs, expressed surprise. The purple glorious destruction dragon was once a dragon that coexisted with the dragon god, possessing strength that could rival the dragon god. However, due to various circumstances, it was slain by the dragon god himself. Yet, that was millions of years ago. Why do you ask about it? Oh, it's nothing. I just happened to think of it. Gu Ran scratched his head, deflecting the question. On the other side, at the Zhu residence, Zhu Jintian hosted a banquet to celebrate his beloved daughter Zhu Zhuqing's liberation from Dai Mubai and her discovery of her true destined partner. The atmosphere was filled with joy as everyone engaged in lively conversation, drinking, and composing poetry. Conversely, the atmosphere at the Douluo Imperial Palace was starkly different. In the Imperial study, the air was as heavy as lead, oppressive to the point of suffocation. Davis had dismissed all attendants, sitting alone behind a vast writing desk. Before him lay open the intelligence report just submitted by his spies regarding Gu Ran and his companion's brief appearance in the Stardow Forest. As he read the description of 10,000-year soul beasts bowing in response to a mere gesture, Davis inhaled sharply, a profound sense of helplessness and deeper apprehension seizing him. Where had these two peerless Douluo and two super Douluo suddenly appeared from? He murmured to himself, each word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. Such power could alter the fate of an empire. Evidently, among the entire Douluo continent, only Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu were recognized as peerless Douluo. Why? Why were there others? Were peerless Douluo truly so easily found? Davis could no longer contain himself. He could not comprehend why such formidable beings would align themselves with Gu Ran. Gu Ran's declaration echoed in his ears like a curse. This implied that Zhu Zhuqing, who had once been regarded as a discarded pawn, had now become an exceedingly fragile connection between that terrifying youth and the Douluo Empire. This connection could snap at any moment with the slightest disturbance, leading to catastrophic consequences. He must stabilize the situation. Davis slammed his fist onto the writing desk, leaving a distinct imprint on the expensive rosewood surface. This young man possessed unfathomable strength and an elusive temperament, acting with reckless abandon and proving nearly impossible to contend with. Yet, there was no choice but to resort to that method. His sharp gaze swept over the intelligence report detailing Gu Ran's preferences, an affinity for beautiful women, indifferent to power, status, and wealth. A thought, one both despicable and, in the eyes of the powerful, exceedingly pragmatic, burrowed itself into his mind, refusing to dissipate. A penchant for the fairer sex, how amusing. The corners of Davis's mouth twisted into a cold and cruel arc, his eyes devoid of warmth, only calculating intent reflected within. It seemed he was ultimately just an inept individual ensnared by the allure of feminine charms. Despite possessing extraordinary power, he could not escape such a vulnerability. Given this, he slowly rose from his seat and paced to the window, gazing towards the inner palace grounds, his voice as frigid as ice. Come, summon the crown princess, Zhu Zhiyun, for an audience. As Zhu Zhiyun stepped into the imperial study, a trace of confusion lingered in her heart. Dressed in luxurious court attire, her exquisite makeup highlighted her graceful figure, her brow adorned with the pride and astuteness characteristic of the Zhu family's eldest daughter. She assumed Davis sought to discuss how to navigate the Zhu family's current predicament or to soothe her wounded familial reputation following Dai Mubai's elopement. However, upon seeing Davis's cold silhouette turned away from her at the window, an inexplicable unease surged within her. Your Highness, you summoned me? Zhu Zhiyun curtsied slightly, her voice laced with her usual charm. Davis slowly turned to face her, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze like a chilling blade that struck directly at Zhu Zhiyun's heart, causing her to flinch. Zhiyun, Davis's voice was chillingly flat. The Starry Empire now stands before a grave threat. Zhu Zhiyun was taken aback. Everything had seemed smooth just yesterday. What had transpired? A threat? Your Highness means. Guran. Davis uttered the name, his sharp eyes fixed on Zhu Zhiyun. You should have heard of the power this man wields. He is vengeful and exceedingly lecherous. Zhu Zhiyun's complexion shifted slightly. She was indeed aware of Guran, and more so, that her sister, Zhu Zhuqing, was now wed to him, forcing even the royal family to bow down. What did Davis mean by suddenly bringing this up? Taking a step closer, Davis exuded an invisible aura of pressure that instinctively made Zhu Zhiyun retreat a half step. He scrutinized her exquisite features and delicate form as though appraising an object, his gaze rife with a chilling calculation. For the safety of the empire, and for the continuation of the Zhu family, Davis's voice pierced like a poisoned icicle, each word stabbing deep into Zhu Zhiyun's heart. You must make a sacrifice. Stunned as if struck by lightning, Zhu Zhiyun's face drained of color, her body trembling uncontrollably as a horrifying conjecture exploded in her mind. Your Highness, what do you mean? Quite clear, Davis's tone was devoid of any emotional warmth. Guran has a fondness for beauty. You, Zhu Zhiyun, crown princess of the Starry Empire, the Zhu family's eldest daughter, with your noble status and unparalleled beauty, are the most fitting gift. Approach him, please him, and become his. With her body, she was to exchange for the friendship and unchallenged promise of the empire and the Zhu family. Upon hearing these words escape from Davis's lips, Zhu Zhiyun felt as though the world was spinning beneath her, her vision darkening. A wave of immense humiliation, fury, and icy despair engulfed her in an instant. She could scarcely believe her ears. Her husband, the crown prince of the Starry Empire, had audaciously commanded her to offer herself to another man, to be treated as a mere commodity, exchanged at will to quell another's wrath. No, Zhu Zhiyun screamed, her voice piercing and sorrowful. Davis, are you mad? I am your crown princess. I am your fiancée. How dare you humiliate me in such a manner? Humiliate the Zhu family. Humiliate? Davis scoffed, his eyes devoid of any remorse, reflecting only the cold, hard reality. In comparison to the survival of the empire and the future of the Zhu family, what does your personal honor or disgrace amount to? That girl, Zhu Zhuqing, has already caught Guran's eye. Are you, as the elder sister, to be deemed inferior to her? He advanced a step closer, his formidable spiritual pressure bearing down on Zhu Zhiyun like a mountain, nearly suffocating her. Remember your identity. Remember the plight of the Zhu family. This is a command. It is also your final value as the crown princess and as a daughter of the Zhu family. Should you refuse, Davis's voice cut through the air like a chilling wind from the depths of hell. The Zhu family would no longer have any reason to exist, and you shall not see the sun rise again. This ultimatum, as frigid as iron shackles, irrevocably bound Zhu Zhiyun's every instinct to resist and her dignity. She collapsed to the ground, her opulent gown spreading around her like wilted petals. Silent tears surged forth, washing away her exquisite makeup, leaving behind traces of disarray. She gazed upon the man she had once adored and plotted for, only to find him now utterly foreign and repugnant. It became painfully clear that, in the face of power and threats, she was merely a pawn, ready to be sacrificed at any moment. Zhu Zhiyun's heart turned to ash. She was oblivious to how she returned to her chamber that night or how she fell asleep. In the mire of the Starry Empire, shrouded year-round in a grayish-green miasma, the light was dim, and lurking within the quagmire were countless perilous poisonous insects and ferocious soul beasts. The air was thick with the nauseating blend of decaying vegetation and toxic fumes. Upon a relatively dry black rock, a figure sat cross-legged. It was Tang San. The dark malevolence swirling around him was several times more potent than during his time in Nodding City, akin to viscous ink churning. The inky tendrils were as thick as a child's arm, adorned with sharp barbs glimmering with a ghostly blue light, and their surfaces were cloaked in an eerie pattern of purple-black filaments, exuding a disquieting aura of devouring and decay. Beneath him lay not a singular white soul ring, but a profound purple soul ring pulsating rhythmically, its edges entwined with wisps of dark energy. With the aid of Yu Shaojing, Tang San had acquired 3,000-year soul rings. the other two having long since been affixed to the Haotian hammer. His countenance, under the influence of the malevolent energy, grew increasingly sinister. The whites of his eyes were nearly consumed by the dark markings, and deep within his pupils lay an unrelenting resentment and madness. The skin exuded an unhealthy shade of ashen blue, with a nervous, sinister smile often lingering at the corners of the mouth. Power. This is the essence of strength. Tang San murmured, his voice raspy like the friction of sandpaper. He spread his palm, and tendrils of dark green, intensely corrosive soul power danced at his fingertips. The blue-silver evil power, indeed, is profound. With the soul ring of the soul-eating spider, my devouring ability has enhanced tremendously. Gu Ran, now can you still defeat me? However, I fear Gu Ran has already succumbed to that, Davis. He suddenly cast his gaze towards a struggling century-old iron-armored crocodile in the mire not far away. A flash of bloodlust igniting in his eyes, second soul skill, parasitism. Numerous robust blue-silver thorns shot forth like venomous serpents, instantly ensnaring the iron-armored crocodile. The sharp barbs effortlessly pierced its tough scales, revealing a pulsing pattern of purple-black. The iron-armored crocodile emitted a heart-wrenching wail as its body visibly shriveled, its essence and soul power voraciously consumed by the blue-silver thorns. In mere moments, a century-old soul beast had been reduced to a desiccated corpse. The energy absorbed surged into Tang San's body, causing him to squint in pleasurable delight, a sickly satisfaction gracing his features. He could sense his soul power solidifying further. Not enough, far from sufficient. The madness in Tang San's eyes intensified. To defeat Gu Ran, I require more. Greater power. More nourishment. He licked his parched lips, his greedy gaze sweeping over the silent swamp, as if searching for his next prey. Not far away, Yu Xiaojing peered through a gap in a rudimentary tent, observing this scene with a complex gleam in his eyes. There was astonishment at the formidable effect of the evil power, gratification at Tang San's soaring strength, yet deeper still lay a subtle tinge of apprehension. He could sense that Tang San was gradually being consumed by that malevolent force, becoming less and less human. But at this moment, he was already shackled to this frenzied chariot, left only to pray that his theories were correct, to hope that Tang San could master this power, or perhaps, to wish that Gu Ran could be utterly annihilated by it. Chapter 24. The Apology Banquet. Davis presents Zhu Zhuyuan. The echoes of thunder from the Star Luo Imperial Palace had yet to dissipate, while the festivities at the Zhu residence were still in full swing. A formal invitation, embedded with the emblem of the Star Luo royal family, was respectfully delivered to Gu Ran at the Zhu residence by Davis's trusted attendant, Lord Gu Ran. The attendant knelt on one knee in a posture of utmost humility, holding the invitation aloft. His Highness, deeply remorseful for the misunderstandings of the previous day, has commanded me to present this invitation to host a modest banquet at the prince's residence tomorrow evening. This serves as both a sincere apology and an expression of admiration for your esteemed self, with the hope of forging a connection. Gu Ran accepted the invitation, feeling its cold, weighty presence, which pulsed with subtle waves of soul power, signifying the opulence and solemnity of royalty. A playful smile curved at the corners of his mouth. An apology? A connection? Davis certainly knows how to pivot swiftly. Yet, this was within the realm of expectation. Return and inform His Highness. Gu Ran's tone remained even, devoid of discernible emotion, that I have received his intentions. Tomorrow evening, I shall attend the banquet punctually. The attendant, as if granted a reprieve, quickly bowed and withdrew. Zhu Zhuqing stood beside Gu Ran, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, a hint of worry adorning her exquisite visage. Gu Ran, Davis is treacherous and vindictive. His feigned humility is merely a response to circumstance. This banquet is likely a trap, she cautioned. Gu Ran raised his hand, gently brushing aside her silky hair in a gesture of reassurance. Fear not, Zhuqing. In the presence of absolute power, all schemes and deceptions are futile. Since he desires to befriend me, I shall observe what sincerity Davis can muster. His gaze swept over the words thin banquet inscribed on the invitation, a glimmer of cold mockery flickering in his eyes. The following evening, the setting sun draped the starry Empire Palace in a golden hue, yet it could not dispel the oppressive chill that pervaded the inner courtyard of the Crown Prince's residence. Within the opulent and most private listening ways pavilion, the lights burned brightly. The exquisite agarwood table was laden with the finest delicacies of the starry empire, many crafted from the most refined parts of thousand-year-old soul beasts. Suffused with spiritual energy, the jade vessel contained a century-old royal brew, its rich aroma captivating the senses. However, only two figures occupied the entire room, Davis and Zhu Zhuyuan. Clearly, Davis wished to keep today's apology banquet a secret from any third party. In the main seat, Davis donned a more sumptuous outfit, his face adorned with an impeccable and restrained smile befitting the crown prince, though an undeniable shadow of ruthlessness and a subtle tension lingered in his gaze. The seat beside him remained vacant. As Gu Ran's silhouette appeared at the entrance of the listening ways pavilion, Davis immediately rose, his face blossoming with an exuberant smile as he hurried forward. Brother Gu Ran, your presence graces my humble abode. Please, take a seat. His demeanor was exceedingly humble, as if the man who had been so bellicose just days prior was a different person entirely. Gu Ran maintained an aloof expression, offering a slight nod, imbued with an air of detachment as he followed Davis's enthusiastic guidance to take his place. The events of the previous day were indeed fraught with misunderstandings, all due to my palace's gullibility towards Tang San slander, leading to my subordinates' indiscretions and causing my sister Zhuqing to suffer injustice. I am truly remorseful. Davis personally filled Gu Ran's glass with exquisite wine, his tone earnest, his posture exceedingly humble. This first cup is a self-imposed penalty, an apology to you, brother Gu Ran. With that, he raised the cup and drank deeply, his movements grandiose, as if genuinely pained. Gu Ran lifted his glass, lightly tracing the uneven texture, hesitating to drink. Merely observing Davis's performance with a calm demeanor. Your Highness speaks too weightily. Now that the misunderstandings have been clarified, there is no need to revisit the past. His voice was serene and untroubled, devoid of emotion. Davis felt a chill run through him, aware that Gu Ran had not truly set aside his grievances. He lowered his glass, his smile growing more fervent as he clapped his hands. Excellent. Brother Gu Ran, your magnanimity is commendable. To demonstrate my sincerity, I have prepared a modest wine and invited an old acquaintance to pour wine and enliven the atmosphere. As Davis's applause echoed, the beaded curtain at the side of the listening waves pavilion was silently drawn aside. A slender, graceful figure slowly stepped into the hall. A figure entered, adorned in a gown of almost translucent gauze, the delicate fabric accentuating the alluring curves of her silhouette. Her alabaster skin shimmered under the soft glow of the lights, exuding a breathtaking allure. Her hair was intricately styled into an opulent palace bun, adorned with priceless jewels, while her exquisite makeup belied a trace of undeniable weariness and profound humiliation. She was none other than the crown princess, Zhu Zhiyun, with her gaze cast downward. Her long lashes fluttered like butterfly wings, striving to maintain an exterior calm. Yet the taut line of her lips and the pallor of her knuckles betrayed the tempest within her soul. She dared not meet Gu Ran's eyes, nor could she bear to look at Davis. Her gaze remained fixated on the polished golden silk wood floor beneath her, as if she wished to bore a hole through it. Zhiyun, Davis's voice carried an undeniable authority, though a disingenuous smile adorned his face, rendering him exceedingly hypocritical. What are you dawdling for? This is the esteemed Gu Ran, whom I frequently speak of to you, the dragon among men. Hurry now, serve him wine. A barely perceptible tremor coursed through Zhu Zhiyun's body. Taking a deep breath, summoning every ounce of strength, she reluctantly stepped forward, moving stiffly like a marionette, to stand beside Gu Ran. A subtle yet despair-laden fragrance wafted towards Gu Ran, a scent both refreshing and melancholic. She extended her well-groomed, albeit slightly trembling, jade-like hands to grasp the wine jug that had warmed in the jade stove. The chill of the jug caused her fingers to retract momentarily, but she dared not pause. Carefully pouring the crystalline liquid, rich with an intoxicating aroma, into the luminous cup before Gu Ran. Throughout this ordeal, her hands quaked violently, the liquid nearly spilling. She bit down hard on the inside of her lower lip, managing to stifle her distress. Davis watched with a smile, yet his eyes held a glacial calculation. Upon seeing Zhu Zhiyun fill the cup, he raised his own with a grin. Gu Ran, my brother, please. Partake of this dragoness spittle, a secret reserve of the Xingluo royal family, a rarity beyond the reach of ordinary folk. The wine poured by Zhiyun must possess a unique flavor as well. His insinuation was unmistakably clear. Gu Ran's gaze finally shifted from the amber liquid in the cup to Zhu Zhiyun's face. His eyes were profound and tranquil, devoid of both admiration and disdain, merely scrutinizing her as one would an object of appraisal. This scrutiny left Zhu Zhiyun feeling as though she were perched on a bed of nails, the humiliation coiling around her heart like a venomous vine, tightening to the point of suffocation. She felt exposed, stripped of her dignity, as all semblance of respect shattered beneath his calm gaze. A single, scalding tear escaped the corner of her eye, cascading down onto her tightly clasped hand that held the wine jug, instantly turning cold. Noticing this, Davis's brow barely furrowed. His foot discreetly nudged Zhu Zhiyun's calf under the table, a silent yet pointed warning. Startled, she jerked her head up to meet Davis's gaze, her eyes brimming with fear and pleading. Yet, under the icy scrutiny of his unfeeling eyes, all her courage dissipated in an instant. She forced herself to conjure a smile that was more grotesque than tears, her voice tinged with an almost imperceptible quaver, addressing Gu Ran. My lord, please, have some wine. Just as Zhu Zhiyun's heart plummeted into the abyss, bracing for a deeper humiliation, Gu Ran moved. He did not reach for the wine cup. Instead, he slowly extended his hand, not to take the cup, nor to toy with Zhu Zhiyun, but to gently yet firmly grasp her wrist, still tightly clutching the wine jug. Zhu Zhiyun recoiled as if electrified, yet Gu Ran held her steady. Your Highness, Gu Ran's voice finally pierced the stifling silence of the hall. His gaze shifted from Zhu Zhiyun's face, etched with despair and humiliation, back to Davis, his lips curling into a serene smile, yet his eyes suddenly sharpened like a blade, as if they could penetrate all veils of hypocrisy. I see your sincerity. Gu Ran's tone softened, alleviating Davis's taut nerves, but he continued, Yet, Your Highness, can you truly bear it? Davis promptly interjected, Of course, I can bear it. Surely, Brother Gu Ran must be weary as well. Let us conclude tonight's banquet here. I shall have Zhu Yun escort you to the place I have arranged, one where no one else will discover. Davis shoved Zhu Zhiyun forward, and upon seeing Gu Ran's hand resting on her shoulder, he sighed with relief. If His Highness has any needs, my strong companions are at your command. I shall take my leave. Hearing Gu Ran's tone diminish, even agreeing to shield the Xingluo Empire, Davis felt elated. How splendid Gu Ran was. Gu Ran's hand rested on Zhu Zhiyun's shoulder. That seemingly casual gesture bore an undeniable weight. Zhu Zhiyun's body stiffened, a chill racing up her spine. She could distinctly feel the warmth of his palm through the thin fabric, yet it brought no comfort. only a deep-seated coldness and humiliation. Thank you for your generous gift, Your Highness. This phrase resonated like celestial music, utterly dispelling the last flicker of doubt and unease within Davis. His smile instantly blossomed into a radiant glow, infused with a sense of triumph, as he nodded repeatedly. Brother Gu Ran is too courteous. We are brothers, after all, why draw distinctions? Zhu Yun, attend to him well. Ensure that Brother Gu Ran enjoys himself. His final glance at Zhu Zhuyun brimmed with warning and command, devoid of any remnants of their former marital affection. Chapter 25. Zhu Zhuyun's Compromise and Downfall. Zhu Zhuyun's heart sank into the deepest depths of an icy sea. She closed her eyes, her thick lashes trembling violently, forcing herself to swallow the almost erupting wail and wave of nausea. She felt like a delicate puppet, devoid of soul, guided by Gu Ran's hand, rigidly stepping away from the opulent, yet bone-chilling Tingtao Pavilion. The night had deepened. Within the confines of the prince's estate, the winding paths were dimly lit, illuminated only by sporadic streetlights casting a soft, yellow glow. Gu Ran did not head towards the opulent chambers that Davis had arranged. He turned on his heel, guiding Zhu Zhuyun towards a secluded corner of the estate, an independent courtyard seemingly designated for the reception of ordinary esteemed guests. The courtyard was serene and elegant, yet it paled in comparison to the residence of the crown princess and the Tingtao Pavilion, appearing markedly more modest. Gu Ran pushed open the door to one of the side rooms, and a faint, dusty atmosphere enveloped him. The room was sparsely furnished, containing merely a bed, a table, and a chair, illuminated by a solitary lamp. As the door closed behind him, it severed the connection to the outside world. Silence swiftly engulfed the small space, leaving only the faint sounds of their breathing and Zhu Zhuyun's involuntary, delicate tremors. Gu Ran released his hand from her shoulder. Startled as if struck by an arrow, Zhu Zhuyun recoiled, her back colliding heavily against the cold door, producing a muffled thud. She gazed up in terror, hopelessly looking at the man who held her fate in his hands. What awaited her? Brutal possession? Callous humiliation? The mere thought was unbearable, and she bit down hard on her lip until the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth, her body taut like a bowstring, bracing for the inevitable storm that would utterly annihilate her. However, the anticipated brutality did not manifest. Gu Ran merely stood a few paces before her. The feigned frivolity and cynicism that had once marked his expression vanished without a trace. The dim light accentuated his profound features, and his eyes resembled a tranquil, icy pool, seemingly capable of piercing through the most concealed corners of the human heart. He regarded Zhu Zhuyun with a gaze devoid of desire or disdain, only an all-seeing understanding. Are you frightened? Gu Ran's voice emerged, deep and steady, starkly contrasting with the deliberate tone he had adopted earlier in the Tingtao Pavilion. Zhu Zhuyun stared at him in astonishment, her mind a blank slate, utterly baffled by the current circumstances. Gu Ran let out a soft sigh, approached the table, lifted the coarse earthen teapot, poured a cup of cool, clear water, and extended it towards Zhu Zhuyun. Have a sip of water to calm your nerves. This gesture, this tone, far exceeded Zhu Zhuyun's comprehension. Instinctively, she shook her head, her body still tense, eyeing the cup of water warily, as if it contained poison. Gu Ran did not press the matter further. He placed the cup on the table and sat down on the only chair, adopting a relaxed posture as though this were his own domain. Zhu Zhuyun, Gu Ran addressed her directly, his voice clear and composed. Your Highness, the Crown Princess. This title caused Zhu Zhuyun to shudder once more, tears of humiliation instantly welling in her eyes. Davis regards you as a gift to placate his anger, a bargaining chip to be exchanged for gain. Gu Ran's tone remained calm, yet it cut like a cold scalpel, incisively exposing the veneer of Davis's pretentious warmth and power play, as well as Zhu Zhuyun's grim reality. He believed I had acquiesced, thus he exhaled in relief, even feeling he had gained an advantage. He paused, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Zhu Zhuyun. And you? Do you likewise consider yourself merely an object, a commodity to be passed around at will? This statement struck Zhu Zhuyun's heart like a heavy hammer. She suddenly lifted her head, tears cascading uncontrollably. The long-suppressed feelings of humiliation, anger, despair, and resentment surged forth like a flood, obliterating the fragile calm she had barely maintained. No, I am not, her voice shattered, laced with a heavy sob, as her body slid down against the door, curling into a ball, her shoulders trembling violently. I am not an object. I do not want this. I hate him. I hate him. Her words tumbled out incoherently, the long-repressed resentment and grievance erupting in that moment. Gu Ran did not attempt to stop her from crying. He simply watched silently. He understood that her anguished weeping was the struggle of her trampled dignity and the thawing of her frozen soul. After a long while, Zhu Zhuyun's cries gradually subsided into muffled sobs. She lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Gu Ran, who sat in a chair, exuding a calmness akin to a towering mountain, filled with confusion and a flicker of faint hope that she herself had not even realized. What do you want from me? Her voice was hoarse, tinged with suspicion, yet no longer solely rooted in fear. I desire nothing. Gu Ran rose to his feet and approached her, looking down upon her. His silhouette, illuminated by the light, appeared imposing, yet he no longer instilled a sense of oppression. I merely wish to convey to you, his voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an unusual penetrating force, that your worth has never resided in your body, nor in the identity of being someone's consort. He crouched down, meeting Zhu Zhuyun's gaze at eye level. In his profound eyes, there was no desire, only a pure, powerful light. You are Zhu Zhuyun, the legitimate daughter of the Zhu family. Your pride, your intellect, your capabilities. These are your true attributes, not the identity you derive from others. He extended his hand, this time not to rest upon her shoulder or clasp her wrist, but to open his palm towards her. What is it like to be treated as a pawn? As a mere gift? Zhu Zhiyun looked at the clean, elongated hand, radiating strength, and then into Gu Ran's eyes, which seemed to hold the vastness of the cosmos. An unprecedented warmth surged into her eyes, drowning out the previous coldness and despair. A tumult of emotions intertwined, grievance, resentment, and the poignant ache of being understood. Do you hate? Gu Ran's voice was like an incantation, imbued with a captivating power. Do you resent Davis for treating you as a disposable tool? Do you despise the injustice of fate? Hate, Zhu Zhiyun murmured instinctively. In truth, Gu Ran's voice was resolute, carrying an undeniable strength. Your sister, Zhu Zhuqing, shares this sentiment. She has been humiliated due to Dai Mubai's cowardice, and now you can empathize with her plight. Zhu Zhiyun gazed into Gu Ran's eyes, filled with pure, unwavering confidence. A strange power seemed to blossom from the depths of her cold, despairing heart. One cannot counsel others to be virtuous without experiencing their suffering, she realized. She understood now how Zhu Zhuqing must have felt, how helpless it was to be abandoned by others. And she could scarcely imagine the extent of Zhu Zhuqing's suffering had Gu Ran not been there. No longer did she hesitate, no longer did she fear. With hands stained by tears and dust, trembling yet resolutely firm, she grasped the outstretched hand of Gu Ran. That hand was warm and strong, instantly dispelling the chill from her fingertips, as an indescribable sense of power surged through their connection. Gu Ran exerted a gentle force, lifting her from the frigid ground. In that moment of rising, Zhu Zhiyun felt an undeniable shift within her. The suffocating chains of despair seemed to crack open, revealing a glimmer of hope. She gazed at Gu Ran, no longer perceiving him as a man poised to claim her, but rather as a powerful and enigmatic guide, illuminating a path markedly different from her own. Zhu Zhiyun inhaled deeply, striving to straighten her back, though her voice remained somewhat hoarse. It resonated with a newfound resolve akin to a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. Her tear-streaked hand remained steadfastly held by Gu Ran, as warmth surged from her fingertips to her icy heart. With a slight pressure, he compelled her to rise, her legs still somewhat unsteady. As her back peeled away from the chilling door, within the confines of the cramped chamber, the glow of a solitary lamp cast their entwined shadows upon the wall. Dancing together, Gu Ran's gaze was tranquil like water, yet imbued with an undeniable strength that pierced through her meticulously crafted, yet now disheveled appearance. As if seeking to delve into the desolate ruins of her very soul. I am not a commodity, she finally reclaimed her voice, imbued with a desperate, almost mournful defiance. As tears surged forth anew, I am Zhu Zhiyun, the daughter of the Zhu family. I am not a mere plaything to be tossed about at his whim. Her proclamation erupted from her, laden with years of suppressed indignation and resentment, causing her body to tremble with fervor. Very well. Gu Ran's voice resonated like a stone cast into still waters, evoking ripples. Remember this feeling. Remember who you are. His gaze swept over her exquisite yet gossamer attire, meticulously chosen by Davis. As Zhu Zhiyun followed his gaze downward, a tide of humiliation washed over her, her cheeks ablaze. Instinctively, she raised her hand to tighten her garment, only to have Gu Ran gently restrain her wrist. His fingers, long and strong, bore a searing warmth as they rested upon her cool skin. Zhu Zhiyun froze, suddenly meeting the depths of his inscrutable eyes. Within them, she found neither the greed nor the familiarity she had anticipated, but rather a calmness that felt almost judicial, accompanied by a profound flame she could not comprehend. The sensation of his touch seemed to carry an unusual current, sending tremors through her body. Unwilling? Those three words acted as a key, instantly unlocking the deeply sealed door within her heart. A torrent of emotion surged forth, impossible to contain. No, she nearly screamed, her voice laced with a cry and a fervent madness. I am unwilling. Why? Why must my fate be dictated by him? Why must I barter my body for that worthless notion of familial continuity and imperial stability? I hate him. I hate this cursed identity. I loathe all of this. The pent-up resentment erupted like magma, and she suddenly raised her hand, not to push Gu Ran away, but rather, driven by a self-destructive impulse. She seized the edge of her sheer garment at her chest. The sharp sound of tearing fabric resonated through the quiet chamber. The exquisite gauze ripped apart violently, exposing a gaping tear from her shoulder, revealing her delicate, snow-white skin and the faint outline of an intricately embroidered bodice. She exerted tremendous force, as if she were not shredding her clothing, but rather the heavy shackles of the title of princess consort imposed upon her. Panting, her chest heaved violently. Tears mingled with sweat cascading down her face, yet her gaze shone with an astonishing brilliance, infused with a reckless madness and defiance, fixated intently on Gu Ran, as if to say, look, this is what you desire. Take it. Gu Ran was taken aback by Zhu Zhiyun's actions. He clearly had not anticipated her fierce reaction. Beneath the momentarily torn fabric, the sudden exposure of her vulnerability emanated a breathtaking wildness. The dim light accentuated the elegant lines of her collarbone and the delicate curvature of her neck, her skin flushed with an alluring pink due to agitation and indignation. Humiliating tears clung to her cheeks, yet her defiant gaze burned like a raging flame. A powerful, primal urge surged through Gu Ran, threatening to overwhelm his rationality. The woman before him was dangerously and lethally beautiful. The revealed vulnerability beneath the tattered fabric, combined with her eyes filled with tears, hatred, and courageous defiance, formed an irresistible, destructive allure. His throat tightened, and the calm demeanor he had maintained began to crumble. The smoldering fire in his eyes flared up, becoming intense and aggressive. Zhu Zhiyun distinctly sensed the shift in his breath, felt the nearly tangible wave of desire rising sharply towards her. Her heart raced, almost bursting from her chest. Her body instinctively wanting to retreat, to curl up and protect itself, yet the madness that had driven her to tear her clothing still propelled her forward. She forced herself to stand, meeting his now dangerous gaze, though her body trembled slightly in response. Was it fear, or an unfamiliar flutter that left her feeling disconcerted? In that moment, when the air was taut and on the brink of explosion, Guran abruptly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, the overwhelming desire that surged within him was forcibly subdued. While it remained fervent, it was now tempered with clarity and a near-pitying complexity of emotion. Chapter 26. The National Hero, Guran. He did not leap towards Zhu Zhiyun as she had anticipated. Instead, he released her wrist. Do not resist through self-harm, he rasped, his voice hoarse and strained. He raised his hand, not to touch her exposed skin, but to gently brush aside the strands of hair that clung to her tear-streaked face. The warmth of his fingertips against her heated skin ignited a subtle shiver. You do not need to prove anything in this manner. Guran's gaze lingered on the torn fabric at her chest, his expression profound. Your worth does not require such demonstration. He slowly raised his hand, imbued with an irresistible conviction, yet curiously gentle, brushing against her bare, slightly trembling shoulder. The warmth of his palm enveloped the cool, delicate skin, the stark contrast in temperature causing Zhu Zhiyun to shudder, her breath arrested in an instant. His hand glided down her rounded shoulder with a deliberate slowness, carrying an air of exploration as it traversed her smooth spine, feeling the taut lines of her muscles through the thin fabric of her bodice. With his other hand, he lifted her chin, compelling her fiery gaze filled with complex emotions to meet his own. Davis was unworthy of you. His gaze was tangible, binding her tightly. His thumb gently caressing the delicate skin of her chin, his tone unwavering, asserting that he lacked even the right to touch your soul. He had cast you aside like a worthless trinket, treating you as a mere pawn in a transaction. But now, Guran's voice faltered, the last vestige of restraint crumbling, replaced by pure, searing desire. He suddenly leaned down, his fervent kiss exuding an undeniable dominance. Zhu Zhiyun was momentarily stunned, then began to relish this passionate moment. Guran's kiss did not linger, trailing up the inner sides of her slender arms, leaving traces of warmth like sparks igniting a fire. His heated lips finally descended upon her fiercely rising neck, sucking on the delicate skin, his teeth grazing lightly, bringing forth waves of sensations that mingled pain with exquisite pleasure. In that moment, all of Zhu Zhiyun's resistance and tension collapsed. An uncontrollable, tear-laden moan escaped from deep within her throat. Her body felt as though all its bones had been stripped away, melting into Guran's solid, fiery embrace. His arms encircled her slender, yet powerful waist like iron bands, while his other hand unhesitatingly delved into the depths of her torn neckline. Zhu Zhiyun abruptly tilted her head back, her neck forming a graceful arc, her body taut like a drawn bow. She was no longer the prince consort treated as a mere gift. She was a woman utterly ignited, lost in the flames of desire. Zhu Zhiyun. Tears of humiliation still slipped down her cheeks, yet she could no longer discern whether they stemmed from past pains or the unfamiliar, wild ecstasy of the present. Broken moans escaped uncontrollably from her parted lips, tinged with a sobbing quality, yet filled with an uncontrollable, blushing allure, reverberating in the small, quiet chamber. Guran, Guran. She called his name in a disordered, helpless manner, her body rising and falling violently under his skilled teasing and commanding control. The thin veil of palace attire, emblematic of disgrace, was ruthlessly torn away by Guran, as though shedding a heavy shackle, crumpling onto the cold ground. In the dim light, her luminous skin gleamed with a jade-like sheen, her undulating curves breathtakingly beautiful. The last flicker of clarity in Guran's eyes was wholly consumed by fervent desire, and with a fierce growl, he pressed her down onto the simple wooden bed. Time became a blur, and at last, the storm subsided. Within the confines of the narrow chamber, a potent and intoxicating aroma of desire lingered in the air. On the modest wooden bed, Zhu Zhiyun curled against Guran's sweat-drenched chest, her body still trembling slightly, resonating with the remnants of exquisite pleasure. She was draped in Guran's outer robe, her exposed shoulders adorned with suggestive red marks and bite impressions, akin to a wild declaration. Guran's arm possessively encircled her waist, his chin resting upon her damp hair. Both remained silent, their heavy, unsteady breaths intertwining. Zhu Zhiyun closed her eyes, acutely aware of her heart's slow and laborious rhythm within her chest. Why? Her voice, tinged with post-coital hoarseness and profound fatigue, shattered the stillness. Why me? Davis has given me to you. You could have easily, she trailed off. No need for reasons. I merely wish to convey that you can now genuinely comprehend the feelings that once belonged to Zhu Qing. Guran paused momentarily. Women are emotional beings, and in such circumstances, philosophical discourse would prove futile. Moreover, he was simply aiding her in recognizing Davis's true nature sooner rather than later. Upon hearing Davis's name once more, Zhu Zhiyun felt a surge of anger, yet the prospect of vengeance seemed unattainable, for she represented not only the Zhu family, but also the future empress of the Xinglua Empire. Thank you, Guran. Zhu Zhiyun managed to articulate these words with some difficulty, perhaps satisfied with the response she received. she drifted into a deep slumber. Though Gu Ran noticed a subtle curve at the corners of her lips. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, falling in love with Zhu Zhuyun, earning material reward, Space Transfer Orb X1. Upon use, this orb allows for free traversal between two locations. The Space Transfer Orb resembled the crystal ball from Yuena. Albeit hers was a treasure of the Dragon Clan. It seemed this orb was most suited for Zhuyun. Gu Ran quietly draped a blanket over Zhu Zhuyun and moved to the window to admire the night sky. After a while, a homing pigeon arrived, clutching a letter in its beak, pinned by his good friend Davis. The letter merely congratulated Gu Ran on his union with Zhu Zhuyun and invited him to the palace the following morning for a ceremony where Davis intended to bond with Gu Ran as sworn brothers. Upon reaching this point, Gu Ran couldn't help but chuckle. This Davis was truly unscrupulous in his quest to survive and inherit the throne. Nevertheless, given Davis's heartfelt invitation, Gu Ran felt compelled to reciprocate with some sincerity. Morning light pierced through the overcast skies above Xinglua City, casting a radiant golden hue upon the square in front of the palace. The populace was already aware of the unusual occurrences above the Xinglua Palace the previous day, and a throng of people surged from all directions, filling every inch of stone and crevice in the square, their clamorous voices nearly toppling the towering palace walls. Upon the high platform, Davis donned an exquisite dark robe embroidered with gold, every fold meticulously pressed. A flawless smile adorned his lips as his gaze swept across the fervent crowd below. Silence. The voice of the officiant, infused with soul power, quelled the tumultuous noise. Davis stepped forward, and the square fell into a profound silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Countless gazes converged upon him. He raised his arm with unyielding steadiness, pointing towards a towering, still solidifying furnace of crimson gold at the center of the square. The flames blazed with unparalleled brilliance, and the searing heat distorted the air, casting shifting shadows across his face. In the starry realm, where martial prowess reigns supreme and trust forms the foundation, Davis's voice resounded like a mighty bell, resonating clearly in the ears of every listener. The misunderstandings of the previous day had led to a rift between myself and my esteemed brother, Gu Ran. However, my brother's magnanimity and extraordinary strength, coupled with his defense of the starry royal family in times of peril, have truly won my admiration. He paused slightly, his tone suddenly rising with an undeniable resolve to express my respect and to proclaim to the world, I, Davis, with a vigorous sweep of his hand. He gestured towards the colossal molten furnace. I wish to forge a blood oath with my brother Gu Ran, to become sworn brothers of different surnames. This heartfelt intention shall be witnessed by heaven and earth, and proclaimed by the sun and moon. Let it be cast. A chorus of dozens of bare-chested warriors erupted in a thunderous roar, their voices shaking the heavens. Their muscular arms simultaneously pulled on chains as thick as a child's arm. The furnace gradually tilted, and the molten crimson gold, as fierce as lava, let out a deafening roar as it surged down the pre-carved grooves of a colossal white tiger mold. The supreme sacred beast, emblematic of the starry royal family, was gradually being forged into a majestic silhouette, rearing and roaring, under the watchful eyes of the gathered populace. Golden light cascaded down, rendering Davis's smile akin to a gilded mask, magnificent yet devoid of warmth. He turned slightly, extending his hand towards Gu Ran, embodying the impeccable grace of royalty. My brother, he spoke in a hushed tone, almost a whisper only they could hear, his smile unwavering. All past grievances, instigated by petty individuals, shall be cast to the winds. From this moment forth, your affairs shall be my own, and within the starry realm, no one shall lay a finger upon you. The thunderous roar of the tilting furnace drowned out this intimate exchange. Gu Ran met Davis's gaze, deep, containing a suppressed intensity, and a knowing smile graced his lips. He leaned slightly closer, whispering into Davis's ear, his lips barely moving, his breath a mere wisp, yet distinctly conveying, I know that Dai Mubai is currently at the Rose Hotel in Soto City. Davis's smile remained unperturbed, the corners of his mouth curving slightly more, as if he had just heard delightful news. Gu Ran, now composed, took a half step back, wearing a serene smile. Ceremony complete. The officiant's impassioned declaration suddenly echoed through the sky. The last remnants of molten gold solidified beneath the imposing figure of the white tiger, symbolizing the completion of this artifact, whose significance far outweighed its material value. Brilliant rays of light. Long live His Highness the Crown Prince. Long live Lord Gu Ran. Long live the Starry Realm. United as brothers. A tidal wave of fervent cheers erupted, the sound waves crashing like tangible shock waves, engulfing the entire square, leaving the audience's ears ringing. Countless arms flailed wildly, and numerous faces flushed with excitement. The populace was captivated by the princely demeanor and sincerity of the Crown Prince. Witnessing the robust camaraderie forged between that enigmatic powerhouse and the Empire, and perceiving the unwavering future of the Starfall Empire, the ceremony culminated amidst the peak of exuberance. Encircled by his ministers, Davis turned to return to the palace, his silhouette still as erect as a pine. This humiliation, it seemed, was a secret known only to Guren and Zhu Zhuyun. Zhu Zhuqing stood below the viewing platform, silently observing as Davis vanished at the edge of the high stage. At the moment that his dark figure was completely enveloped by the shadows of the palace gates, her taut shoulders imperceptibly relaxed. She had been worried about Guren, having heard whispers of Davis's methods. Such feigned sincerity. Naer pouted. Guren, shall we return to Notting City? This place is utterly suffocating. Guren did not respond immediately. With a snap of his fingers, the spatial dragon lord's teleportation ability was activated, transporting them to the Zhu residence. He has really gone. He actually left? Murmured a figure at the edge of the crowd, craning their neck to glimpse the departing figure. Of course, what sort of person is Lord Guren? A dragon whose tail is seldom seen. Within the grand hall of the Zhu residence, Zhu Xintian approached with a broad smile, the potent scent of alcohol wafting from him. Clearly having indulged in copious amounts of drink. Son-in-law, you finally returned. You have no idea. Today I managed to outdrink that old man from the Su family. Ha ha ha. Zhu Xintian heartily patted Guren's shoulder. Thanks to Guren, the entire Zhu household received an illustrious reception from the Starfall royalty, gradually drawing closer to the capital after previously languishing on the outskirts. Just days prior, Zhu Xintian had almost forgotten the scene where Guren faced exclusion and depression. Zhu Zhiyun hurried forward to take Zhu Xintian's arm from Guren. Father, really, you've had enough to drink. Zhu Xintian nonchalantly shrugged off Zhu Zhiyun's concern. Humph. I relish it. Just look at your sister. She found such a splendid husband. If you had known Guren earlier, wouldn't you be in Zhu Qing's position now? Listening to her father's exuberance for Guren, Zhu Zhiyun's cheeks flushed with visible embarrassment as memories of the previous night resurfaced. All right, father, you're drunk. Let me help you back to your room to rest. Guren observed the scene with a tinge of awkwardness. It seemed wiser to keep such matters from Zhu Xintian. Given the conservative mindset of their elders, should they discover Zhu Zhiyun's clandestine romance, it would surely be mortifying. By the way, Guren Zhu Zhiyun called out. Turning back to him, why not forego returning to Notting Academy? The educational conditions there are subpar. It would be better for you to remain at our Starfall Royal Soul Master Academy. No need. I appreciate your kindness, Guren replied, shaking his head. If I stayed in the Starfall Empire, I would miss little Shrek and Yu Xiaojing terribly, and that simply won't do. If Guren had to choose one person he would miss above all others, it would undoubtedly be Tang San. Then how about this? I will write a recommendation letter to the Tiando royal family in my capacity as a member of the Starfall royalty, urging them to elevate the educational standards of Notting Academy. In that case, Zhu Qing can join you there for her studies. That settles it. Farewell. After Zhu Zhiyun made a gesture of a flying kiss, she hurriedly departed. Chapter 27. Yu Xiaojing. Thanks to me, Notting Academy thrives. For the entire summer, Gu Ran and his companions resided within the Star Luo Empire, where they were well attended to. Of course, the one who toiled the hardest was likely Gu Ran, who worked diligently every night without a hint of complaint. Before departing, Gu Ran left the spatial transmission orb with Zhu Zhiyun, which took her by surprise, mingled with a hint of excitement. During this time, she had been shaped into Gu Ran's image, though her true identity could not yet be revealed. Even Zhu Zhuqing remained oblivious. The Star Luo Empire dispatched 4 gilded carriages to escort Gu Ran and his companions back to Notting City. The sound of the wheels rolling over the cobblestone road resonated heavily. Inside the carriage, Zhu Zhuqing sat quietly by the window, gazing at the scenery outside. At that moment, the final contours of the Star Luo Imperial City melted into a blurred, blood-like hue in the sunset, resembling an old scar healing. Are you already yearning for home? Gu Ran's voice suddenly broke the silence, soft yet striking, akin to a pebble cast into a tranquil pond. Zhu Zhuqing's fingers curled slightly. She did not turn back, but gently pulled down the swaying bamboo curtain. The delicate strips of bamboo shattered the last remnants of the crimson twilight, isolating her from the outside world. She felt as if her voice was as light as a sigh, lost in the rhythmic clatter of the carriage wheels. Like a bird that had escaped its cage, suddenly forgetting how to fly. Gu Ran chuckled softly, choosing not to speak further, as he brushed a stray lock of hair from Zhu Zhuqing's cheek. It's all right. The Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire are close by. You can return home whenever you wish. When the carriage halted in front of the newly constructed and dazzling Notting Soul Master Academy in the eastern part of Heaven Do City, Yu Xiaojing was seen pacing before the window of his newly assigned independent office, hands clasped behind his back. The sunlight streamed through the large glass windows, illuminating his flushed face, a result of excitement. Beneath his feet lay glossy black jade tiles, and on the walls hung replicas of the sacred relics of the martial soul hall from the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. The air infused with the scent of fresh paint and expensive wood. Clutched tightly in his hand was a scroll of bright yellow edict, its silken smoothness constantly reminding him of the authenticity of it all. I have heard that the teachers at Notting Academy delve deeply into the essence of martial souls. Their theories profound, benefiting future scholars. Yu Xiaojing's parched lips moved silently, savoring each heated word of the edict. The vivid red seal of Emperor Shui Yi glistened under the light, resembling a brand seared onto his long-dormant, nearly withered ambition. A surge of fervent energy coursed through his emaciated chest. A first-rate academy, Heaven Do Imperial City. At long last, the name Yu Xiaojing had caught the attention of the highest authority in the empire. This was undeniably the highest recognition of his lifelong efforts. Those derided and seemingly futile theories. Thanks to him, Notting Academy received special favor. Otherwise, given its standards, it would have never aspired to even brush against the edges of Heaven Do City. Bibi Dong, a distorted sense of satisfaction flickered in Yu Xiaojing's murky eyes, as if he could penetrate the thick palace walls and behold the exalted pope of the martial soul hall. Back then, you deemed my martial soul worthless, my theories hollow, casting me aside like a discarded shoe. And now, even the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire must rely on my knowledge. And there is Lu Erlong. I can almost envision him hurrying from the Blue Tyrant Academy upon hearing the news, his strikingly bright face displaying a familiar mixture of admiration and belated regret. Teacher, teacher. The office door was flung open with great force as Tang San rushed in, breathless, his face alight with incredulous joy. It's true. We have truly moved to the Heaven Do Imperial City, to the foremost academy of the Empire. He babbled in excitement, the shadows in his eyes significantly softened by this unexpected honor. I knew it. Following you, teacher, my future is boundless. Surely, the royal family has acknowledged your theoretical works. Yu Xiaojing cleared his throat discreetly, carefully rolling up the imperial decree. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he endeavored to suppress the curve of his lips, adopting a demeanor of calm wisdom. Xiaosan, I have always said, genuine gold fears not the test of fire. The path of martial soul theory may seem esoteric, yet it pertains to the very foundation of the empire. For the royal family to transcend their biases and recognize true talent is indeed a mark of enlightened governance. He strolled to the grand rosewood desk, his fingers grazing the intricately carved edges, savoring the warm, solid texture. His heart swelled with ambition. This new beginning also heralded new responsibilities. Prepare for the faculty and student assembly tomorrow. I shall re-articulate the 10 core competencies of martial souls. Tang San watched Yu Xiaojing's imposing silhouette against the sunlight, responding with fervor, his enthusiasm reignited. The Heaven Do Imperial City, a grander stage, greater power. Gu Ran, beware. Soon, I, Tang San, shall stand upon your shoulders. At the opening ceremony the following day, Gu Yu's eternally icy visage remained inscrutable, though her cool gaze briefly swept over Yu Xiaojing on the platform, perhaps revealing a trace of imperceptible pity. It was as if she were observing a clown laboring in vain for applause. As for Gu Ran, he did not even glance at Yu Xiaojing. He slightly turned his head to whisper something to Zhu Zhuqing, who responded with a faint smile, her cold brow softening in the morning light, as if her single utterance held more allure than Yu Xiaojing's grand proclamations. Yu Xiaojing's impassioned expression instantly froze, akin to being doused with a bucket of ice water. An indescribable shame and fury surged within him, igniting a heat in his ears. He gripped the edge of the podium tightly. Again, it was them. Again, it was Gu Ran. At this crucial moment, which should solidify his unparalleled prestige, they dared to teach her? Tang San's urgent whisper jolted him back to reality. Yu Xiaojing inhaled deeply, forcing down the metallic taste of anger, threatening to erupt. He could not lose composure, especially not at this sacred moment, symbolizing the recognition of his theories by the Empire. With rigidity, he managed to twist a smile that bordered on grotesque. Addressing the bewildered and restless students below, through clenched teeth, he squeezed out his final words. I look forward to your progress. A sparse and uneven applause erupted from the audience, more murmurs and whispers punctuating the air. Amidst the chaos, Yu Xiaojing swept off the stage, his back stiff as that of a moving gravestone. Yuxiagang had not anticipated that these teachers and students could be so unyielding, if it were not for his theoretical achievements. Would the nodding academy face relocation? Let us depart. Gu Ran's voice, laced with a languid grace, resonated clearly in the ears of those nearby. Let us explore our new villa. I have heard that the Snowy Night Emperor has gifted us the finest residence in Heaven Do City. By the way, those who arrive first may choose their rooms in order. Upon hearing this, the mood of several individuals was instantly invigorated, as everyone yearned to secure a room adjacent to Gu Ran's master suite. After all, proximity begets opportunity. Being near would allow for clandestine visits at night. No one shall claim the room beside my Gu Ran. Nara was the first to leap from the vehicle, her silver hair dancing in the evening breeze. She darted like a whirlwind across the pathway adorned with fragments of moonstone, making a beeline for the second-floor room that faced the master suite, featuring an arched terrace. The door was forcefully flung open and swiftly closed again. Having secured the room, Nara exhaled in relief. For now, she could revel in nightly festivities with her Gu Ran. Once all had chosen their quarters, Gu Ran made his way to an unassuming room on the third floor, employing a spatial transmission orb to summon Zhu Zhiyun. Zhu Zhiyun stood beside a small round table, adorned in a meticulously tailored starry palace formal attire, accentuating her exquisite figure. The dim glow of the wall lamp sculpted her beautiful profile, her lips curled into a languid and playful smile. She lifted her gaze, her eyes precisely locking onto Gu Ran, her red lips parting as she spoke with a voice reminiscent of the cool evening breeze, laced with a hint of mischievous triumph. The spatial orb is truly remarkable, she remarked, setting down the teapot and lifting a cup of black tea, the rising steam obscuring the depths of her eyes. What say you, my dear brother-in-law? This will henceforth be your room. I have placed the spatial orb on the bed, so you may visit whenever you wish. Gu Ran stepped forward, embracing Zhu Zhiyun, pondering what should follow next. In stark contrast, the newly polished office of the Nodding Academy's principal presented a different scene. Yuxiagang stood with his back to the grand floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the dazzling nightscape of Heaven Do City, a symbol of power and perspective, yet at this moment, it merely reflected his slightly stooped silhouette. The sparse applause from the morning assembly echoed in his mind, the bewildered expressions of the students, particularly the unabashed disdain from Gu Ran and his cohort, pierced his fragile pride like countless heated needles. It cannot be, it must not be due to Gu Ran. Yuxiagang slammed his fist onto the expensive rosewood desk, producing a resounding thud. The crystal pen holder trembled, and a gold-tipped pen rolled to the floor. My theory on martial souls has been validated by time. It is capable of altering the very landscape of the soul master realm. What discernment the snowy night emperor possesses. How could he act for the sake of a mere child? Teacher, Tang San's voice emerged at the doorway, tinged with a subtle gloom. He stepped inside, closing the door behind him, shutting out the light from the corridor. The blue-silver evil power flowed silently within him, casting ominous shadows upon his eyes. There is no need for anger. Gu Ran merely relies on a modicum of brute strength and a few dubious allies. The royal court values genuine talent and knowledge, the kind that can truly enhance the prowess of the Empire's sole masters. Just like your theory. Tang San stepped closer, his voice lowered and laced with persuasion. If we can present tangible results that demonstrate your theory's ability to transform a useless martial soul, the cold reception of today will be replaced with accolades for your insight and perseverance. All eyes will be upon you. Results? Yu Xiaojiang's bloodshot eyes fixated on Tang San, as if clutching the last straw of hope. Indeed, a flicker of fervor ignited in Tang San's eyes, reckless and zealous. Wang Sheng, he is the finest testament. His wolf martial soul is merely mediocre, and his soul power is unremarkable. However, after following your guidance and utilizing the auxiliary potions I provided, his soul power has surged from level 11 to 20 in just a few months. Moreover, his combat strength is formidable, far surpassing his peers. With just one more powerful soul ring, Yu Xiaojiang's breath quickened. Wang Sheng, the once timid 6th grade student who had been subdued by Tang San. His recent transformation is indeed astonishing. His gaze fierce, his aura tempestuous, and his training speed is nothing short of terrifying. All this success can be attributed to Yu Xiaojiang's advanced theories. A ghastly flush crept onto Yu Xiaojiang's cheeks. His trampled vanity from earlier ignited like dry tinder, blazing fiercely. He envisioned himself standing on a grand podium, receiving accolades from the Snow Night Emperor, witnessing the complex gaze of Bibi Dong and the tears of regret from Lu Erlong, while those who had mocked him, including Gu Ran, would be prostrating at his feet. Excellent. Yu Xiaojiang suddenly stood, his eyes shimmering with reckless determination, his previous despondency vanishing, replaced by a near-manic exhilaration. Little San, you are right. Gold will always shine. Their current rejection stems from their ignorance. We shall use facts to slap them hard in the face. Wang Sheng, he is our mightiest weapon. He gazed at Tang San as if he were the sole hope for his resurgence. You shall handle this matter. Whatever resources you require, do not hesitate to ask. I shall ensure the Academy provides full support. Tang San lowered his eyelids, a cold smile curving his lips. Rest assured, Master, your disciple will not disappoint you. Little San, Yu Xiaojiang abruptly turned, his voice intentionally authoritative, yet the pride in his eyes threatened to overflow. He raised the heavy imperial edict in his hand, straining to maintain a serious demeanor. Let us go and inspect our new training grounds. The Academy's facilities here are incomparable to those of the rustic Nodding City. Chapter 28, The Singleton Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang strode forth with his chest held high, resembling a triumphant general returning from victory, leading the way out of the office. Tang San and Wang Sheng followed closely behind, the joy in their eyes quickly settling into a deeper shadow. He inhaled deeply the air of the Heaven Do Imperial City, infused with the essence of power and soul energy, feeling the malevolent force within him stir restlessly. Gu Ran, await your reckoning. The newly constructed training arena was paved with smooth, large slabs of azure granite, and at the edges of the field, a few transplanted ancient trees cast sparse cool shade. The grandeur of the prestigious academy is undeniably apparent, with even the protective barrier's luminous membrane being several times more substantial than that of Nodding City. Yu Xiaojiang, hands clasped behind his back, paced along the edge of the training grounds, his gaze sweeping over the gleaming new equipment and the faint outline of the simulated training area in the distance, his pride nearly bursting forth in palpable form. This is his stage, the very starting point of Yu Xiaojiang's theoretical illumination upon the continent. Teacher, look over there, Wang Sheng exclaimed suddenly, pointing towards the center of the arena, his voice tinged with uncertainty and a barely perceptible hint of trepidation. Instantly, both Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San's attention was drawn to the scene before them. In the midst of the grounds, Gu Ran languidly leaned against a stone pillar, clad in a simple black outfit that accentuated the graceful contours of his muscular physique under the sunlight. Xiao Wu nestled affectionately by his side, her pink rabbit ears quivering with each peal of her laughter. Gu Yu stood with her arms crossed, as ethereal as the moon, her silver hair billowing gently in the breeze. Meanwhile, Na cheerfully circled Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly sharing some amusing anecdote. Zhu Zhuqing, having shed some of her initial shyness, exuded a healthy glow from her honey-toned skin, standing tall like a newly sprouted bamboo, her gaze serene. Occasionally, when she glanced at Gu Ran, a barely perceptible softness flickered across her features. The harmony of this tableau was almost blinding. A surge of uncontainable rage erupted within Tang San, an inferno igniting from his core, surging towards his crown. The dark energy surrounding him swelled abruptly, causing fissures to form in the cobblestones beneath his feet. Once again, it was Gu Ran. Why was he perpetually at the center of attention? Why did Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and those gazes that rightfully belonged to him gravitate towards this man? Yu Xiaojiang, too, noticed Gu Ran, and the pride that adorned his face abruptly froze, swiftly replaced by a tumultuous blend of jealousy and a fierce desire for dominance. Straightening his attire, he endeavored to project an air of authority befitting a mentor. Clearing his throat, ahem. Gu Ran, as the academy has relocated, it is indeed a time for vigorous endeavor. His words trailed off abruptly, for Gu Ran had moved. He paid no heed to Yu Xiaojiang's admonishment, not even casting a glance in their direction. A lazy yet slightly mischievous smile curled at the corner of his lips as his gaze settled on Xiao Wu, whose delicate face was tilted upwards, the sunlight dancing upon her rosy cheeks and long lashes. Without warning, Gu Ran extended his arm, encircling Xiao Wu's slender yet resilient waist. Xiao Wu was taken by surprise, her pink rabbit ears instantly perking up. Yet, enveloped by Gu Ran's tightening embrace and the familiar warmth of his presence, her taut form quickly melted into softness, a rosy hue blossoming across her face, even her ears turning a charming shade of pink. Rather than resist, she instinctively rose onto her toes, like a fledgling returning to its nest, willingly leaning into him. Under the rigid gaze of Yu Xiaojiang, the sudden constriction of Tang San's pupils, and Wang Sheng's dazed stare, Gu Ran lowered his head, precisely capturing Xiao Wu's soft lips. A prolonged and oblivious kiss unfolded, the sunlight framing their entwined silhouettes as Xiao Wu's delicate arms instinctively wrapped around Gu Ran. The subtle sounds of her soft whimpers and sweet breaths resonating clearly in the air. At this moment, time seemed to have come to a standstill. Suddenly, a surge of ferocity, coldness, and an insatiable, devouring soul force erupted from Tang San like an uncontrollable volcano. A viscous, inky black mist surged forth, enveloping him entirely in an instant. The bluestone slab beneath him could no longer withstand the pressure, and spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread, causing fragments to shatter. Ack! A roar akin to a wounded beast escaped from Tang San's throat, his eyes burning crimson, entirely consumed by writhing black patterns. Thick blue-silver thorns erupted uncontrollably from his back, wildly piercing through the ground beneath his feet. Purple-black vines, adorned with eerie blue barbs, screamed as they tore through the air, thrashing violently and ensnaring everything around. The newly erected measuring stone pillar was struck with tremendous force, sending stone chips flying. W8. Wang Sheng, terrified beyond reason, fell onto the ground. Scrambling backward in a desperate attempt to flee, his pants instantly dampened, a foul odor permeating the air. He stared in horror at the frenzied Tang San, as if he were witnessing the true nature of the leader he had followed. Yu Xiaojiang's face turned pale, his lips trembling. He wanted to call out, but found himself suffocated by the oppressive aura of malevolence, unable to utter a single word. The kiss ended, and Xiao Wu lay softly in Gu Ran's embrace. Her face flushed like a ripe apple, breathing heavily. Gu Ran slowly lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the swirling black mist and thrashing thorns of Tang San, akin to passing over an unsightly pile of refuse, finally resting upon Zhu Zhuqing, who stood nearby, biting her lower lip, her cheeks tinted with a charming blush. Zhuqing. Gu Ran's voice held a hint of husky emotion, entirely disregarding the darkened Tang San at the other side. Zhu Zhuqing shivered slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering open, her cold, cat-like eyes met Gu Ran's, clearly reflecting his figure. Without hesitation or shyness, she stepped forward, and under the piercing, vengeful gaze of Tang San, she rose on her toes, boldly pressing her lips against the corner of Gu Ran's mouth. A gentle yet resolute kiss, like a feather brushing past, yet imbued with the power of claiming ownership. Brother Gu Ran, don't forget about me and Sister Gu Yu. Nar, unwilling to be left behind, leaped over, cheerfully wrapping her arms around Gu Ran's neck and planting a loud kiss on his other cheek. Nar is kissing for Sister Gu Yu, hee. While kissing, she could not resist turning her face to mock Tang San. Uffed. Tang San's eyes were about to burst with rage as he beheld this painfully radiant scene. His molars grinding to dust. Unable to contain himself any longer, he spewed forth a torrent of black-red blood. His body swayed precariously, the surrounding black mist and thorns suddenly faltering as if losing their support, before thrashing even more violently. Xiao San. Yu Xiaojing finally regained his voice, exclaiming in shock. His tone altered. He clumsily attempted to approach, only to be forced back repeatedly by the wildly thrashing thorns. Gu Ran raised his hand, gently wiping away the faint fragrance left by Nar at the corner of his mouth, his gaze sweeping over the trembling, bloodied Tang San and the disheveled Yu Xiaojing. The curve of his lips revealing unabashed mockery and coldness. Useless. He uttered 2 words softly, akin to the final judgment, resonating clearly in the desolate arena. Subsequently, he embraced Xiao Wu, accompanied by Gu Yu, Nar, and Zhu Zhuqing, turning away like a constellation surrounding the moon, leaving behind a scene of devastation and an unbearable howl of despair. Tang San ultimately refrained from taking action, as the remnants of reason reminded him that even if he defeated Gu Ran, both Gu Yu and Nar would administer a severe beating, making it more prudent to wait until Gu Ran was alone and join forces with his father, Tang Hao, to teach him a lesson. Without hesitation, Tang San resolved to contact Tang Hao upon returning, hoping to act that very night. Chapter 29. Tang Hao takes action, a Yin's presence exposed. As the clamor of the day faded, the night enveloped the surroundings, with only the chirping of insects in the corners augmenting the profound silence. Deep within the academy, near the edge of the simulated training area, a solitary figure stood silently in a secluded grove, nearly merging with the heavy shadows of the trees. It was Tang San. He had restrained the violent malevolence that overflowed from him, condensing it into a deeper, more viscous darkness, akin to the sediment of millennia in a swamp, emanating a stifling aura of death and resentment. His eyes shone ominously in the darkness, bloodshot veins resembling a spider's web, with the whites of his eyes entirely consumed by writhing black patterns, leaving only 2 crimson, inhuman glimmers fixated intently on a delicate villa nestled among the flora. The luxurious residence allocated to Gu ran by the academy. Father, Tang San's voice rasped like two rusted iron plates grinding against one another, laden with deep-seated hatred and a frenzied desperation. Help me. Kill him. Tonight. I want him dead. I want his body torn to pieces. He clutched tightly a black token of archaic design, a means of urgent communication left to him by Tang Hao. A faint pulsation of soul power emanated from the token, cold and burdensome. On the other end of the token, amidst a desolate rocky outcrop, Tang Hao leaned against a cold boulder, his tattered black robe stained with dust and dried blood. A deep wound on his left shoulder, visible to the bone, was hastily wrapped in coarse burlap. The blood long since turned dark and soaked through. Each breath brought a tearing pain. This was the price paid in the depths of the Star Luo Empire's marshes to procure a soul ring from the millennium-old soul-devouring spider for Tang San. The beast's venomous counterattack still lingered ominously within his meridians. Had it not been for Tang Hao's intervention, how could a useless great soul master like Yu Xiaojing have assisted Tang San in obtaining a soul ring? His rough fingers tightened around another identical black token, as Tang San's voice, filled with resentment and madness, echoed hauntingly in his ears. Gu ran, the instigator who publicly humiliated his son, forcing him into a state of utter despair. A surge of violent, murderous intent roiled within Tang Hao's chest like molten lava, swiftly overpowering the pain of his wounds and the fatigue of his body. His murky eyes ignited with a terrifying brilliance, reminiscent of a dying beast. Xiao San, the disgrace of the Haotian school, new grudges and old resentments surged in Tang Hao's mind. Very well. The voice of Tang Hao resonated through the token, uttering a single word that bore the weight of 1,000 mountains, imbued with a chilling and bone-piercing murderous intent. The night grew deeper. The pale moonlight cascaded sparingly, casting fragmented patches of light upon the courtyard of the modest abode where Gu Ran resided. Within the small edifice, tranquility reigned. Suddenly, it felt as though one had awakened from a nightmare, confronted by the cruelty of reality. An enigmatic melody began to resonate from an unknown source, growing louder with each passing moment. Looking up, chaos and battle raged. Looking back, you stood by my side. Inside the villa, Gu Ran lay on his bed, savoring the moonlight alongside this song of emergence. Why had Tang Hao returned? Nevertheless, the music was rather pleasing. One could only hope Tang Hao would endure until the song's conclusion. As the music reached its zenith, a concentrated beam of pitch-black light, without warning, tore through the thick night sky above the courtyard. Its speed surpassed the limits of perception. Amidst the radiance, a colossal hammer entwined with blood-red lightning flickered momentarily. An overwhelming oppressive force descended like a meteor, instantaneously engulfing the entire courtyard. The air erupted with a deafening roar, unable to withstand the burden. Tang Hao had no intention of testing the waters. He unleashed his most formidable attack with the might of a thunderous storm, aiming to erase Gu Ran and this villa entirely from existence. Thus, even if an investigation were to ensue, not a trace would remain. The ninth soul skill, Great Susumi Hammer. The brilliance of 9 soul rings flashed and vanished high in the night sky. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, particularly the last. A scarlet 10,000-year soul ring radiated a soul-shattering aura of brutality against the dark backdrop. Just as Tang Hao's world-destroying pressure was about to make contact with the villa, 2 figures surged forward with the strongest of assaults. It was, astonishingly, Neo Tian and Titan. A thunderous clash erupted, as if 2 celestial bodies had violently collided in the night sky. The golden barrier trembled violently, contorting, with fine cracks appearing upon its surface. Yet, it ultimately held firm against this lethal strike, potent enough to severely injure an ordinary title Douluo, remaining unbroken. What? High in the night sky, Tang Hao's pupils constricted to pinpoints, disbelief swiftly replacing the ferocity of his lethal intent. His explosive ring attack, nearing the power of a peak 98-level Douluo, had been thwarted, and so effortlessly. Tang Hao, years ago, you deceived Sister Ain, and now you seek to strike at Lord Gu Ran. This time, we shall settle both old and new scores. Neo Tian and Titan coordinated their assault, leaving Tang Hao's mind blank. He had never anticipated the presence of these 2 formidable warriors beside Gu Ran. His understanding of Gu Ran was limited to the probing from before the summer break. Quick, inexpressibly swift, surpassing Tang Hao's current sluggish state of soul power. This attack pierced directly through his abdomen. Tang Hao emitted a muffled roar of pain. His robust body struck head-on, hurtling backward with tremendous force. Warm blood gushed forth like a fountain from the 2 wounds, casting a ghastly crimson line under the pale moonlight. The Haotian hammer in his right hand nearly slipped from his grasp, its immense form dimming rapidly. The excruciating pain threatened to rob him of his combat prowess in an instant. Yet, Tang Hao, a seasoned warrior known as the Haotian Douluo, summoned an astonishing willpower in this life-or-death moment. He endured the heart-wrenching agony and dizziness, a fierce determination flashing in his eyes. Explode the soul ring. Once more, the final purple millennium soul ring beneath his feet blazed with blinding light before shattering with a thunderous roar. A torrent of violent, almost self-destructive power surged into his battered body. Harnessing this self-inflicted recoil, Tang Hao stabilized his flight through the air, transforming into a blood-red meteor, hurtling towards the direction of the sunset forest without a backward glance. His speed was such that it left a series of blurred afterimages in his wake. He dared not linger, nor look back at the terrifying presence that might still lurk within the apartment. Titan showed no hesitation. This was the perfect opportunity to eliminate Tang Hao. He pursued at full speed, while Niu Tian returned outside the apartment, awaiting further orders from Gu Ran. Well done, Niu Tian, Gu Ran remarked as he stepped out of the apartment, gazing in the direction Tang Hao had fled. Tang Hao resembles a rat scurrying through the sewers. Titan may not catch up, but once he returns, let him report Tang Hao's whereabouts to me. I have other matters to attend to. Having said this, Gu Ran turned back inside. Ah, by the way, if you hear that song, you'll be able to discern whether the visitor is Tang Hao. Lord Gu Ran, please enlighten me, Niu Tian responded, utterly perplexed and unable to grasp Gu Ran's meaning. Haha, you will know next time. Gu Ran closed the door, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Tang Hao, you must realize that not only can you not protect your beloved son Tang San, but you cannot even safeguard your wife Yin. Chapter 30, The Arrival of Ning Rongrong. In the city of Tiando, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji stood by the window of the Grand Hall, holding a freshly delivered confidential report, his brow slightly furrowed. The report had been conveyed by the high-ranking officials of the Tiando royal family, particularly from Douluo, briefly detailing Gu Ran's activities within the Star Luo Empire, ranging from Zhu Zhuqing's engagement turmoil to Davis's humble apology, culminating in the sudden appearance of 4 extraordinary powerhouses by Gu Ran's side. Ning Fengji softly uttered Gu Ran's name, a complex light flickering in his eyes. He turned to face the sword Douluo Chen Xian and Bone de la Gu Rong, who sat nearby. What are your thoughts? Chen Xian sipped his tea, his silvery hair glistening with a cold sheen in the morning light. This young man is exceptional. To gather 4 extraordinary powerhouses in such a short span is no mere coincidence. Even more astonishing is the prowess of those 2 young ladies. They likely rival my own strength. Gu Rong stroked his beard, a shrewd glint in his eyes. Fengji, this young man has rendered us a great favor. The celestial herbs he bestowed not only allowed your and Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda to evolve into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, but they have also enhanced our soul power. At present, it is fortuitous that his school is relocating to Tiando City. We ought to extend our hospitality. Gu Rong has long been intrigued by Gu Ran's enigmatic martial soul. After a period of research, he concluded that its quality is undoubtedly on par with that of the 6-winged angel wielded by the venerable Qian Daolu of the Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji nodded thoughtfully, his gaze profound, and he expressed his admiration for Gu Rong's support. I share the same sentiment. Moreover, he is of similar age to Rongrong and has previously. He paused, refraining from elaborating further, yet both Chen Xian and Gu Rong understood his implication. Ning Rongrong had once kissed Gu Ran's cheek in front of everyone. Send my orders, Ning Fengji declared, having made a decision. Prepare a sumptuous gift. I shall personally visit Gu Ran. In the new villa of Nodding Academy, Gu Ran reclined leisurely in a rocking chair within the courtyard, savoring a rare moment of tranquility. He paid little heed to Tang Hao's sudden assault a few days prior. After all, that man was merely a 94th ranked title de law and of no significant concern. Regrettably, he had yet to uncover any trace of Yin. Suddenly, a flash of silver light appeared as Niu Tian entered the courtyard. Lord Gu Ran, the esteemed leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji, has come to pay you a visit, he announced. Gu Ran raised an eyebrow, a smile curving his lips. He arose with remarkable swiftness. He rose, adjusted his robe, and invited him in. Moments later, Ning Fengji entered the courtyard, guided by Niu Tian. Clad in a moon-white robe and wielding an emerald cane, he exuded an air of refinement and nobility. Following closely behind were Chen Xian and Gu Rong, both scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Particularly when they caught sight of Gu Yu and Nar, their expressions momentarily grave. Ning Zhongzhu, it has been a long time, Gu Ran greeted, performing a respectful bow, maintaining an attitude of neither servility nor arrogance. Ning Fengji noted Gu Ran's humility despite his elevated status, and his admiration deepened. With a gentle smile, he responded, Young friend Gu Ran, I trust you are well. Upon hearing of your remarkable feats in the Star Luo Empire, I made a special trip to extend my congratulations. He gestured, and a servant promptly presented an exquisite jade box, a small token of my regard, though it pales in comparison to your accomplishments. Gu Ran accepted the jade box and opened it to reveal a vibrant green soul bone, radiating a rich aura of life. This is one of the left leg bones of a 10,000-year-old dark golden terraclaw bear, Ning Fengji replied with a smile. It can significantly enhance a soul master's power, and I believe it would complement your powerful assault-type martial soul splendidly. Gu Ran closed the jade box and regarded Ning Fengji with a knowing glance. Such a generous gift from Ning Zhongzhu likely serves a purpose beyond mere congratulations, does it not? Ning Fengji chuckled lightly, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Indeed, young friend Gu Ran, you are quite astute. To speak candidly, I have another request. Please, do not hesitate to voice it, Gu Ran encouraged. Ning Fengji glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who stood beside Gu Ran, then surveyed the surroundings before fixing his gaze back on Gu Ran. I wish for Rongrong to transfer to Nodding Academy to study under your tutelage. This request took Gu Ran by surprise. He raised an eyebrow. Ning Zhongzhu must be jesting. The 7 treasure glazed tile school is replete with resources and esteemed faculty. Why would Miss Rongrong need to come to a modest place like Nodding Academy? Ning Fengji shook his head, his expression turning earnest. Rongrong has been coddled since childhood, and her disposition is rather unruly. Although there have been some changes since you provided the mystical herb, there remains a need for refinement. I believe that Rongrong, under your guidance, will acquire knowledge unattainable at the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Gu Ran pondered for a moment, his gaze meeting Ning Fengji's. Ning Sect Master, have you contemplated this thoroughly? If Rongrong arrives, she may no longer resemble the obedient little princess of your memories. A flicker of complexity crossed Ning Fengji's eyes, yet he quickly resolved himself. Without tempering, jade cannot become a gem. Furthermore, ever since your departure, Rongrong has been incessantly mentioning your name. Being by your side may bring her joy. Gu Ran nodded. Very well, I shall take care of Rongrong. Ning Fengji's expression softened into a grateful smile. Thank you. He then turned to Chen Xian, saying, Sir Uncle, I would appreciate it if you could return to the sect and bring Rongrong here. Chen Xian accepted the task and departed. Ning Fengji then looked to Gu Ran. Might I trouble you to show me around Nodding Academy? I am quite curious about the institution that has nurtured such a prodigy as yourself. Gu Ran gestured invitingly. Of course, it would be my utmost honor to have the esteemed Ning Sect Master as my guest. When Ning Rongrong joyfully followed Chen Xian to Nodding Academy, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. Upon spotting Gu Ran, her eyes sparkled with delight as she dashed forward. Brother Gu Ran. Father said I can attend school with you. Gu Ran caught the exuberant Ning Rongrong and ruffled her hair. Indeed, but here, you will not have the servants of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect to attend to you. You must rely on yourself. Are you capable of that? With pride, Ning Rongrong puffed out her small chest. Of course, I am quite formidable now. Watch this. She summoned the 9 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, its crystalline structure radiating a gentle glow. I am already at level 23. Gu Ran nodded in approval. Well done. However, here, strength is not the most crucial aspect. What matters is learning independence and responsibility. Ning Rongrong nodded, somewhat understanding, but her attention was captivated by Gu Yu, who stood behind Gu Ran. She blinked her large eyes and curiously inquired, Who is this sister? Gu Yu inclined her head slightly and greeted her. Gu Yu. Hello, Sister Gu Yu. Ning Rongrong chimed sweetly, then turned back to Gu Ran with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Brother Gu Ran, where will I be staying tonight? Gu Ran pointed towards the villa. There are vacant rooms on the 2nd floor. Choose one for yourself. Ning Rongrong cheered and grabbed Gu Yu's hand. Sister Gu Yu, will you help me pick a room? As he watched the 2 girls retreat, Ning Fengji's eyes were filled with satisfaction. He turned to Gu Ran and said earnestly, I entrust Rongrong to your care. Gu Ran nodded, reassuring him, rest assured, I will look after her. Ning Fengji hesitated for a moment before adding, there's one more thing. The 3 committee members from the Tiando Royal Academy are quite interested in you and may pay a visit. They are backed by the Emperor of the Snowy Night. Gu Ran smiled knowingly. I understand the nuances. Unexpectedly, the Tiando Royal family has also taken notice of him. Xueqinghe from the Tiando Royal family has long since been replaced by a cunning substitute. The true identity is now Qian Rengshu. However, Gu Ran does not wish for this day to arrive too swiftly, for the challenge presented by Qian Rengshu is undoubtedly formidable. After bidding farewell to Ning Fengji, Gu Ran stood in the courtyard, gazing at the myriad stars above, a meaningful smile playing upon his lips. The Tiando Royal Academy? Prince Xueqinghe? It appears that the days ahead will grow increasingly intriguing. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task, to fall in love with Ning Rongrong. You have received a soul bone reward, the right arm bone of the purple Huang extinguishing heaven dragon of 9-color quality. The first soul skill significantly enhances recovery capabilities, while the second soul skill requires the complete set of purple Huang extinguishing heaven dragon soul bones to summon the purple Huang extinguishing heaven dragon. Gu Ran felt the newfound power coursing through him, his eyes sparkling with intensity. He had already gathered the leg bones of the purple Huang extinguishing heaven dragon. One enhances speed while the other augments recovery speed. This is not merely applicable in combat, but also in tonight's endeavors. Chapter 31. Tang San challenges Gu Ran. Determined to prevail. At the break of dawn, Gu Ran opened his eyes to a scene of chaos. The battle from the previous night had been exceedingly fierce. He had not anticipated that Ning Rongrong possessed such an understanding of men. Xiao Wu, as the first to engage with Gu Ran, had not reached such an intimate level, showcasing the prowess befitting a disciple of a grand sect. After rising and completing his morning routine, Gu Ran noticed that no one else had awakened, prompting him to embark on a morning jog. Upon entering the simulated training area, he was met with a resounding crash ahead. Amidst the swirling dust, a boulder of granite, towering above a man, had been shattered into fragments. Debris rained down, embedding itself into the surrounding earth. At the center of the dust cloud, Wang Sheng slowly retracted his black-red evil wolf martial spirit. His arms were adorned with a peculiar dark red pattern, veins pulsating beneath the skin, twisting like contorted worms. Exuding wisps of blood-scented black mist, he gasped heavily, his crimson eyes devoid of focus, filled with fury and chaos. The last vestige of clarity submerged beneath the surging malevolence within him. Ha ha ha! Wang Sheng let out an unintelligible roar, wildly swinging his fists at the air, the gusts stirring the nearby low shrubs into a rustling frenzy. Yu Xiaojing stood not far off, his hands trembling with excitement behind his back, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Beside him, Tang San's gaze was as venomous as a serpent, fixated on Wang Sheng's inhuman strength. Yet a cold smirk played on his lips. Excellent. If one channels the power of hatred into a soul master's soul force, it can amplify the innate talents of ordinary soul masters, narrowing the gap between them and the elite disciples. This cultivation method, tailored for ordinary soul masters, is indeed the sharpest and most effective weapon in his arsenal. Teacher, do you see? Tang San's voice brimmed with barely contained fervor, the current strength of Wang Sheng. This is the living proof of your theory. A mere level 22 Great Soul Master. Yet the destructive force unleashed at this moment is sufficient to crush an ordinary level 30 Soul Venerable. Gu Ran, what can he use to defend against this? Yu Xiaojing nodded with a reserved demeanor, feeling quite gratified by Tang San's flattery. Indeed, little San, your supportive potions are indispensable. Surely, I shall lead the students to the training grounds. It is time for everyone, particularly the arrogant Gu Ran, to witness what true power entails. Let facts silence all doubters. Observing this scene from the shadows, Gu Ran couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that under his pressure, Yu Xiaojing had prematurely embarked on the path of a sinister soul master. However, it was of no concern to him. Ultimately, it would be Yu Xiaojing, the so-called master of hollow fame, who would be scorned by the world. Classmates, I have 2 announcements to make. The first is that we have a new student joining our class, Ning Rongrong. Please give her a warm welcome. Yu Xiaojing proclaimed from the podium, introducing the new arrival, who was indeed a stunning beauty. Rumor had it she was a little heiress, causing every boy to become animated with excitement. The second announcement is that today, I will take you to the training grounds for a soul master battle. It is crucial for every soul master to apply their knowledge in combat. Yu Xiaojing's voice carried a penetrating authority that brooked no dissent, resonating in the minds of every student. It was rare for him to utter a phrase of such merit. Immediately, everyone prepared to depart. With a wave of his hand, Yu Xiaojing led all the students to the training grounds, followed closely by Tang San and Wang Sheng, who were unaware that Ning Rongrong was already aligned with Gu Ran. They merely wished to impress the new student and showcase their abilities. While at the back of the group trailed Gu Ran and his companions. Hey, did you notice how close the new Ning Rongrong is to Gu Ran? Don't you think it's odd? Coming from the 7 treasured glazed tile school, what could she possibly be doing here, if not for Tang San? Shoo, keep it down. Tang San is terrifyingly strong now. Upon reaching the training grounds, Tang San eagerly ascended the platform. Gu Ran. His voice was hoarse, resembling sandpaper scraping against rust, each word laced with deep-seated resentment. After hiding for so many days, do you finally dare to bask in the sunlight? Useless. The noisy crowd fell silent in an instant. All students, whether training or chatting, instinctively halted their actions, gazing with uncertainty at the charged atmosphere. The air seemed to freeze. Gu Ran did not even lift an eyelid, seemingly unfazed by the provocative roar. Instead, he raised his hand and naturally tousled the hair of Xiao Wu beside him, tucking a stray pink strand behind her ear. Xiao Wu scrunched her adorable nose and made a silly face in Tang San's direction. Hey, Tang San, let us see who has stronger. But refrain from pointing fingers at my Gu Ran. Xiao Wu stood on tiptoe and placed a gentle kiss on Gu Ran's cheek. Xiao Wu. Tang San suddenly swung his hand, his voice sharp with fury. I will prove to you that my love is genuine. Enough of this. I'm tired of hearing such words. Let us get started. Xiao Wu leaped onto the competition stage, eager to stretch her limbs after a long time. Xiao Wu, as Tang San gazed upon her, he realized that rekindling their relationship had become utterly impossible. However, there was still the newly arrived Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu, look at me. I have now reached level 30. And my second soul ring is a millennium old. And what about Gu Ran? At level 10, he was already at level 30. And now that I am at level 30, he remains stagnant at the same level. You must not place your trust in such a complacent man. Each of Tang San's words seemed directed at Xiao Wu, yet they were, in essence, intended for Ning Rongrong. The first step in pursuing someone is to make them aware of one's ambition. Indeed, Gu Ran was struck by Tang San's observation. It was true that he had been stuck at level 30 for an extended period without any breakthroughs. The reason for this stagnation was his failure to complete the system tasks. Perhaps it was time for him to engage in more romantic pursuits. However, at present, there were not many goddesses to chase after. Come on, Xiao Wu. Wang Sheng's voice erupted like a primal roar. His second soul ring suddenly glowed. The purple edges entwined with a chilling black aura. Second soul skill, entangle. The already swollen stems of the blue-silver thorns expanded further, a dark red chitinous layer enveloping their surfaces. The terrifying speed produced a piercing sonic boom, causing the hard stone ground beneath his feet to crack inch by inch. The ferocity of his aura rendered many students pale, forcing them to retreat in haste. Confronted with this formidable force capable of splitting mountains, Gu Ran suddenly sprang into action. He leapt onto the stage and, in a flash, saved Xiao Wu. Tang San's strike was not something she could withstand. The fluctuation of soul power had already reached the level of a soul master above 40. Not bad, little underachiever. You've made significant progress. I shall fight you now. Gu Ran cracked his knuckles. This time, I want to use my martial soul. Let us see if I have improved during this period. Tang San. Initially feeling a twinge of anxiety as he was unaware of Gu Ran's true strength. Most encounters had been with Gu Yu and Nara, was taken aback when Gu Ran, in his folly, decided against using his martial soul. This was an opportunity to seize. First soul skill, entangle. Second soul skill, parasitism. Seizing the moment when Gu Ran was unprepared, Tang San initiated his attack. Beyond the soul skills he vocalized, he had infused the blue-silver thorns with silent poison darts. If Gu Ran were to let his guard down, a mere scratch could prove fatal. The inky blue-silver thorns burst forth like demonic vines emerging from the depths of hell, instantly shattering the solid stone slabs. They twisted and coiled wildly, emitting a shrill screech that tore through the air, weaving into a colossal net of death that enveloped Gu Ran within a radius of several feet. A noxious miasma followed, imbued with potent paralyzing and corrosive properties. Yet that was not all. Within the writhing mass of toxic vines, numerous nearly imperceptible darts silently mingled, taking advantage of the cover to aim mercilessly at Gu Ran's throat, heart, and abdomen, vital points that would spell his doom. Tang San's face contorted into a cruel grin, his eyes brimming with a sanguine glow, as if he were prepared to unleash his martial spirit. Gu Ran, you have brought this upon yourself. Gu Ran, heedful of the impending danger, felt a chill run down her spine as Xiao Wu exclaimed in horror. Gu Ran, be careful. Had Gu Ran not intervened moments ago, she would have surely met her demise. Despicable. Gu Yu's gaze was icy, her soul power flowing silently within as she locked onto Tang San's vital points, poised to strike at any moment. Yet, in the face of such a perilous situation that could spell instant death for an ordinary soul master, Gu Ran remained utterly still. Chapter 32. Soulbone skills are skills too. He merely lifted his left foot, his right foot firmly planted on the ground. With a subtle motion, his left foot retreated half a step. The Purple Radiance Destruction Dragon's left leg bone skill. Purple Radiance breaking boundary flash. An indescribable, peculiar wave radiated from Gu Ran, causing his figure to blur before the eyes of onlookers. In that instant, it appeared as though Gu Ran had vanished into thin air. He moved with blinding speed, surpassing the limits of visual perception. To the astonished gaze of all the students below, including Yu Xiaojing, Gu Ran's form seemed to fracture into countless silhouettes at once. Those seemingly impenetrable, all-encompassing poisonous vines and silent hidden projectiles fell utterly short of their mark. Numerous afterimages flickered amidst the gaps of the toxic mist and vines, while the lethal blue-silver thorns twisted and constricted, only to tear through the air. The deadly projectiles pierced through the afterimages, embedding themselves deeply into the stone slabs behind, their arrowheads still quivering. At that moment, Gu Ran's true form had already emerged beyond the reach of the poisonous vine net, and scathed throughout the entire sequence. He had scarcely moved more than 3 steps. That mere half-step retreat, combined with an unfathomable velocity, had effortlessly evaded all lethal attacks. What? Tang San's wicked grin froze, transforming into a pallid expression of shock and confusion. His prideful killing move hadn't even grazed his opponent's clothing? How could this be? How could he possibly move so swiftly? Gu Ran's eyes were devoid of emotion, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. He regarded the aghast Tang San, a frigid smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Is this truly your full strength? His voice was low, yet it pierced Tang San's eardrums like a cold steel needle, slow as a snail's pace. Before his words faded, Gu Ran was already in motion. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no violent fluctuations of soul power, only an exquisitely pure speed. Swish! He transformed into a luminous streak that seemed to tear through space itself. To the spectators, it felt as if a flash of light had crossed their vision, leaving only a blurred golden line that pierced through the entire arena. The target, Tang San. A sense of imminent danger surged through Tang San, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Instinctively, he summoned his soul power, his purple soul rings flickering desperately as more blue-silver thorns erupted from the earth, striving to erect a thorny barrier before him. Too late. The golden flash disregarded all obstacles. The resilient and venomous blue-silver thorns, upon contact with the golden light, shattered silently like fragile straw, failing even to slow Gu Ran's advance. The golden light flickered and vanished. Gu Ran's figure appeared before Tang San as if teleporting, mere inches away. He could even discern the distorted pupils of Tang San, reflecting his own cold visage, twisted in sheer terror. No! Tang San let out a desperate scream, instinctively crossing his arms to shield his chest, soul power surging wildly in a futile attempt at defense. Gu Ran's gaze remained indifferent. His right hand, fingers splayed, made no use of any soul skills. Instead, he relied solely on the terrifying kinetic energy derived from his pure speed, casually striking down upon Tang San's hastily raised arms. A noble, golden-purple radiance erupted from his right leg once more. Amidst the flowing light, a majestic dragon phantom briefly materialized, without employing any soulbone skills. It was merely the explosive power augmented by the soulbone. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Tang San's eyes bulged, his pupils instantly filled with horror and excruciating pain, as a torrent of black blood, mixed with internal fragments, erupted from his mouth. His chest visibly caved in, a significant portion collapsing inward. Tang San's body crashed violently against a massive stone pillar, one that required 2 individuals to embrace. The pillar cracked audibly, the upper half collapsing with a thunderous roar, sending clouds of dust into the air. Tang San was buried beneath the debris, only his twitching legs visible, motionless thereafter. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the arena. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as everyone was left in stunned disbelief at this scene that shattered their understanding. Yu Xiaojing's facade of composure crumbled, leaving only incredulous shock and confusion on his face. Is that all? Gu Ran leisurely retracted his leg, the golden-purple light retracting into his body as if he were merely brushing off dust. He wiped away non-existent dust from his pant leg, his gaze lazily shifting to the pale-faced Tang San, a smirk of unabashed derision curling at the corners of his mouth. You don't seem very resilient, do you, Tang San? The ultimate humiliation shattered the last remnants of Tang San's rationality. All notions of forbearance and strategy were cast aside. The only thought resonating in his mind was a frenzied roar. Kill him. At any cost, kill him. Yet, the grim reality was that Tang San had narrowly escaped death. That last strike, had it risen just half a fraction more, could have damaged his internal organs. No, Guran, you despicable scoundrel. You promised not to use your martial spirit. Tang San managed to utter these words through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. I did not employ my martial spirit. Guran replied, spreading his hands innocently, though his gaze was as cold as a blade. Does the soul bone skill count as a martial spirit? We did agree on the rules, after all. Guran paused deliberately, as if recalling something, the curvature of his smile becoming increasingly wicked. Oh right. I seem to have forgotten to mention that I possess a soul bone. His tone suggested he was stating the most ordinary fact, yet it was laced with deadly mockery. You. Tang San trembled with rage, another wave of blood rising in his throat, as darkness clouded his vision, nearly causing him to faint once more. Humiliation, fury, and an insidious fear, one that even he was reluctant to acknowledge, as if he were a mere pawn in another's game, threatened to tear him asunder. Stop, Guran, you Xiaojing. Finally emerging from his state of profound shock, stumbled towards Guran, his face as pale as a sheet, his voice sharp and trembling. You cannot kill him. It's merely a spar, just a friendly exchange. You are harming a fellow student. Guran cast a dispassionate glance at the ashen-faced Yu Xiaojing, his eyes akin to those of a predator surveying an insignificant insect. Slowly, he extended his right arm, his long fingers glistening like jade beneath the sunlight. Master Yu is correct. Guran's voice was calm and unruffled, a friendly exchange, to a measured extent. Suddenly, a softer orb of violet golden light, imbued with an ineffable vitality, erupted from his right arm. Within the luminous sphere, the majestic phantom of the purple radiance annihilation dragon flickered momentarily. However, this time, the aura was not one of violent spatial rending, but rather of vast vitality reminiscent of springs returned to the earth. The skill of the purple radiance annihilation dragon's essence recovery. The gentle orb shot forth from Guran's palm, not swift in its course, but carrying an irresistible will, precisely enveloping the ailing Tang San. A vibrant violet golden glow, akin to a warm spring, instantaneously enveloped Tang San's battered form. Where the light traversed, shattered bones swiftly realigned and fused, wounds sealed rapidly, leaving only faint red marks. Even the dark patterns etched onto his skin by the blue-silver thorns receded significantly. In but a few breaths, the violet golden radiance dissipated. Tang San abruptly sat up, bewildered, gazing down at his unscathed chest, instinctively moving his arms, as nimble as before. Even the internal injuries he had sustained felt devoid of any pain. It was as if the near-fatal wounds and the excruciating agony had been nothing more than a harrowing nightmare. He incredulously touched his body, then turned his gaze towards the impassive Guran on the martial stage. An indescribable chill, colder than any previous defeat, surged up his spine, freezing his very blood. Healing. Such an effortless healing of wounds that could have been fatal. This was not merely a demonstration of overwhelming power. It was a complete mockery and negation of all his efforts, struggles, and hatred. In the eyes of his opponent, he, Tang San, was not even worthy of being seriously injured. He was merely a plaything, easily crushed, and just as easily restored. With a sudden rush, the ultimate humiliation and despair shattered his defenses. Tang San felt a tightening in his throat, and this time, he could no longer contain himself. A mouthful of crimson blood erupted, splattering onto the freshly healed fabric of his attire, a sight that was jarring. His vision darkened, his body swayed, and he fell straight back, utterly losing consciousness. This time, it was a fainting spell born from the depths of his spirit being crushed. Little San. A piercing scream escaped from Yu Xiaojing as he staggered forward, his gaze fixed upon his unconscious disciple, whose pallid face resembled that of a ghost. A tumult of shock, anger, and fear coursed through him as he lifted his eyes to meet Guran's, his expression laden with terror and resentment, yet he dared utter not a single word. Guran retracted his arm, the violet golden luminescence dissipating entirely. He appeared as though he had merely performed a trivial act, his gaze sweeping across the students frozen in astonishment, then landing on the ashen-faced Yu Xiaojing, before settling on the distant, imposing silhouette of Tiando City. A fleeting, almost weary emotion flickered in the depths of his profound eyes. Akin to ripples on the surface of water, he descended the martial stage with measured steps, exuding an air of calm assurance. A pristine silk handkerchief embroidered with silver bamboo leaves was silently presented to him once more. Unbeknownst to him, Ning Rongrong had quietly followed at his side, her attire marred by the dust of their recent encounter. Guran paused momentarily, then broke into a gentle smile as he accepted the handkerchief, still warm and fragrant from Ning Rongrong's presence, and leisurely began to wipe the palm that had executed the healing soul bone technique. His movements remained elegant and composed, as if the heart-stopping battle had merely been a flick of dust upon his sleeve. The sun blazed fiercely, casting its light upon the disheveled training ground and illuminating Guran's now pristine, jade-like hand. He casually discarded the soiled handkerchief, which floated down onto the cracked stone floor like a silent period. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying away the remnants of tumultuous clamor. Chapter 33, For years later. For years passed, like grains of sand slipping through one's fingers, quietly drifting away. The manor nestled against the mountains and waters on the outskirts of Tiando City seemed to be a forgotten sanctuary, shielded from the turbulent winds of the outside world. Deep within the estate, a pond of azure waters reflected the sky and clouds, while several ancient blue-silver grasses swayed gracefully by its edge, dancing gently in the breeze. The pavilion by the water was caressed by the wind, where Gu Ran, clad in a simple long robe, gazed contemplatively at the lively koi swimming in the pond. The passage of 4 years had not etched the marks of time upon his handsome visage. Rather, it had bestowed upon him a quiet depth akin to the profound ocean. The once sharp intensity of his presence had receded, and when he stood still, he seemed to meld with the surrounding landscape. Save for the subtle light of insight that occasionally flickered within his perceptive eyes, Gu Ran, a melodious call, as crisp as silver bells, shattered the tranquility. Ning Rongrong, lifting the hem of her skirt, flitted towards him like a vibrant butterfly along the winding corridor. For years had transformed her, softening her youthful exuberance. She now possessed a more graceful and alluring figure. The once sharp edges of her demeanor, characteristic of the little princess of the seven-treasure, glazed tile school, had been smoothed into a dynamic confidence. Her soul power radiated harmoniously, now reaching the esteemed realm of a level 35 soul ancestor in the support system. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda floated in her palm, its brilliance even more resplendent than 4 years prior. Look, my 9 treasures have advanced with more brilliance. Ning Rongrong extended her right hand, channeling her soul power, and in an instant, a kaleidoscope of colors enveloped Gu Ran, a warm and formidable energy surging into him, causing even the pond's waters to ripple with shimmering waves. This is not merely an augmentation. Rather, it is a gentle yet effective refinement and stimulation of the essence of soul power. Gu Ran nodded with a smile, his eyes reflecting approval. Indeed, Rongrong's auxiliary abilities are now such that even Sect Master Ning would be compelled to regard her with newfound respect. Indeed, Rongrong exclaimed, lifting her small face with pride, only to lean in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. By the way, Zhu Zhuqing has just been training with Nar over at the simulation training ground. The commotion is quite significant. As her words faded, a figure emerged at the entrance of the estate, appearing like a specter. Zhu Zhuqing, for years, had lent her an even more statuesque height, her curves now exquisitely alluring. The cold detachment once born of fate's shackles had long since dissolved in Gu Ran's presence, transforming into a tranquil demeanor imbued with latent brilliance. Clad in form-fitting dark attire that accentuated her flawless silhouette, her skin glowed like fresh snow. Most striking were the 3 soul rings that pulsed rhythmically beneath her feet. Yellow, purple, an imperceptible yet fierce aura, characteristic of a top-tier agility-based soul master, enveloped her. Her gaze immediately found Gu Ran, the depths of her cool, clear eyes shimmering with a faint yet unmistakable warmth. I've just stabilized at level 37. Zhu Zhuqing's voice remained crisp, yet carried an almost imperceptible softness. She approached Gu Ran and naturally bestowed a kiss upon him, a gesture that seemed to have evolved into an unspoken habit. And shall we? Gu Ran inquired casually, his eyes scanning the estate. In the gravity chamber, Zhu Zhuqing replied, a hint of exasperation in her tone. She insisted on breaking through the level 37 bottleneck today, determined not to fall behind Zhuqing. She even had Air Ming increase the gravity by another factor. The mention of the Titan Great Ape, Air Ming, infused her voice with familiarity. Over the past 4 years, Niu Tian and the Titan had become steadfast guardians and training partners within the estate, harmoniously coexisting with everyone. This girl, Gu Ran chuckled, shaking his head in amusement at Xiao Wu's relentless competitive spirit, which had remained unchanged throughout the years. And Nar and Sister Guyu, Ning Rongrong interjected, her small face aglow with anticipation. Their auras have grown increasingly profound. It feels as if they surpass even Grandpa Jian. Well, it's hard to articulate, but they are simply formidable. Cheng Xian and Gu Rong had, over these years, observed the prowess displayed by Gu Yu and Nar with a sense of awe. Their astonishment unspoken. I doubt they will make further progress. Perhaps they never exerted their full strength from the outset, Gu Ran mused. Just as he spoke, a petite silver-gray figure appeared atop the waterside pavilion as if teleported, Nar swinging her legs and gazing down with a playful grin. Brother Gu Ran, are you slacking off again? Sister Guyu sent me to keep an eye on you. You say you haven't made any progress in these years. Still stuck at level 30. She tilted her head, resembling an inquisitive kitten. Gu Ran met Nar's large, expressive eyes with a slight smile, choosing not to respond. The reason for his lack of progress and strength was none other than the absence of divine missions over the past 4 years. Without systematic rewards, he had indeed made no advancements in power. Moreover, during these years, his relationship with Guyu had shown no signs of improvement. Her demeanor remained as frosty as ever. Life within the estate was serene and fulfilling, cultivating skills, engaging in friendly sparring, and occasionally visiting the majestic Heaven Do City together, or taking advantage of the spatial teleportation orbs left by Zhu Zhuyan to enjoy a brief sojourn in Star Luo City. After all, Prince Davis treats him as a brother. If he doesn't come, Davis would surely encourage Zhu Zhuyan to extend an invitation to Gu Ran. As for Tang San, that fellow has indeed progressed rapidly with his nefarious soul master techniques, currently reaching level 45, and his 4th spirit ring is even a 10,000-year one. However, it seems that this aligns with the original narrative, as Tang San's spirit ring colors are white, purple, and black, undeniably a prodigy among his peers. With the assistance of Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, Wang Sheng has also made commendable strides, now at level 38. By the way, Brother Gu Ran, Nar exclaimed as she jumped down gracefully. We are about to graduate from Nodding Academy. Where shall we go afterward? Heaven Do Royal Academy, Gu Ran replied without hesitation. He had pondered whether to follow the original storyline and venture to Shrek Academy, but upon reflection, there was no one there worthy of such a journey. In the original tale, Shrek Academy only had 3 female figures worth mentioning: Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, all of whom Gu Ran has already welcomed into his harem. Moreover, during his last visit to Zhu Zhuyuan, Davis mentioned that he had already written to Xue Qinghe to arrange for Gu Ran and his companions to enter Heaven Do Royal Academy. This arrangement is quite fortuitous, as residing in Heaven Do City would place them conveniently close to other prestigious institutions such as the Blaze Academy, the Water Academy, and the Botany Academy, or perhaps even to the enigmatic Qianrenxue hidden within the Heaven Do Palace. Of course, upon entering Heaven Do Royal Academy, he would also have the chance to see Duge Yan. He wondered if the poison of her biling snake had been purged from her body. And what of her dear friend, Yilingling? It is said she is also a remarkable talent. Heaven Do Royal Soul Master Academy is undoubtedly the most prestigious institution in the Heaven Do Empire. With our capabilities, admission would be assured, even if we faced rejection. I could persuade my father to secure our entry through financial means. Ning Rongrong approached, taking hold of Gu Ran's arm, exclaiming, "Truly, my Gu Ran is impressive." "Is that so? Am I not impressive in the evenings?" Gu Ran teased, leaving Ning Rongrong blushing with embarrassment. "Well then, let me see for myself." Time flowed quietly amidst the rising and setting sun, the blooming and withering of flowers, as the leaves turned from red to green and back again. Chapter 34, Joining Heaven Do Royal Academy. Heaven Do City, with its grand east city gate bathed in the golden light of dawn. Beneath the massive archway, soldiers clad in gleaming armor stood like iron sculptures, their keen eyes scanning the throngs of people entering and exiting. However, when a unique procession appeared along the broad official road leading to the city gate, even these seasoned guards could not help but stand straighter, their eyes betraying a sense of awe. For magnificent steeds, their coats pure white and their stature imposing, drew a carriage crafted from darkened thunderwood. The carriage, unassuming in its luxury, exuded a weighty aura of restraint, with faintly visible spirit power runes swirling about, signaling its extraordinary defensive capabilities. Seated upon the yoke were 2 men, robust as iron towers, none other than the transformed Neo Tian and Titan. Though the 2 individuals made a conscious effort to restrain themselves, the terrifying aura emanating from the Super Douluo still lingered in the air near the city gates, causing the atmosphere to thicken slightly. A delicate hand lifted the curtain of the carriage, and Ning Rongrong poked her head out, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she surveyed the magnificent city before her. "Wow, we've finally arrived at the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. It's indeed more grandiose than the Nodding Academy." Her exquisitely carved features were alight with joy. Zhu Zhuqing followed closely, disembarking in a simple yet elegant dark outfit that accentuated her graceful figure, her snow-white skin glimmering softly in the morning light. Her demeanor was cool and serene, akin to a polished piece of jade, and her gaze immediately fell upon Gu Ran, who had just stepped down, conveying silent concern. Gu Ran was the last to alight from the carriage. The sunlight seemed to be absorbed by him, casting no blinding brilliance, only an indescribable aura of warmth and weightiness. He lifted his eyes towards the towering walls of the Royal Academy, his expression tranquil and undisturbed, as if he were merely admiring an ordinary landscape. "Let us proceed." Gu Ran's voice was gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. As the group prepared to enter the academy, a sudden sound of steady yet somewhat hurried footsteps echoed from the grand entrance. "Ha! Esteemed guests have traveled from afar, and I have failed to greet you properly. My sincerest apologies." The hearty laughter, imbued with formidable spiritual energy, preceded the arrival of 3 figures who parted the crowd and strode forth with purpose. The foremost figure was tall, with hair and beard as white as snow, yet his complexion was rosy and his spirit vigorous, clad in a gold and crimson robe symbolizing the highest rank of the Royal Academy, adorned with the emblem of the Heaven Do royal family on his chest. He exuded an aura as solid as a mountain, a formidable title Douluo of the attack type at level 86. This was none other than Bai Baoshan, the chief administrator of the academy. To his left stood a slender man, with a gaunt face and sharp, piercing eyes that seemed capable of seeing through souls. Dressed in a silver-gray robe, he emanated a sharp yet restrained energy, a control-type title Douluo at level 85, named Jilin. On his right was a slightly plump man, whose amiable smile concealed a glimmer of shrewdness and intelligence in his narrow eyes. He was Meng Shinji, an auxiliary-type title Douluo at level 83. These 3 representatives of the pinnacle of soul master education in the Heaven Do Empire had come together to personally welcome the newcomers, underscoring the academy's significance. "Young friend Gu Ran, it is an honor to finally meet you." Bai Baoshan stepped forward, his voice booming with unabashed admiration and enthusiasm. His gaze fixed intently on Gu Ran, as if seeking to uncover his very essence. "Our academy's president has conveyed to us the importance of ensuring your party's comfort. The highest institution of the empire is indeed the rightful place for a young prodigy such as yourself." Jilin's scrutinizing and astonished gaze swept over the companions behind Gu Ran, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, especially when he sensed their soul power levels far exceeding their ages. His eyes gleaming with intrigue. When his gaze brushed over Gu Yu and Nar, who stood like silent sentinels by Gu Ran's side, his pupils constricted slightly, a chill running through him. What an intimidating presence. Incomprehensible and profound. The dream god machine chuckled amiably and clasped his hands, expressing immense honor. "It is indeed a great honor." though we have not had the pleasure of witnessing your splendor in person during this time. Dear young friend Guren, we have certainly heard tales that resonate like thunder. Your presence among us is a tremendous fortune for the Royal Academy of Tiendo. This extraordinary and grand reception immediately captured the attention of all those nearby, and whispers spread like a rising tide. Heavens! It is the 3 esteemed members of the Education Committee. Who have they come to greet? Who is that young man? What great distinction he possesses. Did you not hear? Guren, the one from the nodding branch. Hiss, is it truly him? He has come here. The young man was accompanied by several young ladies, their soul energy radiating with formidable strength, especially the 2 behind him, who seemed even more intimidating than the committee members themselves. Facing the enthusiasm of the 3 soul masters, Guren remained composed, merely nodding in acknowledgement. I am truly unworthy of such praise from the esteemed committee members. As for joining the academy, let us discuss it further inside. Ah, there is no need for such humility, dear friend. Bai Baoshan interjected, waving his hand decisively. His Majesty has spoken, and the doors of the academy are always open for you. All accommodations shall be of the highest standard. As for your residence, he added with a mysterious smile, His Majesty has already made arrangements within the academy that will surely satisfy you. Indeed, indeed. Dream God Machine quickly affirmed, his smile warm and inviting. Rest assured, young friend, the academy will never confine your freedom. You need only to register your name and enjoy all the resources the academy has to offer, coming and going as you please, without any obligation whatsoever. His words were delivered with great finesse, almost as if he were offering a gift, merely seeking Guren's nominal affiliation. Guren's gaze shifted slightly towards Bai Baoshan, pondering the intentions of His Majesty, the Snowy Night Emperor. Bai Baoshan stroked his white beard thoughtfully, his eyes filled with profound meaning as he lowered his voice. His Majesty has stated that the Empire is in need of talent, and you, dear friend, are a pillar of the nation, deserving of the utmost respect. Such trivial titles are of no consequence. This statement clearly revealed the Snowy Night Emperor's intentions to recruit, not solely valuing Guren's potential, but also recognizing the formidable power represented by his enigmatic protectors. After a moment of contemplation, Guren allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. If that is the case, then I shall humbly comply. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Bai Baoshan, Jilin, and Dream God Machine all beamed with relief and joy, as if they had accomplished a significant mission. Please, young friend, follow us. Bai Baoshan gestured invitingly. Under the guidance of the 3 highest authorities of the Royal Academy of Tiendo, and amidst countless astonished, reverent, and curious gazes, Guren and his companions stepped into this institution that epitomized the glory of soul masters in the Tiendo Empire, the Royal Academy of Tiendo. The interior of the academy was far more expansive and luxurious than one could have imagined. The main path, paved with white marble, was wide and straight, flanked by enormous lawns and exquisite flora, meticulously manicured like works of art. Grandiose teaching buildings, simulated training grounds, and libraries were scattered throughout, adorned with fountains, sculptures, and elegant pavilions. The rich essence of heaven and earth converged here, forming a gentle mist that brought a refreshing sense of tranquility with each breath. Students clad in exquisite, uniform attire traversed the area, each exuding an extraordinary aura, evidently hailing from affluent backgrounds. Wow, this is even more grandiose than our 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze swept across the well-equipped simulated training grounds, and a flicker of acknowledgement crossed her cool eyes. The training environment here indeed surpassed that of the previous Nodding Academy. Under the guidance of the 3 committee members, the group passed through a vast array of magnificent edifices, ultimately arriving at a relatively secluded area deep within the academy. This locale was nestled against a small mountain suffused with spiritual energy, facing a shimmering lake. By the lakeside stood an expansive courtyard, not resplendent in gold and jade, but sculpted entirely from a jade-like gray stone, its lines simple and fluid, imbued with an ancient charm and a sense of gravitas. Vivid green vines adorned the courtyard walls, interspersed with delicate blossoms. The entrance to the courtyard stood wide open, revealing glimpses of the exquisite pavilions and flowing waters within, the ambience serene and elegantly refined. Even more astonishing was the powerful, yet gentle soul power barrier enveloping the entire courtyard, shielding it from the clamor and prying eyes of the outside world. His Majesty had expressly instructed that this place be allocated for the young friend's temporary residence. Bai Baoshan pointed towards the courtyard, his tone tinged with pride, noting that the convergence of spiritual energy here, along with the tranquil environment and the protective barrier established by the Imperial Court Soul Masters, ensured absolute safety. Do you find this satisfactory? Such treatment transcended that of any committee member within the academy and could even rival that accorded by the Empire. Underscoring Emperor Xue's regard for Gu Ran, Gu Ran surveyed the courtyard, comparable to a royal garden, and nodded in appreciation. His Majesty has shown great thoughtfulness. Please convey my gratitude. The 3 committee members beamed even brighter at his contentment. At that moment, a crisp and rhythmic sound of hooves approached from afar. A luxurious carriage, drawn by 4 pure white, extraordinarily majestic heavenly soul horses, came to a gentle halt before the Ting Tao courtyard, flanked by several composed royal night guards. As the carriage door swung open, a foot clad in cloud-patterned golden boots gracefully alighted upon the polished jade stone ground. Following this, a figure emerged before the assembly. The newcomer appeared to be in his early 20s, standing tall and upright like a pine tree, adorned in a perfectly tailored bright yellow prince's attire, with dragon patterns embroidered in gold that shimmered with regal luster under the sunlight. His visage was strikingly handsome, his features reminiscent of the most exquisite sculpture. With brows that arched elegantly into his temples, a high nose, and subtly pursed lips that conveyed an inherent, undeniable authority. Most captivating were his eyes, peculiar orbs that seemed to harbor two miniature golden suns within their depths, radiating a wisdom that was both gentle and unfathomable, as if capable of discerning the hearts of men while possessing an aloofness that overlooked all humanity. He stood there, devoid of any overwhelming fluctuations of soul power, yet naturally became the focal point of the universe around him, the sunlight casting an especially resplendent glow upon him. It was none other than the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Xueqinghe. "Your Highness," by Baoshan, Jilin, and Meng Xinji, the three committee members, promptly bowed in a gesture of utmost respect. Xueqinghe adorned his face with a gentle smile that felt like a breath of spring, raising his hand slightly. "There is no need for such formality, esteemed committee members." His voice was clear and melodious, imbued with an unusual cadence. His gaze then traversed beyond the three committee members, settling upon Gu Ran. In his eyes, which harbored a golden radiance, the warmth of his smile remained, yet beneath it flickered an imperceptible scrutiny and solemnity. "You must be the renowned young friend Gu Ran, celebrated across the two great empires," Xueqinghe said, advancing gracefully, embodying the demeanor befitting an imperial heir. He had heard of Gu Ran's prowess in Xingluo, surpassing even the titled Douluo. Truly, a youthful hero who commands admiration. His speech was measured, each word articulated with clarity and strength, resonating with genuine appreciation, seemingly emanating from the depths of his heart. His gaze subtly flitted over to Zhu Zhuqing, who stood behind Gu Ran, her countenance as cool as the winter air. The golden radiance behind his gentle smile seemed to flicker ever so slightly. "I have come at my father's behest to welcome you and witness your brilliance firsthand." Xueqinghe came to a halt a few steps before Gu Ran, his demeanor striking a perfect balance, neither overly familiar nor devoid of the gravitas of a crown prince. "It is indeed a fortunate event for the Tiando Royal Academy to have you among us. Should you require anything during your time at the academy, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to accommodate your needs." His posture was notably humble, elevating Gu Ran to a high pedestal while subtly conveying the royal family's unwavering support. Gu Ran met Xueqinghe's gaze with calmness. His deep-set eyes resembled a tranquil abyss, revealing no ripples of emotion. He inclined his head slightly, saying, "Your Highness, you flatter me. I merely happened upon this opportunity. My modest reputation is hardly worthy of mention. It is, indeed, my honor to join the Tiando Royal Academy." Their gazes intertwined in the air. The golden radiance in Xueqinghe's eyes remained gentle, but the tranquil depths reflected in Gu Ran's gaze, which seemed capable of encompassing all, intensified the scrutiny in Xueqinghe's heart. He had encountered countless individuals, but had never seen someone so young yet so unfathomable, as if capable of piercing through all illusions. This was not the gaze one would expect from an ordinary genius soul master. "Ah, dear friend, you are too modest." Xueqinghe maintained his smile, though thoughts raced within his mind, his expression remaining inscrutable. "You must be weary from your journey. I shall not intrude further. The Tingtao courtyard is fully prepared for your arrival. You may rest assured." He gracefully took his leave, turning to board an opulent carriage. In that fleeting moment of turning, the gentle smile that had adorned his face vanished, replaced by a profound seriousness, as a fleeting glimmer of cold sharpness flickered in the depths of his golden gaze. The carriage slowly began to move, escorted by royal knights as it departed. The three committee members, sensing the moment, also took their leave, leaving Gu Ran and his companions in front of the Tingtao courtyard. Once the carriage had faded from view, Ning Rongrong patted her chest, sticking out her tongue, and exclaimed, "Phew, that prince seems so gentle. But why do I feel a bit intimidated?" Zhu Zhuqing's cold eyes narrowed slightly as she gazed in the direction of the departing carriage, murmuring, "His gaze is perilous." As a top-tier agility attack soul master, her sensitivity to the aura was particularly acute. The gentle facade of Xueqinghe concealed a presence as deep and foreboding as an abyss, instinctively arousing her vigilance. Niu Tian spoke in a deep tone, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. This individual is not to be underestimated. Even he sensed an unusual pressure emanating from him. Titan grinned and said, "Who cares? If he dares to threaten Lord Guren, I, Old Tai, will be the first to crush him." Guren withdrew his gaze and looked toward the serene and elegant Tingtao courtyard, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he softly mused, "Your Highness, Xueqinghe, six-winged angel, Qianren Shui," quite intriguing. His voice was barely above a whisper, like a gentle breeze, and only Gu Yu, positioned closest to him, vaguely caught a few indistinct syllables. She glanced at Guren in confusion, only to see him stride toward the courtyard's entrance, his demeanor as steady as a mountain. "Let us proceed and explore our new abode." Guren's voice regained its gentleness. Within the Tingtao courtyard, it was indeed as Bai Baoshan had described, completely furnished, luxurious yet understated, and brimming with spiritual energy. Guren selected a room on the highest floor of the main building, offering a panoramic view directly facing the lake. The afterglow of the setting sun poured through the vast glass windows, bathing the room in a warm golden red hue. "Xueqinghe, or rather, Qianren Shui," he murmured to himself, the depths of his eyes reflecting the dancing ripples of light. "You have gone to great lengths, lurking in the Heaven Do Empire. What is it you seek? In this game of chess, you play black while I play white. Before you return to the spirit hall, I must ensnare you. Giran slowly clenched his fists, as if affirming his position of dominance. Outside the window, the lake mirrored the final burning hues of the sunset, resplendent and profound, as if heralding an impending storm. Meanwhile, deep within the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, in the study of the Crown Prince's Eastern Palace, Xueqing has stood alone before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. Facing away from the empty room, the golden rays of the setting sun outlined his tall, yet somewhat solitary figure. The gentle mask that belonged to Xueqing had long since been cast aside, replaced by a near-divine indifference and detachment. At his fingertips, a golden feather shimmered, silently rotating and emanating a pure and fervent sacred aura. Giran, he spoke in a voice as cold as a winter's chill. You can see through the essence of my martial soul, the dragon god bloodline? What exactly are you? Your existence is a significant variable. His voice was icy, laced with an imperceptible gravity. I hope you do not obstruct my path. In the study, divine light surged silently, illuminating Qianren Shui's figure as if he were a deity descending to the mortal realm, majestic yet solitary. Chapter 36, Dugu Yan, willing to be his servant. Later that evening, the moment Dugu Bo stepped into the Tingtao courtyard, the tranquility of the garden abruptly froze. The air seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, pressing down heavily. Not with violent oppression, but rather an indescribable sense of suffocation. The sound of footsteps approached, heavy and slow, each step echoing as if a multitude of resentful souls lamented in silence. A gaunt figure emerged beneath the archway of the courtyard, clad in a faded, dark green robe. His form was stooped, his hair and beard a desolate gray, and his face was etched with deep wrinkles, reminiscent of chiseled stone. Yet his eyes, deeply sunken in their sockets, glistened with ghostly azure flames, cold and desolate, radiating an indifferent scrutiny of all things. He was none other than the renowned title Douluo, the poison Douluo, Dugu Bo, infamous across the continent for his unparalleled mastery of poison. Though he did not deliberately emit his soul power, the aura surrounding him, forged through years of immersion in extreme toxins and dancing with death, emanated a fearsome toxicity. The rich essence of the world in the courtyard sizzled softly as it approached within 3 feet of him, as if corroded by his presence. This poison was distinctly different from the malevolent aura surrounding Tang San, for Tang San was a true evil spirit master. Upon recognizing the visitor as the poisoned Douluo from years past, who had been at the Eye of Ice and Fire, Xiaowu hastily set aside what she was holding and stepped forward to greet him, yet found herself at a loss for words. The brief silence was shattered when Dugu Bo finally spoke, his voice rough and hoarse, akin to the rasp of dry wood scraping against wood, yet resonating clearly in everyone's ears with an undeniable weight. Guran, my young friend, he acknowledged with a slight nod. A gesture that was neither humble nor the typical arrogance of a titled Douluo, but rather an indication of caution when confronting an unknown presence. I come here today with no ulterior motive, only to express my gratitude for the miraculous herb you bestowed upon me years ago. He slowly raised his right hand, withered like an eagle's claw, gesturing for Dugu Yan to come forward. You overstate your praise, senior. Gu Ran replied with a gentle tone, infused with just the right amount of detachment. It was merely a trivial act. The herb was destined for a worthy recipient, ensuring its spirit was not wasted. Your ability to neutralize the venom of the green phosphor snake is a testament to your profound fortune. I dare not claim credit. Grandfather, a clear, urgent voice, tinged with a sense of determination, interrupted Gu Ran's words. A tall, violet figure darted forth from behind Dugu Bo, swiftly positioning herself between Gu Ran and the elder. It was Dugu Yan. For years had transformed her from a naive girl into a striking young woman. Her deep violet hair was loosely gathered with a simple jade hairpin, with a few strands cascading down her cheeks. She wore a sharply tailored purple outfit that accentuated her captivating figure, her honey-toned skin glowing with health under the courtyard's light. Her features were vibrant and pronounced, especially her eyes, which now fixed intently on Gu Ran, as if 2 fervent flames burned within her emerald irises, exuding a fervor akin to a moth drawn to a flame. At this moment, Dugu Yan appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, similar in age to Zhu Zhuqing, yet her personality and physique were entirely distinct, for not everyone possessed the exquisite genes of the Zhu family, suitable for admiration and fondness. She first cast a swift glance at her grandfather, a flicker of complexity flashing in her eyes, before abruptly turning towards Giran. She straightened her slender yet powerful back, lifted her chin slightly, and her voice resonated clearly and resolutely throughout the courtyard. Lord Giran. This address transcended the casualness of peers within the academy, imbued with a solemnity akin to a proclamation. For the Dugu family, the kindness bestowed by the esteemed lord for years prior was akin to a life-saving grace, a redemption that shattered generations of curses. To save a life is to construct a pagoda of immeasurable worth. Her words fell like precious gems, each syllable ringing true. Under Giran's calm gaze, amidst Dugu Bo's conflicted expression, and the astonished stares of Ning Rongrong and others, Dugu Yan executed a gesture that rendered every heart momentarily still. She raised her fair, elongated hand, its joints distinct, and without a trace of hesitation, the blade in her hand swiftly grazed across her tightly bound chest. With a sharp sound, the resilient fabric tore open, revealing a small patch of delicate, smooth skin beneath. Upon this skin, a vivid and lifelike mark emerged, radiating a ghostly azure light, a serpentine emblem of the azure phosphor serpent king, coiled and poised. The mark seemed almost alive, subtly rising and falling with Dugu Yan's hurried breaths. its eerie luminescence shifting, exuding a chilling yet potent aura. Douluo Yan's gaze was fixed intently on Yuena, her emerald eyes burning away all hesitation, shyness, and even familial pride, leaving only the purest, resolute determination, akin to the conflagration of jade and stone. She possessed nothing but her body and soul, inheriting the bloodline of the Azure Phosphor Serpent King. Her voice suddenly rose in pitch, piercing with a visceral intensity that imprinted itself upon the hearts and minds of all present. From this day forth, Douluo Yan shall be a servant at the feet of Lord Yuena. This body and soul, the mark of the Azure Phosphor Serpent King, all belong to my lord. Life and death are in your hands, with no grievances to be voiced. The moment her words fell, the mark of the Azure Phosphor Serpent King upon her chest seemed to be stirred by an unseen force, its ethereal glow intensifying. A wave of formidable soul power, imbued with an essence of submission, rippled outward, connecting with Yuen's ocean of spiritual energy. The courtyard fell into a profound silence, as if the very wind had been frozen by Douluo Yan's unwavering declaration and the burgeoning light of the Serpent King's mark. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, falling in love with Douluo Yan, earning a soul power reward. Soul power level increased by 5 levels, current level 35. Ning Rongrong covered her mouth, her wide eyes filled with astonishment. She had never imagined anyone could so recklessly pledge their loyalty. Only Yuena remained unfazed, his gaze deep as an abyss, devoid of any affronted anger or hint of triumph, instead radiating a serene understanding, as though he had foreseen all that unfolded before him. I sense the intentions of Miss Yan, Yuena remarked softly, glancing at Douluo Yan, who rested in his embrace, her complexion pale, yet her spirit unwavering. This determination, this trust placed in him with her very life and soul, carried immense weight. He paused for a moment, directing his gaze back to Douluo, his tone imbued with a hint of sincere counsel. Senior, you are more aware than anyone of the torment that the backlash from the Baihun snake's venom inflicts, a suffering more excruciating than death itself. Miss Yan's choice to embark on this path is not one of self-deprecation, but rather a liberation from her shackles, unveiling new possibilities. Rest assured, I understand that you are her only kin. I shall assist her in her cultivation journey, ensuring her growth and strength. Gu Ran's words flowed like a gentle spring, as Douluo gazed at his granddaughter. Though frail, her emerald eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness, devoid of humiliation or fear, only exuding a serene calmness born from a determined resolve, and a glimmer of unacknowledged recognition and hope towards Gu Ran's words. Indeed, the agony of the Baihun snake's venom, the bone-chilling pain, and the despair of witnessing generations of loved ones wither away in suffering. Douluo had devoted his life in search of that slender thread of survival. Gu Ran had provided the divine herb, alleviating Yan Yan's poison. It was only right to do so, for without it, Douluo Yan would surely have succumbed to the venom's retribution. He cast a profound glance at Gu Ran, his gaze a complex tapestry of scrutiny, caution, yet predominantly a weighty trust. Young man, Douluo's voice rasped, remember what you have said today. Yan Yan is entrusted to you, should she falter in any regard. The final warning lingered unspoken, for from Douluo Yan's perspective, Gu Ran was now her grandson-in-law. Having uttered his words, he turned away from all, stooping under the weight of an invisible burden, and slowly, heavily, made his way towards the gate of the listening to the waves courtyard. His dark green silhouette cast a long shadow in the fading light of the setting sun, steeped in solitude and desolation. Grandfather. Douluo Yan watched her grandfather's retreating figure, tears finally cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks, as she began to sob softly. That resolute declaration had drained her courage, leaving only the ache of concern for her grandfather and a profound uncertainty about the future. Do not weep, Gu Ran's voice softened, imbued with a peculiar, stabilizing strength. Your grandfather merely requires time. He desires nothing more than your well-being. As for the notion of servitude, he gently shook his head. By my side, there are only companions, not slaves. He pointed to the mark on Douluo Yan's heart. From this moment forth, it shall be the source of your strength, the testament to your freedom, rather than a shackle of bondage. Do you comprehend? Douluo Yan raised her head, her tear-filled eyes meeting Gu Ran's, as she felt the warmth and formidable power emanating from the mark, resonating with his words, dispelling the fear and humility within her heart. She nodded vigorously, stammering, I understand, Lord Gu Ran. Gu Ran smiled gently, releasing the hand that had supported her. Douluo Yan steadied herself, inhaling deeply, wiping away her tears, and striving to straighten her back. Though her eyes were still reddened, her gaze had regained its determination. Very well, let us not linger. Gu Ran turned to Ning Rongrong and the others. Rongrong, please take Yan Yan to change her attire and arrange a room for her. From now on, she shall be one of our companions. Ning Rongrong promptly stepped forward, affectionately linking her arm with the somewhat shy Douluo Yan's. Sister Yan, come with me. I'll take you to choose a room. I'm sure you can wear my clothes. Chapter 37. The Daily Life at Tingtao Courtyard. As dawn broke, the gentle morning light mingled with a delicate mist, softly enveloping the tranquil lake of Tingtao Courtyard. The lingering water vapor had yet to dissipate, while a few early rising koi stirred the emerald waters, creating rippling circles. Suddenly, a sharp chopping sound disrupted the serene atmosphere of the courtyard, startling several birds perched under the eaves. Ugh, how noisy! From the main bedroom on the second floor, a carved wooden window was pushed open, revealing Nar, who rubbed her drowsy eyes as she poked her head out, her silvery hair tousled and sticking up in disarray. she grumbled in dissatisfaction. Yet her gaze swiftly honed in on the tall figure in the dining room below, meticulously arranging bowls and dishes. Her large eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, dispelling her sleepiness. "Brother Guren," she exclaimed joyfully, resembling a nimble silver swallow as she gracefully leaped from the window, creating a refreshing breeze as she aimed directly towards Guren, who was setting up breakfast. Almost simultaneously, another figure clad in pink burst forth from the side door like a whirlwind. "Guren, good morning." Xiao Wu's voice rang out, bright and full of energy, her pink rabbit ears bouncing merrily as she ran. Clearly, she had also dressed with care, her pale yellow dress accentuating her charming demeanor. She was resolutely headed for the seat to Guren's left. Nar was not one to concede easily. With a swift motion, she accelerated, her silver-gray ponytail slicing through the air. And she deftly secured the seat to Guren's left, proudly lifting her chin in triumph towards Xiao Wu. "Nar." Xiao Wu stomped her foot in frustration, her cheeks puffing up. "This is the spot I had my eye on first. Whoever sits down first gets it." Nar remained unyielding, grinning as she clung to Guren's left arm, shaking it playfully in a defiant manner. "All right." Guren's voice, still slightly husky from sleep, broke through. He reached out his right arm, effortlessly drawing the indignant Xiao Wu to the empty seat on his right side with a gentle yet firm grip. "Sit properly and eat." As Xiao Wu felt the warmth of Guren's hand on her waist, any lingering resentment evaporated instantly, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. She obediently responded with a soft "oh," leaning into him, and didn't hesitate to wrinkle her nose in triumph at Nar across the table. Nar huffed lightly but chose not to argue further. She merely tightened her grip on Guren's left arm, asserting her claim. The previous evening, Nar had promised to yield Guren to Douluo first, but Xiao Wu had unexpectedly slipped into the second spot, while Nar was momentarily distracted, which had greatly displeased her. At that moment, a figure clad in purple silently appeared at the dining room entrance. Douluo had changed out of her activewear, now adorned in a simple yet elegant purple gown. Her deep purple hair was meticulously tied back, exposing her smooth forehead and elegantly sculpted neck. With her head slightly bowed and hands neatly clasped in front of her, she presented a demeanor of almost rigid formality, starkly contrasting with the warm ambience of the breakfast setting. "Master." Her voice was cool and respectful, her gaze lowered, fixed upon the ground at Guren's feet. "Shall I attend to your meal, my lord?" She deliberately avoided the affectionate postures of those at the table, as if those scenes were searing flames. Guren lifted the bowl of kanji beside him, the rising steam obscuring his profound gaze. "Yen Yen," he spoke gently, yet with an undeniable authority. "It would be more prudent to comply with your request." Du Guyan's body momentarily stiffened, her emerald eyes lifting to briefly sweep over Guren's calm countenance before quickly dropping again. Ning Rongrong, with a playful twinkle in her eye, broke the silence. "Brother Guren, the weather is splendid today. Shall we take a stroll in Heavendo City? I've heard a new Yinchang pavilion has opened in the east of the city, featuring exquisite fabrics and styles imported from Douluo." She playfully tugged at Guren's arm, her tone endearing. "I want to buy a new dress." "Absolutely." Nar immediately chimed in. "Brother Guren, come with us. I also wish to purchase new clothes. My previous swimsuit has become too small." Guyu, who had been quietly dining, glanced at Nar. Her icy gaze softened with a hint of inquiry. "Nar, do not speak foolishly. Our figures are already set and will not change." "Who told you to choose a lowly figure during your transformation?" Nar retorted with a playful pout. "So what? In Brother Guren's eyes, my figure is the most unique." In the eastern part of Heavendo City, the golden sign of Yinchang Pavilion gleamed under the afternoon sun. The three-story building, adorned with flying eaves and intricate brackets, exuded an air of grandeur. Even before stepping inside, one could catch a whiff of the rich fragrances wafting from within, a blend of precious silk, fragrant wood, and incense. The sharp-eyed attendants at the entrance quickly discerned the extraordinary demeanor of Guren and his companions, their seemingly simple, yet exquisitely crafted attire setting them apart. Particularly the composed young man at the center, accompanied by several breathtaking beauties, far surpassing the typical affluent families. They immediately greeted the group with exuberant warmth, bowing deeply as they welcomed them inside. Upon entering, even Ning Rongrong, accustomed to the opulence of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, and Zhu Zhuqing, who had witnessed the grandeur of the Douluo royal family, found themselves momentarily dazzled by the scene before them. The spacious interior featured polished black jade flooring, and the towering walls were adorned with intricately carved sandalwood cabinets, displaying a variety of silks, satins, and brocades, shimmering as if the clouds of the heavens had been captured. A serene yet luxurious fragrance permeated the air, a perfect fusion of the finest incense and the natural essence of the fabrics themselves. "My heavens!" Xiao Wu exclaimed, her small mouth agape, her pink eyes brimming with wonder as she reached out to touch a deep blue shimmering fabric that glimmered like a river of stars under the light. "The arrival of esteemed guests has illuminated our humble establishment." A voice, exuberantly enthusiastic, rang out. A woman, clad in a richly embroidered deep purple gown, of ample stature and adorned with exquisite makeup, hurriedly emerged from the inner hall, her face alight with a smile that seemed capable of blooming flowers. She was none other than the proprietress of Yinchang Pavilion. Her gaze was akin to a precise spotlight, swiftly sweeping across the crowd. When her eyes passed over the inconspicuous jade pendant of the nine-treasure glazed tile at Ning Rongrong's waist, and then settled upon the poised demeanor of Zhu Zhuqing, exuding an air of aristocratic elegance cultivated in the highest echelons of society. Her attention finally focused on the central figure, Gu Ran. His strikingly handsome visage and the understated yet undeniable gravitas he emanated instantly resonated within her. As a name recently whispered among the elite circles of Heaven-Do City struck her like a bolt from the blue. The smile on the proprietress's face shifted from warmth to sheer excitement, tinged with a hint of trepidation. She stumbled slightly in her embroidered shoes, nearly tripping over the elaborate folds of her gown, but was fortunate that a quick-witted maid nearby offered her support. You must be Lord Gu Ran. The proprietress's voice quivered with fervor, her hands unconsciously twisting the embroidered handkerchief, her gaze towards Gu Ran filled with awe and incredulous delight. The news of the 3 council members from the Heaven-Do Royal Academy personally welcoming him, along with the visit from the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe and the poisoned Douluo, had already stirred monumental waves within the circles of these well-informed top-tier merchants. This individual, a legendary figure deserving of reverence even from the imperial heir, gracing her Yunshang pavilion was nothing short of a blessing from the ancestors. Gu Ran replied nonchalantly, his gaze casually drifting over the array of exquisite garments and sumptuous fabrics, showing no sign of disturbance at the proprietress's fluster. The proprietress took a deep breath, suppressing the racing of her heart, her voice rising an octave with an almost fawning excitement. Quick, clear the space. Today, Yunshang Pavilion serves only Lord Gu Ran and the esteemed ladies. Present all the newly arrived starry brocades and Heaven-Do ice silks, she commanded, her orders cascading like rapid fire towards the astonished managers and maids behind her. Instantly, the entire Yunshang Pavilion transformed into a finely tuned machine, operating efficiently and silently. Uninvited guests were politely yet swiftly ushered away, and the grand entrance slowly closed, leaving behind a tranquil and opulent atmosphere within. Well-trained maidens emerged in succession, each bearing trays draped in bright yellow silk, showcasing fabrics that shimmered with a breathtaking luster under the lights. Gu Ran paused before a row of hanging men's robes, his tall figure and composed demeanor making him appear as the very axis of the world, even in casual repose. The proprietress herself carried a Zetan tray, closely following Gu Ran, poised to respond to his every command. My lord, if I may, her voice laced with cautious reverence, she slightly bowed, gesturing towards a particular garment. This fabric is woven from the first strand of silk spun by the ancient ice silkworms of the farthest north, warm to the touch, perfectly accentuating your grace. Her words flowed like a river, as she ardently extolled the virtues of the material, as if it were unparalleled in the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Ning Rongrong hurriedly approached, cradling a garment in her hands. It was a men's long gown, crafted from a soft, moonlight-hued silk. The fabric was devoid of excessive patterns. Save for the collar, cuffs, and hem, where intricately embroidered swirling cloud motifs shimmered in a slightly brighter silver thread, the stitches so fine they were nearly imperceptible. Gu Ran, do try this on. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with an irresistible excitement. She felt that this was the only attire worthy of him. Without waiting for a response, she thrust the garment into Gu Ran's hands and turned, her small hand waving grandly as she addressed the nearly fainting proprietress. This piece, along with the garments that Xiao Wu and Sister Zhu Qing selected, the adornments that Na Er chose, and her gaze swept over Duga Yan, pausing momentarily. Let's find some suitable outfits for Yan Yan too. Wrap them all up. Charge it to the 7 Treasures, Glazed Tile School. Excellent. Excellent. Rest assured, Miss Rongrong, we will ensure your satisfaction. The proprietress beamed, her smile broad enough to reveal her teeth, repeatedly agreeing. Indeed, the young lady of the 7 Treasures, Glazed Tile School lives up to her reputation. A moment later, the curtain of the private room was drawn aside by a hand with distinctly prominent knuckles. The entire cloud garment pavilion seemed to fall silent for an instant. Gu Ran stepped out slowly. The moon-white gown fit him perfectly, accentuating his tall figure, and its flowing lines outlined his broad shoulders and narrow waist. The fabric's gentle sheen flowed like moonlight, enhancing his skin's jade-like luster. His tranquil and reserved demeanor was magnified to its fullest beneath this attire, exuding an innate nobility and refined elegance. Ning Rongrong washed with her mouth slightly agape, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Duga Yan's fingers, which hung by her side, curled slightly, yet her head remained bowed, though from the corner of her eye, the moon-white figure seemed to radiate light. Gu Ran, you look splendid. Xiao Wu was the first to rush over, circling around Gu Ran. Ning Rongrong proudly lifted her chin, declaring, that's right. This is my discerning eye. Gu Ran gazed at his reflection in the mirror, then glanced at the unabashed admiration in the eyes of the girls beside him. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips, softening his otherwise stern features, acknowledging Rongrong's thoughtfulness. As night descended like ink, painting the sky over the listening waves courtyard, Gu Ran had just finished bathing, clad only in a silk robe, the slightly open collar revealing his smoothly contoured collarbone. He reclined on the broad window seat, idly playing with a jade pendant that felt warm to the touch. Outside, the almost imperceptible sound of footsteps approached, stopping at the door. Then came the creaking of the door hinges, deliberately stifled to the utmost. A slender figure slipped in silently, swiftly and gently closing the door behind her. Ning Rongrong, her feet bare and as white as jade, stepped onto the cool, smooth wooden floor. She wore a gossamer thin, pale pink silk nightgown, the soft fabric outlining the delicate curves of her blossoming form. Her chestnut hair, slightly wavy like seaweed, cascaded over her shoulders, the tips still carrying the slight moisture from her bath. Her face, unadorned with powder, bore a charming blush from nervousness and anticipation. In her eyes, usually brimming with mischievous spark, there now lingered a hazy mist and a hint of daring allure. She tightly clutched a fluffy, soft down pillow in her arms, as if embracing a form of courage and assurance. Stealthily, she approached, her gaze fervently fixated on the moonlit figure by the window. Gu Ran had sensed her presence the moment she pushed the door open, yet he did not turn, continuing to gaze at the jade pendant in his hand. The moonlight casting a play of light and shadow across his profound profile. Ning Rongrong held her breath as she reached the soft couch, gently placing the pillow beside Gu Ran. A delicate fragrance, reminiscent of youthful innocence mingled with the freshness of a recent bath, instantly enveloped the air, more enchanting than the finest incense. Summoning her courage, she extended her slightly cool hand, hesitantly, and with an undeniable allure, gradually sliding it downward. Her fingertips brushed against the silken fabric, ultimately resting at the edge of the sash around Gu Ran's waist. Her voice was barely above a whisper, laced with a hint of bashful breath, akin to feathers grazing the heart's edge, gentle, tender, and imbued with an enchanting charm. It reached Gu Ran's ears clearly. Brother Gu Ran. She leaned in slightly, her warm breath, fragrant and sweet, caressing the contour of his ear. It must be quite uncomfortable to sleep in your daytime attire. She raised her glistening eyes, boldly meeting the depth of Gu Ran's gaze, her crimson lips curving into a sly, captivating arc. Let Rongrong help you take it off. Shall we? Outside, the moonlight seemed to brighten, gently flowing in and enveloping the delicate curves of the girl on the couch and the tranquil figure of the man in a veil of hazy radiance. Chapter 38. Yu Xiaojing becomes a specially invited teacher at the academy in the heart of the imperial palace of Heavendo City. The fragrance of sandalwood lingered in the air, unable to suppress the palpable tension that hung like a shroud. The Snow Knight Emperor sat behind the Zetan imperial desk, the bright yellow dragon robe accentuating his imposing presence, though the weariness etched on his brow betrayed the complexities of imperial affairs. He perused a confidential report regarding unusual movements of the Spirit Hall's army at the border. The chief guard entered silently, bowing slightly to whisper, "Your Majesty." Specially invited teacher Yu Xiaojing, along with his disciples Tang San and Wang Sheng, seeks an audience outside the palace, claiming to have unique theoretical contributions to present to your Majesty that could resolve our empire's challenges in cultivating spirit masters. Yu Xiaojing, the Snow Knight Emperor raised his head, a flicker of contemplation passing through his profound gaze. He recalled the name, which seemed linked to the recently renowned Nodding Academy, relocated to Heavendo due to Gu Ran's influence. A groundbreaking theory? A mysterious smile touched his lips, infused with the scrutiny of an emperor. Announce, Yu Xiaojing, Tang San, and Wang Sheng are to be received. The guard's commanding call resonated through the hall. Moments later, Yu Xiaojing led the way, followed closely by Tang San and Wang Sheng. As the trio entered this sanctuary of the empire's highest authority, Yu Xiaojing held a thick tome in his arms, striving to maintain an air of calm and profundity despite his not-so-imposing stature. Though the slight tremor in his fingers and the barely perceptible sheen of sweat on his brow revealed the tumult and tension within, the theory he had pursued his entire life was finally to be presented before the emperor. Tang San lowered his eyelids, concealing the tumultuous emotions swirling within, leaving only a facade of deference. Wang Sheng, overwhelmed by anxiety, appeared flustered, his gaze darting about. Had it not been for Tang San's icy glare, he would have nearly lost control over the chaotic soul power stirred by the dark energy within him. Commoners Yu Xiaojing, Tang San, and Wang Sheng pay their respects to your Majesty. The three spoke in unison, bowing deeply. Rise, commanded the Snowy Knight Emperor, his tone flat, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Master, you have remarkable theories to present. Do not hesitate to speak plainly. His keen gaze, sharp as an eagle's, settled intently upon Yu Xiaojing, seemingly intrigued by his theories on soul masters. If these concepts could be practically applied, they might indeed bolster the combat capabilities against the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaojing inhaled deeply, forcing down the tumult of emotions within him, and reverently produced a beautifully bound tome from his robes, raising it high with both hands. Your Majesty, this is the culmination of my life's work, titled The Theory of Soul Potential Activation and Hatred Motivation. Its essence lies in shattering the fatalism of soul ranks. I firmly believe there are no worthless soul abilities, only inept soul masters. By unlocking the deeper potential of the soul, one can achieve a remarkable enhancement of soul power and combat capability. His voice rose slightly in excitement, radiating a fervent zeal. Traditional soul master training adheres to rigid protocols, which is time-consuming. However, my method enables the mediocre to undergo a transformation in a remarkably short span, gaining practical abilities far surpassing their soul power level, thus serving as a potent tool for swiftly nurturing talent for the nation. The esteemed officials standing within the hall exchanged glances, most tinged with skepticism and disdain. A nameless teacher dared to speak of transcending soul ranks? It reeked of audacity. The Snowy Knight Emperor remained impassive, his gaze sweeping over the tome before resting on the visibly anxious Tang San and the palpably unstable Wang Sheng. Theoretical discourse is futile. Since you possess empirical results, I presume they are embodied in your two disciples behind you? Your Majesty is wise, Yu Xiaojing exclaimed, his spirit invigorated as he gestured towards Wang Sheng. This young man, Wang Sheng, was once an ordinary student at the Nodding Academy, with a mediocre wolf spirit and average innate soul power. After 4 years of training, he would typically reach no more than 20 levels. His tone grew fervent, imbued with strong persuasion. Yet, Under my theoretical guidance, and with the aid of my disciple Tang San's supplementary potions, his soul power has transcended to the realm of a great soul master, surpassing level 38 in just 4 years. More crucially, his actual combat prowess exceeds the limitations of his level. I dare to request your majesty to allow him to demonstrate. A flash of brilliance ignited in the snowy Night Emperor's eyes. Granted, Wang Sheng, Yu Xiaojing commanded sharply. Wang Sheng trembled. The weight of the imperial gaze pressing upon him nearly caused the dark energy within to spiral out of control. Gritting his teeth, a flash of crimson ignited in his eyes, and a deep, inhuman roar erupted from his throat. Arc. The violent black-red soul power surged forth from him like a dam bursting, as 3 soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, flared to life beneath his feet. The edges of the purple thousand-year ring entwined with ominous wisps of black energy. Spirit possession. Wang Sheng's physique suddenly swelled, enveloped in a layer of dark crimson armor. His claws sharpened to a lethal point, glinting with a chilling luminescence. Most terrifying were his eyes, completely consumed by a frenzied blood-red hue, devoid of any semblance of reason. With drool uncontrollably dripping from the gaps of his fangs, exuding a foul stench. An overwhelming aura of malevolence, mingled with the scent of blood and frenzy, instantaneously pervaded the entire imperial study. A sharp intake of breath escaped the lips of several ministers within the hall, instinctively retreating half a step. This was no mere soul master. He was unmistakably a beast, utterly awakened to its ferocity. Your Majesty, behold. Yu Xiaojing's voice resonated with a morbid excitement. This is the power driven by hatred. Wang Sheng, unleash your might. With a roar, Wang Sheng, already corrupted by dark energy, succumbed entirely to a state of frenzy under Yu Xiaojing's command and the surrounding stimuli. His first soul ring flashed with white light as he swung a powerful fist towards a sturdy granite pillar supporting the hall. A deafening crash resounded. Debris scattered like cannonballs, raising clouds of dust. The entire hall seemed to tremble. Amidst the swirling dust, Wang Sheng panted heavily, his body entwined with black and red malevolence. Standing beside the remnants of the shattered pillar like a demon clawing its way out of hell, his blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings vacantly. Filled with a desire to annihilate all, the hall fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The ministers' faces turned pale as they gazed at the broken pillar and the frenzied Wang Sheng, their eyes brimming with horror and disbelief. Such destructive power was far beyond that of an ordinary 38th level soul master. It was even approaching that of a soul sage. The pupils of Emperor Shuya suddenly contracted, his fingers resting on the imperial table curling slightly. What he beheld extended beyond mere destructiveness. He perceived a terrifying potential that could upend tradition, disregard rules, and produce weapons of destruction in a remarkably short time. In an era where the spirit hall lurked with ill intent, and the Star Luo Empire grew increasingly formidable, such power was immensely alluring, even if it radiated an unsettling aura. Excellent. Emperor Xia slammed his palm on the imperial table, his voice booming, shattering the silence. His face alight with unabashed admiration and excitement. Master, your discourse and empirical evidence have truly opened my eyes. Breaking conventions and forging new paths will greatly benefit both the nation and its people. His gaze burned with intensity as he fixed his eyes on Yu Xiaojing. Such a prodigious talent as yours should not be hidden within the confines of Nodding Academy. I hereby appoint Mr. Yu as a distinguished teacher at the Royal Academy of Tiando, granting him imperial support to focus on the research and practice of this theory. I hope you will accept. Sir, thank you for your immense grace, your majesty. Yu Xiaojing trembled with excitement, collapsing to his knees, his voice quivering with tears, nearly overwhelmed by sheer elation. Imperial appointment. Support from the Empire. The Royal Academy. At last, his name, Yu Xiaojing, would resonate across the continent. Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, do you see this? Emperor Shuya's attention then shifted to Tang San and Wang Sheng, these two esteemed disciples, who were not only living proof of Mr. Yu's theory but also pillars of the Empire's future. I hereby grant special admission to Tang San and Wang Sheng into the Royal Academy of Tiando, allowing them to enjoy the resources allocated to core disciples. Thank you, your majesty. Tang San suppressed the overwhelming joy and profound hatred he harbored for Gu Ran, as he respectfully bowed to the still-dazed Wang Sheng. In the moment he lowered his head, a cold and resentful smile played upon his lips. Gu Ran, I have arrived, bearing the Emperor's recognition and wielding even greater power. This time, I shall make you witness how everything you possess is gradually reclaimed and shattered by me. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing will submit to my strength. The Emperor is indeed wise. As the ministers in the hall regained their composure, regardless of their inner sentiments, they all echoed in unison. Chapter 39. Gongzi cordially invites Lu Erlong. Yu Xiaojing arrived at the Tiando Royal Academy, stepping into a dedicated office within the administrative building, specially prepared under the orders of the illustrious Emperor Shui Yi for the renowned master. The room was suffused with the delicate fragrance of fresh paint mingled with high-quality wood. Yu Xiaojing stood with his back to the door, facing a grand rosewood desk. Upon the desk lay the exquisitely bound tome, a testament to his lifelong dedication. His fingers repeatedly caressed the gilded cover, almost feeling the surging power within the text that promised to upend the landscape of soul masters across the continent. Imperial appointed educator. Imperial scholar S. privileges. The resounding praise of Emperor Shui Yi and the unmasked admiration in his gaze repeatedly washed over Yu Xiaojing's mind, inflating his long-suppressed vanity. Each recollection brought waves of ecstasy. His name was now inscribed in the highest echelons of the Empire's sole master education. Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong. I wonder if you are aware of this wonderful news. The mere thought of that name caused Yu Xiaojiang's heart to clench, soon replaced by an even more fervent warmth. All the resentment had been washed away by today's glory. What remained was decades of pent-up discontent and an eager desire to prove himself after finally lifting his head in triumph. He needed someone who once was the closest to him, who understood all of his struggles and humiliations, to witness his rise firsthand, to offer a long overdue, remorseful admiration for his brilliance today. He abruptly turned, striding to the desk, yanking open a drawer to retrieve a stack of royal stationery embossed with delicate cloud patterns. The pristine white paper shimmered softly in the light. He took up a pen, dipping it deeply into the ink. With deliberate strokes, he inscribed the words, "For Erlong, my sister." He wrote slowly and with great effort, as if pouring the humiliation of decades and today's exuberance into every stroke. The ink was so dense it nearly bled through the paper. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, dripping onto the edge of the letter and creating a dark, damp spot. "Erlong, my sister." As the pen tip touched the paper once more, Yu Xiaojiang inhaled deeply, the emotions swirling within him threatening to burst forth. Before him, the familiar scene of the Blue Tyrant Academy vividly emerged, along with the image of Lu Erlong receiving his letter. How would she react in shock? Would her ever-burning gaze be filled with disbelief and a long-overdue regret? Would she hold the letter, tears streaming down her face, lamenting her past reluctance to steadfastly stand by his side? His lips, betraying him, curled upwards uncontrollably, forming a twisted smile infused with both exuberance and vengeful delight. "My foolish brother, Yu Xiaojiang, from the grandeur of the Heaven Dou Empire, sends heartfelt wishes for my sister's well-being." With a flourish of the pen, imbued with a deliberate imitation of the poise and composure characteristic of those in power, I venture to write this letter. Not only to convey important news, but also to share the solace that resides in my heart. At this juncture, Yu Xiaojiang's breathing quickened noticeably, and the strokes of his pen took on an air of arrogance. In the past, my foolish brother languished in the small town of Notting, engrossed in theories of martial soul origins, often derided by others as mere empty talk and theoretical musings. Yet, the way of heaven rewards diligence. True gold fears no fire. My theories, meticulously studying the path to unlocking martial soul potential, carve out a novel route, representing the supreme gateway to transcending the fated hierarchy of martial souls, and indeed, the cornerstone of the Empire's soul master's rise. At last, my brother's theories have garnered the attention of a discerning ruler. His Majesty, the Emperor of the Heaven Dou Empire, the Snowy Night Sovereign, recognized the brilliance of my brother's empirical findings, taking personal delight in reviewing them. His Majesty praised my brother's insights as astonishing talent and graciously decreed to elevate my brother to the position of a distinguished teacher at the Royal Academy of Heaven Dou, entrusted with the research and promotion of this theory, along with the honor of imperial patronage. With each stroke of the pen growing ever more vigorous, every word seemed to resonate with the clang of gold and iron, brimming with pride and triumph. He could even envision the splendid expression on Lu Erlong's face upon reading the phrase "astonishing talent." The Emperor's boundless grace fills my brother with profound gratitude. Now, perched atop the Empire's sole master education, wielding the authority of the highest research at the Royal Academy, all past scorn and derision have faded into oblivion. Thinking of my sister, emotions surge within me. I reminisce about the past when the golden iron triangle traversed the continent with such elation. Yet, as time has flowed, Brother Fred's endeavors with Shrek have drifted further away. Only my foolish brother and my sister share the deepest bond. And I yearn for my sister to witness my achievements today. The Heaven Dou Imperial City, with its myriad wonders, far surpasses the humble Notting. The Royal Academy, a reservoir of vast resources, gathers talents from across the realm. Here, I have prepared a serene and elegant abode for my sister, adjacent to my own residence. I hope my sister can momentarily escape the mundane affairs of Blue Tyrant and journey to Heaven Dou. Firstly, to witness firsthand the practical outcomes of my theories, whose remarkable efficacy is poised to upend the established understanding within the soul master community. Secondly, after a prolonged separation, we can share intimate conversations, rekindle our past camaraderie, and renew the bond we once shared side by side. I eagerly await your response, anticipating joyful tidings. Though the paper may be brief, my sentiments are boundless. Signed, Distinguished Teacher of the Royal Academy of Heaven Dou, Imperial Patron, Master, Disciple of the Blue Tyrannosaurus family, your brother, Yu Xiaojiang. After inscribing the final character, Yu Xiaojiang placed the pen heavily upon the inkstone. He exhaled deeply, a tremor of satisfaction escaping his lips, as if he had shed a monumental burden, akin to completing a grand coronation ceremony. He carefully lifted the letter, scrutinizing every character that pierced through the paper, each word shimmering with the glory he had long desired. He meticulously folded the letter, sealing it within an exquisite envelope adorned with the royal crest, and affixed it with wax, employing a personal seal he had just received, symbolizing his status as an imperial patron. Enter. The voice of Yu Xiaojiang resonated with the authority and urgency befitting a person of high rank. A Royal Academy attendant, standing outside the door, immediately bowed and entered. What are your instructions, Professor Yu? From now on, address me as Master, young man, Yu Xiaojiang replied, extending the envelope. This letter, classified as an urgent dispatch from the Imperial Royal Academy, must be delivered personally to Dean Lu Erlong at the Lamba Academy in Sachuo City, Kingdom of Barak. It must not be mishandled. Understood, master. The attendant respectfully accepted the envelope with both hands, feeling its considerable weight, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and departed swiftly. Yu Xiaojing approached the window, pushing open the exquisite glass panes. The evening breeze carried the unique fragrance of the royal gardens, while the distant sunset bathed the sprawling architectural marvels of Tiando City in a resplendent golden hue. He gazed at the retreating figure of the attendant until it vanished at the end of a garden path, his heart swelling with ambition. As if the entire future of the Empire's soul masters rested in his hands. Erlong, you will soon discover the truth. I, Yu Xiaojing, am no longer the useless scholar confined to the shadows of theoretical study. You shall witness who the true genius is. You will regret your choices. Almost concurrently, as the attendant's silhouette faded beyond the garden arch, a figure emerged silently before the vast glass window on the top floor of the Listening Ways Pavilion. A faint, chilling scoff escaped Gu Rant's lips, infused with a derisive understanding that echoed sharply in the stillness of the room. He seemed to envision the contents of the letter, perceiving the twisted exhilaration on Yu Xiaojing's face as he penned each word, and witnessing the grotesque spectacle of him lost in the grandeur of his own delusions. He also saw the attendant hastening towards the Lambo Academy. Imperial patron, distinguished educator, Gu Ran murmured, repeating the titles that Yu Xiaojing held most dear, the curve of his lips growing ever colder and more sardonic. Yu Xiaojing, do you truly believe this is the pinnacle of your existence? No. He slowly raised his hand, his elongated fingers seemingly piercing through the fabric of space, gently tapping in the direction of Yu Xiaojing's courtyard and the departing letter. Go. Ignite the final straw that shall break the back of your golden triangle. Push you and Tang San into an abyss from which there is no return. Since you take such delight in showcasing your achievements, I shall summon the faculty and students of Shrek Academy to join in. At that moment, you and Flender can argue with Lu Erlong. I hope there will be no misunderstandings that cannot be clarified. Chapter 40. Flender arrives, and the coward Dai Mubai also comes. The sunlight of the Tiando Royal Academy seemed to carry an air of nobility, cascading upon Yu Xiaojing's brand new Distinguished Educator badge, reflecting blinding rays of gold. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his exclusive office, overlooking the throng of students below, his heart brimming with ambition. At this moment, everything reassured him that the pinnacle of his lifelong theory had finally arrived. He could almost envision the shock and regret that would wash over Lu Erlong upon receiving his letter, worded with restraint, yet subtly boasting. He even rehearsed their reunion in his mind. Lu Erlong, tears in her eyes, apologizing for her earlier lack of insight, while he graciously accepted her apology. And together they would forge a legendary golden triangle once more at the Empire's most prestigious academy. A sudden knock interrupted his reverie. A servant, clad in the Royal Academy's uniform, stood respectfully at the door, holding a delicate scroll. Master, you have an urgent letter from Soto City in the Kingdom of Barak. The servant announced, bowing slightly. Yuxiagang's heart raced. Soto City? Lu Erlong's reply had arrived so swiftly? It seemed she had indeed responded. He suppressed his excitement and feigned composure as he turned around. Present it. Upon receiving the scroll, he felt its weight in his hands, the material exquisite, sealed with an unfamiliar cat-eagle emblem. Shrek Academy? Yuxiagang's anticipation instantly froze, his brow furrowing. Shrek? That impoverished place run by Flandra? What could he possibly want to write to him for, and why use such a formal scroll? With a hint of skepticism and irritation at being disturbed, he broke the seal and unfurled the scroll. The calligraphy danced across the paper, exuding a blend of shrewdness and grandeur characteristic of Flandra. Master Yuxiagang, I humbly acknowledge your esteemed presence. It is with great joy that I learn of your prestigious appointment at the Royal Academy of Tiando, where you preside over the Empire's Soul Master education. It is indeed a model for all of us Soul Masters. Flandra and the entire Shrek community extend their heartfelt congratulations. Your letter conveys an earnest invitation for the whole of Shrek Academy to merge under the banner of the Royal Academy, sharing the Empire's finest resources and nurturing talent together. Such a vision is truly admirable. Although Shrek is situated in a remote area with limited resources, our faculty and students share a united spirit and relentless ambition, producing many worthy individuals. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for Shrek that you, Master, have chosen to guide and bridge our path. In order to honor your support and for the long-term development of our academy, we have resolved to embark immediately and relocate the entire institution to the Royal Academy of Tiando. Flandra, along with Vice President Zhao Wujia, students Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, as well as the entire faculty and staff, shall soon arrive in Tiando City to heed your teachings and partake in this grand endeavor. Yuxiagang's hands trembled uncontrollably as he gripped the scroll, his complexion shifting from red to white, then to green, ultimately turning a ghastly gray. An invitation for Shrek to relocate? To share resources? That miser Flandra, accompanied by his ragtag group of students, was coming to the Royal Academy of Tiando? Outrageous. Shameless. Who dared to presume to act in my name? Yuxiagang let out a suppressed roar from deep within his throat, violently throwing the scroll to the ground, his chest heaving, the world around him darkening. The immense humiliation and fury of being belittled threatened to consume him. He, Yuxiagang, had just steadied his footing, poised to showcase his grand ambitions, to prove himself to Lu Erlong, and to proclaim his theories to the entire Soul Master community. Why should Flandra and his band of destitute failures, destined to be trampled underfoot, presume to challenge him? Why do they dare to rally under his banner, like a pack of hyenas drawn by the scent of blood? attempting to partake in the glory and resources he has painstakingly acquired? Do they deserve it? Master, are you all right? The attendant at the door, startled by Yu Xiaojing's grim visage, ventured a cautious inquiry. Get out. Just get out. Yu Xiaojing snapped, turning sharply. His bloodshot eyes fixed menacingly on the attendant as he roared. You can't even handle a simple task. Don't bother coming tomorrow. The attendant trembled in fear and hastily retreated, closing the door behind him. Yu Xiaojing slumped despondently into his expansive rosewood chair, feeling an overwhelming chill wash over him. It's over, completely over. Flander and the others are on their way. With Flander's prideful demeanor and Zhao Wujia's brutishness, their arrival while he indulges here, without having received Lu Erlong's letter, is nothing short of a meticulously orchestrated humiliation. He could almost envision Flander's derisive gaze and hear Zhao Wujia's boisterous laughter. Something must be done to stop them. He must find a way to drive Flander and the others away. Yu Xiaojing's mind was a tempest of chaotic, malicious thoughts. Days later, before the grand entrance of the Tiando Royal Academy, a weathered and somewhat dilapidated carriage creaked to a stop, starkly contrasting with the opulent vehicles that surrounded it. The door swung open, and out jumped a robust, middle-aged man with a buzz cut and a keen eye tinged with shrewdness, none other than Flander, the head of Shrek Academy. Following closely was the even more imposing vice president, Zhao Wujia. A group of young individuals then poured out, led by a tall and strikingly handsome young man with flowing golden hair and an air of innate arrogance, Dai Mubai, the third prince of the Star Luo Empire. He stretched languidly, surveying the resplendent academy entrance with a self-satisfied smirk. Ah, so this is the Tiando Royal Academy? It certainly looks impressive, far superior to our humble Shrek. It seems that Yu Xiaojing, or rather the master, has indeed been faring well. Behind him, a dashing young man with charming peach blossom eyes, Oscar, eagerly offered water to a plump red-haired figure, Ma Hongjun, who was curiously scanning the surroundings, his eyes darting about in search of beautiful women. Flander adjusted his glasses, his sharp gaze sweeping over the environment and the curious or disdainful stares of passing students, his brow subtly furrowing. He harbored doubts. Yu Xiaojing's invitation had come too unexpectedly, and the wording was inconsistent with his memory of the rigid, self-effacing, yet prideful Yu Xiaojing. Yet, the letter's depiction of the Academy's resources and prospects was undeniably enticing. For the future of Shrek, for the sake of these children, he had to take a gamble. He took a deep breath, adjusted his somewhat worn yet clean robe, and said to Zhao Wujia, Old Zhao, let us enter and find Xiaogang. Just then, a piercing, frigid gaze, brimming with unbridled hatred, struck like a tangible icicle, instantly locking onto Dai Mubai amidst the crowd. Preparing to boast to Oscar, Dai Mubai's body stiffened abruptly, an icy dread emanating from the depths of his soul sending shivers down his spine. Instinctively, he followed the source of that gaze. Not far away on the tree-lined path, Gu Ran and his companions were approaching slowly. Beside Gu Ran stood a strikingly beautiful girl clad in dark attire, tall and lithe, her countenance as cold as ice. Now fixated on him, her originally cool feline eyes blazed with a wrath potent enough to incinerate everything, imbued with a deep-seated enmity. Her body trembled slightly from profound anger, her soul power surging uncontrollably, the soul rings at her feet flickering in and out of visibility, while a fierce killing intent swept forth like a tempest, reducing the fallen leaves beneath her to mere dust. Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai's pupils contracted sharply, his previously nonchalant expression freezing instantaneously, replaced by incredulity and an inexplicable sense of guilt. How could she be here? Was she not supposed to be shackled by that cursed engagement to become the laughingstock of the entire empire? Why was the hatred in her eyes so intense? As if she sought to consume him alive? Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai's voice quivered with a tremor he himself did not notice. He attempted to force a charming smile, yet under that bone-chilling gaze, it appeared more grotesque than a frown. Flander and Zhao Wujia sensed the peculiar atmosphere, following Zhu Zhuqing's line of sight to Dai Mubai. Their eyes filled with confusion. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were utterly stunned by Zhu Zhuqing's astonishing beauty and the terrifying aura of murder that surrounded her. Zhu Zhuqing did not respond to Dai Mubai. She merely fixed her gaze upon him, as if seeking to etch the image of this coward, the architect of her endless humiliation, deep into her soul. Her voice was icy, devoid of warmth, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth. Dai Mubai. You coward. The runaway groom. The good-for-nothing. These thunderous words erupted like a clap of thunder in the ears of the Shrek crowd. Flander and Zhao Wujia's expressions changed dramatically. Runaway groom? Good for nothing? And the subject was none other than the third prince of the Star Luo Empire? The magnitude of this revelation was overwhelming. They instantly understood the source of Zhu Zhuqing's boundless hatred. Dai Mubai's face turned crimson, resembling that of a liver, only to pale immediately afterward. Being publicly exposed for his most disgraceful past, especially in front of his newly joined mentors and companions, the overwhelming shame and fury shattered his composure. Wretched girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Dai Mubai, enraged and humiliated, felt a surge of malevolence in his eyes. The formidable soul power of a soul emperor at level 37 erupted instantly, the white tiger spirit manifesting behind him. He instinctively prepared to charge forward, intending to silence Zhu Zhuqing by force. However, the moment he moved, an even more terrifying and profound pressure descended like an invisible mountain, forcefully suppressing his unleashed soul power back within him. Dai Mubai let out a muffled groan and staggered backward, fearfully lifting his gaze. To his astonishment, Gu Ran had stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Zhu Zhuqing. Behind him, The golden and white dragon god martial spirit exuded an aura of nobility and lethal intent, instilling a sense of reverence in Dai Mubai's beast martial spirit, as if it were bowing before a supreme monarch. Gu Ran's voice, though not loud, reached the ears of everyone with undeniable indifference. Mind your words and control your claws. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to cleanse the royal court of Star Luo on your behalf. Dai Mubai felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his body rigid under the weight of the terrifying pressure, unable to utter a single word of rebuttal, only an overwhelming sense of fear and humiliation roiling within him. Flender, deeply shaken, stepped forward to shield Dai Mubai, clasping his hands before Gu Ran and Zhu Zhuqing, his tone grave yet apologetic. My young friend, Miss Zhu, there may be a misunderstanding in this matter. Dai Mubai is young and impulsive, and I apologize on his behalf. He cast a complex glance at Zhu Zhuqing, whose gaze remained fixed on Dai Mubai, hatred still simmering in her eyes, then turned to the inscrutable Gu Ran, waves of unease surging within him. This young man, along with the girl beside him, was anything but ordinary. Meanwhile, in the depths of the academy, within the office building that symbolized his new identity, Yu Xiaojing paced restlessly, cursing Gu Ran and the impending arrival of Flender. Unbeknownst to him, the troubles and disgrace he desperately sought to avoid had already descended upon the gates of the Royal Academy in a manner far more dramatic and severe than he could have imagined. Gu Ran gently patted Zhu Zhuqing's tense shoulders, his gaze sweeping over the grim-faced members of Shrek, finally landing on Flender, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Misunderstanding? Dean Flender, take your esteemed student to find Master Yu. He has likely been waiting for you for quite some time. With that, he disregarded the crowd, wrapping an arm around the still seething Zhu Zhuqing, and walked past Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and the others, as if they were mere dust by the roadside. The Shrek group remained rooted in place, the atmosphere suffocatingly oppressive. Flender's expression darkened ominously. Zhao Wujing clenched his fists. Dai Mubai's face was ashen, his eyes burning with resentment as he watched Gu Ran and Zhu Zhuqing depart, while Oscar and Ma Hongjun looked on in confusion and unease. Flender took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his agitation and doubts, and spoke to Zhao Wujing in a low voice. Let us find Yu Xiaojing. I intend to confront him directly about what is truly happening. Chapter 41. Yu Xiaojing is publicly exposed. Within Yu Xiaojing's office, the atmosphere was stifling, akin to the eerie silence before a storm. With his back turned to the entrance, Yu Xiaojing stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the meticulously manicured splendor of the royal gardens. Yet, in this moment, he could only perceive the lush trees as silently mocking him. He racked his brain, striving to concoct a perfect excuse that would allow him to save face, while dismissing this group of financial misfits before Flender and the others arrived. As a hurried knock reverberated through the room, Yu Xiaojing abruptly turned, his heart nearly leaping into his throat. They had arrived. He inhaled deeply, endeavoring to straighten his back and reclaim the dignified composure befitting a master, his voice feigning steadiness. Come in. The door swung open, revealing Flander's silhouette in the doorway. He retained his shrewd demeanor, adjusting his crystal glasses, his hawk-like gaze sharp and penetrating, laced with scrutiny and a barely perceptible hint of anger. Zhao Wujia followed closely behind, arms crossed, casting an unfriendly glance around the opulent yet glaring office. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun trailed behind, somewhat awkwardly, with Dai Mubai's expression particularly grim. His eyes shadowed. Xiaojing. Flander's voice bore the polite familiarity of a long-awaited reunion, yet beneath the pleasantries lay a suffocating interrogation. A prestigious teacher at the Royal Academy. Quite the spectacle. It seems you have truly flourished since leaving Shrek. Congratulations, indeed. A knot tightened in Yu Xiaojing's chest, and he forced a smile, replying, Flander, old Zhao. You've come. Please, have a seat. He gestured towards the adjacent luxurious leather sofa, attempting to cultivate an atmosphere of hospitality, seizing the moment to redirect the conversation. It's been a long journey. You must be weary. And the children too. Tired? Zhao Wujia scoffed, his voice like rolling thunder, unceremoniously interrupting Yu Xiaojing's pleasantries. He stepped forward, an aura of formidable strength reminiscent of the immovable king manifesting, heavying the air within the room. Yu Xiaojing, spare me your empty pleasantries. I ask you directly, was that letter penned by you? Have you been toying with us for your own amusement? Zhao Wujia's accusation struck like a thunderclap, draining the color from Yu Xiaojing's face in an instant, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He instinctively recoiled half a step, colliding with the writing desk behind him. Old Zhao? What? What are you saying? Yu Xiaojing's voice trembled slightly, tinged with anxiety and a facade of bravado. What letter? When have I ever written such a thing? An invitation for Shrek to merge with the Royal Academy? That is preposterous. The threshold of the Royal Academy is exceedingly high. Not just anyone can gain entry. As he spoke with increasing urgency, attempting to distance himself from Shrek by belittling it, his voice grew louder. I, Yu Xiaojing, as a venerated educator of the Empire, would never act so recklessly. It must be someone impersonating me, maliciously defaming my character. Yes, it must be Gu Ran. That despicable scoundrel is framing me. Framing you? Flander's tone turned icy as he stepped forward, producing the invitation sealed with the royal emblem from his pocket, slamming it onto the luxurious seaten wood desk before Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing, take a good look. The Royal Academy's distinguished teacher seal above, and this handwriting that is almost indistinguishable from the genuine article. Even I, Flender, was nearly deceived. Tell me, aside from you, who possesses the skill to procure the Royal Academy's official stationery and seal? Who else understands the intricacies of our golden triangle's past, able to mimic your tone? Flinder's voice sliced through Yu Xiaojing's disguise. The opened letter, with its glaring crimson seal, struck Yu Xiaojing's face like a resounding slap. Gazing at the letter, he appeared ghostly pale, his lips trembling, his face shifting from white to blue, utterly speechless. He found himself at a loss for words, for the seal was authentic. The letter genuine. This was undeniably a trap laid specifically for him. Humph, Yu Xiaojing. Zhao Wujia crossed his arms, his gaze brimming with disdain and contempt. I once thought you merely a theoretical wastrel, adept only at verbal theatrics, but now that you've found success, your heart has darkened. You were the one who summoned us. And now you turn your back, wishing to dismiss us like beggars? And you dare to smear others' reputations? Bah, truly a disgrace to soul masters. The golden triangle? I was truly blind. No, it's not like that. Flinder, old Zhao, please let me explain. Yu Xiaojing was utterly panicked, stumbling over his words. Left with nothing but the embarrassment and fear of having been exposed. He looked towards Tang San for help, hoping this disciple would speak on his behalf. Tang San stood in the shadowy corner, head bowed, his hood obscuring his expression, yet the chilling aura emanating from him instinctively caused Oscar and Ma Hongjun to distance themselves. Despite Yu Xiaojing's pleading gaze, Tang San remained unresponsive, as though detached from the situation. At that moment, his heart was consumed with boundless hatred for Gu Ran, leaving no room for concern over Yu Xiaojing's domestic troubles. The office was shrouded in a deathly silence, punctuated only by Yu Xiaojing's heavy breathing and Zhao Wujia's unabashed, scornful gaze. Witnessing Yu Xiaojing's disheveled state extinguished the last flicker of nostalgia in Flinder's heart, leaving only a deep sense of betrayal and disappointment. He inhaled deeply, poised to speak. Bang! The office door was flung open with force, colliding violently with the wall. Dai Mubai's face was ashen, his eyes bloodshot, unable to contain the smoldering rage and humiliation within him. He fixed his glare on Yu Xiaojing, his voice hoarse with fury. Yu Xiaojing, what about my matters? Did you bring me into this wretched royal academy merely to subject me to humiliation? He abruptly turned to Flinder and Zhao Wujia, pointing toward the door. Do you know what just transpired outside? That Zhu Zhuqing, that wretched woman from the Xing Luo Zhu family. She publicly called me a coward, a worthless runaway. And that Gu Ran, he threatened me. In front of everyone, he threatened to cleanse the royal family's ranks. Did you hear that? Cleanse the ranks. Who does he think he is? Dai Mubai grew increasingly agitated, wishing he could flay Zhu Zhuqing and Gu Ran alive. Yu Xiaojing, aren't you the Empire's esteemed honored one? Aren't you a distinguished teacher? Can you just stand by and watch them humiliate me? I must confront that wretched woman. I want her to know that I, Dai Mubai, am not to be trifled with. Enough, Flander exclaimed sharply, his expression dark and forbidding. Dai Mubai, calm yourself. This is the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, not a place for you to run wild. Internally, he cursed Yu Xiaojing for bringing such monumental trouble upon them. The matters concerning the Zhu family, the Xingluo royal family, along with the enigmatic Gu Ran, created a murky situation that Shrek should not wade into. Calm. How can I be calm? Dai Mubai roared, forcefully pushing aside Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who attempted to restrain him as he stormed out of the office. Zhu Zhuqing, come out here. We need to settle this. Flanders and Zhao Wujia's expressions shifted dramatically. Quickly, you two, go after Dai Mubai. This is not Shrek Academy. Do not let him provoke someone he shouldn't. The others hurriedly chased after him to intervene, giving Yu Xiaojing a moment to breathe. Humph, let the chaos unfold. The louder, the better, Yu Xiaojing thought, his gaze turning sinister. The bigger the commotion, the harder it will be for you to enter my Heaven Do Royal Academy. Chapter 42, Dai Mubai's Breakdown, joining the villainous faction. In the tranquil lakeside of the Listening Waves courtyard, Gu Ran was instructing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing on some coordination exercises, while Ning Rongrong watched with a cheerful smile, though Gu Ran appeared to be guiding their practice. His true intentions were far from the surface. Bamboo Qing, did that scene at the door just now bring you satisfaction? Gu Ran inquired, observing Zhu Zhuqing's cool profile with a smile. Zhu Zhuqing's movements momentarily paused, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes before transforming into resolve. I never expected that scoundrel would dare come here. She would never forget the humiliation inflicted upon her by that coward. Today, exposing his disguise before others was merely the first step. At that moment, a wave of soul power, filled with fury and malice, approached rapidly, accompanied by Dai Mubai's hoarse roar, shattering the tranquility of the lakeside. Zhu Zhuqing, you wretched woman, come out. You must give me an explanation today. Dai Mubai's figure surged like a golden whirlwind to the lake's edge, his eyes burning with madness, fixated on Zhu Zhuqing. Behind him, Flander, Zhao Wujia, and Tang San hurriedly followed, Flander's face pale with urgency. Dai Mubai, stop. Do not act impulsively. But at that moment, Dai Mubai was consumed by rage and humiliation, oblivious to their pleas. He gazed at Zhu Zhuqing's still enchanting yet disdainful face, standing next to Gu Ran as if it were her right. The old grievances and fresh animosities erupted within him. An explanation? What do you want to hear? Zhu Zhuqing slowly turned to face Dai Mubai, her voice icy and devoid of emotion, as if gazing upon a repulsive pile of refuse. Do you wish to hear about your cowardly act of abandoning our engagement years ago, fleeing from Xingluo like a stray dog? Or perhaps you wish to discuss your current disgraceful behavior, barking like a mad dog here? Shut your mouth. Dai Mubai was struck at his most vulnerable point. Erupting with fury, the yellow, and purple soul rings beneath his feet illuminated instantly, unleashing the formidable power of the White Tiger. His third soul skill, White Tiger's diamond transformation, activated. His body expanded dramatically, muscles bulging, skin glistening with the sheen of White Tiger fur. Power surging as he prepared to tear apart the woman who had sullied his reputation. He resembled a frenzied white tiger, emitting a piercing scream that rent the air. His massive claws glinted with a chilling light as they lunged fiercely towards Zhu Zhuqing's slender neck. This strike encapsulated all his indignation and strength, swift, ruthless, and venomous. Zhuqing, be careful, Xiao Wu exclaimed. With a flourish, Gu Ran invoked his second soul skill. I summon the Ice Dragon King. He positioned himself protectively in front of Zhu Zhuqing, as the 9-colored rings beneath his feet shimmered momentarily. In an instant, every breath of air within the Ting Tao courtyard was saturated with an inexplicable chill. The lakeside, once imbued with a gentle mist, now crystallized visibly, forming intricate ice patterns. Delicate ice crystals climbed the water's edge, quickly solidifying into a half-foot thick layer of ice, entombing the fish and shrimp that swam beneath the surface in a transparent prison. A bone-chilling wind howled past, not from the courtyard's entrance, but seemingly converging from all directions, lifting the fallen leaves from the ground and freezing them into brittle shards that crackled as they collided. Dai Mubai instinctively tightened his cloak, only to discover that the cold penetrated beyond the surface, piercing his very marrow with a needle-like sting, causing even this formidable assault-type soul master to shudder involuntarily. At that moment, a strange transformation occurred in the space above Gu Ran's head, rippling like water with a blue-white halo. Suddenly, it resembled glass gripped by an unseen force, its surface appearing with a spiderweb of cracks, each fissure glowing with an extreme cold. The next second, with a muffled boom, the space truly exploded in a solidifying rupture. The fragmented shards of space did not scatter chaotically, but reassembled within the blue-white radiance, forming a colossal ice silhouette soaring 10 zhang high. It was a magnificent dragon, its body adorned with diamond-shaped ice crystal scales, sporting spiral ice horns atop its head, and its eyes were 2 flickering orbs of ghostly blue flames. The membranes of its wings bore patterns reminiscent of glaciers that had endured for eons without melting. Suspended in midair, the dragon emanated an intense chill that caused the surrounding air to crystallize into fine ice mist, even bending light into a cold, regal sheen that refracted off its massive form. The dragon's gaze slowly descended, sweeping across the courtyard. Wherever it looked, the ground froze into layers of ice inches thick, and even the ornamental stones in the courtyard were cloaked in a thick veil of frost. It opened its mouth slightly, and a deep, chilling roar resonated. Not deafening, but enough to slow the very passage of time within the Ting Tao courtyard. Only the overwhelming cold proclaimed the arrival of this ice sovereign. Dai Mubai's protective white tiger barrier was easily torn asunder, akin to mere paper. He let out a muffled groan as a sharp pain shot through his ribs, blood instantly staining his clothes. The strength and defense he had once prided himself on now seemed a mere jest in the face of such overwhelming power. Clutching his bleeding wound, he staggered back a step, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Gu Ran, his eyes wide with horror. He had never anticipated that this individual could become so formidable, so terrifying. Trash is merely trash. Zhu Zhuqing's voice remained icy, laced with condescension as she observed Dai Mubai's effortless defeat at Gu Ran's hands, her derision sharp and biting, as if he lacked even the qualification to be trampled underfoot. You. Dai Mubai trembled with rage, his shame and indignation overwhelming him, as he contemplated launching himself forward once more. Enough. Gu Ran's gaze, as frigid as eternal ice, fell upon Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, it appears that you are not merely a coward, but also a fool. The lesson I imparted was intended to awaken you, not to lead you to your demise. His voice, though not loud, resonated deeply within the souls of those present. Return to your Shrek. Should you dare to appear before Zhu Qing again with your clamor, I would not hesitate to silence you forever. The third prince of the Star Luo Empire? Huh. Merely a discarded wretch, disavowed by the royal family and scorned by his kin. To kill you would sully my hands. Under the terrifying pressure, Dai Mubai's countenance turned as pale as parchment, a tumult of humiliation, fury, and dread culminating in a mouthful of blood spewing forth, his body swaying precariously. Flander and Zhao Wujie wore expressions of utmost distress, yet they dared not move an inch. They could palpably sense the overwhelming power radiating from Gu Ran, a force capable of effortlessly crushing them. This young man was truly fearsome. Gu Ran dismissed them with a wave of his hand, as if swatting away flies. Neo Tian and Titan appeared before the Shrek group like silent sentinels. Their formidable aura, akin to a tangible wall of terror, compelled the others to retreat. Flander cast a bitter glance at the dazed Dai Mubai, then at the pallid and crumpled figure of Yu Xiaojing at the office entrance, and finally at the inscrutable Gu Ran and the icy Zhu Zhuqing, his heart heavy with a sense of helplessness and profound defeat. This journey to Heaven Do had yielded not a shred of benefit. Instead, they had lost face and irreparably offended those they should not have. Supporting the nearly fainting Dai Mubai, he bellowed to Zhao Wujie and the others, "We must depart." Flander and his companions had been met with a cold reception. They had hoped to shine at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, yet unforeseen complications had arisen. Just as they were about to leave Heaven Do City, an unexpected visitor appeared. Crown Prince Xue Qinghe hurriedly arrived with Dream God Machine and others, having received reports from their informants stationed at the Ting Tao courtyard about the earlier conflict. Since a clash had occurred, it was even better. Gu Ran needed to be kept in check. "Gentlemen, please hold on," I apologize for the lack of proper welcome. Xue Qinghe intercepted Flanders' carriage, proclaiming, I am Xue Qinghe, Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire. I am aware that you are esteemed teachers and students of Shrek Academy. Therefore, it is only fitting that you are granted entry to the Heaven Do Royal Academy for your studies, with tuition fees waived entirely. Flander regarded Xue Qinghe's arrival with suspicion, tightening the reins of his carriage as he scrutinized the elegantly dressed, mild-mannered prince. The humiliation endured at Tingtao courtyard had not yet dissipated, and now faced with the Crown Prince's hospitality, he was left with nothing but doubt. Your Highness's goodwill is acknowledged, Flander responded, inclining his hands in a gesture of respect, yet his tone carried an air of detachment. However, Shrek Academy adheres to its own regulations, and it would not be appropriate to intrude upon the Royal Academy. He was acutely aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Xue Qinghe's offer of an olive branch was far from a mere act of benevolence. Xue Qinghe seemed to perceive his concerns. A deeper smile gracing his face as his gaze swept over the pale-faced Dai Mubai and the variously colored expressions of the Shrek students. His voice, gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority, declared, Director Flander is overthinking this. I am aware that you all suffered grievances at the Listening Waves courtyard. Indeed, Gu Ran's flamboyant conduct was quite inappropriate. He then shifted his focus to Dai Mubai and the others, adding, moreover, these children are all exceptional talents. Would it not be a pity to let a moment of indignation obscure their potential? The Tiando Royal Academy is willing to provide them with the finest cultivation resources. With the sole master competition of the Spirit Hall approaching, do you not wish for the students to prove themselves on a broader stage? His words struck at Flanders' vulnerable point with precision. The talents of the Shrek students were indisputable, yet the Academy's lack of resources remained a significant shortcoming. And the sole master competition was an opportunity they had long yearned for. Zhao Wujie, unable to contain himself, whispered, Director, the Crown Prince speaks wisely. This may indeed be an opportunity. Tang San also looked toward Flander, his expression complex. He sensed the faint, yet profound, fluctuations of soul power emanating from Xue Qinghe, which appeared gentle but were, in reality, unfathomable. The presence of Dream God Machine, standing behind the Crown Prince, exuded an oppressive aura that made his heart palpitate, indicative of at least tidal Douluo-level strength. Seeing Flanders' expression soften, Xue Qinghe seized the moment to stoke the flames of persuasion. Rest assured, once you enter the Royal Academy, you will be guests of the Tiando Empire. Should Gu Ran dare to provoke again, he would be challenging the entire Tiando royal family. Furthermore, I have heard of the long-standing rift between Shrek Academy and the Spirit Hall. Should the need arise, the Tiando royal family is willing to stand guard and assist you. This statement shattered Flanders' defenses entirely. An alliance with the Tiando royal family would not only resolve the students' cultivation issues, but also provide them with greater confidence when confronting the Spirit Hall. He bit his lip, glancing at the eager eyes of the students, including Ma Hongjun and Oscar, and finally nodded. Since His Royal Highness is so gracious, Flanders shall not decline the offer. A wise decision, Xue Qinghe replied, clapping his hands in delight. Bring forth the Shrek students and arrange for them the finest accommodations. After Flander and his group followed the Royal Academy's guards away, Dream God Machine quietly inquired, Your Highness, are we truly allowing these students to confront Gu Ran? His strength is unfathomable, and Shrek may not be his match. Xue Qinghe gazed towards the direction in which the carriage had departed, a cold smile curving his lips. Confront? What I desire is not for them to defeat Gu Ran, but to serve as a thorn, embedded between Gu Ran and the Tiando Royal Academy. They can both restrain him and probe his depths. What is there to lose? Inside the carriage, Dai Mubai clutched his wound, his eyes brimming with resentment. Director, must we truly rely on others? I have yet to settle the score with Gu Ran. Flander shot him a stern look. Impulsiveness will not resolve our issues. At present, we are no match for Gu Ran. Entering the Royal Academy is to ensure your proper cultivation. Once you possess strength, we can discuss other matters. Chapter 43, The Fury of Lu Erlong. Deep within the Tiando Royal Academy, in a temporary residence arranged for the Shrek group, the atmosphere was stifling. It was evident to any discerning observer that this abode paled in comparison to the majestic listening tide pavilion of Gu Ran. Dai Mubai, pallid and propped up against a soft couch, was bound tightly with thick bandages, yet the more profound wounds lay deep within his heart. The frigid disdain of Zhu Zhuqing and the oppressive superiority radiating from Gu Ran seared his pride repeatedly. Oscar and Ma Hongjun hovered nearby, attending to him with utmost caution, scarcely daring to breathe. Meanwhile, Flinder and Zhao Wujin sat in the outer chamber, their faces ashen and silent. The commencement of this journey to Tiando had been devastatingly brutal, casting a shadow over the path ahead. At that moment, a hurried footfall shattered the oppressive silence. A servant of the Royal Academy rushed in, panting heavily, bearing an unusual report. Dean Flinder, there is a lady outside, demanding to see Master Yu Xiaojiang. And she is quite formidable. Flinder furrowed his brow, initially inclined to inform the servant that Yu Xiaojiang was not present. Yet an inexplicable stir within him prompted a change of heart. A lady seeking Yu Xiaojiang? Formidable? He sprang to his feet, a flicker of complex emotion igniting in his eyes. Let us go and see. Outside the Tsuiwei residence, on the expansive white marble plaza of the Royal Academy, a striking figure stood, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, clad in a sleek, deep purple outfit that accentuated her breathtaking curves. Her fiery red hair, akin to flames, was casually tied up, with a few strands brushing against her cheeks, slightly flushed with indignation. Her features were strikingly beautiful, yet now, due to her fury, They appeared sharp and fierce. Her eyes resembled two molten lava pools, brimming with a rage potent enough to incinerate all in its path. This was none other than Lu Erlong, the dean of Lanba Academy, and one of the lethal trio known as the Golden Iron Triangle. Clutched tightly in her hand was a crumpled letter, the very correspondence in which Yu Xiaojing boasted of his esteemed status as a tribute to the empire and extended a warm invitation for her to reunite in Tiando. Yu Xiaojing. Lu Erlong's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, echoing with overwhelming anger and profound disbelief, resonating throughout half the Royal Academy. Come out here and explain this nonsensical letter. Students and faculty traversing the plaza were momentarily taken aback by the explosive outburst. Halting in their tracks to gaze at the striking woman who resembled a mother dinosaur, whispers of speculation swirling among them. As Flinder and Zhao Wujin stepped out of its Zoe residence, they beheld this dramatic scene. Flinder's heart sank, sensing impending trouble. Lu Erlong had indeed arrived, and it appeared that Yu Xiaojing's invitation had produced an entirely opposite effect. Lu Erlong's gaze fell upon Flinder and Zhao Wujin, her fury intensifying. Flinder? Zhao Wujin, you are here too? Well then, it seems Yu Xiaojing has truly made a name for himself, gathering you impoverished brothers. Should I, Lu Erlong, also come groveling to pay my respects to this so-called master? Her tone dripped with sarcasm and wounded pride. Upon receiving the letter, she was initially struck with shock, followed by an overwhelming surge of incredulous joy. Yu Xiaojing had finally made a name for himself, and he was willing to reach out to her. She promptly abandoned everything at Blue Tyrant Academy and journeyed day and night to Heavendo City, her heart brimming with anticipation for their reunion and nostalgia for their past affection. However, as she stepped into the resplendent and aristocratic Royal Academy and learned that Flinder and Zhao Wujia, acquaintances from Shrek, were also present, a terrifying thought shattered her dreams. Yu Xiaojing did not long for her. He was merely flaunting his achievements, mocking her for not choosing him in the past, and inviting her to witness his success from a position of superiority, as if bestowing upon her a mere token of recognition. This was nothing short of blatant humiliation. Ere long, calm down. It is not as you perceive. Flinder rushed forward, attempting to explain. He understood Lu Erlong's temperament all too well. In her furious state, she was capable of anything. Calm down. How can I possibly calm down? Lu Erlong forcefully shook off Flinder's hand, her fiery red hair seeming to dance in the absence of wind, and her soul power surged violently like a suppressed volcano. 7 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 erupted around her, unleashing a powerful soul sage's pressure mingled with ferocious dragon might. Let that hypocrite, that coward Yu Xiaojing, come out and clarify the meaning of this letter. Is he boasting about his rise to prominence? Or does he wish for me, Lu Erlong, to kneel before him and repent for past grievances? He must be dreaming. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing, having received the news, hurriedly arrived at the square, guided by a servant of the Royal Academy. From a distance, he spotted Lu Erlong's furious figure and Flinder and others, particularly the familiar letter in Lu Erlong's hand. His complexion turned as pale as paper, and his legs began to weaken. Ere long, Yu Xiaojing's voice was dry and tinged with acute panic and guilt. He forced a smile as he approached. You're here? Why didn't you inform me in advance? I could have come to greet you. Greet me? Lu Erlong abruptly turned, her molten gaze seething with fury fixed upon Yu Xiaojing. The letter in her hand felt like a searing iron, and she hurled it at his face. Yu Xiaojing, spare me your pretense. Look at the nonsense you have written. Let my sister travel to Heavendo to witness the practical results of my foolish theories. With each word Lu Erlong uttered, her voice grew increasingly intense, her fury igniting further, while the oppressive force of her soul power nearly suffocated Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing, are you flaunting your status before me? Are you offering me your charity? Do you think I, Lu Erlong, covet your so-called title? Do you believe I am still that foolish woman you toyed with back then? No, it's not like that. Erlong, please let me explain. Yu Xiaojing, struck by the letter, felt a sharp pain, but more so. He was engulfed by the humiliation and panic of being publicly exposed. He stammered, that letter was a trap set by someone. It was Gu Ran. It was that despicable wretch who impersonated my handwriting. He seeks to sow discord between us. How could I possibly betray you? How could I impersonate you? Lu Erlong let out a piercing, derisive laugh, taking a decisive step forward, her formidable aura forcing Yu Xiaojing to retreat repeatedly. Yu Xiaojing, do you take me for a fool? The Royal Academy's exclusive stationery, the personal seal of a distinguished imperial teacher. Tell me, who else but you could procure such items? Who else possesses such intimate knowledge of our trivial affairs? Lu Erlong's accusation struck Yu Xiaojing like a hammer, leaving him utterly speechless. He trembled, cold sweat soaking through his garments, and under Lu Erlong's furious gaze, which seemed capable of piercing his very soul, he felt all his facade shatter, leaving only his most unsightly vulnerability exposed. I. Yu Xiaojing stammered, his lips quivering as he met Lu Erlong's eyes, which revealed unabashed disappointment, revulsion, and a chilling sense of despair. An overwhelming dread and hopelessness engulfed him in an instant. He realized that he had irrevocably lost this woman, forever. Everything he had painstakingly cultivated, which had just come to fruition, seemed to collapse in that single moment. Useless. Coward. Yu Xiaojing, I misjudged you. My greatest regret in this lifetime is having been blind to recognize you. A pitiful creature who hides behind theory, hypocritical and selfish. Lu Erlong's voice quivered with a hint of tears, yet it was predominantly filled with resolute coldness. She abruptly raised her hand. a tempestuous swirl of blue and violet lightning coalescing in her palm, exuding an aura of destruction. She truly wished to strike down this man who had shattered her heart and filled her with disgust. Erlong, stop! Flander and Zhao Wujia, alarmed, rushed forward to intervene. This was the Royal Academy. The consequences of publicly slaying an imperial patron would be dire. Amidst the chaos, a voice, laced with resentment and disdain, rang out. Humph. Who is this madwoman daring to rampage in the Royal Academy? Assaulting others? Does she truly believe this is some backwater village? The speaker was Dai Mubai, recently bandaged and supported by Oscar, venturing out for some fresh air. He had been seething with pent-up frustration, and upon witnessing a stranger berating Yu Xiaojing in the square, he found an outlet for his ire. Especially with this woman's stunning figure and exquisite beauty, her wild aura ignited his primal instincts of conquest and destruction, prompting him to adopt a flippant tone typically reserved for flirting. As soon as he uttered those words, the entire square fell into a profound silence. Flander and Zhao Wujia's expressions changed dramatically, and Yu Xiaojing was left utterly terrified. Lu Erlong's movements abruptly halted. Slowly, she turned her head, her eyes ablaze with molten fury, locking onto Dai Mubai. Her gaze transformed from mere anger to one of utter disdain, as if she were regarding a corpse. What did you call me? Lu Erlong's voice was low and terrifying, as if it emanated from the depths of the abyss, each word imbued with a lethal intent capable of freezing souls. Dai Mubai, caught in Lu Erlong's terrifying gaze, felt as if an ancient beast had fixed its sights upon him, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. He instinctively took a step back, his neck stiffening as he exclaimed, "What is wrong with calling you a madwoman? How dare you be so audacious under the prince's command? Even daring to strike at the imperial offerings? You seek death." The last vestige of reason within Lu Erlong was ignited. She abandoned Yu Xiaojing, her figure vanishing as if teleporting from the spot. In the next instant, a dragon's claw, enveloped in furious blue-purple lightning, appeared before Dai Mubai with a shrill scream that seemed to tear through space. The power contained within that claw was sufficient to shatter his handsome head like a watermelon. No. Flander and Zhao Wujia's eyes widened, desperately attempting to intervene, but Lu Erlong's speed was too swift. Dai Mubai's pupils dilated to their utmost, the shadow of death enveloping him in an instant. He didn't even have time to unleash his martial spirit. He could only watch helplessly as the claw of destruction rapidly enlarged before him. At this critical juncture, a gentle yet unyielding golden barrier appeared before Dai Mubai, seemingly out of nowhere, like a wall of size. Lu Erlong's lightning-infused dragon claw slammed against the golden barrier with a deafening roar. The violent lightning scattered, creating charred craters on the ground, yet the golden barrier merely rippled, undeterred and unbroken. A figure clad in the bright yellow attire of the prince had appeared in the arena, standing firmly between Dai Mubai and Lu Erlong. It was none other than Prince Xueqinghe. He extended one hand forward, maintaining the appearance of that seemingly fragile yet unbreakable barrier. His face retained a gentle smile, yet his deep-set eyes bore an undeniable authority. "Lu Din, I implore you to temper your anger." Xueqinghe's voice rang clear, imbued with an unusual calming power. Dai Mubai's unruly words have disrespected the dean. There are rules within the academy to address such matters. However, to resort to violence here would be ill-advised. Lu Erlong was momentarily pushed back by the rebound force from the golden barrier, gazing at the suddenly materialized Xueqinghe. Sensing the inscrutable aura around him and the regal grace in his every gesture, her furious rage was forcibly subdued, though the murderous intent in her eyes remained unabated. She fixated on Dai Mubai, pale and slumped like a pile of mud behind Xueqinghe, and glanced at Yu Xiaojing, who was equally disheveled and lost. A wave of profound sorrow and disgust surged within her. She abruptly raised her hand, and the crumpled letter in her palm was instantly consumed by the raging blue-purple lightning, transforming into a cloud of ash. Well, what a fine institution the Tiando Royal Academy is. What an admirable imperial offering. What a splendid prince. Lu Erlong's voice was icy, laced with boundless disappointment and resolve. I, Lu Erlong, shall remember this day. She cast one last complex glance at Xueqinghe, then deeply surveyed Flander and Zhao Wujia, her expression tinged with heartache and detachment. Finally, her gaze swept over Yu Xiaojing, now filled with utter coldness and contempt, as though he were nothing more than refuse. The golden iron triangle? Huh. A bitter laugh, steeped in self-mockery and despair. Lu Erlong no longer regarded anyone, her fiery red hair dancing wildly in the wind. In a sudden turn, her figure transformed into a tumultuous bolt of blue-purple lightning, instantaneously breaking through the imperceptible barrier above the Royal Academy and vanishing into the distant horizon, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos and a silent square. In the square, Xueqinghe slowly withdrew his hand as the golden light curtain dissipated. He cast a glance at the collapsed Dai Mubai, then at the disheartened Yu Xiaojing, before finally surveying the grim faces of Flanders and Zhao Wujing, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction flickering deep within his eyes. Chapter 44. Subduing Lu Erlong. Temporary retreat to the courtyard. The tumultuous crimson lightning that Lu Erlong had become tore through the skies above the Royal Academy, propelled by a searing rage and boundless disappointment. Racing away from the city of Tiando, she yearned to distance herself from the insincerity, cowardice, and repugnance of the Royal Academy, to escape from Yu Xiaojing, the source of her heartbreak and disgust. The fierce gale swept across her cheek, yet it could not extinguish the blazing flame of humiliation within her heart. The boastful letter from Yu Xiaojing, his cowardly and wretched demeanor, all ignited a suffocating fury and sorrow within her. The so-called Golden Iron Triangle? What a preposterous joke. Just as she was about to burst forth from the confines of Tiendo City, soaring over a desolate hill beyond the city, the space ahead warped and melted without warning. An indescribable, terrifying heat enveloped her, the air sizzling with mournful cries, while the vegetation below rapidly turned yellow, withering, and even igniting spontaneously, as if the entire hill had been cast into a colossal furnace. Lu Erlong's pupils constricted abruptly. She halted her flight. Blue-purple lightning crackling around her as she warily gazed toward the center of the distorted space. Emerging from that warped area, reminiscent of molten glass, was a figure, Gu Ran. He had not unleashed his martial spirit nor exerted any soul power pressure. He simply stood suspended in the air. Yet, the aura emanating from him caused Lu Erlong's blood to freeze, a supreme majesty, originating from the essence of life itself, transcending all dragons. As if he were the very embodiment of fire and strength, the sovereign of all dragonkind. Get lost. Lu Erlong was at the peak of her fury. Any presence obstructing her path was deemed an enemy. She had no interest in discovering his identity. She only wished to shatter everything in her way. Her seventh soul ring illuminated instantaneously, revealing her martial spirit's true form. With a thunderous roar, Lu Erlong's body was engulfed in blinding blue-purple lightning, transforming into a fire dragon. Stretching over several dozen meters, its entire body adorned with menacing bone spikes and shimmering fiery scales. The ferocious might of the dragon, intertwined with devastating lightning, surged towards Gu Ran like a tsunami. The massive dragon claws entwined with thunder, tearing through the air with an overwhelming force, aimed directly at Gu Ran. This was Lu Erlong's ultimate strike, potent enough to severely injure an ordinary soul Douluo. Gu Ran merely raised his right hand slowly. Invoking his first soul skill, I summon you, Fire Dragon King. As he raised his hand, the space behind him erupted into a colossal crimson void, exceeding 100 yards in diameter. A force, more ancient, pure, and domineering than the dragon's might unleashed by Lu Erlong, descended like a primordial beast awakening from slumber. A roar, more majestic and soul-shattering than Lu Erlong's dragon's chant, erupted from the depths of the void. The desolate mountains surrounding Heaven-Do City trembled violently under this dragon's roar, causing rocks to shatter. Subsequently, an immense dragon head, adorned with fiery red diamond scales, slowly emerged from the fiery abyss. Its two curved golden horns pierced the heavens like divine spears. As the dragon's maw opened, it exhaled a breath that warped the very fabric of space, while its eyes burned like twin suns, coldly surveying the diminutive fire dragon below. This terrifying pressure, emanating from one of the dragon god's 9 children, who wielded the ultimate flames of the world, imposed an absolute dominance over the fire dragon in Lu Erlong's martial spirit form. With a cry of terror, the fire dragon, transformed from Lu Erlong, froze mid-motion as it attempted to strike with its claws. Faced with a nemesis, it instantly became listless, even beginning to recoil upon itself. The profound fear and sense of submission stemming from the depths of its bloodline acted as invisible shackles, binding its massive form. It felt the blood of the blue lightning tyrant dragon wailing and trembling. Before such overwhelming dragon might, the power it once took pride in now seemed ludicrous and insignificant. What is this? Lu Erlong's vast dragon eyes were filled with unprecedented shock and disbelief. She had never encountered such a terrifying dragon might. Even the patriarch of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, titled Douluo Yuenjin, exerted far less pressure than this. What kind of monster is this young man? The colossal dragon's eyes coldly swept over the subdued fire dragon, emitting a low, disdainful snort. Gradually, the immense dragon head retracted back into the fiery void, taking with it the oppressive heat and pressure that scorched the earth, retreating like a receding tide. The distorted space returned to normal, leaving only charred remnants and curling wisps of smoke atop the desolate mountains. Lu Erlong's massive martial spirit form shattered in an instant, reverting to her human shape. She stumbled to the ground, her complexion pale as paper, gasping for breath, her gaze towards Gu Ran filled with lingering fear and profound trepidation. The momentary suppression of her bloodline made her feel as insignificant as an ant, with her life and death hanging by a thread at the whim of the other. Who are you? Lu Erlong's voice trembled ever so slightly, her previous fury replaced by overwhelming shock. She had never heard of such a terrifying dragon martial spirit existing on the continent. It was certainly not the blue lightning tyrant dragon, nor a bone dragon, or any other. Gu Ran slowly descended from the air, standing several paces away from Lu Erlong. He did not answer her question. Anger would not resolve the matter, Director Lu. Gu Ran's voice was calm, yet carried a peculiar penetrating quality, directly addressing Lu Erlong's troubled heart. The hypocrisy and cowardice of you Xiaojing do not merit your wrath. The folly of Flandra is hardly worth your intervention. Gu Ran paused momentarily, a knowing smile gracing his lips, as he remarked, their thoughts run deeper than you might imagine. Lu Erlong's heart trembled violently. Gu Ran's words fell upon her like a chilling spring, swiftly extinguishing the remnants of her fury, leaving only an icy dread in its wake. Shuqing, the seemingly gentle prince, had he truly intervened merely to uphold the Academy's rules? Did you stop me just to deliver these condescending remarks? Lu Erlong forcibly quelled the turbulent waves within her, warily observing Gu Ran. Her tone retained a stubborn edge, yet the prior animosity had dissipated. The power he exhibited was overwhelmingly terrifying, and yet, it seemed devoid of malice. Certainly not. Gu Ran's gaze swept across Lu Erlong's pale, yet striking visage. Resting on her chest were the dragon-shaped pendant, emblematic of her blue lightning tyrant dragon lineage, subtly swayed in response to her emotional upheaval. Your dragon bloodline is powerful, yet it has been clouded by anger and obsession for far too long. Your potential remains largely untapped. Gu Ran's voice resonated with an undeniable certainty, revealing that her stagnation at the pinnacle of the 79th rank for many years was not a limitation of talent, but rather the result of inner demons. Lu Erlong's delicate frame shuddered. The pinnacle of the 79th rank soul sage. This was her greatest secret and her deepest entanglement. She had been ensnared at this bottleneck for a full 5 years. No matter how fiercely she trained, the barrier to becoming a soul Douluo remained insurmountable. She had always believed that past emotional wounds had compromised her foundation, yet she had never considered that it was the demons within that plagued her. How could Gu Ran possibly know? And with such conviction? What do you mean? Lu Erlong's voice carried a hint of urgency and hope she was unaware of. Breaking through to soul Douluo was her lifelong pursuit, the only means to prove herself to her family and to those who looked down upon her. Come with me. Gu Ran replied not with a direct answer, but by turning towards the direction of Heaven Do City, his voice brooking no refusal. Your anger needs to be quelled. Your power requires direction. Remaining by my side may allow you to gain clarity and find an opportunity for breakthrough, at the very least. It would be far more meaningful than your current aimless venting of rage. His steps were steady, as if he were certain Lu Erlong would follow. Lu Erlong stood rooted to the spot, gazing at Gu Ran's tall and enigmatic silhouette, her heart embroiled in fierce conflict. Stay? Return with this unfathomable young man, whose terrifying power sent shivers down her spine. It felt utterly absurd. When had she, Lu Erlong, ever needed to rely on another? Yet, the oppressive aura of the Fire Dragon King, the piercing words that penetrated her inner turmoil, the nauseating visage of Yu Xiaojiang, and the stifling atmosphere of the Royal Academy left her feeling truly adrift. More importantly, the temptation of breaking through to soul Douluo. That was an obsession she could not resist. I shall see what tricks you can conjure. Lu Erlong gritted her teeth, and ultimately, with a sense of reluctance and intense curiosity, she stepped forward to follow Gu Ran's retreating figure. Her fiery red hair danced in the wind, mirroring the complexity of her current emotions. In the serene and elegant courtyard, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and others gazed in astonishment as Gu Ran returned with a strikingly beautiful red-haired woman exuding a formidable presence. Gu Yuena, sensing the lingering soul pressure and draconic aura emanating from Lu Erlong, were even more intrigued. Without elaborating, Gu Ran simply remarked to Lu Erlong that this place was tranquil and free from disturbances. He urged her to consider whether she wished to continue to be consumed by the rage of the past or to attempt to master a more powerful flame. Lu Erlong surveyed the peaceful and spiritually rich surroundings, glancing at the diverse yet formidable girls beside Gu Ran. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon the inscrutable depths of Gu Ran's eyes. With a dismissive snort, she chose a stone bench by the lakeside, distancing herself from the others. Folding her arms and closing her eyes, she seemed to genuinely strive to quell the tumult within her heart, while also contemplating Gu Ran's enticing words. The opportunity to break through to the soul Douluo level and wield a mightier flame. What secrets did this enigmatic Gu Ran hold? What could he offer her? For the first time, Lu Erlong felt an intense curiosity and a flicker of anticipation, one she was reluctant to admit, towards someone other than Yu Xiaojiang. Chapter 45. Dai Mubai joins the villainous group. The wound beneath Dai Mubai's ribcage had been treated adequately by the top healing soul masters of the Tiando Royal Academy. Yet the humiliation and sense of defeat gnawed at him like a malignant tumor, eroding the dignity of the once proud prince of Star Luo. He sat alone in a dim corner of the room, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, with a wild and resentful fire burning in his eyes. Revenge. He craved power, power sufficient to crush Gu Ran, reclaim his dignity, and make that wretched Zhu Zhuqing regret her actions. Dai Lauda, a deep, hoarse voice, laden with malevolence, resonated at the door. Dai Mubai's head snapped up, his crimson eyes locking onto the shadowy figure in the doorway, Tang San. Clad in his signature hooded black robe that concealed his aura, Tang San exuded an even more intense chill than before, unsettling Dai Mubai. Behind him loomed Wang Sheng, whose vacant stare and muscular frame radiated a violent energy. Tang San, Dai Mubai rasped, "What do you want?" Tang San stepped into the room, disregarding the hostility emanating from Dai Mubai. His voice possessed a captivating power. Dai Lauda, are you still angry about what happened earlier? Feeling indignant? The humiliation of being shamed publicly by a woman, of being trampled by an outsider, and nearly being killed by a madwoman. Such experiences are not pleasant, are they? Dai Mubai's breath became labored, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. Get to the point. What do you want to say? I dislike beating around the bush. I wish to convey that individually, none of us can contend with Gu Ran, Tang San stated coldly and directly. Whether it be you, me, or Wang Sheng, his forces are far too powerful. If we seek vengeance, if we wish to reclaim what is rightfully ours, we must unite. He gestured toward Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng is the best testament to this. He was merely an ordinary wolf spirit soul master, with mediocre innate soul power. Under the theoretical guidance of Master Yu Xiaojiang and with my assistance, in a remarkably short period, my soul power has surged forward, and my combat capability has far surpassed that of my peers. This is the power that defies conventions. Wang Sheng seemed to comprehend Tang San's words, emitting a deep, beast-like roar from his throat, his body enveloped in a swirling black-red malevolence. The 3 soul rings beneath his feet flickered in and out of visibility, brimming with an overwhelming sense of ferocity. Dai Mubai observed Wang Sheng, a glint of intrigue flashing in his sinister gaze. He had witnessed Wang Sheng's transformation. His combat prowess was indeed astonishing. Though this power exuded a sinister aura, what did it matter as long as revenge could be obtained? What do you mean? Dai Mubai's voice held a hint of uncertainty. Join us. Tang San's voice suddenly rose, infused with a fervent and inciting fervor. I possess a means to grant us power far exceeding that of Gu Ran in a brief span. If we are willing to pay the price, we can undergo a rebirth. At that time, Gu Ran, Zhu Zhuqing, Lu Erlong, and that lofty Prince Shuqinghe, they shall all bow before us. The price? What price? Dai Mubai inquired warily. A sinister smile crept across the corner of Tang San's mouth beneath his hood. The price? It is merely some trifling nourishment. In this world, no power comes without a cost. Compared to eternal humiliation and failure, what is this small price? He extended his skeletal, pale hand, a strand of dark green, fiercely corrosive soul power writhing within his palm like a venomous serpent. Big brother Dai, you possess a supreme white tiger martial soul, brimming with potential. Are you truly willing to be trampled underfoot by Gu Ran for a lifetime? To be scorned by that wretched Zhu Zhuqing? Consider the Star Luo Empire. Reflect on the throne you have lost. Think of that wretch, Davis. Power. Only absolute power can reclaim everything. Power, Dai Mubai murmured, the madness in his eyes intensifying. The throne of the Star Luo Empire, Davis's mockery, Zhu Zhuqing's humiliation, Gu Ran's disdain. These thoughts intertwined, igniting the darkness within him. Rationality crumbled before the flames of vengeance and the allure of power. All right, Dai Mubai suddenly rose to his feet. However, if we are not related by blood, why do you wish to assist me? Because my Xiao Wu was also taken by Gu Ran, and Big Brother Dai has suffered similarly, have you not? I shall reclaim Xiao Wu, and you shall retrieve Zhu Zhuqing. The rest, we shall divide equally. What say you? A reckless madness flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes. Moreover, the reward was too enticing. I shall join. As long as I can obtain power, as long as I can exact revenge. What price must I pay? I can afford it all. Ha ha ha, wise choice. Tang San emitted a deep, pleasurable laugh. Big Brother Dai, you will not regret it. In the dimly lit room, 3 souls, distorted by hate and desire, forged an alliance of vengeance under Tang San's guidance. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Ting Taobi Yuan was starkly different. The afterglow of the setting sun cascaded over the tranquil lake, its surface shimmering with light. Gu Ran languidly reclined on a chaise longue by the lakeside, while Lu Erlong, who had been forcibly summoned back, sat at a distance on a stone bench, arms crossed, eyes closed in meditation. The tempestuous aura surrounding him had notably diminished, though the occasional flicker of curiosity and scrutiny towards Gu Ran lingered in his opened eyes. At that moment, 2 furtive figures emerged at the entrance of the courtyard, Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Both wore expressions of sycophantic caution, especially Ma Hongjun, whose small eyes darted eagerly towards the stunning array of girls surrounding Gu Ran, nearly drooling in his desire. Gu Ran, the esteemed leader. Oscar broke the silence first, his voice dripping with exaggerated reverence. Rubbing his hands together, he hurried several paces closer to Gu Ran's reclined position, bowing deeply. We have come to seek your patronage. Yes, seek your patronage. Unwaveringly, Ma Hongjun chimed in enthusiastically, his belly jiggling with emotion. To follow that self-important fool Dai Mubai, that sinister weirdo Tang San, and that braggart Yu Xiaojiang is a complete waste of youth, an invitation to disaster. We have long recognized that you, Gu Ran, are the true dragon among men, the phoenix among mortals. Being with you guarantees prosperity and sustenance. As he spoke, he discreetly eyed Xiao Wu's slender waist and Ning Rongrong's exquisite visage, casting glances at Zhu Zhuqing's cool profile and Du Guyan's graceful figure. His gaze lingered on Lu Erlong's impressive physique in the distance, internally exclaiming, what a treasure, such a bounty. As long as I can remain by Gu Ran's side, I shall surely seize the opportunities that bloom forth. Notably, Lu Erlong's presence here only reaffirmed Gu Ran's extraordinary status. Gu Ran, however, did not lift his eyelids, seemingly oblivious to their flattery, stretching languidly in a leisurely manner. Observing this, Oscar quickly produced a delicate crystal box from his soul guide, within which lay neatly arranged a dozen sausages, each exuding a soft pink glow and an alluring aroma, pulsating with peculiar fluctuations of soul energy. Gu Ran, esteemed leader, this is my latest invention, the super recovery sausage. Oscar presented the box like a prized treasure, his face adorned with an ingratiating smile. Exhausted from soul power? 1 bite, and you shall be revitalized. Feeling fatigued? 1 bite, and you'll be brimming with energy. Moreover, he lowered his voice, his eyes narrowing conspiratorially. If you find yourself, sore after certain activities, 1 bite will ensure your vigor remains unyielding. A night with 10 beauties. To better serve you in conquering, tending to our lovely sisters. His words were brazen, his gaze darting towards the girls beside Gu Ran. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong immediately flushed with embarrassment, retorting, lecherous old man. Zhu Zhuqing shot a cold glance at Oscar, a fleeting glimmer of menace in her eyes. Ma Hongjun, refusing to be outdone, slapped his chest, causing his belly to ripple. Gu Ran, esteemed leader, though my martial spirit is the evil fire phoenix, with its minor flaws, my loyalty to you is as steadfast as the sun and moon themselves. I willingly offer myself as your most devoted undercover agent. Rest assured, should there be any stirrings from Shrek, Tang San, Dai Mubai, or Yu Shaojing, I shall promptly report to you. I guarantee that you will have them dancing in the palm of your hand. He spoke with unwavering conviction, his small eyes glimmering with shrewdness. An undercover agent? Naturally, I shall embrace that role. Yet, more importantly, I wish to remain amidst the beauties. As for passing on information, that would depend on the whims of His Excellency Ma Hongjun. If the esteemed Gu Ran could spare him a beauty or two, he would be quite pleased. Gu Ran finally slightly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the sausage box in Oscar's hands, then landing on Ma Hongjun's round face, which was brimming with loyalty. A smirk, enigmatic and teasing, curled at the corners of his lips, as if he could see through the hidden thoughts of both men. Leave the sausage. Gu Ran spoke lazily, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. As for the undercover mission, he paused, his gaze, as tangible as reality, bore down upon Ma Hongjun, causing the rotund man to feel a chill race down his spine, as though all his thoughts were laid bare. Do your best. With just 3 words, Gu Ran closed his eyes once more, as if merely taking in 2 inconsequential pets. Oscar and Ma Hongjun felt as though a great weight had been lifted, eagerly nodding and bowing. Yes, yes. Thank you for taking us in. We will certainly do our utmost. Oscar cautiously placed the sausage box on the jade table beside Gu Ran's recliner. Ma Hongjun straightened his back, striving to present himself as dependable, yet his small eyes continued to dart about uncontrollably, lingering longest on Lu Erlong's voluptuous figure, his mind already conjuring various indecent images. By the way, since you two have chosen to pledge your allegiance to me, as your leader, I too deserve some form of reward. Ma Hongjun thought, in surprise, that Gu Ran truly intended to share a beauty with him, quickly lifting his gaze to survey several distant girls. These 2 spirit herbs are for you, consume them. And then you may leave, Gu Ran stated, retrieving 2 ordinary herbs from the depths of his spiritual sea. Though they were not as precious as the spirit herbs given to Xiao Wu, they were still rare finds. Ma Hongjun felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this reward, but he accepted the spirit herbs with gratitude, repeatedly expressing his thanks. Chapter 46, The 5-Year Pact with Yuena. In the heart of the Stardow Forest, by the Lake of Life, the water remained as clear as a mirror, reflecting the unchanging starry sky, while the rich essence of nature converged here, forming a faint mist. Yuena sat majestically upon a crystal throne sculpted from ice crystal stones. A layer of frost, colder than the deepest ice of the Lake of Life, cloaked her exquisite visage. Her profound purple eyes, at this moment, were no longer the encompassing galaxy, but transformed into 2 cold moons of judgment, burning with a suppressed fury and deep disappointment. The Red King and Bai Ji, standing in attendance, dared not even breathe, their formidable forms slightly bowed, resembling those before an imminent volcanic eruption. They could distinctly sense the terrifying storm brewing beneath their sovereign's calm facade, a tempest powerful enough to rend space asunder. Before me, a crystal orb refracts into a luminous veil, formed from pure starlight, suspended before the throne, vividly reflecting the scene of the listening tide courtyard at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Gu Ran languidly reclines in a lakeside chair, surrounded by an array of enchanting beauties, including Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Dugu Yan. Not far away, the crimson-haired Lu Erlong, though with eyes closed in meditation, is also part of this idyllic tableau. Even Gu Yu and Nar appear at ease, presenting a harmonious and serene panorama of leisure. A subtle, chilling laughter escapes from Gu Yu's lips. Instantly, the image within the crystal orb freezes, then shatters like fragile glass, dissipating without a trace. The temperature within the palace plummets to freezing levels. The tranquil surface of the Lake of Life swiftly crystallizes beneath a thick layer of ice, while the ethereal aura within the hall freezes into delicate shards, cascading down. For years, Gu Yu's voice emerges, cold and devoid of warmth, yet resonating like the grinding of ancient ice, each word imbued with piercing chill and profound disappointment. Soul power stagnated at the threshold of the 30th level, barely achieving a meager 5-level increase recently. What have you done with the potential of the Dragon God bloodline? Wasted it on soft comforts? Indulging in beauty? Or sheltering those unworthy strays? Her gaze slowly traverses the Red King and Bai Ji, her frigid stare causing even the souls of the 2 ferocious beasts to quiver. I entrusted Gu Yu and Nar to you to ensure your self-defense, to sharpen your claws, to cultivate the means to ascend to greatness, not to let you languish in a world of softness, becoming a complacent fool surrounded by beauty. Gu Yu's voice rises sharply, imbued with an undeniable Dragon God authority that reverberates, distorting the very space of the Lake of Life. Are you aware of the ambitions of the Spirit Hall, which blaze like a wildfire? Do you know the iron hooves of the Star Luo Empire are stirring at the borders? Are you cognizant that the gaze of the divine realm has never strayed from this continent? Time, the most precious of commodities, squandered on frivolity and spectacle? The trust one bestowed upon you was not meant to be squandered so recklessly. The final utterance, akin to a roar of the enraged Dragon God, echoes thunderously within the palace, a fleeting violet golden silhouette of the Dragon God flashing behind her, the terrifying pressure nearly compelling the 2 ferocious beasts to bow low. Master, please temper your wrath, Deming stammered, his voice tinged with fear. Lord Gu Ran, he may have other intentions. Intentions? Gu Yu scoffed, her violet-slit pupils aflame with fury. His intention is to have those women revolve around him daily. Ineptitude, apathy, betrayal. Gu Yu's voice, cold as ice, struck down like a heavy hammer. Does he honor the Dragon God bloodline? Does he honor my hopes for his growth? If this continues, what will he possess to confront the storms of the future? What will he wield to protect all that he cherishes? The tears of those women, or his stagnant soul power? The fury surged like a tangible, frigid tide, sweeping through the very core of the lake of life. Gu Yuena closed her eyes, her long silver eyelashes quivering slightly, as if she were struggling to suppress the urge to seize that disappointing individual and confine him deep within the star-dove forest for reflection. After a considerable time, the terrifying pressure gradually receded like a retreating tide, yet the chill within the palace remained unabated. Tell him. Gu Yuena's voice regained its icy calmness, laced with an undeniable command, to roll over here and meet me. Immediately. At once. Should I catch him wallowing in those trivial matters again? He knows full well the consequences. Meanwhile, in Tiando City, the evening breeze carried the dampness from the lakeside, tousling Gu Rant's hair. Suddenly, the smile on Gu Rant's face froze in an instant. An icy, bone-chilling tremor surged from the depths of his soul. An indescribable sense of impending crisis gripped him. Almost immediately, a cold, furious, and supremely dignified mental intent pierced through the fabric of space like a spear of judgment, ruthlessly invading his mental sea. Come see me. Each word resonated like thunder, infused with Gu Yuena's repressed fury and profound disappointment, exploding within the depths of his soul. Gu Rant's entire body shuddered, and his complexion turned extremely grim. He was all too familiar with this sensation. It was Gu Yuena, and she had never been this enraged before. Brother Gu Ran, what is wrong? Nair exclaimed, startled by the sudden shift in Gu Ran's countenance. Gu Ran abruptly stood up, his gaze sweeping across the courtyard. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and De Guyan all sensed the drastic change in his aura and cast concerned glances his way. Even Lu Erlong, who had been meditating in the distance, opened her eyes, perceiving the faint yet terrifying residual pressure in the air, a flicker of doubt crossing her features. I have urgent matters to attend to and will be leaving for a few days. Gu Ran's voice was low and hurried, imbued with an undeniable authority. You all stay here, do not venture anywhere. Niuetian, Titan. In an instant, the figures of Niuetian and Titan materialized behind Gu Ran. Guard this place. Anyone who dares intrude or provoke will be met with no mercy. Gu Ran's voice was as cold as iron, carrying an unprecedented air of lethal intent. Understood. Niuetian and Titan replied solemnly. Having given his instructions, Gu Ran did not even have time to elaborate to the women. In a flash, he transformed into a silver streak of light, tearing through space and soaring into the sky with such speed that he left only a faint afterimage and violent spatial fluctuations in his wake. Brother Gu Ran. Nair cried out. What has happened? Zhu Zhuqing's brow furrowed in concern. Ning Rongrong and De Guyan exchanged glances, uncertain of the situation. Lu Erlong gazed in the direction Gu Ran had vanished, her curiosity and wariness towards him deepening. As the possessor of a dragon-type martial spirit, she had felt, to some extent, the might of Gu Yuena's dragon aura. This enigmatic young man seemed to have provoked an extraordinarily fearsome entity. Third soul skill, invitation, spatial dragon king. In a secluded place, Gu Ran summoned the space dragon king, tearing open a rift in the fabric of space. Upon stepping through, he found himself hovering above the lake of life. Taking a deep breath to quell the anxiety within, he descended slowly. The grand palace doors opened silently, revealing an eerie stillness, permeated only by a chilling aura. Each step Gu Ran took into the palace felt as though he were treading upon a frozen surface. Before him sat the figure on the throne, shrouded in the cool, silvery radiance of moonlight. Gu Yuena remained poised, her silver hair cascading down, her exquisite features betraying no sign of emotion, only a profound, icy demeanor. Her violet eyes regarded him with calm detachment, as if observing a mere stranger. The anticipated fury was absent. Instead, this extreme tranquility exerted an even greater pressure on Gu Ran. Have you arrived? Gu Yuena's voice was devoid of inflection, revealing no hint of sentiment. Yes, Gu Ran replied, positioning himself several paces from the foot of the throne. He lifted his gaze to meet her frigid violet eyes, offering no defense or excuse, merely acknowledging, I have disappointed you. Gu Yuena remained silent, her gaze unwavering. The air within the palace felt as if it had solidified, the weight of the atmosphere making it difficult for Gu Ran to breathe. The Red King and Bai Ji lurked in the shadows, not daring to betray a whisper. Gu Ran understood that any feeble explanation before Gu Yuena would be in vain. He inhaled deeply, a flicker of resolve igniting within his eyes. Grant me 5 more years, and I shall ascend to the pinnacle of the tidal Douluo realm. Oh, Gu Yuena was momentarily amused by Gu Ran's sudden declaration. As far as I am aware, you have only advanced 5 levels in your soul power over the past 4 years. How can you assure me that in the next 5 years, you will become a tidal Douluo? Do you think it is so simple to attain such a title? A pang of unease struck Gu Ran. Her words were indeed accurate. However, how could he explain to Gu Yuena that his cultivation method, being a possessor of a system, differed from others? It required completing a task involving romantic endeavors with a goddess, perhaps? Gu Ran felt his face flush with embarrassment. Who would believe such a thing if he spoke it outright? He pondered to himself, nevertheless. I am a dragon god martial spirit. What does it matter if my cultivation method is unique? In the end, I can place the blame on the dragon god martial spirit. Yes, that would suffice. In truth, this was a secret concerning the dragon god. His cultivation method diverged from the norm, necessitating romantic involvement with beautiful women to progress. Ah no, engaging in love, he corrected himself. Noticing Gu Yuena's silence, Gu Ran continued to elucidate. You may have noticed that whenever I am accompanied by a beautiful woman, my combat prowess tends to improve. Even if just slightly. That is indeed the case, Yuena murmured, but isn't it merely coincidence? Certainly not. If you are skeptical, upon my return, I shall pursue another girl, and then you can observe whether my soul power increases. At that moment, Guren only wished to escape. Should Yuena become enraged, she might confine him here, just as she had 5 years prior. Yuena let out a cold snort. Wait until you return? How naive you are. It took considerable effort to summon you here, only to exchange pleasantries and let you leave? Today, unless you provide me with a reasonable explanation, you shall remain by my side obediently. Observing Gu Ran's somewhat awkward demeanor, Yuena pondered a method. How about this? Demonstrate your so-called abilities to me in person, and I shall believe you. Upon hearing this, Gu Ran turned pale, for apart from Yuena, the divine presence before him, there was no one else here. Was it necessary for him to enter her very being for her to be convinced? However, Yuena's next words rekindled Gu Ran's fervor and confidence. Chapter 47. Bai Ji becomes a programmer. Bai Ji, come forth. A figure clad in verdant green emerged from the shadows, exuding a hint of hesitation and trepidation. It was Bai Ji, transformed from the Emerald Swan. Dressed in a flowing green gown, her demeanor was gentle, yet her head hung low, her exquisite features marred by a flicker of panic and disbelief, as if she had encountered something utterly absurd. She approached Yuena's throne, paying her respects but daring not to meet Gu Ran's gaze. Yuena's eyes swept between Gu Ran and Bai Ji, akin to a chilling blade slicing through their hearts. Disappointment was inevitable. Finally, Yuena spoke again, her tone devoid of discernible emotion. Yet the bloodline of the dragon god could not be allowed to languish, since you cannot find your own motivation to advance. Even resorting to the gentle embrace of those human women to numb yourself, she paused, her tone imbued with a near-cruel resolve. Then allow me to provide you with that motivation. A sense of foreboding tightened around Bai Ji's heart. Only moments ago, Yuena had expressed her ire towards both Bai Ji and Shi Wang due to Gu Ran's predicament. Yuena's gaze fixed firmly upon Bai Ji, embodying the authority of a ruler. From this day forth, you shall be Gu Ran's partner. Boom. This declaration echoed like thunder, reverberating through the silent palace. Bai Ji shot her head up, her emerald eyes widening in sheer shock and terror, tinged with a hint of offended indignation. Staring incredulously at Yuena, her voice trembled slightly. My lord, this cannot be. She stammered, her noble and gentle facade nearly unraveling. Partner? With this human boy whom you just reprimanded? This is utterly absurd. I am the Emerald Swan, one of the guardians of the Starry Forest. Gu Ran, too, was utterly bewildered. He had anticipated Yuena's wrath, envisioned punishments, even the possibility of being stripped of certain privileges. But he never imagined that what awaited him would be a forced partnership with none other than the noble and formidable Emerald Swan, Bai Ji. Yuena. Gu Ran instinctively exclaimed, his tone equally filled with astonishment and confusion. This is simply too what? Yuena coldly interrupted him, her violet-slit pupils piercing like ice. Do you think I am negotiating with you? Or am I serving as a matchmaker for you? Her voice suddenly rose. This is an order, a punishment for your negligence, and also a final expectation of you. Bridget, gentle yet resilient, possesses the purest essence of life. Her very presence has the power to cleanse the sullied heart tainted by superficiality. Should you remain oblivious to her awakening, you would have utterly betrayed the bloodline of the dragon god, as well as the last vestige of my tolerance towards you. Bridget's body trembled slightly, her pallor evident as she bit her lower lip, revealing the profound struggle and immense grievance within her. Her loyalty to her master was unwavering, willing to offer everything, even her life. Yet, the tumult of emotions was overwhelming, far too sudden and forceful. Her gaze towards Guren was fraught with complexity, resistance, bewilderment, and even a hint of humiliation from being thrust into an unwanted situation. Guren raised his head, meeting Yuena's gaze, yet his words took a turn. Imbued with a plea, matters of the heart are no trifling matter, nor can they be hastily commanded. Senior Bridget possesses a noble spirit, and such abruptness is bound to cause discomfort. Let us have some time. Allow me to touch Senior Bridget's heart with sincerity rather than mere authority. In this way, we honor her. His words acknowledged Yuena's arrangements while also showing empathy for Bridget's feelings, presenting a seemingly reasonable request. Yuena regarded him in silence, her violet eyes deep as a chasm, as if scrutinizing the sincerity behind his words. The chill within the palace seemed to linger momentarily. Bridget, too, stared blankly at Guren, her resistance still palpable, yet the humiliation from being coerced appeared to lessen slightly due to his entreaty, transforming into a deeper complexity and confusion. After a long pause, Yuena finally spoke, her voice still icy. Do you think I jest with you? You desire time? Very well, I shall grant you that time. However, the time you seek shall commence after tonight. Bridget's body shuddered, and she ultimately bowed her head, responding with difficulty, yes, my lord. Her voice tinged with an almost imperceptible quiver. Observing Bridget's acquiescence, Yuena seized the moment. You two shall now proceed to the adjacent chamber. I shall monitor your every action through the crystal ball. Guren, you had best be truthful. The final remark was overheard by Guren just as the door closed, and he felt a chill run down his spine at Yuena's tone, silently praying, Bridget, oh system, please do not let anything go awry. Bridget deliberately fell a step behind, maintaining her distance from Guren, her emerald gown flowing gently in the breeze, resembling a dew-laden orchid with tightly closed petals. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze fixed on a distant, swaying potted plant, her exquisite profile tense and exuding an air of aloofness. The atmosphere felt weighed down by her silence and detachment. Guren halted, turning to face Bridget. Her body stiffened imperceptibly, yet she did not meet his gaze. "Senior Bridget." Guren's voice shattered the silence, imbued with an unusual calmness, devoid of the anxiety he had displayed before Yuena, and absent of his usual languor or jest. Finally, Bridget slowly turned her head, her emerald-like pure eyes locking onto him, clearly expressing resistance, detachment, and a hint of deeply buried, offended grievance. She seemed to silently question, "What do you wish to convey?" Guren did not shy away from her gaze. Rather, he met it with calm assurance. His eyes clear and sincere, even tinged with a hint of regret. Moments ago, within the hall, circumstances had compelled him, and if his words had caused any offense, he earnestly sought her forgiveness. He inclined his body slightly, adopting a lowly posture. Bai Ji pressed her lips together, remaining silent. The edict of the sovereign was absolute. What significance did his forgiveness hold? Guren straightened up and continued to speak with tranquility. The will of Yuena is not to be defied. Yet, as I have stated, emotions cannot be forced. He paused, his gaze intensifying. Thus, I implore you to grant me an opportunity. The verdant lashes of Bai Ji fluttered slightly, as if taken aback by his unabashed reiteration. Not under the banner of the sovereign's command, nor as a so-called partner, but simply as I, Guren, an individual who may have once disappointed you, yet now sincerely wishes to understand you, to draw near to you, and to touch your heart. He took a cautious step forward, careful not to invade Bai Ji's personal space, yet bridging the intangible chasm that lay between them. I recognize that this is sudden and perhaps absurd. I empathize with the reluctance and grievances in your heart. A note of understanding and gentleness imbued Guren's voice. I do not demand your acceptance at this very moment, nor shall I coerce you with my authority in any measure. He slightly raised his hand, gesturing towards the depths of the forest, where moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting a serene silver glow, tranquil yet vibrant with life. I merely hope that you will afford me a chance to pursue you as any ordinary suitor would, to behold the tenderness with which you guard the forest through my own eyes, to hear the celestial melodies with which you heal all things through my own ears, and to feel the purity and resilience of your emerald heart with my own. His words flowed like a gentle stream, infused with a soothing power, striving to melt the frost within Bai Ji's heart. Time shall reveal all truths. If, in the end, you still deem Guren unworthy of entrusting your precious heart to, his gaze remained composed, even imbued with a sense of openness. I shall approach the sovereign to plead my case, accepting all consequences, ensuring that you endure no hardship on my account. His words were sincere and earnest, devoid of coercion or manipulation of Yuena's authority, instead placing the power of choice back into Bai Ji's hands. He acknowledged her grievances, understood her resistance, and pledged to respect her ultimate decision. Bai Ji gazed at the youth before her in astonishment. He was no longer the anxious sinner within the hall of the lake palace, nor the wayward scion embraced by many in the estate of Tiendo City. In this moment, he appeared resolute and earnest, possessing a seriousness and responsibility she had never witnessed before. The humiliation of being forcibly arranged seemed to have quietly fissured under the weight of his candid and respectful appeal. Resistance remained, yet the pure animosity and disdain had subtly begun to dissipate. In its place arose a deeper, more complex sense of confusion and helplessness. How should she respond? The command of the master is akin to a sword suspended above, yet this young lad before her has offered the hilt into her hands. Beneath the moonlight, the emerald swan remained silent, her verdant eyes still harboring traces of frost, yet signs of thawing are becoming evident. She gently inclines her head, evading Guren's fervent gaze, leaving behind a cool and exquisite silhouette, burdened with unspoken thoughts, accompanied by a barely audible whisper that dissipates into the night wind of the Douluo forest, "As you wish." These two words, light as a whisper, convey a sense of resignation, tinged with a subtle loosening. Though not a promise, neither is there a firm rejection. This is the sole response she can muster at this moment. Guren gazes at her profile, a gentle smile gradually gracing his lips. He knows that this challenging first step has finally been taken. That very night, two programs engaged in information exchange through relentless connectivity. Program 1 initiated the transmission, persistently sending access requests to various ports of Program 0. Program 0 continually denied access, but under the bombardment from Program 1, its defense system began to falter, revealing a substantial vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, Program 1 launched an assault through this breach, ultimately gaining control over Program 0. The defense system of Program 0 began emitting alarms, oscillating between melodious and strident tones. Upon detecting the alarms, Program 1 accelerated its transmission, causing significant overheating while the fan whirred rapidly. Program 0's defense system finally detected the main function of Program 1, the alarms becoming piercing, resulting in frequent tremors of the machine. Program 1 was compelled to resonate in frequency, leading to the collapse of its own defense system, with a considerable amount of information leaking out. BG lay panting on the side. As a spirit beast nearing 600,000 years in age, she was experiencing matters of love for the first time, and with a human no less. Although he possessed the noble bloodline of a dragon god, she still found herself blushing with embarrassment. Nevertheless, the sensations Guren evoked within her were remarkably novel. At least, she had not experienced such feelings throughout her millennia. As the physician of the Douluo forest, she had diagnosed countless spirit beasts, but to truly experience it all firsthand was a delightful revelation. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, falling in love with BG. You have received a soul power reward, an increase of 5 levels in soul power, current level 40. You have also received a material reward, resurrection elixir. Current cultivation progress, 80. Upon reaching 100 in cultivation progress, you will receive a complete resurrection elixir, which, when used, can revive any spirit master or spirit beast. Progress can be additionally gained by completing 2 types of tasks, but each use of the resurrection elixir will significantly slow the accumulation speed of the next. A resurrection elixir? What a remarkable treasure. With it, one could revive others, such as Xiao Wu's mother, Douluo. If accomplished, Xiao Wu would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Moreover, you understand. Thankfully, the anticipated rewards have arrived, and now, Gu Yuena can finally believe. Gu Ran felt a quiet sense of relief. However, did the completion of the task not signify that Bai Ji had, in her heart, already accepted him? Chapter 48, Bai Ji's shyness, and there is still a probationary period. Bai Ji, senior? Gu Ran's gaze softened, imbued with a trace of tenderness and the warmth of having tasted forbidden fruit. He extended his hand, his fingertips gently brushing against Bai Ji's porcelain-like skin on her shoulder, and he could sense her momentary stiffness. Gu Ran cautiously roused the weary Bai Ji beside him. She lay with her back to him, her emerald green hair cascading over the pillow, her body curled slightly, enveloped in the soft silk quilt, revealing only her smooth, rounded shoulder and a delicate curve of her neck. Her body was tense, her breathing deliberately slow, as if she were a startled kingfisher striving to feign tranquility. Seeing her own smooth skin exposed, Bai Ji couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment for her earlier boldness. However, Gu Ran truly made it difficult for her to resist. Bai Ji shivered again but did not turn around, instead burying her face deeper into the pillow. A muffled voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor and profound shyness escaping her lips. Don't look at me. You. Gu Ran hesitated, pondering how to broach such a delicate subject. No. Bai Ji interrupted him sharply, her voice rising slightly, laced with evident panic and an eagerness to deny. I am fine. Very well. You need not worry. She wrapped herself tighter, as though such an action could shield her from his disconcerting gaze and the atmosphere that unsettled her. Bai Ji hesitated, contemplating. Actually. Gu Ran silently chuckled, aware that she was merely shy, striving to uphold the dignity of her emerald swan persona. He propped himself up, leaning against the headboard, his gaze drawn to the exquisite curve of her pale neck that was exposed. Last night, Gu Ran had merely initiated a moment. Nothing happened last night. Bai Ji abruptly turned around, her emerald eyes misted with urgency and embarrassment. Her cheeks aflame like the most vibrant peach blossoms. She glared at Gu Ran. Her expression was less one of anger than of extreme embarrassment, laced with a hint of sulkiness that she herself was unaware of. Not a word, not a single word. Observing her flustered demeanor, Gu Ran felt as though his heart had been gently caressed by a soft feather. He ceased to tease her and instead reached out, gently grasping one of her jade-like feet that peeked out from under the quilt. Bai Ji instinctively attempted to withdraw, yet Gu Ran held on firmly, yet tenderly. All right, I shall not mention it. His voice was low and soothing, imbued with a calming power. I merely wish to express my gratitude, Bai Ji. Bai Ji paused, momentarily forgetting her struggle, her emerald eyes filled with confusion as they met his. Thank you for granting me this opportunity. Gu Ran's gaze was sincere, his fingertips lightly stroking her smooth instep. Thank you for being willing to accept me. Bai Ji's face reddened further, nearly dripping with color. She lowered her eyelids, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, unable to meet his gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. Who accepted you? I merely obeyed the master's command. Her words dwindled, her conviction clearly wavering. Gu Ran let out a soft chuckle, refraining from exposing her duplicity. He leaned down, bestowing a gentle and cherished kiss upon her smooth forehead, akin to kissing the most precious jade. Then, I implore you, esteemed senior, to continue your evaluation of me. His breath brushed past her hair, imbued with warmth and a hint of playful mockery. I shall strive to prove that I am worthy of your ultimate choice, rather than merely a command. Bai Ji trembled at this sudden display of intimacy, as if the warmth of his lips lingered on her forehead. She swiftly withdrew her hand, cocooning herself once more, revealing only her pair of watery, timid emerald eyes. Her voice muffled beneath the covers, she huffed. You better keep your word. The evaluation period is still long. The nasal tone of her teasing, rather than a warning, conveyed a bashful acquiescence. Within the main hall, a colossal crystal orb hovered before Gu Yuena, reflecting the events of the previous night in the side hall with striking clarity. Seated upon the crystal throne, her silver hair cascading down, the icy demeanor of her exquisite visage seemed to have thawed slightly. In her eyes, the pure rage and disappointment had transformed into a profound scrutiny, accompanied by an ineffable complexity. She beheld Gu Ran's tenderness and reverence towards Bai Ji, witnessed her transition from resistance and embarrassment to the undeniable stirrings of emotion and softening. More critically, she felt it clearly. After their union the previous night, a surge of pure, vibrant dragon god bloodline power, imbued with a novel essence, had been awakened like a slumbering volcano. This force was so palpable, transmitted directly to her senses as a half-dragon deity through the orb's resonance. Moreover, Gu Ran's own soul power fluctuations had indeed risen, not through arduous cultivation, but rather through the resonance of their bloodlines and the fusion of their lives. He had seamlessly broken through the bottleneck, solidifying at the threshold of level 40. Was this yet another potential of the dragon god bloodline? A soft, enigmatic hum escaped her lips. Disappointment? It seemed less pure than before. Gu Ran had indeed demonstrated through his actions that he was not entirely lost in indulgence, at the very least. He understood how to seize opportunities and appeared to have genuinely developed feelings for Bai Ji, receiving a certain degree of reciprocation in return. My lord. The deep voice of the Red King cautiously interjected, having stood at the side and witnessed the scenes within the crystal orb, his heart now tumultuous. Lord Gu Ran has truly, and his strength has increased? How would the sovereign decide? Gu Yuena paid no heed to the Red King, her gaze penetrating the crystal orb as if gazing into a distant future. The potential of the dragon god bloodline needed to be awakened, guided, and required. More possibilities? The remarkable effect produced by the fusion of Bai Ji's pure life force and Gu Ran's dragon god bloodline was evident. What of other attributes? Deep within the Stardow Forest, there were soul beasts possessing supreme bloodlines, not solely the Emerald Swan. A name, imbued with an essence of fervor, dominance, and destruction, quietly surfaced in Gu Yuena's mind. Ziji, the Hell Dragon King. Her lineage was one of pure darkness and annihilation, starkly contrasting with Bai Ji's essence of life and healing, yet both belonged to the apex of the dragon lineage. If Gu Ran could merge with Ziji, what kind of qualitative transformation would occur from the collision of these two extreme, superior dragon bloodlines within him? Could it truly awaken a deeper reservoir of dragon god power? Could it hasten his growth? This thought took root and surged wildly in Gu Yuena's heart. For the sake of the dragon god's legacy, to prepare for the storms of the future, any method that could accelerate Gu Ran's development was worth pursuing, even if such means appeared cold and devoid of humanity. She slowly lifted her hand and gently waved it towards the crystal ball. The scene within the orb vanished in an instant, restoring its original clarity. Crimson King. Gu Yuena's voice regained its usual chill, yet lacked the piercing coldness of the previous day. Your subordinate is here. Go to the side hall. Gu Yuena's gaze turned towards the palace entrance, signaling to Gu Ran and Bai Ji that they could depart. The Crimson King felt a shiver run through him. Yes, my lord. Furthermore, Gu Yuena paused, a glimmer of profound light flashing in her eyes. Send word to the formidable beasts. They have rested long enough. Let Ziji come to see me. Ziji. The Crimson King hesitated for a moment, before a look of horror crossed his face as realization dawned upon him. He quickly bowed his head. As you command. Watching the Crimson King hasten away, Gu Yuena leaned back against her throne and closed her eyes. Her silver eyelashes cast a delicate shadow in the morning light. Bai Ji was the first step, a fusion of life and healing. Therefore, Ziji would be the second step. A collision of destruction and darkness. If successful, then let all the female spirit beasts of the soul beast world be summoned. For the grand endeavor of vengeance for the spirit beasts, what was this minor task worth? Chapter 49. Nar, could it be? Sister Bai Ji? Upon hearing Gu Yuena's command to leave, Gu Ran and Bai Ji took advantage of the morning mist in the Stardow Forest, which had yet to fully dissipate, to return to the familiar lakeside path at the Listening Waves courtyard in Tiando City. Gu Ran walked with ease, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes reflecting a languid satisfaction and a peculiar sense of responsibility. Meanwhile, Bai Ji lagged half a step behind, her emerald green gown gently swaying in the morning breeze. Yet her steps appeared hesitant and slightly stiff. With her head slightly bowed, the remnants of a rosy blush lingered on her exquisite face. Although her emerald-like eyes strove to maintain their usual calm and gentleness, the occasional fleeting glance towards Gu Ran's retreating figure revealed a hint of shyness and subtle affection, betraying her currently turbulent emotions. The events of the previous night, alongside Gu Ran's gentle yet resolute words in the morning, rippled through her heart like pebbles cast into a tranquil lake. Pushing open the elegant wooden door of the courtyard, the morning sunlight and the aroma of food flooded in. Brother Gu Ran is back. A voice as clear as silver bells rang out, brimming with unrestrained delight. Nar, like a joyous silver butterfly, was the first to leap up from the dining table and flutter towards the door. Following closely, Gu Yu, clad in a simple white dress, set down her scroll and cast a cool gaze with her silver eyes, revealing a hint of concern and relaxation. However, when Nar and Gu Yu's eyes traversed Gu Ran and fell upon the somewhat awkward figure behind him, both of them were taken aback. Bai Ji, elder sister? Nar exclaimed in astonishment, covering her small mouth with disbelief reflected in her wide silver eyes. A flicker of obvious bewilderment crossed Gu Yu's cool gaze. Clearly, they had never anticipated Bai Ji's sudden appearance here, or rather, beside Gu Ran. Bai Ji was a 600,000-year-old emerald swan, one of the 10 fierce beasts. Should she not be in slumber at this time? Bai Ji felt increasingly uneasy under the straightforward gazes of the two young girls. The blush that had only just faded from her fair cheeks creeping back up. She nodded slightly, striving to keep her voice calm and natural. Miss Gu Yu, Miss Nar. Greetings. Yet, the slight tremor in her tone betrayed her tension. Wow, it truly is Bai Ji, elder sister. After a brief moment of astonishment, Nar was immediately replaced by overwhelming joy. She dashed to Bai Ji's side like a little cannonball, affectionately linking her arm with hers, her small face radiating a brilliant smile. Wonderful. Bai Ji, elder sister, have you come to see us? Or, does the elder sister have some instructions? She curiously scrutinized Bai Ji, sensing that today Bai Ji seemed particularly stunning, exuding an indescribable feeling of difference compared to before. Gu Yu, however, was much more perceptive. Her gaze flickered between Gu Ran's undisguised elation and Bai Ji's forced composure that failed to conceal her shyness. A glimmer of understanding and a subtle complexity flashing in the depths of her dark pupils. She stepped forward gracefully, slightly bowing to Bai Ji. Senior Bai Ji. Her tone remained cool, yet the sense of detachment seemed to have softened slightly. Bai Ji felt the penetrating gaze of Gu Yu, and her heart skipped a beat. She quickly replied, Miss Gu Yu, there is no need for such formalities. It is the master who has instructed me to temporarily stay by Gu Ran's side. She carefully chose her words, sidestepping the term of endearment that quickened her heartbeat. Oh, Nar elongated her tone, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. She leaned closer to Bai Ji, blinking her large eyes and speaking in a voice just audible enough for everyone to hear. Staying by big brother Gu Ran's side? Bai Ji, elder sister, why is your face so red? It's like, every time I am with big brother Gu Ran, my face turns as flushed as yours. Could it be that the master has sent you to supervise big brother Gu Ran, requiring close supervision? Or perhaps, you two have already. Nar. Bai Ji's face instantly flushed crimson like a ripe berry, and she chided Nar in embarrassment, instinctively attempting to withdraw her hand from Nar's grip. Gu Ran, observing the scene with amusement and a hint of pride, reached out to ruffle Nar's silver hair. Little girl, don't tease your elder sister Bai Ji. He cast a gentle, reassuring glance towards Bijia, suggesting that the elder should take a moment to rest upon her arrival. Brother Guren is biased. Nar pouted, though her large eyes sparkled with mischief as she tugged at Bijia's arm. Look, Sister Bijia, Brother Guren is already looking out for you. I've never seen him so protective of anyone before. Bijia felt a mix of embarrassment and discomfort from Nar's playful antics, yet she found it impossible to be truly angry. Nar's vivacity and warmth alleviated the tension of her recent arrival and the awkwardness of her exposed feelings. Gazing at Nar's innocent smile and feeling the warmth radiating from her arm, the humiliation that had been forcibly imposed upon her began to dissolve in the embrace of this amiable atmosphere. She cast a helpless glance at Guren, her eyes carrying a hint of entreaty, laced with an unconscious touch of playful indignation. Guyu observed everything with keen interest. The subtle expression of dependence Bijia unwittingly revealed towards Guren, coupled with the unmistakable possessiveness and protective instinct in Guren's gaze, confirmed her suspicions. The fleeting complexity of her emotions was swiftly suppressed, replaced by a cold, rational analysis. Sister Bijia was, after all, the kindest soul beast of the Star-Do forest, likely coerced into compliance by her elder. All right, Nar, cease your teasing of elder Bijia. Guyu's cool voice interrupted the playful banter. She turned to Bijia, her tone imbued with respect. Elder Bijia, please follow me. I shall escort you to your room for some rest. You may need to acclimate to this environment. Bijia nodded promptly, expressing her gratitude, as she watched Guyu lead the still somewhat awkward Bijia towards the guest room. Nar stuck out her tongue and sidled up to Guren, whispering conspiratorially, Brother Guren, tell me quickly, why did the master suddenly assign Sister Bijia to your side? And Sister Bijia seems rather peculiar today. Her face is all flushed, and she can hardly meet your gaze. Guren observed Bijia's verdant silhouette disappearing at the end of the corridor, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he lightly flicked Nar on the forehead. Such matters are for adults. Children should not pry. I am not a child. Nar protested, stamping her foot, yet her eyes burned with curiosity. As Guyu and Bijia vanished from sight, Nar promptly dropped her playful demeanor, her expression turning serious, the glimmer in her eyes reflecting a weighty mission. Like a gust of wind, she dashed towards the dining hall, calling out as she ran, Sister Xiaowu, Sister Rongrong, Sister Yanzi, Aunt Zhuqing. Hurry to the conference room. It's of utmost importance. Urgent. Before long, the elegantly decorated small hall of the Ting Tao courtyard, typically reserved for tea tasting and philosophical discussions, was commandeered by Nar as the emergency conference room. All participants were present. Nar, the initiator and chairperson of the meeting, sat at the head of the table, her small face serious, her silver ponytail reflecting her earnestness. Xiao Wu, with her pink rabbit ears perked up, blinked her big eyes, brimming with excitement and curiosity. For after all, Sister Bijia was the guardian of the Star-Do forest, someone she had once gazed up to in admiration during her childhood. Ning Rongrong, the little enchantress of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, rested her chin on her hands, her face adorned with a quintessential expression of intrigue, clearly captivated. Dugi Yin, statuesque and fiery, exuded a mature directness as she crossed her arms and surveyed the gathering with keen interest, evidently drawn to the significant topic mentioned by Nar. Zhu Zhuqing remained aloof, seated in a corner, yet her eyes sparkled with curiosity, indicating that she could not entirely distance herself from the unfolding discussion. Lu Erlong, the last to arrive, bore an expression tinged with a hint of confusion and reluctance, as though she had been forcibly pulled from her meditative practice. Upon hearing Nar solemnly announce the agenda, she was rendered utterly bewildered. Wait a moment. Lu Erlong suddenly sprang to her feet, her hair almost bristling with disbelief. The Emerald Swan, ranked fourth among the 10 fierce beasts? 60,000 years of cultivation. Bai Ji, are you referring to that legendary figure from the Star-Do forest? Her gaze swept across the assembly, finally locking onto Nar, incredulous. How could she be here? And by Gu Ran's side? What a ridiculous notion. Lu Erlong felt her mind struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. While she understood that Gu Ran was mysterious and powerful, surrounded by enigmatic figures such as Gu Yu and Nar, and even formidable spirit beasts like De Ming and Er Ming, the notion of one of the 10 fierce beasts, an entity standing at the pinnacle of the spirit beast realm, Being present and seemingly blushing like an ordinary human woman was unfathomable. Calm down, Aunt Erlong, calm down. Nader waved her hand dismissively, signaling Lu Erlong to sit. You heard me correctly. It is indeed Sister Bai Ji, without a doubt. As for her presence here, that is the crux of our meeting today. Lu Erlong was momentarily taken aback by Nader's casual address of her as Aunt Erlong. But the shock she felt allowed her to temporarily overlook the matter of address. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure as she settled back into her seat, though her gaze remained rife with uncertainty. The waters of the Listening Wave Villa were more profound than she had anticipated. However, Lu Erlong was still relatively new and unaware that within this seemingly humble villa, besides Bai Ji, there were also Xiao Wu, Gu Yu, Naer, and several spirit beasts over 100,000 years old, including De Ming and Air Ming. Chapter 50, Codename, Classified Operation. All right, my dear sisters. Naer cleared her throat and clapped her hands on the table, formally steering the conversation into the agenda. I have urgently summoned you all to analyze an incredibly significant event that concerns the future dynamics of our villa and may even influence the situation across the continent. That is, the sudden appearance of the Emerald Swan, ranked fourth among the 10 fierce beasts, Sister Bai Ji, by the side of Brother Gu Ran. Moreover, her behavior has been exceedingly unusual, blushing and avoiding eye contact. There must be something amiss here. Xiao Wu immediately raised her hand, exclaiming, I know. Sister Bai Ji is the kindest. She's helped many spirit beasts in the forest. Could it be that she is here to visit me? Or perhaps she was sent by the elder to protect Gu Ran? Her naive conjecture hung in the air. Ning Rongrong immediately retorted, Xiao Wu, how naive you are. Is there truly a need for such shyness when it comes to visiting you? Protecting Gu Ran? With Senior Bijia's strength and status, does she really need to blush so deeply? I dare say, she said, mischievously winking at Dugu Yan. Sister Yan's previous words outside were quite reasonable. Instantly, all eyes shifted to Dugu Yan. With her crimson lips slightly curved, exuding the unique insight of a mature woman, she languidly remarked, my judgment is quite straightforward. The master possesses an extraordinary charm. She paused deliberately, savoring the varied expressions on everyone's faces. To have someone as noble as Senior Bijia lower her guard and appear here, displaying a kind of bashful innocence akin to a young girl in love, I can think of no other plausible explanation than romantic affection. She cast a meaningful glance at Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed to tacitly acknowledge something. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her teacup, elegantly sipping from it, neither affirming nor denying. Yet her serene demeanor spoke volumes. Wow. Ning Rongrong clapped her hands in excitement. Sister Yin is absolutely right. It must be so. Gu Ran managed to win over the Emerald Swan? How incredible. Lu Erlong was once again struck, feeling as though her perception of reality was fracturing and reshaping. Male? Romantic affection? Gu Ran and the Emerald Swan Bijia. It feels more surreal than the most bizarre tale. I knew it. Naer wore an expression of anticipated confirmation. Her small fists clenched. That rascal Gu Ran must have used some flowery words to deceive Sister Bijia. All right, regardless of whether it was deception or not. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with cunning, presenting a crucial proposal. Since everyone harbors doubts, why not verify it tonight? Verify? How do we do that? Xiao Wu inquired curiously. Ning Rongrong smiled mysteriously, lowering her voice. Simple. Senior Bij has just arrived and surely knows nothing yet, right? This evening, we shall, and then. She leaned closer to the group, whispering a plan. The core idea was a late-night raid, under the guise of caring for the newcomer, to observe Bijia's demeanor and Gu Ran's reactions, ideally uncovering some solid evidence. Dugu Yan's lips curled upward, finding it amusing. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow slightly, considering it a bit childish, yet she offered no opposition. Xiao Wu found it thrilling and fun, while Naer applauded the idea, exclaiming, what a brilliant plan. Let's do it. Sister Rongrong, you are so clever. Sister Rongrong, you are truly my soulmate. Only you can understand these kinds of risky jokes. Lu Erlong listened to the so-called plan, her lips twitching, realizing how audacious these young girls were, especially considering their target was the Emerald Swan. Yet deep down, she too was overwhelmingly curious. As night fell, silence enveloped the surroundings. A full moon hung high, casting its serene glow over the Tingtao courtyard. Bijia's room was situated in a secluded corner on the top floor, with the shadows of swaying bamboo dancing outside. According to the plan, the most harmless and disarming, Xiao Wu and Naer, would lead the charge. Xiao Wu delicately held a bowl of what she claimed to be the most renowned calming soup in Tiando City, while Naer cradled a small plate of exquisite pastries. The two approached the door of Bai Ji's room with the utmost stealth. Knock, knock, knock. Sister Bai Ji, are you asleep? Xiao Wu softly called out, her voice sweet and harmless. We noticed you didn't eat much for dinner, so we brought you a late-night snack. Inside the room, Bai Ji sat before her vanity, staring blankly at her reflection, her cheeks still flushed from the day's events. Her thoughts were a tumultuous whirl. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's voice, she instinctively wished to decline their offer, but remembering Naer's enthusiasm and Xiao Wu's innocence, she felt it would be impolite to refuse. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she rose and approached the door, opening it. Xiao Wu, Naer, what are you doing here so late? Bai Ji's words trailed off abruptly, for at that moment, not only did she see Xiao Wu and Naer holding the sweet soup and pastries, but she also caught sight of Ning Rongrong, Dong Guoyan, Zhu Zhuqing, and even Lu Erlong, who was filled with curiosity despite her conflicted expression. Peering from the shadows around the corner of the hallway, in an instant, Bai Ji comprehended the situation. This was not merely a late-night snack delivery. They had come in a group to observe her. A wave of crimson rushed to her cheeks, even more intense than when Nar had teased her earlier. The feeling of embarrassment washed over her like a tsunami, making her wish to vanish into the ground. In a reflexive motion, she attempted to close the door. Wait. Sister Baiji. Nar, quick-witted and nimble, wedged her small foot in the door's gap, her innocent smile radiating from her cherubic face. Don't shut the door. Look how much we care about you. Let us in quickly. This soup is delicious. No, it's fine. I'm perfectly well. Really. Baiji's voice quivered with evident panic and embarrassment as she tried to push Nar's foot away, though she dared not use excessive force. In the midst of this gentle tussle, Ning Rongrong's keen eyes suddenly fixed on Baiji's neckline, which had opened slightly due to her movements. She exclaimed, Senior Baiji, what is that on your neck? In the moonlight, the elegant curve of Baiji's neck, near her collarbone, bore several faint red marks that had not yet completely faded, reminiscent of plum blossoms blooming against the snow. All eyes instantly converged on those marks. Baiji's body froze in shock. She hastily covered her neck, her emerald green eyes brimming with profound embarrassment and anxiety, as if her most secret garments had been publicly unveiled. Her voice quivered with a hint of tears. No, it's nothing. It's just a bug bite. Oh, a bug bite is it? Dong Guoyan elongated her words with a teasing smile as she stepped closer. What sort of bug is so formidable as to leave such, shall we say, distinctive marks? She deliberately emphasized the word distinctive. Indeed, Ning Rongrong chimed in, approaching with curiosity. Senior Baiji, was this bug rather large? Very overbearing. Perhaps? Her glance was pointed toward Gu Ran's room. You all. Baiji was left utterly humiliated by their banter, retreating while clutching her neck, her eyes glistening with tears. In that moment, she felt as though her dignity, cultivated over countless millennia, lay shattered at her feet. Just then, a voice imbued with a sense of resignation and subtle authority resonated. Enough with the commotion. Gu Ran's figure appeared at the far end of the corridor, evidently having rushed over upon hearing the noise. Clad in a loose-fitting robe, his hair was somewhat disheveled, suggesting he had just emerged from a bath. His gaze swept over the mortified and indignant Bijia before settling on the group of instigators, his eyes reflecting both reproach and a more profound sense of exasperation laced with affection. He approached Bijia, instinctively wrapping his arm around her slightly trembling shoulders, drawing her protectively to his side. This gesture, brimming with a sense of guardianship, caused Bijia's taut body to quiver slightly, as if her pent-up grievances and embarrassment had found an outlet, compelling her to subconsciously nestle closer to him. Gu Ran regarded the crowd, particularly noting Lu Erlong's expression, which was frozen in shock. He sighed. Senior Bijia is new here and needs rest. What you are doing is quite inappropriate. Lowering his gaze to Bijia, who seemed to wish to bury her face in his chest, he softened his tone. Do not be afraid. They mean no harm, merely curiosity. He then raised his eyes to the others. You all should return to your rest. This matter ends here for tonight. Upon hearing Gu Ran's authoritative words, the group could only depart reluctantly. Once everyone had left, Bijia pulled Gu Ran into the room. What's wrong? Is there something else? She asked, her sudden inquiry leaving Gu Ran somewhat taken aback. It's nothing, and also, when we are alone, you need not address me as senior. After closing the door, Bijia sat upright in a chair, resembling an obedient little kitten. You know my ability is healing. It can rejuvenate itself. She paused, taking a deep breath. This means that every morning, I will become entirely refreshed, you understand? Gu Ran immediately grasped Bijia's metaphor, recalling those so-called princesses online who claimed their first kiss reset at midnight every day. Yet, Bijia was different. Her renewal was genuine. That is perfectly fine. I actually prefer it. Gu Ran took Bijia's hand, his eyes filled with sincerity. Really? I thought you might find me bothersome, Bijia said, a flicker of happiness brightening her expression. See, I told you. Outside the door, the sound of crickets filled the air, and the previous conversation had been overheard in its entirety by those outside. Bijia quickly covered her mouth, her cheeks flushing like a ripe apple. Gu Ran opened the door, and Nar, caught off guard by the sudden entrance, tumbled into Gu Ran's embrace. Ah, so you were eavesdropping, were you? Gu Ran lifted Nar playfully. This was your idea, wasn't it? You all should head back. Bijia and I must have a serious talk with Nar. How will you punish me then, brother Gu Ran? Nar, still in Gu Ran's grasp, mischievously reached to tug at his robe. By giving a spanking. Just be gentle with it, brother Gu Ran. Chapter 51, Official Class begins. Although the courses at the Royal Academy of Tiando had commenced for the academic year, Gu Ran, due to the uniqueness of his identity, had yet to attend classes. However, the tranquility was short-lived, as a notification from the Academic Affairs Office of the Royal Academy shattered the delicate atmosphere. Due to adjustments in educational resources and the need for an elite student training program, the previously independent special class of the Listening Tide branch would now merge with the exchange students from Shrek Academy. The venue was designated to be the central lecture hall of the main campus, with the esteemed faculty including Professors Yu Xiaozhang, Flander, Zhao Wujia, and Lu Erlong. The notification bore the personal seal of Prince Xueqinghe. What a guise for resource allocation. Gu Yu regarded the notification in his hand, a flicker of understanding passing through his cool black eyes. Xueqinghe, or rather, the Tiando Empire, intended for us to mutually constrain and exhaust one another, allowing him to reap the benefits. Regardless of the motives, Gu Ran languidly reclined in his chair, while Bai Ji sat quietly on a stone bench nearby, cradling a cup of tea, her emerald skirt cascading gracefully, reminiscent of a tranquil painting. After several days of adjustment, although still shy in the presence of the girls, he no longer felt as uneasy as when they first met. Upon hearing Shui Qinghe's name, she merely lifted her gaze slightly, saying nothing further. Gu Ran continued. We must attend the classes that await us. It has been a while since I've interacted with Yu Xiaojing. I find myself somewhat missing him. I wonder what insights he will share with us. Nair appeared quite excited, exclaiming, wow, cool. We'll be attending classes with Tang San? I heard the chubby guy and the sausage uncle are also joining. How fun. Xiao Wu pouted, saying, that Tang San, humph, I really don't want to see him. Her lingering resentment towards Tang San remained palpable. Ning Rongrong, Du Guyan, and Zhu Zhuqing were indifferent, merely finding the situation somewhat cumbersome. Lu Erlong furrowed her brow. Attending the same class as Yu Xiaojing was undoubtedly a torment for her. Meanwhile, upon learning that Lu Erlong would be teaching alongside him, Yu Xiaojing was elated, exclaiming, Erlong, you couldn't bear to leave me behind, could you? At the Tiando Hall, the vast circular lecture hall could accommodate hundreds. When Gu Ran and his companions entered, they immediately captured the attention of the entire assembly. The beauty and presence of this group eclipsed the already present Shrek 7 monsters and faculty members such as Yu Xiaojing and Flander. Hiss, Ma Hongjun gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. Wow, this is the group from the Listening Tide branch. This is simply too extravagant. Oscar momentarily forgot to roll his sausage, murmuring, a plethora of beauties. No, it's like celestial maidens descending to earth. I knew following Gu Ran would be a surefire success. Tang San's expression was the most complex. He spotted Xiao Wu, who, upon noticing him, merely cast a glance before swiftly turning away to share something intimate with Ning Rongrong. This aloof demeanor pierced Tang San's heart. Even more shocking to him was Gu Ran. This individual exuded an even more restrained and perilous aura than the last time they met. Beside him, the woman in the green dress captivated Tang San's attention. As his purple extreme magic eyes operated at their zenith, he felt as if he were gazing into an unfathomable emerald lake, utterly unable to penetrate its depths. This was undoubtedly an exceedingly formidable presence. Yu Xiaojing also caught sight of Lu Erlong. Their eyes met. Lu Erlong's gaze reflected anguish, struggle, and a hint of resentment, while Yu Xiaojing was enveloped in profound guilt and evasion, hastily lowering his head and clenching his fists. Flandre gently patted his shoulder and sighed silently. Gu Ran disregarded the myriad of gazes, leading the group of women directly to the area with the finest view at the back of the classroom, where they sat down unperturbed. Bai Ji quietly settled beside Gu Ran, her verdant eyes calmly surveying the surroundings, momentarily lingering on the Shrek members, particularly on Tang San, where her brow slightly furrowed, as if sensing something, yet she chose to remain silent. Her mere presence exuded an intangible pressure, momentarily quieting the previously raucous classroom. Soon, the bell for class rang. Yu Xiaojing took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, and approached the podium. He maintained his usual stern demeanor, adjusting his glasses as his gaze swept across the sharply divided groups below, and he began in a grave tone. Dear students, I am Yu Xiaojing. Today, I shall be imparting the first lesson of the core foundations of martial soul theory, on the core competencies and future development directions of soul masters. His voice carried an undeniable authority, a hallmark of his renown in this field. It is well known that the essence of a soul master lies in their martial soul and soul power. I have distilled the determining factors for a soul master's ultimate potential into 10 core competencies. Yu Xiaojing spoke eloquently, inscribing 10 points on the blackboard. Martial soul quality, innate soul power, soul ring configuration, optimal limit theory, soul bones, combat awareness, soul skill development, physical fitness, mental strength, willpower, and opportunities and resources. These 10 elements are interlinked, each indispensable. Among them, the quality of the martial soul and innate soul power form the foundation, dictating the height of one's starting point. The configuration of soul rings, however, is of paramount importance. Yu Xiaojing emphasized the third point, stating, my research has demonstrated that there exists a theoretical limit to the years of soul rings a soul master can absorb at each stage. Blindly pursuing high-year soul rings can lead to severe foundational injuries, or, in the worst case, catastrophic demise. Only by meticulously adhering to this limit when configuring soul rings can one maximize potential, solidify foundations, and lay the most robust groundwork for future ascension. This is also why I stress the significance of control-type soul masters, as they can achieve optimal tactical effects with the least consumption of soul ring years. Yu Xiaojing's theoretical logic was lucid, supported by references and illustrated with successful cases such as Tang San and Wang Sheng, rendering his arguments quite compelling. The Shrek members listened intently, and Flandre nodded in agreement. Numerous local students from the Tiando Royal Academy, who had come to audit the class, were likewise captivated, recognizing the esteemed reputation of Master Yu Xiaojing. However, in the back of the classroom, in the area designated for the Listening Waves courtyard, the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. Gu Ran propped his chin on one hand, idly spinning a pen, his gaze vacant as if lost in a reverie. Bai Qi sat quietly, her emerald eyes calm and undisturbed, as though listening to a story unrelated to herself. Having lived for nearly 600,000 years and possessing the purest essence of life, her understanding of soul master cultivation had long transcended such formulaic notions. Gu Yu perused an ancient silver-bound book, paying no heed to Yu Xiaojing's 10 core competencies. Nader was busy exchanging notes with Xiao Wu, thoroughly engrossed in their playful banter. Ning Rongrong rested her chin on her hand and whispered to Du Guyan, it sounds so tedious, like reciting formulas. A faint, disdainful smile curled at the corners of Dugu Yan's lips as she lazily leaned against her chair, her slender fingers toying with a strand of violet hair. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice soft yet clear, resonating throughout the suddenly quiet classroom due to Yu Xiaojing's pause. Oh, the limit of soul ring age? Master S theory sounds rather daunting. In an instant, all eyes focused sharply on Dugu Yan. Yu Xiaojing frowned, interrupted, and glanced at Dugu Yan. Do you have a question, classmate? He recognized her as the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo. Dugu Yan rose, her alluring figure accentuated by her form-fitting uniform, a charming smile on her face. Yet her eyes betrayed an unmistakable challenge. A question? I wouldn't dare. I merely feel, Master, that your theory on limits may be somewhat outdated. What did you say? Yu Xiaojing's expression darkened. His most prized theoretical foundation was being questioned, striking at his very core. Is it not? Dugu Yan maintained her smile, while a thread of exceptionally pure deep purple poison mist subtly coiled around her fingertips. The mist's hue was as profound as the night sky, emanating a heart-stirring aura. According to your theory, Master, the limit for a fourth soul ring should be around 3,000 years, correct? Then what of Tang San's soul ring? Hearing Tang San's name mentioned, Yu Xiaojing felt a surge of pride. Ah well, after all, Tang San came to be through my unique cultivation method. Xiao San, stand up and showcase your abilities. Tang San revealed a mischievous grin as he slowly approached the stage, relishing the admiring gazes from below. He first summoned his blue-silver grass martial soul. The first soul ring was white, a painful reminder he seemed reluctant to discuss. However, when the second soul ring, a profound purple hue, illuminated, a domineering aura, far surpassing that of an ordinary 1,000-year soul ring, instantly enveloped the room, especially the fourth soul ring, the 10,000-year soul ring, which made him the center of attention. This aura, it's truly 10,000 years, exclaimed an astute student from the Tiando Academy. Humph, I will elucidate Xiao San's exceptional case in future lessons. This is all thanks to my theory. Now, let us continue the class. Instantly, all gazes shifted from Tang San back to Yu Xiaojing. Breaking the limit of soul rings? Assisting martial souls in evolution? Is it him? Such a crooked path. Gu Ran chuckled lightly, his disdain unmistakable. A frog at the bottom of a well. How could it comprehend the vastness of the sky? Your Xintian skill embodies the righteous path, while others' methods are deemed the wicked path. The master's theory, as he cast his gaze upon the pallid-faced and trembling Yu Xiaojing, was delivered in a tone that was calm, yet piercingly incisive. Perhaps it holds merit in a small pond, but when applied to the vast ocean, it merely becomes a shackle that binds genius. Practice is the sole criterion for testing theory. Master, do you not agree? Yu Xiaojing stammered, pointing at Gu Ran. His lips quivering, yet words eluded him. The intertwining emotions of humiliation and anger from being publicly shamed clouded his vision, threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness. Flinter hurriedly supported him. Enough. Lu Erlong abruptly rose, her fiery red hair billowing, her eyes ablaze with fury. Though this ire was not directed at Gu Ran, but rather at Yu Xiaojing's cowardice and lack of ambition. Observing Yu Xiaojing's despondent state, the last vestige of her lingering affections was eclipsed by disappointment and anguish. The debate over theory can wait until after class. This is a classroom. At that very moment, a gentle yet authoritative voice resonated from the doorway of the classroom. Director Lu is correct. Academic discussions should be grounded in reason and not mar the harmony. The crowd turned to see Prince Xueqing'a, who had appeared at the door clad in a resplendent yellow robe. His countenance radiating warmth while his gaze was as profound as a fathomless abyss. Behind him trailed several high-ranking officials from the academy. Xueqing'a's eyes swept between the two factions locked in tension, lingering briefly on Gu Ran and the despondent Yu Xiaojing, before finally resting on the deep black soul ring of Tang San, a glimmer of subtle brilliance flashing in his eyes. Classmate Tang San's experiences indeed warrant further exploration. They may pave new avenues in soul master theory. The master's theoretical framework, a culmination of years of dedication, possesses its own significant value. Xueqing'a endeavored to mediate, his tone serene, asserting that the Academy's arrangement for esteemed individuals to learn together was intended for mutual exchange, to spark the flames of wisdom and foster collective progress. Minor disagreements are perfectly normal, yet let us not allow them to tarnish the bonds of camaraderie. His words were meticulously crafted, soothing the Shrek team while elevating Gu Ran, simultaneously clarifying his intent behind arranging for both parties to share the classroom, promoting a dynamic of mutual checks and enhancements. Gu Ran regarded Xueqing'a, the icy curve of his lips deepening. What an astute prince, content to watch the clash unfold from a distance. As the class bell tolled, the Shrek group hastily assisted the disheartened Yu Xiaojing out, their retreat marked by disarray. In contrast, Gu Ran languidly rose, enveloped by the company of Bai Ji, Gu Yu, and other young ladies, returning to the Ting Tao Pavilion like a triumphant sovereign. Chapter 52, A Rendezvous with Bai Ji. The storm surrounding the courses at the Tiando Royal Academy had temporarily subsided, yet Gu Ran understood that Xueqing'a and Shrek would not relent easily. To his surprise, he found that he was still being eavesdropped upon. However, those vexations were momentarily cast aside. At present, he had far more pressing matters at hand. Seizing the early evening to fulfill his promise to Bai Ji and genuinely pursue her. Upon returning, Gu Ran deliberately changed out of his signature ornate attire and donned a finely crafted moon-white long robe, shedding a touch of languid opulence for an air of scholarly elegance. He approached Bijia, who was quietly tending to a rare medicinal herb in the courtyard. Dressed in her customary emerald green gauze skirt, Her silky long hair was loosely secured with a simple jade hairpin, with a few strands cascading down, framing her focused and delicate profile, exuding an aura of serene healing. Upon sensing his presence, she lifted her gaze, her jade-like eyes meeting Guren's, filled with a hint of inquiry. Bijia. Guren's voice carried an unusual gentleness and seriousness. The weather is splendid today. Would you care to take a stroll? Just the two of us. Bijia hesitated slightly. Surprise and a subtle trace of fluster flickering in her verdant eyes. Where shall we go? Her voice remained gentle, as she surmised that Guren sought to honor their promise. To Tiendo City. Guren smiled softly, his gaze sincere as he looked at her. You have long resided deep within the Stardew Forest. Tiendo City is the confluence of human civilization, bustling and vibrant, a realm starkly different from the tranquility of the forest. I wish to show you a glimpse of this continent's vitality beyond the woods. He paused, adding, as I mentioned before, see with your eyes, listen with your ears, and feel with your heart. I wish to understand the guardian of the forest that you are, and I want you to experience a part of the world I inhabit. Is that agreeable? Bijia listened quietly, observing the pure anticipation and careful respect in Guren's eyes, recalling that warm embrace from the previous night and his defense of her before Naur and the others, as well as his gentle words in the morning. The icy resistance in her heart melted away a little more. She lowered her lashes, their long tips fluttering like butterfly wings, and softly murmured in agreement. A faint blush, reminiscent of dawn, colored her fair cheeks anew. Guren's smile deepened as he extended his hand. Then shall we? Bijia hesitated for a moment as she gazed at the outstretched hand, but ultimately took it gently. The instant their palms touched, a warm current seemed to flow through her skin, causing her heart to flutter slightly. Tiendo City, East Market. This area is one of the most bustling commercial districts in Tiendo City, alive with the clamor of voices and the flow of traffic. On either side of the wide streets, shops lined up in abundance, flags fluttering, as the sounds of hawking, bargaining, children's laughter, and the rumble of carriages mingled together, creating a symphony rich with the essence of life. Hand in hand with Guren, Bijia navigated through the throngs of people. Her emerald figure and unparalleled beauty resembled a celestial being fallen to the mortal realm, instantly capturing countless astonished glances. Yet, Bijia seemed oblivious to the stares, her attention wholly captivated by the sights of this unfamiliar human world. So many people, Bijia quietly marveled, her voice tinged with an imperceptible awe. In the Stardew Great Forest, she sensed the essence of myriad beasts, the breath of flora, and the pulse of mountains and rivers. Here, countless individual breaths of humanity converge, creating a cacophony that is both chaotic and vibrant, infused with a life force distinct from the forest, brimming with intense desire and creativity. Her gaze lingered on the various stalls, captivated by the dazzling array of jewelry reflecting brilliant rays of sunlight. She furrowed her brow slightly, finding it somewhat glaring and ostentatious. The bustling food stalls, exuding enticing aromas, caused her nostrils to twitch, as if discerning the intricate medley of scents. Guren did not rush her. He patiently remained by her side, occasionally whispering introductions. That is sugar painting, created with melted sugar syrup. Over there are the dough figurines. A skilled artisan can mold various characters and creatures. And there is the spice vendor, where myriad scents blend together, quite pungent. I assenti it. As they passed a stall selling candied hawthorn, the glistening sugar-coated skewers sparkled under the sun, capturing Baiji's full attention, causing her footsteps to slow involuntarily. Guren, perceptive to her fascination, paused and smiled, asking, would you like to try some? Snapping back to reality, Baiji felt a faint blush creep onto her cheeks and shyly nodded. Those red fruits, shining so brightly, seemed very special. Her description was simple yet imbued with a natural innocence. Guren promptly purchased two of the largest and reddest skewers, handing one to her. Baiji cautiously accepted it, mimicking the nearby children, extending her delicate pink tongue to tentatively lick the crystalline sugar coating. Her eyes instantly sparkled, reminiscent of emeralds illuminated by light. It was a pure, joyous discovery of something new. Sweet, chilled, crisp. Then came the slight tartness of the hawthorn within. A symphony of contrasting sensations intertwined in her mouth, delivering an exquisite flavor she had never experienced before. Is it delicious? Guren observed her expression, feeling a warmth envelop his heart. Yes, Baiji nodded vigorously, her verdant eyes crescent-shaped with delight, eagerly taking a small bite, her cheeks slightly puffed as she chewed daintily. The look of contentment and happiness on her face made Guren feel that everything was worthwhile. Who would have thought that this emerald swan of the starry forest would be enchanted by a mere skewer of candied hawthorn? Hand in hand, they strolled through the bustling streets. Guren led her to a tea house where a storyteller recounted epic tales with dramatic flair, to street performers who breathed fire and showcased acrobatics, and into a quaint instrument shop where the proprietor demonstrated the guqin. The blush on Baiji's face gradually gave way to a natural, relaxed joy. She no longer shied away from Guren's gaze, occasionally pointing out intriguing objects and inquiring about them. Her emerald presence amidst the bustling world was like a clear spring, cleansing the surrounding restlessness. Guren became her sole guide and support in this unfamiliar realm. Unbeknownst to them, the sun began to wane. Guren took Baiji to the renowned restaurant in Tiendo City. This is one of the tallest edifices in Tiendo City, the top floor housing a panoramic restaurant renowned for its splendid views and exquisite cuisine. The two individuals settled into a window-side table, through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. The entire vista of Tiendo City unfolded before them. The golden sunset bathed the staggered rooftops in a warm glow, wisps of smoke spiraled upwards, and in the distance, the golden dome of the palace shimmered in the afterglow. Even further away, the undulating dark green silhouette of the starry forest was faintly discernible. "How beautiful," whispered Bai Ji, gazing out at the magnificent urban tapestry and the familiar outline of the forest in the distance. This was a perspective she had never experienced before, encompassing both the bustling creations of humanity and the vast tranquility of nature within her view. The waiter presented an array of delicate dishes. Gu Ran had specifically ordered items that were light in flavor and elegantly presented. "Try this," Gu Ran urged, sliding a small piece of crystal-clear pastry, served on a jade plate, towards Bai Ji. This confection, crafted from morning-gathered floral dew and various plants rich in botanical essence, should suit your palate. Bai Ji picked up the petite jade spoon and gently scooped a morsel into her mouth. Instantly, a wave of floral sweetness burst forth, as if the entirety of spring's forest had been condensed into that single bite. She contentedly squinted her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. "It's delicious," she remarked, turning to Gu Ran, her emerald eyes aglow with the warmth of the sunset, reflecting his figure. "Thank you, Gu Ran. Today, I am truly happy." In this moment, there were no commands from the master, no shackles of status, nor prying eyes. Only the sunset, the delectable food, the breathtaking scenery, and the young man before her who had introduced her to the vibrant essence of humanity, granting her novel experiences and respect. Gu Ran observed the pure delight and trust in her eyes, feeling as though his heart had been filled with something profound. He reached across the table and gently grasped Bai Ji's hand that rested at its edge. Her hand trembled slightly, but did not withdraw. Although her fingertips remained cool, warmth radiated from her palm. She lowered her head slightly, her long eyelashes concealing her shyness, yet the corners of her mouth involuntarily curved into a gentle smile. Gu Ran's fingers caressed the smooth back of her hand, his voice deep and tender. "As long as you are happy, I wish to take you to more places, to witness more sights, and to savor more delicacies. I want you to see that this world, beyond the starry forest, holds many beautiful treasures worth protecting." Bai Ji lifted her gaze, her verdant eyes locking onto Gu Ran's profound ones. The golden rays of the setting sun enveloped them, and time seemed to slow, stretching into eternity. She could distinctly feel the sincerity in his words and the warmth and strength emanating from his palm. The heart lake, which had lain dormant for countless millennia, appeared to have been stirred by a genuinely warm pebble, creating ripples that no longer bore resistance or grievance, but instead evoked a thrilling heartbeat within her. She replied softly, her voice like the evening breeze brushing against wind chimes. Her hand also tightened slightly, returning his grasp. "Husband." "What?" Gu Ran playfully pinched Bai Ji's cheek. "I have heard that this is how human society refers to one another. Do you not like it?" The voice of Bijia carried a hint of sweetness and curiosity. "No. From now on, this title shall be reserved solely for you." After their meal, Giran took Bijia away, yet they did not return to the Listening Waves Pavilion. Chapter 53, The Malevolent Power of the White Tiger Martial Soul. By the time Giran and Bijia returned to the Listening Waves courtyard, it was already the following morning. They were greeted by numerous gazes, each imbued with diverse meanings, yet all bore a profound scrutiny. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Du Guyan, Zhu Zhuqing, and even Nar and Gu Yu were gathered in the courtyard, either seated or standing, their eyes fixated on the hands intertwined between the two. Lu Erlong was nearby, polishing her crimson dragon sword with a hint of forceful exertion, her peripheral vision inadvertently glancing in their direction. Under the watchful eyes of so many, Bijia's cheeks instantly flushed with a familiar hue, and she instinctively attempted to retract her hand, only to be firmly grasped by Giran. He faced the gazes of the girls with poise, even sporting a subtle, satisfied smile. "Good morning." "Humph." Xiao Wu was the first to voice her displeasure, her pink rabbit ears twitching in annoyance. "Brother Giran is biased. He took Sister Bijia out to the city for so long, while we had to stay at home." Nara promptly rushed over to cling to Giran's other arm, her little face puffed with indignation. Yes. Brother Giran is naughty. He took Sister Bijia to enjoy delicious food and fun. I want to go too." Bijia found herself overwhelmed by this uproar, her face burning. Wishing to find a crevice to hide in, Giran observed the tempest of jealousy among the girls, and instead of feeling troubled, a flicker of amusement crossed his eyes. He gently patted Nara's hand, surveying the group with a tone that was both resigned and assertive. All right, enough of this. Today, I invited Bijia out to familiarize herself with human cities, and that is all." He paused, then shifted his tone to one of inclusivity. "However, since you all feel this way, let us do it like this." He released Bijia's hand, cleared his throat, and declared, "Starting tomorrow, I shall take turns accompanying each of you out. You may choose the destination and the activities you wish to partake in. This way it will be fair. One tiet? Really?" Ning Rongrong and Dugu Yan's eyes sparkled instantaneously, while Lu Erlong's polishing motion came to a halt. Bijia observed how Giran's promise transformed the atmosphere, the girls' earlier clouds of discontent dissipating into excitement as they began fervently discussing who would go first the following day. The slight embarrassment in her heart was replaced by a bittersweet warmth. It appeared that integrating into this household was more vibrant than she had anticipated. Yet, beyond the warmth of the Listening Waves courtyard's daily life, a sinister and chilling storm was quietly brewing in the shadows of Heaven-Do City. In the depths of a slum in Heaven-Do City, within a dark, abandoned basement, flickering candlelight emitted a ghastly green glow, illuminating several twisted and fervent faces. At the center lay a bizarre ritual circle, painted in dark red, resembling congealed blood. At the heart of the formation stood Dai Mubai, bare-chested, his well-defined muscles glistening with sweat, yet his expression was one of extreme exhilaration, even tinged with a pathological fervor. His golden hair, drenched in sweat, clung to his forehead, while his pair of sinister eyes burned with an almost frenzied desire. Tang San stood at the edge of the array, his complexion pale, yet his gaze was cold and resolute. In his hands, he cradled a pitch-black, writhing ceramic jar, seemingly alive, its opening sealed by a viscous layer of dark energy. Beside him stood a shadowy figure cloaked in a voluminous black robe, exuding a chilling aura, none other than the guide, Douluo. Indeed, the villainous alliance that Tang San had established had gradually grown in strength, with core members including Tang San, Wang Sheng, Dai Mubai, and the trio of Douluo, Tianya, and Ikao. Dai, this is the final step. Tang San's voice was laced with a persuasive rasp, his intense gaze fixated on Dai Mubai within the array. Embrace this seed of the abyss, and you shall acquire the power to crush all, to exact vengeance upon Gu Ran, reclaiming everything that belongs to you. You shall no longer be the pitiful wretch suppressed by Davis, but the supreme evil tiger, commanding power and fear. A beastly growl erupted from Dai Mubai's throat as the last vestige of hesitation was consumed by the fervent flames of revenge. He abruptly lifted his head and roared, "Come. Grant me power. I will make Gu Ran and all those who scorn me pay the price. As you wish." A glint of triumph flickered in Tang San's eyes as he forcefully broke the seal of the jar. A roar, reminiscent of the depths of hell, filled with endless pain and malice, surged forth from the jar, enveloping the entire basement in an inescapable, thick darkness. This malevolent energy surged like a living entity toward the center of the array, where Dai Mubai stood. The dark energy seared into Dai Mubai's skin like a red-hot iron, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream that transcended human sound. His body convulsed violently, muscles expanding and contracting as if inflated, while his bones cracked with a nauseating sound. His originally golden, sinister eyes were instantly replaced by a pure darkness that devoured all light, and bizarre black demonic patterns emerged on his skin. "Ah, power! Give me more power!" Dai Mubai screamed amidst the agony and the frenzied influx of strength, his voice turning hoarse and malevolent. His evil-eye white tiger martial soul manifested uncontrollably. Yet at this moment, it was unrecognizable. The originally black-striped white fur morphed into a dark purple reminiscent of decayed sludge, its form growing colossal, radiating an aura of savagery and destruction. Saliva dripped from its mouth, corroding the ground with a hissing sound. A terrifying wave of soul power, surpassing even that of a soul sect, approached that of a soul king, erupted from within him, shaking the very ceiling of the basement and sending dust cascading down. "It is done." Tang San gazed at the figure in the center of the array, resembling a demon god, his eyes gleaming with excitement and cruelty. He could distinctly feel the surging, malevolent power within Dai Mubai, a force that even caused his heart to race. The figure shrouded in the black robe, Douluo, let out a deep, raspy laugh. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Such pure evil energy. This child possesses extraordinary talent. He is a fine material. The revival of our holy sect is but a matter of time." Dai Mubai slowly lowered his head, gazing at his hands adorned with black demonic patterns. Feeling an unprecedented surge of power within him, a twisted exhilaration of controlling life and death. He clenched his fists tightly, the joints cracking with a thunderous sound. Raising his head, his pitch-black eyes, aflame with the fires of hell, turned towards the direction of the listening tide courtyard, a cruel and sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Gu Ran, your time of death has come." In the cold, damp basement, a sinister aura permeated the air, as a soul twisted by vengeance and power completed its transformation into an evil soul master. Dai Mubai, once the prince of the Star Luo Empire, had now utterly fallen into the role of the malevolent tiger demon lord, knowing only destruction and slaughter. The power he had gained was immense, but the cost was the eternal descent of his soul into darkness. His first target was undoubtedly Gu Ran, followed closely by Davis. Rest assured, should I become the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire in the future, the holy sect we are establishing will be the foremost protective sect of our empire. As for the rebellious Zhu family, their future task will be to continuously supply us with women. Ha! The naive Wang Sheng was utterly astonished by this grand vision, merely cheering in response. "Big brother Dai, we must act, but we cannot rush. Furthermore, we cannot confront Gu Ran directly. Let us wait for the right moment to capture one of the girls by his side, such as Xiao Wu or Zhu Zhuqing. What do you think?" Tang San meticulously analyzed the situation, not out of excessive caution, but due to Gu Ran possessing a peculiar weapon capable of devouring their malice. "All right, we shall follow your lead. Zhu Zhuqing, you and the others will engage first." Dai Mubai retracted his martial soul, regaining a measure of rationality. Coupled with the potions developed by Douluo, should they not activate their martial souls, their demeanor would resemble that of ordinary individuals. Meanwhile, in the listening tide courtyard, Gu Ran was discussing with Xiao Wu which snack street to visit the next day. He seemed to sense something amiss, his brow subtly furrowing. Approaching the window, he gazed into a shadowy corner of Heaven Do City, his expression growing profound and solemn. "What's wrong, brother Gu Ran?" Xiao Wu inquired curiously. "Nothing," Gu Ran replied, retracting his gaze and donning a lazy smile once more, though the joy did not reach his eyes. "It just feels like a storm is brewing." Outside the window, the sky was clear, yet an invisible tempest had already begun to coalesce in the darkness, surging towards this temporarily serene place, imbued with a sense of destruction. Chapter 54. the healing ability of the Red Pearl, apprenticing under Bai Ji. In the vast classroom of the Heaven-Do Academy, the same two distinct groups were present. Flinder adjusted his glasses, his eyes scanning the room, lingering momentarily on Gu Ran and Bai Ji, an unnoticeable hint of wariness and complexity in his gaze. Clearing his throat, he announced loudly, "Today's lesson will be a practical test, a deep analysis of martial soul properties and characteristics. It is essential to understand that the foundation of a soul master lies in their martial soul, and the attributes and traits of this soul often dictate the future development and combat style of the soul master. Only by knowing oneself and one's adversary can one emerge victorious in every battle. Today, we shall systematically present the core characteristics of our respective martial souls, allowing everyone to gain a more intuitive understanding of our differences and advantages." He first called upon the members of Shrek Academy. Oscar showcased his assortment of multifunctional sausages, eliciting a wave of laughter. However, Flanders solemnly analyzed the strategic value of food-type martial souls. Ma Hongjuan's evil fire phoenix displayed a formidable destructive power of flames, subtly infused with a barely perceptible malevolent heat, which Flander deliberately chose to overlook. Gu Ran was aware that Ma Hongjun had not consumed the phoenix-crowned sunflower at this moment. To speak frankly, his martial soul was merely a mutated turkey. Nonetheless, he had no intention of sharing such a precious celestial herb with Ma Hongjun, though if the strategic information he provided proved useful, a minor reward would be justifiable. Ning Rongrong exhibited the potent amplification of the 9-treasure glazed tile, its 9-colored brilliance eliciting gasps of awe, while Zhu Zhuqing demonstrated the speed and penetrating power of the nether cat, embodying the characteristics of an agile assault-type soul master. When it was Dai Mubai's turn, he rose silently. His evil eye white tiger martial soul manifested, yet he deliberately suppressed its power, merely displaying the ordinary form of the black-patterned white tiger. With his soul power oscillating at the soul zone level, he symbolically slashed the air with a paw, tearing through it, before swiftly retracting his martial soul, maintaining his gaze downcast and remaining silent throughout. Flander furrowed his brow but chose not to comment further. Tang San stepped forward, allowing the blue-silver thorns to extend, showcasing its resilience, entanglement, and toxicity with meticulous explanation and clear logic, attempting to redeem the embarrassment suffered by Yu Xiaojiang's theory the previous day. Observing the lackluster response from the crowd, he then revealed his Haoyan hammer martial soul, which incited a wave of cheers. Xiao Wu demonstrated the flexibility and instantaneous movement of the soft-bone rabbit, her pink light shimmering with vitality, while Dugu Yan's emerald phosphor snake king unleashed a menacing toxic mist, astonishingly corrosive, causing the front-row students to instinctively retreat. Ning Rongrong showcased the 9-treasure glazed tile once more, even more dazzling than the 7-treasure glazed tile, with a significantly enhanced amplification effect that drew gasps from the audience, while Zhu Zhuqing's nether cat exhibited unparalleled speed and sharpness. Nar and Guyu intentionally restrained their auras, presenting themselves as ordinary soul masters, one wielding a powerful offensive martial soul, the Silver Dragon Spear, and the other a control-type elemental envoy. Finally, Flanders' gaze settled upon Bai Ji, who sat quietly beside Gu Ran. This woman, adorned in a green gown with a gentle demeanor, resembled a tranquil painting, rendering her presence almost overlooked. Yet Flander did not dare underestimate her. He sensed the terrifying energy lurking behind this enigmatic woman. The pressure emanating from the natural world, even when intentionally suppressed, remained formidable, and this pressure was not excessively overwhelming, likely due to Bai Ji's supportive nature. Bai Ji, Flander pondered the address, his tone laced with tentative respect. "If you would be so kind, might you display your martial soul's characteristics? Allow us the privilege of witnessing your prowess." His curiosity was piqued. What extraordinary power did she possess? All eyes swiftly converged upon Bai Ji. She gently lifted her gaze, her emerald-hued pupils clear and serene, akin to a placid emerald lake. With a graceful nod, she did not rise but elegantly raised her right hand. There was no cataclysmic eruption of soul power, nor dazzling radiance. Instead, a soft and serene emerald glow enveloped the surroundings, brimming with boundless vitality, rippling outward like gentle water waves from her very essence, silently blanketing the vast expanse of the Tiando Royal Academy. This aura, though not blinding, possessed an irresistible penetrating quality, delicately caressing the bodies of all present. In an instant, Flinder felt the accumulated hidden injuries from years of cultivation washed away as if by a gentle spring, vanishing without a trace. His mind became clearer than ever before, as though he had regained 10 years of youth. He widened his eyes in astonishment, overwhelmed by an unprecedented shock. Even a precious orchid in the corner of the classroom, which had become somewhat wilted due to neglect, transformed visibly as the emerald glow passed over it. Its withered leaves regained their lush green vibrancy at an astonishing rate, and a delicate flower bud swiftly emerged at the tip, slowly blooming amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. It was as if withered wood had encountered the spring, and flowers blossomed in an instant. The entire classroom fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was utterly astounded by this miraculous scene. It transcended mere healing, embodying the essence of life itself, the manifestation of the laws of existence, a true domain of the divine. Flinder's mouth hung agape, unable to utter a single syllable for quite some time. His once proud knowledge seemed pale and ridiculous in the face of this extraordinary life force. Life, the laws of life. Lu Erlong fixed her gaze on the orchid that had just burst into bloom, then suddenly turned to Bai Ji. her red hair billowing as if caught by an unseen wind, her eyes ignited with a fervent excitement as a thought struck her. She recalled a girl at the Blue Tyrant Academy, endowed with a rare healing martial spirit and exceptional talent, yet struggling without the guidance of a master. Relying solely on her own exploration, Jiangzhu. Jiangzhu wielded a healing staff with commendable abilities, yet compared to the life miracles displayed by the Emerald Swan before her, it was but a flickering firefly against the brilliance of the moon. What if Jiangzhu could study under this esteemed senior Baiji, even if she could glean just a fragment of knowledge? This thought struck Lu Erlong like a bolt of lightning. She could no longer contain herself. Standing abruptly and striding toward Baiji, amidst the astonished gazes of all, she bowed deeply before the enchanting woman in the green gown. Senior Baiji. Lu Erlong's voice was imbued with an unprecedented gravity and sincerity, even trembling slightly. I humbly beseech you, senior, for a matter of great importance. Baiji withdrew her hand, and the all-encompassing emerald glow dissipated as if it had never existed. She regarded the emotionally charged Lu Erlong with calmness, her green eyes reflecting inquiry. In truth, I once founded the Blue Tyrant Academy. Lu Erlong spoke urgently. There is a disciple named Jiangzhu, who possesses a healing martial spirit with exceptional talent and disposition. Yet she struggles without a true master to guide her, lost and uncertain in her path. Today, witnessing your miraculous power, I have come to understand the pinnacle of the healing path. Your life force is vast as the ocean, nurturing all things. I earnestly request that you allow Jiangzhu to learn by your side, even if it is merely serving tea and water, observing a thing or two. This presents an immense opportunity for her and the future of all healing spirit masters. I, the junior Lu Erlong, vow with my life to guarantee her character and bear all her expenses. Lu Erlong's words resonated with sincerity and earnestness as a dean and a formidable figure, humbling himself for the future of his disciple. The classroom fell into a profound silence once more, all eyes turning to Baiji. The expressions of the Shrek crowd were complex, filled with admiration, envy, and a deep sense of helplessness. On the other side of the Listening Waves courtyard, Gu Yu's gaze flickered, while Gu Ran wore a slight, playful smile, watching the scene with keen interest. Baiji gazed at the deeply bowing Lu Erlong, her emerald eyes shimmering slightly. She sensed Lu Erlong's genuine passion for nurturing talent and his heartfelt protection for his disciple. As a guardian of the Stardow Forest, she understood the significance of life inheritance and guidance. She did not respond immediately. Instead, she slightly tilted her head, looking at Gu Ran beside her. Her gaze held a hint of inquiry and reliance, as if silently conveying, I shall heed your counsel. This subtle gesture sent another shockwave through the hearts of the onlookers. This emerald swan, endowed with miraculous powers, was so considerate of Gu Ran's opinion. Gu Ran met Baiji's gaze with a faint smile, exuding a relaxed confidence as if he held dominion over all. He nodded gently in acquiescence. Only then did Baiji turn back, addressing the still bowing Lu Erlong, her gentle voice flowing like a clear spring, imbued with a soothing power. A healer's heart is benevolent, and life is invaluable. If that child possesses a genuine desire for knowledge and a pure character, let her come. I shall do my utmost to guide her. Lu Erlong suddenly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with indescribable joy. He understood that those simple words of earnest guidance would be a transformative path for Jiangzhu, altering her life forever. Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you for your great kindness. Lu Erlong's voice trembled with emotion, overwhelmed by the realization that after residing in Listening Waves Pavilion for such a long time, he truly had the opportunity to learn from a top-tier powerhouse. Flander observed this scene with mixed emotions. He instinctively glanced at Dai Mubai and Tang San in the corner, their eyes harboring a hidden madness that cast a deeper shadow over his heart. Chapter 55. Jiangzhu reports. Gu Ran demands an exorbitant tuition fee. Lu Erlong acted swiftly. On the very afternoon he received Baiji's response, an urgent letter was dispatched through special channels to the Blue Tyrant Academy. The letter was earnest in its plea, urging Jiangzhu to relinquish all matters and set off immediately to report to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. 2 days later, a figure, weary yet unable to conceal her excitement and anxiety, appeared at the entrance of the Listening Waves villa. Jiangzhu, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, possessed a tall and slender frame, clad in a somewhat faded light blue robe of a healing spirit master. Her chestnut hair flowed smoothly, tied into a neat ponytail, revealing a delicate and gentle countenance. Most striking were her eyes, clear and bright, imbued with a fervent devotion to the healing arts and an earnest hope for the future. Yet at this moment, they betrayed a hint of nervousness. Her demeanor was pristine and pure, emanating a refreshing herbal essence. Lu Erlong had long awaited her at the entrance. Upon spotting Jiangzhu, he strode forward with great enthusiasm, clapping her shoulder with a hearty pat, his voice resonant, yet barely concealing his excitement. My dear girl, you have finally arrived. Come, step inside with me. Director, Jiangzhu observed the anticipation in Lu Erlong's eyes, her heart fluttering with trepidation. In your letter, you mentioned that a senior would be willing to guide me. Is that true? Who is this esteemed master from the healing department? She struggled to conceive of anyone deserving of the director's solemnity. Lu Erlong smiled mysteriously, pulling her inside. You will know once you enter. Remember, no matter what you encounter, keep your composure. This is an extraordinary opportunity for you. As they entered the elegant and spacious courtyard, Jiangzhu was instantly awestruck by the picturesque scene before her. The sunlight poured gently onto the shimmering lakeside, Gu Ran languidly reclined in a rocking chair, surrounded by several strikingly beautiful women, each radiating a unique charm. The ethereal silver-haired Gu Yu, the vivacious Nar, the charming pink-eyed Xiao Wu, the noble and radiant Ning Rongrong, the alluring and fiery Du Yan, the serene and moon-like Zhu Zhuqing, and one more, seated a bit farther away on a stone bench, adorned in a flowing emerald gown, her demeanor pure and graceful like a forest goddess, quietly perusing an ancient botanical compendium. Is this a realm of celestial wonders? Jiang Zhu felt her eyes were not enough to behold such beauty. The legendary women she had only heard of in tales were gathered in one place. Instinctively, she sought the master, her gaze sweeping across the ladies until it settled on the exquisite woman in the emerald gown, whose tranquil aura offered a profound sense of peace and mystery. Lu Erlong guided Jiang Zhu directly before Bai Ji, his tone imbued with unprecedented respect. Senior Bai Ji, I have brought her. This is the junior I mentioned to you, Jiang Zhu, whose martial soul is the healing staff, a 33rd level healing soul master. He gently nudged Jiang Zhu, urging her, quickly, greet Senior Bai Ji. Senior Bai Ji? Jiang Zhu was momentarily taken aback. The seemingly youthful and beautiful woman before her was the master the director spoke of? Yet, given the director's reverence, she dared not be remiss. Deeply bowing with a voice tinged with nervousness and respect. I am Jiang Zhu, your junior. Thank you for your kindness, senior. Bai Ji lifted her gaze, her emerald eyes resting calmly upon Jiang Zhu. That gaze, akin to soothing spring water, instantly eased Jiang Zhu's anxiety. Bai Ji nodded slightly, her voice gentle enough to cleanse the soul. No need for excessive formalities. Release your martial soul, let me observe. Yes. Jiang Zhu inhaled deeply, suppressing her excitement. Focusing her mind, raising her right hand, a soft white light coalesced in her palm, swiftly transforming into a delicate staff of purest white, adorned at its apex with a verdant gemstone. Her martial soul, the healing staff. The staff radiated a gentle life force. Though not formidable, it was undeniably pure. Bridget carefully assessed the situation, a glimmer of approval flashing in her eyes. The foundation was commendable, the aura pure, displaying a natural affinity for the life force. Quite impressive. She set aside the tome, rose gracefully, and approached Jiang Zhu, extending her delicate fingers to gently touch the verdant gem atop the healing staff. An unimaginably pure life essence surged through Bridget's fingertips, flowing like a gentle stream into the staff. In an instant, the emerald gem erupted in resplendent brilliance, the entire staff seeming to come alive, radiating life waves 100-fold stronger than before. Jiang Zhu felt her martial soul infused with boundless vitality, the connection to the essence of life becoming strikingly clear, and she could not suppress a soft, pleasurable sigh. Feel it, remember this sensation. Bridget instructed as she withdrew her fingers, her tone still gentle. The power of life does not rely on grandeur, but on precision, purity, and an unyielding continuity. You possess remarkable talent. Given time, you shall achieve great things. Merely a touch, a slight guidance, elevated Jiang Zhu's understanding of the healing path to an entirely new level. She trembled with excitement, her gaze towards Bridget filled with infinite admiration and gratitude. This truly was the pinnacle of healing prowess, and the dean had not deceived her. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed senior. I, Jiang Zhu, shall strive with all my might. Her voice choked with emotion as she bowed deeply once more. Just as this touching mentorship scene was about to conclude, a languid voice, tinged with playful mockery, interrupted the moment. Ah, splendid, splendid, a fine seedling indeed. Gu Ran had risen from his rocking chair, a smile illuminating his face as he observed Lu Erlong and the ecstatic Jiang Zhu. Dean Lu, your discernment is commendable. You have found Bridget a worthy student. Lu Erlong, in high spirits, waved his hand generously, naturally. My discerning eye, however. Gu Ran shifted the tone of the conversation, maintaining his smile, but extending a finger. A master begets exceptional pupils, but about that tuition fee, shouldn't we settle it? Tuition fee? Lu Erlong froze momentarily, recalling that Bridget had already agreed. Bridget has agreed to instruct, but she never promised it would be free, Gu Ran replied, his expression one of bemusement. Consider her status. Even a casual word of guidance from her is worth a fortune, not to mention the time and effort she expends in personal instruction. As for the tuition, he deliberately elongated his words, observing Lu Erlong's face gradually stiffening. Before leisurely announcing a figure, as a favor to an acquaintance, I shall offer a discount. 1 year, 5 million gold soul coins. 5 million gold soul coins. For a year? Lu Erlong's voice soared, nearly breaking as her eyes widened in disbelief. Although she was a soul Douluo, the Blue Tyrant Academy was poorly managed, and she had no substantial assets. How could she possibly produce 5 million at once? Even selling herself wouldn't suffice. She had only considered covering Jiang Zhu's living expenses, never anticipating Gu Ran would demand such an astronomical tuition fee. Gu Ran, this is extortion. Lu Erlong trembled with rage, her red hair lifting as if caught by an unseen wind. Extortion? With an innocent expression, Gu Ran spread his hands. Director Lu, one must not speak recklessly. The life force of Senior Bai Ji can indeed breathe new life into withered wood, reviving the dead. Ask those present, was the display by Senior Bai Ji yesterday not worth this price? 5 million a year is already a friendly price. How many people hold mountains of gold and silver, yearning for Senior Bai Ji's guidance, yet lack the opportunity? His words were not unfounded. Those who witnessed Bai Ji's miraculous abilities yesterday instinctively nodded in agreement. Such monumental life force is indeed priceless. Lu Erlong observed the crowd, particularly the deeply convinced expression of Jiangzhu, and was immediately rendered speechless, her face flushed crimson, her chest heaving with agitation. To relinquish Jiangzhu's opportunity? Absolutely out of the question. But to produce 5 million? Even death would not suffice. Observing Lu Erlong's vexation, caught in a dilemma, her frustration palpable, Gu Rant's eyes glimmered with a mischievous smile. He leisurely rose to his feet, sauntered over to Lu Erlong, leaned slightly closer, and whispered in a voice audible only to them, laced with a hint of lazy ambiguity. You know, if the funds are insufficient, there are alternative methods of payment. Lu Erlong froze, eyeing him warily. What do you mean? A wicked smirk curled at the corners of Gu Rant's lips as he surveyed her mature and spirited visage. We are adults now, let us see how you respond. His voice, deep and magnetic, carried a tone of unabashed teasing. You shameless cat. Lu Erlong erupted. Akin to a lioness whose tail had been stepped on, stepping back abruptly, her delicate face flushed a deep scarlet, half in anger, half in embarrassment. How dare this scoundrel tease her? Gu Ran. Bai Ji interjected, her brows slightly furrowed, softly admonishing him, seemingly deeming his behavior excessive. Yet Gu Ran chuckled heartily, stepping back, no longer regarding the infuriated Lu Erlong, but rather turning his attention to the somewhat bewildered Jiangzhu. I was merely jesting, Director Lu. Please do not take it to heart. His demeanor shifted back to one of calm authority, his gaze growing earnest. As for tuition matters, we can discuss them at our leisure. However, since Senior Bai Ji has taken you under her wing, I, as the master of Ting Tao Courtyard, must also make my contribution. Chapter 56, Distributing Celestial Herbs, Capturing Hearts. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Gu Ran slowly raised his right arm. His eyes sharpened with focus. A low, commanding dragon's roar seemed to resonate from the void. A burst of purple-golden light erupted from his right arm, coalescing into a vivid, lifelike image of a purple-golden divine dragon, entwined with the essence of destruction and creation. Purple radiance, celestial dragon, right arm skill, celestial dragon's essence healing. As Gu Rant's deep voice echoed, the purple-golden dragon image on his arm unleashed its maw, releasing an exquisitely refined beam of radiant purple-golden light, exuding an air of unparalleled dominance yet imbued with an incredible vitality, instantly enveloping Jiangzhu. Jiangzhu could only emit a brief exclamation of surprise. In the next moment, a miraculous event transpired. The violet golden beam did not bring destruction. Rather, it forcefully infused the purest essence of life into the very sinews and bones of Jiangzhu. She felt her soul power surging like boiling water, accelerating and expanding, as subtle, long unnoticed injuries and impurities within her began to be swept away by this overwhelming and pristine life energy. The healing scepter spirit manifested uncontrollably, its emerald gem radiating a brilliance unprecedented, seemingly enlarging slightly, while the aura surrounding her ascended and condensed at a visibly rapid pace. In merely 3 breaths, the beam dissipated. Standing in place, Jiangzhu experienced a torrent of soul power coursing through her, an unparalleled clarity, and a heightened perception of the life force, leaving her utterly stunned. She sensed that the long-stagnant bottleneck of her soul power had indeed loosened, now merely a step away from attaining the 34th level. And it appeared her spirit had also received an inexplicable nurturing and evolution. Overwhelmed with excitement, Jiangzhu found herself at a loss for words. Her gaze towards Guren filled with shock and reverence. This domineering yet precise method of healing that instantaneously elevated soul power, refined her physique, and nurtured her spirit was simply unheard of. Unlike the subtle and silent strength of Senior Biki, this felt more akin to a profound reshaping and bestowal of life. Lu Erlong was equally astonished, forgetting her anger as she beheld Jiangzhu's sudden transformation, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Could it be that Guren possessed such a terrifying healing soul bone skill? Guren retracted his right arm, the violet golden dragon shadow fading as if nothing had transpired. He smiled languidly, looking at the still stunned Lu Erlong and Jiangzhu. So, Director Lu, can you rest assured now? With Senior Biki's careful guidance, coupled with my occasional dragon marrow refinement, I assure you your precious disciple will become a top-tier healing soul master of the continent. As he drawled out the last part, his tone hinted at negotiation. However, his gaze swept over Lu Erlong's striking yet momentarily dazed visage, a mischievous smile playing at the corner of his mouth. That proposal from earlier is still valid, you know. Guren. Lu Erlong's furious roar reverberated through the listening tide courtyard once more, but this time, her anger seemed to lack its usual vigor, infused with an unrecognized embarrassment and a peculiar fluttering sensation. Let us not neglect Jiangzhu and Director Lu, Guren declared, retrieving the 8-petal immortal orchid and the coxcomb phoenix sunflower from the sea of consciousness. These two were indeed genuine celestial herbs, on par with those of Xiao Wu and her companions. You may absorb these now. In the original text, the 8-petal immortal orchid was given to Oscar, an auxiliary soul master, while the coxcomb phoenix sunflower was bestowed upon Ma Hongjun, a powerful fire-type soul master. Thus, Jiangzhu and Lu Erlong were perfectly suited for these gifts. Lu Erlong gazed at the blood-red, coxcomb-shaped celestial herb exuding a scorching and domineering aura, along with the nearby luminous white herb, its 8 petals unfolding and radiating a pure and gentle life energy. Overcome by the immense and refined energy contained within, she found herself momentarily speechless. She was no fool when it came to recognizing value. The energy fluctuations emanating from these two celestial herbs far surpass anything she has encountered among the treasures of heaven and earth, rendering their worth incalculable in terms of gold soul coins. How could Gu Ran so readily present such a precious gift merely for her and Jiang Zhu's absorption? It is far too valuable. Lu Erlong's voice carried a hint of dryness, her gaze complex as it rested upon Gu Ran. The earlier feelings of shame and anger appeared utterly pale and powerless in the face of this sudden, weighty gift. What exactly was he attempting? To deliver a blow followed by a sweet reward? Or did he genuinely wish to assist Jiang Zhu? Jiang Zhu, equally flustered, cradled the jade-like 8-petaled fairy orchid, feeling as though she was holding a radiant ball of sunlight, both exhilarated and apprehensive. Lord Gu Ran, I cannot accept such a generous offering. Whether you can accept it is for me to decide, Gu Ran replied casually, yet his tone bore an undeniable authority. He gestured towards the center of the courtyard. Do not hesitate, absorb it right here. With so many witnesses, it is foolproof. His gaze swept over Lu Erlong, tinged with mischief. Director Lu, you wouldn't be afraid, would you? Afraid that by absorbing my celestial herb, you would indeed have to offer your disciple in return? Nonsense. Am I afraid? Lu Erlong was instantly ignited by his provocation. Grabbing the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, its searing energy tingled in her palm, yet she paid it no mind. Her resolute face alight with determination. Let us absorb it. Jiang Zhu, sit down. We shan't let such an opportunity slip away. She shot a defiant glance at Gu Ran and promptly settled into a cross-legged position at the center of the courtyard. Seeing this, Jiang Zhu suppressed her own excitement and unease, holding the 8-petaled fairy orchid and, under Bai Ji's encouraging gaze, sat not far from Lu Erlong. Let us begin. Gu Ran reclined lazily in a rocking chair, as if merely observing an ordinary performance. Bai Ji quietly released a halo of gentle emerald light, enveloping the two, serving both as protection and guidance. Lu Erlong, with her fiery and direct nature, approached the absorption of the celestial herb with fervor. Taking a deep breath, determination flickered in her eyes as she channeled her soul power, guiding the violent, searing energy of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower forcefully into her body. In that instant, it felt as though a volcano erupted within her, the flames surging with an unimaginable intensity, coursing through her limbs and bones. She let out a muffled groan as her skin flushed a deep crimson, steam wafting from her pores. The fire dragon martial spirit erupted uncontrollably, its scarlet form flickering with golden light, emitting pained roars, while the scorching aura caused the temperature in the entire courtyard to rise sharply. Humph! Lu Erlong grit her teeth, veins bulging on her forehead, her body trembling violently. The energy of this celestial herb was overwhelmingly dominant, far exceeding her expectations. The raging fire attribute energy rampaged through her meridians, threatening to incinerate her from the inside out. Her soul power surged frantically, attempting to suppress and refine the energy. Yet it felt like a feeble effort against an unstoppable force. Steady your mind, guide it to refine your martial spirit's essence, rather than resist it. Bai Ji's cool voice, akin to soothing rain, carried a comforting power that resonated in Lu Erlong's ears. Simultaneously, a pure and gentle life force, enveloped in a verdant halo, softly encased the chaotic core of Lu Erlong's soul power, akin to a stabilizing needle cast into the heart of a raging inferno, aiding her in channeling and guiding the turbulent energy flow. Lu Erlong's spirit surged. She endured the searing pain within her body and, following Bai Ji's guidance, ceased her attempts at forced suppression. Instead, she endeavored to direct the domineering fire attribute energy, cleansing and refining her martial soul. She could distinctly sense the impurities of the blue lightning tyrant dragon's bloodline within her martial soul being gradually incinerated and purified. The once vermilion dragon body, interspersed with mottled golden hues, transformed into a more exquisite and profound shade, subtly radiating a noble purple essence, its draconic majesty becoming increasingly concentrated and formidable. Her soul power level began to launch a fierce assault towards the pinnacle of the soul Douluo realm amidst this agonizing refinement. On the other hand, Jiang Zhu's absorption appeared considerably milder. The pure life energy of the 8-petal immortal orchid flowed into her body like a warm spring, continuously nourishing her. She felt her entire being rejoicing as her cells greedily absorbed this pristine energy. Her soul power surged skyward with the velocity of a rocket, effortlessly breaking through the previously insurmountable threshold of level 33 to ascend to level 34, without any hint of stagnation, continuing its upward trajectory. Even more astonishingly, under the nurturing of this pure life energy, the emerald gem atop her healing staff martial soul gleamed with ever-increasing brilliance, its size gradually expanding, emanating healing waves that were softer, purer, and imbued with vitality. She could even perceive that her understanding and mastery of life energy had entered an entirely new realm. As time quietly slipped away, approximately half an hour later, Lu Erlong reached a critical moment. A resounding dragon roar erupted from within her, and the crimson light surrounding her instantly converged, replaced by a profound and refined flame of deep purple red, reminiscent of molten purple gold. The phantom of her fire dragon martial soul grew larger and more substantial, the red hue of its body becoming increasingly pure. With a noble crimson aura coursing along the edges of its scales, a powerful presence radiating forth with unprecedented intensity. She had reached the pinnacle of soul Douluo, her foundation remarkably solid, and the quality of her martial soul had evidently improved. Lu Erlong abruptly opened her eyes. which appeared to be ablaze with twin orbs of purple-gold flames. She felt the surging, pure, and dominant soul power within her, sensing a newfound strength emanating from the depths of her martial soul. An unparalleled sensation of power flooded through her, and the long-standing bottleneck that had plagued her was unexpectedly shattered, as if her martial soul had undergone a beneficial transformation. A wave of overwhelming joy engulfed her, and she instinctively glanced at Gu Ran, her eyes brimming with excitement and disbelief. However, Jiangzhu's situation was less optimistic. Her petite frame struggled to contain the vast energy contained within the 8-petal immortal orchid. Chapter 57. The Unexpected Jiangzhu. Gu Ran remained languidly reclined in the rocking chair, as if everything were well within his grasp. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he raised his right arm once again towards the direction of Lu Erlong and Jiangzhu. Heavenly Dragon Destruction and Healing. The spectral image of the purple glorious heavenly dragon reappeared. Once again, a beam of resplendent purple-gold light surged forth, precisely enveloping the somewhat restless and unstable energy within Lu Erlong. The overwhelming and pure life energy flooded in instantaneously, and Lu Erlong felt the subtle injuries and energetic tumult caused by her breakthrough and the metamorphosis of her martial soul being effortlessly smoothed over by an invisible hand. Her soul power was harmonized and refined, solidifying her newly attained realm, while her physical condition soared to an unprecedented pinnacle. As the radiance dissipated, Lu Erlong stood grounded, her aura dense and steadfast like a mountain, with crimson-purple flames flickering across her surface, exuding an immense sense of pressure. She gazed down at her hands, feeling the transformative power coursing through her, then lifted her gaze to Gu Ran, who had retracted his arm, his demeanor as tranquil as a clear sky, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within her. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiangzhu was infused with immense energy by Gu Ran, her body reaching its utmost limits. Evidently on the verge of collapse, Bai Ji felt a sense of urgency. In such circumstances, a soul master was exceedingly perilous, and the remedy was straightforward, mouth to mouth. To siphon off the excess energy. Quick, Gu Ran, kiss Jiangzhu to dispel the tempestuous power within her. Gu Ran understood intuitively, lifting the seated Jiangzhu and laying her down on the ground, then leaned in to kiss her, beginning to draw out the surplus energy. The white light surrounding Jiangzhu gradually receded, and she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling with incredulous joy and a newfound sense of strength. Her soul power level stabilized at the pinnacle of 37. The healing staff martial soul became more substantial, the emerald gem seemingly harboring a miniature lake of life. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Lord Gu Ran, Jiangzhu exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. This enhancement felt utterly transformative. However, upon noticing Gu Ran kissing her, she was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing at an observable rate. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, falling in love with Jiangzhu, earning the ability reward, Culinary Mastery, where any food prepared by the host is exceedingly delicious and possesses remarkable enhancement effects. This also includes the essence produced by the host. Material reward, Resurrection Elixir. Current cultivation progress at 90. As Gu Ran's lips parted from Jiangzhu's, he mused to himself, it appears the accumulation condition for the Resurrection Elixir is 10 points per person, no wonder the initial value is 80. Xiao Wu, Gu Yu Nar, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Dugu Yan, Bai Ji, and the newly arrived Jiangzhu. Thank you, Senior. Jiangzhu exclaimed shyly as she rose, quickly bowing in gratitude before covering her face and dashing away. Wait, Jiangzhu, let Nar help you choose a room. Gu Yu called out as she chased after Nar. Gu Ran wiped his lips, stood up, and walked towards Lu Erlong, a predatory smile gleaming in his eyes. Now, shall we have a proper discussion regarding your tuition? Lu Erlong? Discussion? About what? Lu Erlong's voice was tinged with suppressed fury and a barely perceptible rasp. She straightened her spine, attempting to regain her composure with the fierce spirit of a warrior, yet in the face of Gu Ran's penetrating gaze, her bravado seemed somewhat hollow. I have accepted the celestial herbs, and I have transcended my limits. I, Lu Erlong, acknowledge this debt. But make no mistake, I cannot produce 5 million gold soul coins. As for your absurd proposal, don't even entertain the thought. Her vehement declarations were a feeble attempt to erase the shame that lingered within her. Gu Ran chuckled softly, his laughter resonating clearly in the tranquil courtyard, laced with a hint of casual mockery. Instead of countering her immediately, he leisurely circled around Lu Erlong, lingering on the flush of her cheeks ignited by her agitated emotions and the proud stature she now possessed due to her newfound strength. Director Lu, it is unwise to harm those who have served their purpose. His voice was deep, tinged with a playful undertone. 5 million is indeed an astronomical figure for you. But for me, he shrugged, it is merely the value of a few celestial herbs. Do you truly believe that I would present treasures such as the 8-petal celestial orchid and the coxcomb phoenix sunflower merely to elicit your gratitude? He halted directly before Lu Erlong, close enough for her to feel the searing heat radiating from him. Instinctively, she wished to retreat. Yet her feet felt as though they were anchored to the ground, an invisible pressure rendering her immobile. What I desire. Gu Ran leaned slightly closer, his gaze locking onto the fiery determination in Lu Erlong's eyes, his voice imbued with an undeniable assertiveness, is you. Lu Erlong's heart raced violently. As if struck by a heavy blow, her cheeks flushed with heat. She glared at Gu Ran. You shameless wretch. I, Lu Erlong, stand tall and proud. I am not a mere plaything for your amusement. The soul power within her surged uncontrollably, crimson-tinged flames erupting fiercely. However, at that moment of unleashing her power, Gu Ran's words plunged Lu Erlong's heart into despair. Plaything? His tone turned frigid, laced with biting sarcasm, each word piercing her heart like an icy dagger amidst the formidable dragon's might. Lu Erlong, do you perhaps overestimate your worth? Or do you underestimate me, Gu Ran? His gaze swept across the courtyard. The women by my side, are any of them not extraordinary, of noble birth? Senior Bai Ji, the emerald swan of the starry forest. A soul beast of 600,000 years, unrivaled in vitality. Gu Yunar, whose identity remains shrouded in mystery, with limitless potential. Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, Yanzi, Zhu Qing, each one a paragon of excellence. What makes you think I would regard you as a mere plaything? His words struck Lu Erlong's pride like a whip. Indeed, compared to those illustrious women, what was she? A heartbroken soul clinging to a dilapidated academy, an irascible older woman? A wave of bitter self-loathing surged within her, causing her to bite her lip until it nearly bled. I put forth that proposal. Gu Ran's voice softened, imbued with an unusual allure. His gaze deepened, as though he could penetrate the very soul of Lu Erlong, revealing the frailties concealed within. It is evident to me that you harbor wounds within your heart, betrayed by the one you trusted most, shackled by theoretical constraints for half a lifetime, brimming with fervor and formidable power, yet living like a caged bird. Lu Erlong's body trembled violently. Gu Ran's words struck like the sharpest blade, meticulously slicing through the hardened shell she had built around herself, exposing the gaping wounds within. The cowardice and betrayal of Yu Xiaojiang, the desolation of a lifelong infatuation, the failures of Lanba Academy, all the anguish she had buried beneath layers of fury and rigidity surged forth in an instant, leaving her eyes clouded with confusion and pain. You yearn for power, for validation, to liberate yourself from the shadows of your past. Gu Ran's voice resonated, low yet clear, akin to a devil's whisper, striking at her most vulnerable defenses. And I can offer you all of this. The immortal herb is merely an appetizer. Follow me, and I shall grant you access to the realm of tidal Douluo, or even higher. Let your fire dragon martial soul truly unleash its brilliance. Rivaling that of a true dragon, I can provide you with a new, formidable future, one that allows you to stand tall above the continent. His words dripped with a deadly allure, each promise piercing Lu Erlong's innermost desires, power, dignity, liberation from the past. These were the treasures she had long sought. As for repaying a debt with her body, a mischievous smile curled upon Gu Ran's lips as his gaze swept over her heaving chest, stirred by excitement. That is but a jest, or perhaps a stepping stone. I, Gu Ran, desire a woman without the chains of obligation. What I seek is your willing heart. He extended a finger, gently lifting Lu Erlong's chin, which quivered in shock and inner turmoil, compelling her to meet the gaze of his eyes that appeared to burn with the essence of stars and the abyss. Lu Erlong, I present you with a choice. First, reject me. Depart with Jiang Zhu from the listening Tai courtyard, and from henceforth, we shall owe each other nothing. You will remain the Lu Erlong ensnared by her past, clinging to your pride and pain, watching as your disciple loses the path to greatness, witnessing your power come to a standstill. Second, stay. Embrace my guidance. Accept the protective realm of Senior Bai Ji, and enter an environment that can transform you entirely. Cast aside your feudal pride and obstinacy. Endeavor to accept me. Offer your loyalty, your strength, and yourself in exchange for a future truly befitting a warrior, one that will allow you to look down upon Yu Xiaojiang. His finger bore a searing warmth. Lu Erlong felt as though her chin was being seared by a branding iron, the heat coursing through her skin and flooding her brain, leaving her rigid and disoriented. To refuse? It meant forsaking Jiang Zhu's future, relinquishing this readily available opportunity for power, and returning to the quagmire of failures filled with haunting memories. To stay? It meant submitting to this youth, who was significantly younger, yet terrifyingly powerful. It meant surrendering a lifetime of pride to embrace a possibility laden with humiliation and a certain thrill she had never contemplated. The scent of Gu Ran was tantalizingly close, imbued with a potent masculinity and an irresistible aura of dominance. His profound eyes seemed to possess an enchanting power, perceiving her every struggle, hesitation, and yearning with uncanny clarity. Lu Erlong felt akin to a moth ensnared in a web. The more she fought, the tighter the invisible threads ensnared her. The strength she once took pride in crumbled before him, her steadfast pride easily dissected and trampled underfoot, while her most coveted desires lay firmly grasped in his hand, swaying before her like a tantalizing lure. Lu Erlong attempted to speak, but her throat was parched, rendering her voice incomplete. Words of refusal danced upon her tongue, yet failed to escape, as she gazed in the direction of Jiang Zhu's departure. Contemplating the child's yearning for power and admiration for Senior Biki, she felt an unprecedented surge of soul power within her, a foundation for transcending the limitations of her soul and touching the threshold of titles, all stemming from the man before her. A profound sense of humiliation clashed with her thirst for power, a sense of responsibility for her disciple's future, and an involuntary stirring deep within her soul that she herself was reluctant to acknowledge. Pride urged her to roar in defiance, yet a voice within her heart rendered her incapable of severing the threads of temptation. Observing the intense struggle in Lu Erlong's eyes, her tightly pressed lips, trembling form, and the tumult of humiliation, resentment, confusion, and a hint of wavering, Gu Ran perceived that the moment was ripe. With a gentle smile, he seemed to soothe the startled creature. There is no need to rush your answer, Director Lu. Take your time to reflect on what you truly desire. The future of Jiangzhou, and the essence of the power you genuinely yearn for. He turned away, his back to Lu Erlong, his voice resonating clearly. The plan has been prepared for you. Whether to stay or leave, I require your answer before dawn. Remember, the choice lies in your hands. With that, he departed leisurely, leaving Lu Erlong standing alone, dazed in the fading light of the sunset, akin to a statue stripped of its soul. The evening breeze wafted a hint of coolness, yet it could not disperse the tumultuous flames of chaos burning fiercely within her, almost threatening to consume her entirely. To stay or to leave, pride or power, the past or the future. Lu Erlong gazed blankly in the direction where Gu Ran had vanished, feeling for the first time that her once prized decisiveness had become utterly insipid and powerless in the presence of this youth. Chapter 58. The conspiracy of Yu Shaojing. The night enveloped the surroundings like thick ink, heavily drenching the Tingtao courtyard. The once boisterous chirping of insects had long since quieted, leaving only the rustling of the evening breeze through the bamboo groves, accentuating the oppressive stillness deep within the garden. Lu Erlong did not return, but sat motionless on the cold stone bench outside, resembling a forgotten statue. Gu Ran's earlier words echoed in her mind like a scorching brand, repeatedly stirring her thoughts and causing her very soul to tremble. Pride trampled beneath foot, the deepest wounds laid bare, yet the other party clutched the key to her metamorphosis. Should she acquiesce, submit, or accept him? Lu Erlong clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palms, inflicting a sharp pain that could not quell the tumultuous storm within her heart. Why should she, Lu Erlong, who had held her pride for half a lifetime, be reduced to bowing before a mere child? Was it all for those ethereal herbs? For the illusory title of Douluo? A surge of violent fury ignited within her, burning her eyes with an angry red hue. She abruptly rose, her crimson and violet soul power swirling uncontrollably, the scorching waves incinerating the fallen leaves beneath her feet to ash. Depart. Take Jiang Zhu away this instant. What of the celestial path? What of the evolution of her martial soul? Lu Erlong would not rely on the charity of a man. With that thought, her feet seemed to take root. Her gaze instinctively turned towards Jiang Zhu's room, where serenity and tranquility reigned. The purity in that child's eyes, the admiration for Senior Bai Ji, and the yearning for power were so vivid. She could still recall the moment when Jiang Zhu nearly wept with joy at her soul power's astonishing rise of 4 levels during the day. If she left now, would the light in that child's eyes be extinguished forever? A profound sense of conflict gripped her heart like 2 invisible hands tearing her apart. On one side lay her lifelong pride burned to ashes and the weak, hypocritical face of Yu Shaojing. Though she harbored hatred, it remained an indelible mark of her youth. On the other side was Jiang Zhu's hopeful gaze, the unprecedented surge of power within her, ignited by the 8-petal immortal orchid and the gaze of Gu Ran, which held an uncanny ability to see through everything, coupled with a deadly control. Yu Shaojing. Lu Erlong painfully closed her eyes, the sting of that name sharper than ever. The man she once revered as a symbol of faith had become the shackles she could not escape, the source of all her current struggles. Just as her mind was shaken, nearly driven mad by this endless torment, a deliberately lowered voice, steeped in heavy malevolence, drifted into her ears with the evening breeze. Rest assured, Master, the improved version of Wang Shang's beast transformation potion has shown promising results. Its potency is heightened, with fewer side effects. At your command, it can be deployed in combat. Lu Erlong's entire being trembled, her eyes snapping open. That voice belonged to Tang San. She would recognize it anywhere. With its chilling tone and nauseating malevolence, she held her breath, stealthily tracing the source of the voice until she reached a dense thicket of purple bamboo in the courtyard. Concealed by the shadows of the bamboo, she witnessed a scene that would forever be etched in her memory. Yu Shaojing stood with his back to her, hunched over. His face once regarded by her as an emblem of wisdom now marred by a sickly fervor and twisted anticipation under the moonlight. Tang San stood beside him, slightly bowing his head, the shadow of his hood obscuring most of his face, revealing only the cruel curve of his thin lips. He held a writhing, seemingly sentient dark green vial in his hand, from which wisps of black gas emanated, reeking of blood and frenzy, provoking an instinctual repulsion and agitation within Lu Erlong's fire dragon martial soul. Good, Xiao San, well done. Yu Shaojing's voice was dry and hoarse, imbued with a fervent tremor, embodying a primal ferocity. Stronger, yes. This is true power. Those who have looked down upon us, those who have scoffed at my theories, shall soon realize who the true master is. Tang San slightly bowed, his voice respectful, yet as cold as steel. Your praise is unwarranted, master. All is for the flourishing of your theories, to demonstrate to the world that you are indeed correct. Those obstacles shall ultimately be obliterated. He lifted his head, and from beneath his hood, 2 crimson glimmers flickered momentarily. Ha ha ha, soon, Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong will be mine. Yu Shaojing's repressed and twisted laughter echoed menacingly through the still night. The scarlet light pierced Lu Erlong's heart like a venomous ice needle, leaving her stifling a scream. A bone-chilling cold surged from her feet to the crown of her head, freezing her very blood. Yu Shaojing, Tang San, the evil soul master's potion, beastification, Bibi Dong, his women. The figure that once loomed in her heart like a mountain, embodying all her reverence for martial soul knowledge, now lay in ruins. Beneath the fragments was a truth far more grotesque, twisted, and repulsive than she could have ever imagined. What martial soul theory, what breaking of fate, merely a fade. What they pursued was nothing but a thorough evil cloaked in the guise of power, a madness that disregarded human life. The collapse of her faith struck with a ferocity 1,000 times greater than any ancient humiliation. She felt no humiliation left, only an overwhelming chill, nausea, and a paralyzing despair. Was this truly the root of her lifelong dedication and suffering? A jest? An utter falsehood? Lu Erlong's body swayed, her face as pale as parchment, clutching the icy purple bamboo to steady herself. Her nails dug deeply into the resilient stalk, leaving behind deep impressions. She cast one last glance at the two figures lost in their twisted ecstasy, devoid of any lingering affection, leaving only a profound coldness and a near liberating resolve. Silently, she retreated like a specter merging with the night, step by step toward the door that had once symbolized her struggle, now appearing as her only refuge, the door of Gu Yan. Knock, knock, knock. 3 quiet yet weighty knocks shattered the tranquility within Gu Yan's room. Leaning by the window, he toyed with a shimmering dragon scale, his gaze wandering into the depths of the dark night. Upon hearing the knocks, his brow imperceptibly twitched, and a knowing smile gradually graced his lips. The door was unlocked. His voice was calm, betraying no emotion. The door was gently pushed open. Lu Erlong stood at the threshold, the moonlight outlining her tall, yet somewhat fragile figure. She lowered her head. Her fiery red hair, once vibrant, now fell in disarray, obscuring much of her face. The fierce, fiery aura that once surrounded her had vanished without a trace, leaving only a desolate heaviness. She did not enter, but merely stood at the threshold, her voice hoarse and dry, akin to the rasp of sandpaper. Each word drenched in exhaustion and a resignation that felt almost numbing. I remain. Those 3 brief words seemed to drain her of all her strength and pride. After speaking, she lacked the courage to lift her gaze to Gu Ran, abruptly turning away as if fleeing from some monstrous flood, stumbling back to her room and slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. The sound reverberated through the quiet night, like a heavy sigh or the clank of an invisible shackle falling into place. Outside, the darkness deepened. Chapter 59, The Appointment with Nar. On the following morning, at the dining table, Lu Erlong sat silently in the corner, shadows beneath his eyes, mechanically stirring the kanji in his bowl, oblivious to everything around him. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong exchanged knowing glances, tactfully refraining from any interruption. Brother Gu Ran, a bright, jubilant voice shattered the silence. Nar flitted over like a joyful silver butterfly, bouncing to Gu Ran's side and wrapping her arms around his. Her large eyes sparkled with excitement. Today is Nar's turn. You promised to take me to Tiendo City, no backing out. She shook Gu Ran's arm, her silver ponytail bouncing animatedly. Nada wants to eat the most delicious food. I heard a new restaurant has opened in the East Market, and their signature dish is spicy rabbit heads. It's fragrant, spicy, and utterly delightful. Nara has been craving it for ages. We must go today. Suddenly, Xiao Wu, who was sipping her kanji, choked, her pink rabbit ears standing straight up, her large eyes filled with disbelief and horror. Spicy rabbit heads? She instinctively touched her neck, feeling a chilling sensation. Nar. Xiao Wu's voice trembled with a hint of tears, her expression one of pure indignation. How can you eat bunny? Bunnies are so adorable. A sheen of moisture filled her pink eyes as she looked at Nar with a sense of betrayal. Gu Ran was taken aback by Nar's savage choice of dish. Catching a glimpse of Xiao Wu's near tearful expression and then turning to Nar, whose face was a mix of innocence and eager anticipation, leaving him feeling quite overwhelmed. Clearing his throat, he attempted to divert the topic. Nar, won't the spicy rabbit heads be too hot? How about we choose something else? No. Nar pouted, shaking Gu Ran's arm with even more vigor, her small face set with determination. I want to eat spicy rabbit heads. Brother Gu Ran promised Nar. Moreover, she mischievously winked. Leaning closer to Gu Ran's ear, speaking in a breathy tone that only the two could hear, laced with a hint of alluring temptation. I heard that the rabbit heads at that restaurant are particularly tender and flavorful. Gu Ran, don't you want to try? Her warm breath brushed against his ear, carrying the unique fragrance of youth, mingled with an almost imperceptible tease. Gu Ran's body stiffened slightly as he felt the surprising elasticity of her small frame and sensed the pure, yet mischievous allure emanating from her. His heart raced unexpectedly. This little girl was becoming increasingly adept. Gazing into Nader's silver eyes, sparkling with mischief and anticipation, he found himself unable to utter a word of refusal. With a resigned sigh, he gently tousled Nar's hair and acquiesced. All right, as you wish. Spicy rabbit head it is. Yay, Brother Guren is the best. Nar cheered, playfully sticking her tongue out at Xiaowu. Infuriated, Xiaowu stomped her feet, her pink rabbit ears drooping, casting a pleading glance towards Zhu Zhuqing for solace. With an impassive expression, Zhu Zhuqing offered her a chopstick full of greens, her cold gaze hinting at a subtle message of self-reliance. In the bustling East Market of Tiendo City, the air was thick with the mingling aromas of diverse delicacies, igniting the appetites of passersby. Beneath the grand golden sign of the Taotai restaurant, patrons flowed in and out, creating a lively atmosphere. Nader tugged at Guren's sleeve, skillfully navigating through the crowd until they found a quiet table by the window. With a flourish of her small hand, she boldly proclaimed, "Waiter, bring us 2 plates of your finest spicy rabbit head, the spiciest you have, and also the crystal shrimp dumplings, crab roast soup dumplings, and osmanthus glutinous rice lotus. Hurry." Her rapid-fire order was delivered with sparkling eyes brimming with anticipation. "Certainly. Please hold on a moment," the waiter responded promptly, jotting down the order and calling out to the kitchen. Before long, 2 plates piled high with vibrant, glistening spicy rabbit heads arrived, exuding an assertive, aromatic fragrance that tantalized the senses. Wow, it looks absolutely delicious, Nar exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. She immediately grabbed one, heedless of the heat, and bit into the plump cheek meat. Ah, so spicy. What a thrill. The fiery flavor exploded in her mouth, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she gasped for air. A veil of moisture formed in her silver eyes, yet she could not bring herself to pause. Eagerly devouring the dish with audible delight, her lips glistening with vivid red oil. Her playful demeanor, caught between the enjoyment of the dish and the tears of spiciness, exuded a curious, vibrant allure. Yuren chuckled at the sight, picking up his chopsticks to offer her a crystal shrimp dumpling. Slow down, no one is competing with you. Try this to ease the spice. Nar eagerly accepted the dumpling from Yuren's hand, swallowing it whole. The cool, bouncy shrimp and sweet broth provided a brief respite from the fiery sensation. She squinted her eyes in satisfaction, mumbling affectionately, "The food you feed me is the best, Brother Yuren." She licked the spicy oil from the corner of her mouth, her delicate tongue brushing against it in an innocent yet enticing manner. Leaning closer to Yuren, her big eyes shimmering with emotion, she lowered her voice slightly, filled with a hint of pride and playfulness. "Brother Yuren, do you see how impressive I am? The rabbit head is so tasty, I assent it." She waved the remnants of the rabbit skull in her hand, a mischievous grin adorning her face. Yuren, gazing at the vibrant, mangled rabbit head, a pang of sorrow struck Ran as he thought of the little pink-furred bunny at home, most likely engulfed in despair. With a sense of resignation, he picked up a cup of warm tea and offered it to Nar, urging her gently, "Drink some tea to soothe yourself. Don't just indulge in the spice." Nar took a hearty sip of the warm brew from his hand, exhaling a satisfied breath infused with the lingering aroma of heat and spice. Setting down her cup, she suddenly rested her chin on her hand, tilting her little head and fixating her striking silver eyes on Ran, her gaze shimmering with intensity, reflecting his image clearly within them. "Brother Ran." Her voice was soft and melodious, tinged with a subtle tension and anticipation. "Today is a special date just for Nar and her brother." She extended her small, slightly greasy hand and gently tugged at his sleeve, her eyes brimming with a blend of innocent dependence and possessiveness. "Are you happy, brother?" A gentle thud resonated in Ran's heart, stirred by the pure expectation in her gaze, her flushed cheeks still radiant despite the spice, and the traces of red oil lingering at the corners of her mouth. A wave of emotions, affection, excitement, and a hint of warmth rose within him. He reached out, tenderly brushing away the oil stains from her lips, his voice low and soothing. "Yes, I am happy. Being with Nar always brings me joy." At his affirming words, Nar's smile blossomed, radiant as the most brilliant sunshine of spring. No longer content to merely tug at his sleeve, her soft, fragrant form snuggled closer, resembling a playful kitten as she tightly embraced his arm, resting her small head against his sturdy shoulder and nuzzling contentedly. Nar adored her brother above all else. She elongated her tone, her voice sweet enough to drip with honey, infused with utter reliance and joy. "Listen well, it is the most favorite." Her soft body pressed against him, her warm breath caressing his neck, mingling with the spicy aroma of the rabbit head, creating an alluring and distinctive scent that gently wafted into Ran's nostrils, subtly tugging at his heartstrings. Ran's body stiffened slightly. The surprising elasticity of Nar's affectionate embrace caused him to swallow involuntarily. He lifted his other hand, tenderly caressing her soft hair, his fingertips entwining with a few strands of cool silver. "As long as you are happy," his voice dropped, carrying a hint of huskiness. "I will spend more time with you, Nar." He tightened his embrace slightly, as if to possess this exclusive brightness that belonged solely to him. Outside, the sun shone perfectly, the bustling market transforming into a blurred backdrop. In this moment, amidst the warmth of the tavern, only their intertwined figures and the unspoken currents of tender affection existed. Meanwhile, in a secluded, dilapidated courtyard in the western district of Tiendo City, doors and windows were tightly shut, casting the space in shadows, while a heavy, bitter scent of herbs permeated the air. Tang San, pale as a ghost, sat cross-legged on the cold ground, veins bulging at his temples, beads of cold sweat cascading down as his body trembled slightly from excruciating pain. With each breath, a heavy rasping sound emerges. A suppressed, agonized groan escapes his clenched teeth. He abruptly opens his eyes, revealing crimson irises filled with madness, suffering, and a desperate resolve. Trembling, he extends his hand, retrieving a pitch-black bottle inscribed with eerie runes from his bosom. As the cork is removed, an even more chilling and sinister emerald liquid flows forth, emanating an aura that freezes the very soul. Insufficient. This power is far too meager to contend with Yuren. Tang San's voice, hoarse and fractured, grates like sandpaper. Only through a more thorough process of toxic refinement can he attain the strength to crush him. The last vestige of reason in his eyes is consumed by the flames of vengeance, and with a self-destructive frenzy, he forcefully pours the ominous emerald liquid into his mouth. Gulp! A piercing, inhuman wail shatters the room's oppressive silence, as Tang San's body convulses violently, akin to being plunged into boiling oil, with countless serpents of poison writhing beneath his skin, biting and tearing. Chapter 60. The Great Soul Arena of Tiendo. The rising sun casts a golden hue upon the magnificent white marble square of the Tiendo Royal Academy, yet a weighty gloom envelopes Flanders' heart. He observes the members of Shrek. Apart from Tang San and Dai Mubai, the others show no progress during this period. If this continues, it will be a miracle if they avoid internal strife and self-destruction, let alone cultivate. He takes a deep breath, his resonant voice deliberately adopting his customary shrewd tone to break the deadlock. Esteemed colleagues, his gaze sweeps across the assembly, lingering momentarily on Yuena and the radiant young women by his side, with a hint of barely perceptible apprehension. Theoretical discussions ultimately fall short. A true soul master must temper their strength in the crucible of battle. Their brilliance must be honed in the arena. I propose we venture to the Tiendo Great Soul Arena, to cultivate through combat, and to validate our paths through struggle. What say you? Yu Xiaogang straightens his modest frame, his face striving to maintain the dignified composure of a master, as if this suggestion were the result of profound contemplation. Flanders' assertion holds merit. Practical experience is the sole criterion for testing theory. The Tiendo Great Soul Arena, a melting pot of diverse challengers, is the perfect sharpening stone. A cold, resentful smile creeps upon Tang San's lips beneath his hood. The moment is ripe. The long-cherished plan can now be set in motion. This time, he intends to transform that place into Guren's final resting ground, if only to allow him to taste the bitterness of being desecrated. He hoarsely concurs, "Teacher, the dean is wise. Our Shrek stands in need of a resounding victory to restore our former glory." Dai Mubai lifts his eyelids, and within the depths of his sinister gaze, a fleeting crimson glimmer shines like a ghostly fire from the abyss. A low, indecipherable growl escapes his throat, signifying agreement. The thirst for revenge entwines his heart like a venomous vine. The Soul Arena? It sounds rather intriguing. Ning Rongrong is the first to leap with excitement, the 9-treasure glazed tile in her palm gleaming with eager light, ready to test her new support abilities. Guren languidly reclined beside Biji, absorbing the serene and gentle vitality radiating from the emerald swan, seemingly oblivious to the undercurrents swirling around Shrek. A faint smile graced his lips as his gaze swept over the expectant or tranquil faces of the women surrounding him, finally resting on Flander. His voice carried an air of nonchalance, as if he held the reins of the situation effortlessly. Very well. Since Dean Flander has extended such a warm invitation, let us indulge in some amusement. The phrase indulge in amusement floated lightly in the air, yet it pierced the taut nerves of the Shrek members like an invisible needle. Yu Xiaojiang's complexion instantly paled. Days later, the familiar clamor and heat of Tiendo City enveloped them. The colossal Soul Arena loomed like a sprawling steel beast, devouring the throngs of fervent spectators converging from all directions. The deafening cheers, roars, and the clash of metal reverberated, mingled with sweat, dust, and a faint hint of blood, forming the unchanging backdrop of this place. Flander expertly led the two distinctly styled teams toward the registration desk. The atmosphere on Shrek's side was somber, akin to a funeral, while the atmosphere at the Listening Wave courtyard was far more relaxed. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong curiously surveyed their surroundings. Guyu and Nodder maintained a calm demeanor, and Biji walked gracefully beside Guren. Lu Erlong crossed her arms, her brows furrowed with an air of concern as her complex gaze occasionally flicked toward Guren's upright figure. Behind the registration counter sat a young girl named Su Li, likely in her early 20s. Her purple hair was loosely gathered, revealing a slender, pale neck. Clad in the standardized deep blue uniform of the Soul Arena, her delicate features bore traces of fatigue from long nights and a noisy environment. Yet her light brown eyes remained clear and bright, exuding an innocent freshness. The two teams prepared for their group Soul Battle registration. Flanders succinctly presented the prepared documents and deposit. Su Li swiftly took the materials and began to register. Upon seeing the name of the renowned Tiendo Royal Academy team, a flicker of recognition illuminated her eyes. In her limited understanding, they represented true soul masters who fought through their own prowess. Her gaze instinctively shifted to another document. Gumen. The leader's name was Guren, unfamiliar to her. Observing the stunningly beautiful girls behind him, a flicker of disdain arose within Su Li. She had encountered many wealthy youths seeking thrills at the Soul Arena, gilded in privilege. They were often all show with little substance, woefully inadequate in real combat. As the two teams prepared for their match, Su Li calculated the odds, her fingers gliding over the registration book. Ultimately, she quietly placed a bet of 5 gold soul coins, her entire savings, painstakingly accumulated to purchase medicine for her mother, on the Tiendo Royal Academy team. Her fingertips trembled slightly, imbued with the hopeful anticipation of a last-ditch gamble and blind trust in her idols. Perhaps this time, she could earn a small profit. Upon completing the registration, Su Li handed the identity cards to the captains of both teams, her gaze lingering on Gu Min's team, her concealed disdain deepening. She remained oblivious to the fact that the wealthy young master, Gu Ran, whom she had so casually dismissed, had momentarily fixated his gaze on her tense yet composed visage, a hint of knowing amusement playing across his lips. The immense circular soul arena, constructed from unyielding obsidian, glimmered coldly under the focus of countless soul lamps. The air was thick with a fervor and bloodlust, the audience's roars crashing against the eardrums like a relentless tsunami. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Soto Great Soul Arena. A crisp, melodious voice of striking clarity resonated throughout the venue, instantly quelling the cacophony. A graceful figure, commanding a dazzling flying soul device, floated above the arena like a delicate sprite amidst blossoms. Clad in form-fitting silver leather armor that accentuated her alluring curves, her golden brown waves danced in the wind, and her enchanting countenance bore the enthusiastic smile of a professional. She was Douluo, the star host of the Tiendo Great Soul Arena. Tonight's momentous showdown features the Royal Academy of Tiendo facing off against the Gu clan. Dodo's voice brimmed with fervor as her elegant finger gestured towards the entrance passages flanking the arena. From the left passage, the lights suddenly converged. Gu Ran strode confidently forward, his steps steady as if he were ascending an invisible staircase. Behind him, Xiao Wu exuded a playful energy. Zhu Zhuqing emanated an icy grace. Ning Rongrong radiated noble brilliance, and Bai Ji presented a serene purity. The moment they made their entrance, their extraordinary beauty and charisma ignited the crowd, eliciting fervent whistles and cheers from the male spectators. Dodo's eyes sparkled with excitement, her professional instincts keenly attuned to the remarkable allure of this team, particularly Gu Ran, whose unflappable demeanor quickened her heartbeat. Her commentary flowed forth with even greater enthusiasm. Behold, the Gu clan team, like brilliant stars descending. Their leader, Gu Ran, is both enigmatic and formidable, and each member beside him is a vision of exquisite beauty. What splendid battle feast will they present us with tonight? From the right passage, the Royal Academy of Tiando emerged under the complex gazes of Flinder and Yu Xiaojing, the atmosphere distinctly different. Dai Mubai led the way, his head bowed, exuding an unsettling aura of oppression. Tang San followed closely, his hood pulled low. Ma Hongjuan's eyes flickered. Oscar wore a strained smile, while Wang Sheng appeared as a soulless puppet, his gaze vacant. Their entrance elicited only sparse applause, met with more jeers than cheers. Dodo's voice broke through at an opportune moment, tinged with a subtle caution. Here they are, from the Empire's highest institution, the Royal Academy of Tiando. They return with unwavering determination to win. Captain Dai Mubai, with the evil eye white tiger martial soul, possesses astonishing offensive power. Vice Captain Tang San, a master of control, with strategies that are both cunning and unpredictable. Let us anticipate their performance. As both teams took their positions at the center of the arena, Dodo, maneuvering her flying device, hovered above at an angle, poised to declare the commencement of the match. Just as her lips parted to speak, a roar filled with ferocity and a sense of impending destruction cleaved through the air. Dai Mubai abruptly lifted his head, his sinister dual pupils instantly consumed by an encroaching darkness, while the four soul rings beneath him, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, simultaneously erupted with a glow entwined in a thick, ominous haze. His body suddenly expanded, the skin enveloped in a dark purple, putrid-looking carapace, while his claws swelled into glistening blades radiating a chilling, spectral light. The corrupted white tiger martial soul. This transformation emerged from the darkening of the evil eye white tiger martial soul, or rather, it evolved into this form. A tempestuous, black-red malevolence erupted from within him like viscous ink, instantly engulfing half of the arena. The atmosphere was frigid, tainted, filled with a sense of despair and the will to kill, prompting a chorus of terrified screams from the audience near the arena. Second soul skill, white tiger, rending light wave. Dai Mubai's voice became hoarse and distorted, akin to metal grinding against metal. He did not wait for Dodo to announce the start. Instead, he transformed into a bolt of dark purple lightning that tore through space, accompanied by the scent of blood and destruction, charging directly at Gu Ran. His massive tiger claw ripped through the air, emitting a piercing shriek, targeting Gu Ran's throat with a speed and power that far exceeded that of an ordinary soul master. Almost simultaneously with Dai Mubai's eruption, Tang San moved. He retreated silently like a specter, concealing himself within the shadow cast by Dai Mubai's formidable, corrupted tiger form. From his wide sleeves, several needles shimmering with ghostly green light slipped out silently, their tips coated with a heart-stopping, dark green venom. With a flick of his wrist, he deviously redirected them past Dai Mubai's attack trajectory, aiming at Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu beside Gu Ran. Despicable. A sneak attack. Utterly unscrupulous. Be careful. Dodo, witnessing the scene from above, turned pale and cried out. Her mind was utterly consumed by this sudden, insidious assault, and she instinctively wanted to plunge down to warn them. However, her control over the flying soul-guided device experienced an unexpected moment of turbulence. It was this fleeting disruption, a soul power spike, exuding a corrosive aura, shot forth from behind the Shrek team like the tail of a lurking venomous scorpion, aimed not at anyone on the arena, but rather at the most vulnerable energy core connection point beneath Dodo's flying device. With a faint tearing sound, Dodo felt the flying soul-guided device beneath her tremble violently, the supply of soul power cut off instantaneously. The delicate metallic wings lost all their luster, and like a bird with broken wings, she let out a brief gasp as she plummeted from a height of several meters. Her light purple hair spread helplessly in the air, and her silver outfit reflected the cold lights. Dodo's mind went blank. The overwhelming sensation of weightlessness and the shadow of death compelled her to scream. Below her lay the hard, cold obsidian arena. Chapter 61, Dodo and Su Li. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The audience erupted into a thunderous outcry, just as Dodo closed her eyes in despair. A figure appeared in her descent like a flash of teleportation, moving faster than the eye could perceive. Gu Ran. He did not even glance back at Dai Mubai's terrifying tiger claw that tore through space or the poison darts shot by Tang San. He merely raised a hand casually. A layer of condensed, tangible purple-golden light instantly coalesced behind him into the semblance of a massive dragon-scale shield. Dai Mubai's white tiger rending light wave, capable of shattering stone, struck fiercely against the shield's projection. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated, and a violent shockwave erupted. The ethereal image of the dragon-scale shield remained utterly still. Not even a ripple stirred upon its surface. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai's massive, corrupted tiger form collided with an ancient, immovable mountain, propelled backward with even greater speed. Blood, tainted with dark energy, gushed from his mouth, crashing heavily against the protective barrier of the arena with a resounding thud. Simultaneously, Gu Ran's left hand swept gracefully at his side, akin to a willow caressing the wind. A few glimmering emerald beams aimed at Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu seemed to become ensnared in an invisible mire, their velocity drastically reduced, their trajectory altered, before ultimately falling feebly at Gu Ran's feet with a series of soft clinks. Having accomplished this, it appeared as though he merely dusted off the remnants of a fleeting encounter. Gu Ran's figure had already materialized beneath the descending Douluo, his knees slightly bent, arms outstretched. As Douluo plummeted, she felt herself enveloped in a solid and warm embrace. The anticipated excruciating pain of a shattered body never arrived. Instead, a steady force gently caught her descent. With her heart still racing, she opened her eyes, meeting the striking profile of a handsome man mere inches away. His features were defined, and his gaze was deep and tranquil, as if the breathtaking rescue had been executed with effortless grace. Gu Ran held her securely, as though cradling a delicate feather, slowly guiding her down to the ground. His aura was clean and powerful, radiating a warmth reminiscent of sunlit days. In stark contrast to the malevolence and despair she had felt moments ago, Douluo could distinctly sense the faint, refreshing fragrance emanating from him. Akin to a forest after rain, time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. The clamor of the arena, the gasps of the audience, and the tumultuous energy from Shrek all faded into a distant murmur, obscured as if by a veil of water. In Dodo's universe, only the steady heartbeat of the man holding her and his eyes, which seemed to harbor the cosmos, remained. Her heart raced uncontrollably, her cheeks flushed with warmth, her mind blank, leaving her to merely gaze at him. Gu Ran lowered his head, meeting the startled yet beautiful visage of the woman in his arms. Her eyes wide and dazed, reminiscent of a frightened fawn. A gentle, reassuring smile graced his lips as he spoke. "Miss Host, do try to fly more steadily next time." His voice was deep and magnetic, resonating clearly in Dodo's ears, akin to a feather brushing against her heart. Instantly, her face flushed crimson as she realized she was still in his embrace, prompting her to squirm and attempt to stand upright. Her voice barely a whisper, "Thank you." Gu Ran, ever the gentleman, released her gently. As Dodo's legs wobbled, she nearly faltered, but Gu Ran was quick to steady her by the arm. The warmth and strength of his touch sent a fresh wave of exhilaration coursing through her. "There is no need for gratitude," Gu Ran replied, retracting his hand, his gaze shifting back to the arena, calm and unruffled, as if the heroic act had been nothing more than a trivial affair. The match, it seemed, was far from over. Following his line of sight, Dodo was suddenly struck by the chaotic scene unfolding on Shrek's side. Dai Mubai struggled to rise from the edge of the protective barrier, dark blood trickling from his lips, yet his eyes burned with an even greater madness, echoing a primal growl from deep within his throat. Beneath the shadow of his hood, Wang Sheng's face was obscured, yet the chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from him was almost palpable. More terrifying was the thick, dark red malevolence that surged forth from Tang San, rapidly enveloping the majority of the arena. Within that sinister aura, echoes of countless vengeful spirits seemed to wail, imbued with a potent force of mental erosion and physical decay. A domain? Flanders gasped from below, his complexion ashen. This was no power that they could hope to wield. This malevolent domain was steeped in corruption and foreboding. Oh, the tricks of evil spirits. Bai Ji, standing behind Gu Ran, took a delicate step forward, her emerald eyes still clear, yet tinged with sorrow. Without even summoning her martial soul, she gracefully lifted her right hand, palm facing down, and pressed gently against the encroaching black-red malevolence. A silent ripple emanated from Bai Ji, the purest green light of life spreading like the softest dawn of early spring, instantly illuminating the entire arena. The radiance was not blinding, yet it bore an irresistible power of purification and solace, akin to boiling soup poured over snow. The moment this verdant light encountered the writhing, tormented spirits, they evaporated like mist under the blazing sun, screaming in dissolution. Wang Sheng was struck as if by a colossal hammer to the chest, emitting a muffled groan as black blood seeped from his orifices. The vast domain of malevolence receded at a visible rate, collapsing. Within mere moments, the arena was cleansed of its filth and chill, leaving only Bai Ji's gentle, nurturing aura of life flowing through. The members of Shrek, including Dai Mubai and Tang San, felt an unsettling weakness emanating from the depths of their souls under this sacred light, as if their very impurities were being forcefully exposed to the sun. Their gazes towards Bai Ji were filled with astonishment and disbelief. "What power is this?" Yu Xiaojing muttered in a daze from the sidelines, his proud theories crumbling in the face of this overwhelming force of life that transcended comprehension. "Shall the match continue?" Gu Ran's voice softly broke the suffocating silence. Standing at the center of the arena, bathed in by Ji's life-giving radiance, he resembled a deity descended to the mortal realm, his calm gaze sweeping over the disheveled Shrek team. Dai Mubai's eyes burned with a humiliation-fueled rage, heedless of his injuries, as he roared, yearning to charge forward once more. Yet, Tang San abruptly restrained him, his gaze from beneath the hood fixated intently on Gu Ran. Tang San's voice was hoarse and dry, laden with reluctance and resentment. "Surrender." After a brief silence, the audience erupted into a cacophony of gasps and jeers. none expecting that the formidable Tiando Royal Academy would be forced to concede without a single blow struck by their opponent. The terrifying malevolence and the scene of instantaneous purification were deeply etched in the minds of all present. Backstage at the Seoul Arena, chaos reigned. Suli, come out here. A burly man with a face of excess and a thick gold chain around his neck, the notorious Liu, who oversaw the betting at the arena, was menacingly gripping Su Li's collar, spitting as he raged at her pale visage. Damn it, I told you to place my bets. And look at you now, betting all my possessions on that group of worthless Shrek, and risking my 100 gold soul coins as well. It's all gone to waste. Now there's a gaping hole in my finances, and you must fill it. Scarface Liu roared, his large hand raised high, seemingly ready to strike with ferocity. Su Li trembled like a leaf caught in an autumn breeze, her chestnut hair clinging messily to her sweat-soaked forehead, her light brown eyes brimming with tears of despair. She gazed at the coarse, calloused hand, reeking of sweat and smoke, feeling nearly suffocated by fear. 5 gold soul coins, that was her mother's lifeline. It was the entirety of her savings, painstakingly gathered over 2 years of frugality. All this because of her foolish admiration and misjudgment. Not to mention that additional 100 gold soul coins. For her, it was the stuff of dreams. Why yes, I'm sorry Liu, I will find a way to repay you. She pleaded, her voice quivering with sobs, words tumbling out in disarray as she staggered backward from Scarface Liu's shove, her back colliding painfully against the cold wall, eliciting a muffled groan. Find a way? Selling you, this money-losing burden, wouldn't be enough. Scarface Liu sneered, his hand descending mercilessly. A sharp crack echoed. But it was not the sound of a slap landing on a face. A long, powerful hand firmly grasped Scarface Liu's robust wrist, like a vice, unyielding. Scarface Liu felt a surge of agony in his wrist, as if his bones might shatter. He looked up in astonishment and fury to meet a pair of calm, yet unfathomable eyes. Lord Gu ran. Su Li recognized the newcomer, gasping in shock, tears spilling forth, a mixture of despair and a flicker of incredulous hope. Gu Ran didn't even glance at Scarface Liu. His gaze was fixed on Su Li's pale, tear-streaked face, his voice steady and emotionless. How much does she owe? Scarface Liu, intimidated by Gu Ran's imposing presence, blurted out, trembling with rage and fear, 100 gold soul coins. Kid, do you want to stand up for her? Do you know whose territory this is? Gu Ran remained silent, casually retrieving a seemingly ordinary storage soul guide from his waist. 100 gleaming gold soul coins, each embossed with a royal insignia, clinked as they fell onto the greasy table beside them. Each coin was enough to sustain an ordinary family for an entire year. Is this sufficient? Gu Ran released Scarface Liu's wrist, as if discarding mere refuse. Scarface Liu stared at the genuine royal gold soul coins on the table, both astonished and terrified. Rubbing his aching wrist, his expression shifting erratically until he managed a smile more grotesque than tears. Enough. Lord Gu, please, be my guest. He snatched up the coins, as if burned, and hurriedly slipped away from the crowd. The narrow, noisy backstage corridor fell silent, leaving only Su Li's stifled sobs. Leaning against the cold wall, she looked at the man who had so effortlessly alleviated her dire predicament. A torrent of immense grievance, fear, gratitude, and an indescribable mix of emotions surged within her, rendering her speechless. Gu Ran observed her frail, trembling shoulders and offered her a clean, soft white handkerchief. His voice remained calm, yet it lacked the usual languor, infused instead with a subtle warmth that was barely perceptible. Next time, place your bets with a sharper focus. Su Li trembled as she received the handkerchief, still imbued with Gu Ran's warmth, clutching it tightly in her palm as if it were her only lifeline. She lifted her tear-filled gaze to the tall figure of Gu Ran as he turned to depart. Choking back her emotions, she summoned all her strength to call out. Thank you, my Lord Gu Ran. I am Su Li. I shall repay your kindness. Gu Ran's footsteps seemed to falter for a moment. He did not turn back, merely waved his hand casually, and his silhouette vanished around the corner of the passage. Leaning against the cold wall, Su Li slowly sank to the ground, burying her face in a handkerchief that carried a refreshing scent, her shoulders shaking violently. The monumental debt of 100 gold soul coins had dissipated, yet an even heavier, more searing burden weighed upon her heart. The 5 gold soul coins for her mother's treatment were gone. The clamor of the Seoul Arena gradually faded, and Douluo sat alone in the empty host's lounge. She had exchanged her silver-white leather armor for comfortable everyday attire, her golden-brown curls cascading over her shoulders, and without the trappings of her profession, she revealed a delicate weariness. Before her sat a cup of tea long since cooled, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the icy rim of the cup. In her mind replayed not the thunderous clash of soul techniques upon the arena, nor the miraculous purification by Bai Ji, but rather the moment when she fell. And he appeared beneath her, catching her with unwavering strength. The solid arms, the steady heartbeat, the profound and tranquil gaze, accompanied by the host's gentle admonition, next time. Fly steadier, every detail etched vividly in her memory. Gu Ran, Douluo whispered, her cheeks flushing slightly. She had hosted countless soul battles, encountered numerous formidable soul masters, handsome, cold, wild, but none had matched him. His power was unfathomable, yet he carried an air of effortless nonchalance, having performed an act of heroism. He seemed to regard it as a mere trifle, entirely unconcerned. She lifted the cold tea to her lips, the icy liquid gliding down her throat. Yet it could not extinguish the fluttering in her heart. In that moment, she longed to pen something different. She unfurled a sheet of fragrant stationery, dipped her quill into ink, yet the pen remained suspended, unable to descend. Ultimately, with a trembling tip, she inscribed upon the pristine page a line of elegant, yet contemplative script. In my fall, I beheld not hell, but the stars. Chapter 62. The humble Suli. The cacophony of the backstage passage of the Tiendo Grand Seoul Arena still echoed in her ears, yet Suli heard nothing. She leaned against the cold, rough brick wall, her body uncontrollably sliding down until she curled up in a dim corner. The plain white handkerchief was clenched tightly in her palm, pressed against her violently rising chest, as if a drowning person grasped their only piece of driftwood. The crisp scent of goo ran enveloped her, soothing her fraying nerves. 5 more gold soul coins, just 5, she muttered silently. Tears streaming down her cheeks and splattering onto the handkerchief, darkening it with their weight. Not only was there a tremendous shock from the astronomical deaths being instantaneously erased, but also the despair of a mother whose 5 life-saving spirit coins had vanished into thin air. Lord Guren descended like a deity, effortlessly dissipating her impending doom. But how could she repay such a grace? She was merely a humble receptionist at the soul-fighting arena. The cacophony of chaotic footsteps, boisterous curses, and the clamor of soul-guided machinery flowed around her, yet she felt as though she were isolated in another realm. Until a faint sound, akin to the delicate scratching of a quill upon parchment, distinctly pierced through the clamor and reached her ears. Suli, bewildered, lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with tears as she followed the sound. At the end of the corridor, a half-open door to the backstage lounge emanated a warm, golden glow. The renowned host, Douluo, stood with her back to the entrance, leaning over a small wooden table. She had shed her glistening silver armor for an elegant, pale yellow garment, her chestnut waves cascading down to partially conceal her face. The grip with which she held her pen was firm, her shoulders slightly tensed, as if she were inscribing something of great significance. Suli felt an invisible thread pull her forward, compelling her to rise and walk with unsteady steps toward Douluo. She paused at the doorway, careful not to disturb the occupant within, her gaze traversing over Douluo's shoulder to rest upon an open sheet of fragrant stationery. A line of elegant yet tremulous handwriting, imbued with palpable warmth, unexpectedly imprinted itself upon Suli's vision. When I fell, I did not see hell, but rather the stars. In that moment, something within Suli's mind erupted. The breathtaking scene on the soul-fighting stage replayed vividly, an out-of-control aircraft, the howling wind, and the hard, cold obsidian ground. Then came the calm embrace of Lord Guren, who had appeared like a deity, catching her with unwavering steadiness. Wasn't Douluo's writing precisely the embodiment of her most profound feelings during that fall? The despair of that moment had been replaced by the radiant light emanating from that formidable figure, capable of illuminating the entire abyss. Douluo seemed to finally sense the gaze behind her, abruptly turning around. Upon recognizing the tear-streaked face of Suli, whose expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, her fair cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. She instinctively attempted to shield the letter on the table with her arm, her movements frantic, akin to a little girl caught hiding her cherished candies. Suli? You? How? Douluo's voice trembled with a hint of embarrassment, her eyes darting away, unable to meet Suli's gaze. Without the need for words, the two girls exchanged glances under the warm light, their eyes colliding. Suli perceived the shock mirrored in Douluo's eyes, the apprehension, and a deeper, undeniable flutter. Douluo, in turn, noticed the tightly clenched handkerchief in Suli's grasp, recognizing the lingering despair in her eyes, now replaced by an inexplicable understanding. Sister Douluo? Suli's voice was thick with emotion, yet remarkably clear as she raised the handkerchief. He saved me twice. Once here, she pointed to her heart, then gestured toward the direction of the soul-fighting stage, and once there. Douluo's gaze fell upon the handkerchief tightly held by Suli, then returned to her eyes, which were filled with a myriad of complex emotions. After a moment of silence, Douluo took a deep breath. The professional smile that once adorned her face faded entirely, replaced by a resolute determination akin to a final gambit. Suddenly, she reached out and seized the still wet letter from the table, without a second glance, and with a swift motion, tore it in half, without hesitation. The torn pieces fluttered to the ground like wilting petals. You are right, Suli. Douluo's voice, though soft, bore an unwavering conviction. Staying here, reciting scripts to a cold soul guide, witnessing those hypocritical faces, this is not the life I desire. That fleeting moment, that feeling, is worth wagering everything. With a fierce determination, she ripped off the silver badge encrusted with tiny diamonds, a symbol of her esteemed role as the host of the Grand Seoul Arena. Once a source of pride from her hard work, it was now cast aside like refuse, crashing heavily onto the table. Let us go. Douluo grasped Suli's wrist, her eyes ablaze with fervor. We must find him. Regardless of the task, serving tea or sweeping the courtyard, anything to be near him. Inspired by Douluo's resolve, Suli felt the fire ignite within her. She no longer hesitated. Her other hand swiftly reached for her chest, tearing off the most ordinary copperwork badge, and, emulating Douluo, forcefully flung it to the ground. Let us go. Suli's voice resonated with the courage of a last stand. The two girls, one with vibrant lavender curls and the other with a chestnut ponytail, shared an identical fervent secret and a desperate determination. Hand in hand, they burst forth from the confines of the dressing room, racing through the chaotic backstage toward the direction of the listening waves courtyard. They abandoned a stable yet predictable past, racing towards an unknown future illuminated by the twinkling of stars. Guren and his entourage had not yet departed. Lord Guren, the urgent cry, tinged with desperation, shattered the night's tranquility. Su Li's figure lunged forward, her hair disheveled, face pale, with sweat-soaked strands clinging to her cheeks as she gasped for breath. As if on the brink of fainting, close behind her was Douluo, equally breathless, her expression tense yet resolute. All eyes instantly turned to them. Su Li scarcely acknowledged the gazes of others as she nearly scrambled to the front of Gu Ran's reclining chair, collapsing heavily to her knees with a dull thud against the hard bluestone floor. Lord Gu Ran, I implore you, please, save my mother. She lifted her head, tears streaming down her face like a cascade of pearls, overflowing with despair and desperation from her light brown eyes. With both hands clasped tightly around Gu Ran's, her voice trembled and cracked. She is at death's door. The elderly physician from the slums in the west said that only a top-tier healing soul master might offer a glimmer of hope. I am truly at my wit's end. I beseech your mercy. Save her. I would dedicate my life to repay your kindness. As she cried out in supplication, she prepared to bow her head in reverence. Gu Ran furrowed his brow slightly and straightened his posture. Before he could utter a word, a gentle and serene figure clad in emerald green silently approached Su Li's side. It was Bai Ji. Child, rise and speak. Her voice flowed like a clear spring in the forest, imbued with an extraordinary power that soothed the heart. She extended her delicate hand and gently rested it on Su Li's trembling shoulder, a pure and gentle essence of life quietly entering Su Li's body, instantly calming the turmoil caused by her frantic running and overwhelming emotions. Bai Ji gazed at Gu Ran, her emerald eyes clear and resolute. Lives are at stake. Allow me to accompany her. Her gaze conveyed a request that required no further words. Gu Ran's eyes swept over Su Li, who was kneeling in desperation, as if grasping at the last straw, and then settled on Bai Ji's gentle yet unyielding face. He pondered for less than a second before decisively nodding. Very well. Saving her is paramount. I shall accompany you. I want to go too, brother Gu Ran. Nair grasped Gu Ran's other hand, her silver ponytail slicing through the air in a graceful arc, her small face etched with seriousness. Nair wishes to assist. Gu Ran, unable to withstand Nair's determination, turned to Gu Yu, his tone infused with an undeniable command. Gu Yu, you shall remain here to oversee matters and ensure their safe return. Gu Yu's cold silver eyes swept over the group, then gazed momentarily at the profound night sky, giving a slight nod in reassurance. Do not worry. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Gu Ran. Thank you, Senior Bai Ji. Thank you, Miss Nair. Upon hearing Gu Ran's consent, Su Li was overwhelmed with joy, nearly at a loss for words. She struggled to bow once more, but was gently yet firmly lifted by Bai Ji. Time was of the essence. Gu Ran wasted no time. He stepped into the midst of the group, clasping each of their hands with his small palm. A silvery light, like quicksilver, streamed from his hands, enveloping the three of them in an instant. Third soul skill, summon. Spatial Dragon King, Gu Ran intoned softly. The space around the four rippled violently, as if stones had been cast into a pond, light bending and folding in response. In the next moment, a flash of silver erupted as if an invisible hand had swept across, and the figures of the four had utterly vanished from the courtyard, leaving only a faint, star-like shimmer of spatial waves slowly dissipating in the air. The surroundings fell into an immediate silence, with only the rustle of leaves stirred by the night breeze and the subtle sound of water rippling at the lakeside remaining. The urgency and pleas of moments prior felt like a fleeting dream. Yet beneath this tranquility, a subtle tension brewed, reminiscent of an impending storm. In the western district of Tiando City, in the slums, the air was perpetually tainted by the acrid smoke of burning inferior coal, the stench of sewage, and the bitter aroma of cheap herbs being boiled. The narrow alleys twisted like a labyrinth, flanked by low, crooked shanties cobbled together from various inexpensive materials, their roofs often covered with filthy tarpaulins or tattered straw mats. Nair's spatial traversal precisely brought them to the dilapidated courtyard near the edge of the slum that Su Li had indicated. As the silver light dissipated, the three figures emerged. A pungent odor assailed the senses, causing Bijia to momentarily furrow her brow, though her gaze remained gentle and serene. Mother, I have returned. I have brought a savior. Su Li, disregarding all else, nearly burst through the dilapidated wooden door, which was thickly covered in oiled paper, her voice laced with desperation as she rushed inside. The room was shrouded in an oppressive darkness, illuminated only by a flickering oil lamp resting on a rickety table in the corner, barely dispelling a small patch of gloom. The air was thick with an unyielding herbal scent, mingled with a chilling, almost imperceptible aura of decay that sent shivers down the spine. In the dim light, Bijia and Na discerned the dire circumstances within the room. On a makeshift bed assembled from wooden planks lay a frail woman, emaciated and ghostly. She was covered by a thin quilt, riddled with patches and drab in color. Her face, pale and sunken, revealed prominent cheekbones, with tightly closed eyes and cracked, purplish lips. Her breaths were faint, the rise and fall of her chest nearly imperceptible, each inhalation accompanied by a raspy, wheezing sound, reminiscent of an old bellows. More alarming was the small section of her wrist exposed beneath the thin blanket, its skin bearing an ominous gray hue, hinting at a lingering death. Senior Bijia, Lord Giran, I implore you, please, look at my mother. Su Li collapsed by the bed, grasping her mother's withered hand, her cries choked with sorrow. Bijia hurried to the bedside, her emerald eyes sharpening with focus. Instead of immediately intervening, she closed her eyes to attune her senses. As her mental energy extended outward, The chilling aura enveloping the woman ignited in her perception like a torch in the darkness, becoming strikingly vivid. Chapter 63. The Villainous Ambush. Cursed Malevolence? Malevolence? Bijia's brow furrowed for the first time with genuine concern, her gentle voice laced with gravity. This was no ordinary ailment. Rather, it was an insidious, corrupting evil that had eroded her very life force. Moreover, this malevolence bore an unsettling familiarity, reminiscent of the darkness emanating from Dai Mubai and Tang San during the Soul Arena, yet it was far more profound and malevolent. Nar, too, sensed the unease. Her face taut as she instinctively edged closer to Bijia, scanning the dilapidated room with vigilance. Senior, Suli observed Bijia's grave expression, her heart plummeting into despair. Bijia remained silent. Slowly, she raised her hands, palms facing upward. There was no cataclysmic surge of soul power. Instead, a remarkably pure and gentle emerald light blossomed from her hands like tender new shoots. The light, though not blinding, emanated a sacred aura capable of cleansing all impurities and awakening life itself, instantly filling the dim, tainted room. The light enveloped the frail woman on the bed like a living stream, and when the verdant life force touched the woman's ashen aura, a miracle began to unfold. A series of excruciating sounds, akin to the chilling splash of cold water into boiling oil, echoed through the air. Beneath the woman's skin, the stubborn pallor of lifelessness writhed violently, emitting a silent, desperate shriek as it resisted the purifying light of life. Foul tendrils of dark energy, reminiscent of venomous creatures forced from their hiding, seeped from her mouth, nose, and pores. Humph! A glint of emerald flashed in Biji's eyes, her gentle radiance suddenly coalescing into a resolute and unwavering force, akin to the most resilient thread, deftly entwining, severing, and purifying the malevolent essence that resisted. The woman on the bed seemed greatly affected, groaning in agony even in her unconscious state, her body convulsing violently. Mother! Suli was seized with terror. Hold her down. Do not let her move. A fine sheen of sweat began to bead on Biji's forehead. The dark energy proved to be more tenacious and malevolent than she had anticipated. Like maggots burrowing deep into the very essence of the woman's vitality. This was no mere chance affliction, but rather a sinister curse deliberately sown. Who could possibly harbor such malice towards an ordinary woman from the slums? Deep within Biji's verdant pupils, a frigid anger began to crystallize. I shall assist you. I will steady Auntie. Gu Ran grasped Su Li's arm, seemingly reassuring her that all would be well. With their combined efforts, the malevolent force within Su Li's mother was swiftly eradicated, restoring her to health. Witnessing her mother's miraculous recovery, Su Li could no longer contain her tears. Collapsing into her mother's embrace, weeping profusely. Thank you. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Su Li wiped her tears, struggling to suppress her sorrow. It is of no consequence. Here are 1,000 gold soul coins. Take them and find a suitable place for Auntie in the city center. If you wish to visit later, come to the Royal Academy of Tiendo to find me. Gu Ran helped Su Li to her feet. 1,000 gold soul coins would suffice for an ordinary person to lead a notably happy life. Meanwhile, on the other side, the radiant full moon was abruptly engulfed by a dark crimson cloud, resembling congealed plasma, transforming the entire sky into a haunting scarlet hue. A weighty terror, potent enough to crush souls, descended like an invisible mountain, overwhelming in its oppressive force. Enemy attack. Lu Erlong's eyes widened in fury as crimson flames erupted instinctively, striving to resist the pervading dread. Yet, these flames, capable of melting gold and stone, flickered feebly in the face of this primeval pressure. Confined a mere inches from her surface, an immense shadow, beyond description, tore through the scarlet clouds, bearing the destructive will to shatter stars and obliterate mountains. It descended with ferocity, a colossal hammer. Entirely blackened, its head was as large as a hill, adorned with grotesque, dark red patterns seemingly forged from the blood of countless deities and demons. The violent wind pressure generated by its descent uprooted surrounding flora, and the solid white jade flooring crumbled as if made of paper. Before the hammer fell, the will of destruction and the terrifying aura that could terrify even the titled Douluo had already locked onto them. A voice, filled with boundless hatred, echoed like the sorrowful and frenzied howl of a wounded lone wolf, resonating throughout the entire Heaven-Do city as a colossal hammer descended, akin to a devastating storm from the depths of the underworld. Come forth and face your demise. Amidst the roar, a tall, imposing figure with wild gray hair and a scarred, muscular torso, surrounded by 9 terrifying soul rings that sent shivers through one's very soul, stood like a demonic god above the crimson clouds. In his singular remaining eye burned a madness capable of incinerating reason. Fixated on the small courtyard below, none other than the heavenly Douluo, Tang Hao. The target of the colossal hammer was unmistakably the silver-haired girl, Gu Yu, who remained seated on the swing beneath the eaves, seemingly oblivious to the cataclysm looming above her. Shadows of death instantaneously enveloped all present under the blood-red moonlight. Tang Hao's roar, akin to the tolling of a death knell, resonated as the heavenly hammer, entwined with endless resentment and the essence of destruction, descended with the might to shatter the very stars. Its aim was directed squarely at Gu Yu, who appeared ensconced in a shadow of death upon that swing. In that critical moment, Lu Erlong's eyes widened, igniting with violet flames fueled by desperation in a bid to break through the terrifying pressure of the titled Douluo. Striving to grant Gu Yu a sliver of hope, Dugu Yan's Phosphor Serpent King's poisonous mist surged forth. only to be violently torn apart by the raging currents as it approached the hammer's wind. Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda shone brightly, only to be nearly toppled by the palpable aura of murder. Just as calamity was imminent, within Guyu's tranquil silver eyes, a brilliance emerged, more radiant than the stars and deeper than the abyss. Without leaving the swing, she merely raised her delicate, jade-like right hand toward the world-ending hammer. At her center, the space instantaneously collapsed and twisted, not in a violent rending, but as if an intricate web were being delicately manipulated by an unseen force, rippling outward to form a visible silver-white spatial barrier several meters in diameter. An ordinary title Douluo is still far too inexperienced to compare with a peerless Douluo, such as I. With a cold snort, Guyu confronted the seemingly world-shattering heavenly hammer, which bore the power to crush mountains, as it forcefully struck the silver-white spatial barrier. The anticipated cataclysmic explosion did not occur. The earth-shattering force vanished as if a cow had plunged into the sea, with the violent energy being ravenously devoured, disassembled, and redirected. The edges of the barrier trembled violently, emitting a strained hum as spatial fragments flew like shattered glass. Yet at the core, Guyu remained peculiarly unharmed amidst the storm of destruction. Tang Hao's singular eye narrowed sharply, disbelief flashing across his gaze filled with madness and annihilation. His full-force strike, the overwhelming might of the heavenly hammer, had been effortlessly neutralized by a seemingly fragile girl. This was no mere soul skill. This was an absolute mastery of spatial laws. An ant dares to obstruct me? Tang Hao was utterly enraged, his singular eye glowing a crimson hue akin to blood, unleashing a tempestuous force that swept through the air. The sky seemed to explode, a colossal void forming as terrifying energy shockwaves radiated outward in a circular frenzy, tearing the scarlet clouds asunder and causing the entire Heaven-Do city to tremble violently. Protect them, Gu Yueqing commanded sharply. Lu Erlong, summoning the remnants of his soul power, formed a vast protective barrier, enveloping Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Duge Yan, Jiang Zhu, and the newly arrived Do Do within its embrace. The barrier effectively shielded them from the majority of the dispersing shockwaves and the palpable aura of menace. However, at the very moment when everyone's attention was captivated by Tang Hao in the sky, several ghostly figures surged forth silently from the shadows. Their speed and timing executed with precision, clearly premeditated. Leading them was Tang San, shrouded in a dark robe, exuding a venomous chill akin to that of a scorpion. His eyes glinted with madness and vengeance, and his target was not Gu Yu, but rather the vulnerable edges of the barrier where Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing stood. Attack! Tang San's voice rasped like the call of a night owl. Following closely was Dai Mubai, his evil white tiger martial spirit manifesting, his dark purple form radiating a savage malevolence as he let out a low growl, his enormous claws lunging towards Zhu Zhuqing. Beside him, Wang Sheng resembled an emotionless killing machine, enveloped in thick, dark red malevolence, crashing into the life-protecting barrier maintained by Lu Erlong, attempting to sow chaos and create openings. Even more insidious were the trio of Bu Lu and his companions, who like rolling gourds, flanked from the side, unleashing a torrent of colorless, odorless, delicate powder, the top-tier sleeping powder meticulously concocted by Tang San. This powder disregarded soul power defenses, dispersing instantly upon contact with air. Be careful. Lu Erlong was the first to sense the anomaly, issuing a sharp warning as he swept his red dragon sword in an effort to disperse the powder. Dugu Yin unleashed a stream of venomous mist, attempting to corrode the substance. Yet, all was too late. The sleeping powder's efficacy was overwhelmingly potent. While Lu Erlong's barrier could block energy impacts, it proved ineffective against the insidious fine powder. Those closest, Ning Rongrong, Duge Yin, Lu Erlong, Jiang Zhu, and even Gu Yu in the sky, were engulfed by the powder, feeling an irresistible wave of profound drowsiness sweep over their souls, their vision darkening as their bodies succumbed and fell backward. Lu Erlong, striving to unleash a blade of sword energy, ultimately collapsed in futility. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, distracted by the sudden onslaught from Dai Mubai and Wang Sheng, were a fraction too late. Wretched woman, come with me, Dai Mubai sneered, his massive claw ignoring the lethal strike aimed at Zhu Zhuqing's throat, seizing her waist instead, the overwhelming malevolent energy instantly infiltrating and suppressing her soul power. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had just activated her teleportation, her figure appearing several meters away. Yet Wang Sheng, like a persistent shadow, thwarted her movement with the pervasive black-red malevolence. Tang San, moving with ghostly precision, unleashed a peculiar black pouch that opened abruptly, a powerful suction enveloping Xiao Wu. No. Little Dance's sparkling eyes widened as her delicate rabbit spirit erupted with a fierce pink glow, yet she remained powerless against the eerie pull of the black sack, her figure being swiftly drawn into its depths. Success. Retreat. Tang San's voice resonated with exhilaration and urgency as he seized the gathered black sack and joined forces with the others. Utilizing the chaotic energy currents generated by the clash between Tang Hao and Gu Yu in the air, amidst the swirling dust, they hastily fled towards the Star-Do forest outside of Heaven-Do City, their movements fluid and practiced, clearly honed through countless rehearsals. The entire assault transpired in the blink of an eye. From the ambush to the capture and subsequent escape, it was a mere span of 2 or 3 breaths. As the dust gradually settled, the surroundings lay in disarray. Within the life shield, everyone had succumbed to a profound slumber, seizing the last flicker of consciousness before losing herself. Gu Yu made a mental connection with Nar. Nar quickly informed Gu Ran, "We have been ambushed." Someone has seized Little Dance and Zhu Zhuqing amidst the chaos. We have been affected by a sleeping powder and are about to fall unconscious. Hurry back. The direction is the Star Do Forest. Chapter 64. Urgent Assistance, Healing the Two. A chill, urgent thought, brimming with overwhelming fury and a barely perceptible hint of anxiety, jolted Nara into action. She swiftly grasped Gu Ran and Bai Ji, sprinting towards the Star Do Forest. The last remnants of laziness and gentleness in Gu Ran's eyes evaporated, replaced by an anger potent enough to incinerate the world. Who did this? You seek death. A thunderous dragon's roar reverberated through the skies, infused with boundless wrath and majesty, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth awakening from its slumber. Gu Ran's figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind a massive crater carved by the violent surge of energy. And the air crackled with an overwhelming dragon's might that made all living things tremble. In the next moment, a nine-colored divine light that tore through space illuminated the dark night above Heaven Do City, as Gu Ran's figure emerged enveloped in a dazzling spectrum of brilliance. The dragon god martial spirit fully manifested without reservation. No longer a mere illusion, it took on a near-corporeal form, a magnificent dragon body stretching across the sky. Adorned with nine-colored diamond-like scales, the dragon's head exuded authority, its horns pierced the heavens, claws rent the void, and wings unfurled as if to eclipse the stars. The overwhelming dragon might akin to a tangible tsunami, sweeping across Heaven Do City, causing countless soul masters and ordinary people to tremble in fear. First soul skill, Summon. Fire Dragon King. Second soul skill, Summon. Ice Dragon King. Third soul skill, Summon. Space Dragon King. His colossal dragon god form showed no signs of hesitation, as the nine-colored dragon wings flapped violently, shattering space like fragile glass. The three dragon kings followed suit, transforming into four streaks of nine-colored light that pierced through heaven and earth, infused with the fury to incinerate all and an indomitable killing intent. At an unimaginable speed, they tore through the skies towards the Star Do Forest, leaving behind shattered clouds and dark fissures in the space that could not be mended. A violent distortion rippled through the space of the Star Do Forest as Tang San and the others stumbled forth. Tang San clutched the black sack that ensnared Little Dance tightly, while Dai Mubai roughly held the semi-conscious Zhu Zhuqing. Quickly, let us delve deeper into the forest. The few of us should first attend to the pressing matters at hand. Tang San gasped for breath, his eyes shimmering with a blend of madness and the exhilaration of a plan coming to fruition. Moreover, with the cover of these trees, even if that ancient beast were to pursue us. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, a primal roar, imbued with feral ferocity and raw power, erupted like thunder from the depths of the forest. In an instant, an enormous figure, draped in dark golden fur, with muscles as rugged as mountains, burst through countless towering ancient trees, exuding an overwhelming force that seemed capable of crushing all in its path, positioning itself before Tang San and his companions. It was none other than the dark golden terror clawbear, one of the 10 fearsome beasts. An indescribable cacophony ensued, a shockwave visible to the naked eye expanding in a spherical frenzy, instantly uprooting the colossal trees, rocks, and even the very earth, reducing them to dust and creating a vast circular pit at the center of the collision. With a sickening gasp, the weakest among them, Wang Sheng, spat blood and collapsed into unconsciousness. Wang Dai Mubai's eyes, filled with a wild mixture of madness and terror, clutched Zhu Zhuqing tightly, attempting to use her as a shield. Tang San's complexion turned as pale as parchment, his hand gripping the skin of his vessel trembled with bulging veins, his eyes brimming with despair and unwillingness. Humph! The bear uttered a grunt, addressing them. You dare to touch my lord? Almost simultaneously, countless thick vines, as robust as dragons and glimmering with an otherworldly green glow, erupted from the ground and the surrounding ancient trees, weaving together to form an immense net of vines, gently catching Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, protecting them from the shockwave. Upon these vines, an enormous and eerie eye, radiating a ghostly green light as though capable of piercing through souls, slowly opened. It was the Demon Eye Tree, king of all demons, another of the 10 fearsome beasts. Bear King, what are you still hesitating for? The raspy voice of the king of all demons resonated, laden with gravity and counsel. Strike them away with a single punch. His demon eye cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, shielded by the vines. Its meaning was unmistakable. With this intent, the Bear King unleashed its full might, transforming the unfortunate souls into mere shooting stars, vanishing into the horizon. Gradually, the Bear King lowered its crossed massive claws, its dark golden pupils still reflecting a sense of gravity. The king of all demons manipulated the vines, carefully cradling the unconscious Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, its green eye flickering with light, seemingly assessing their condition. Ancient Ran, utilizing the spatial perception of the Dragon King, located this spot. In a flash, his figure appeared beside Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, his movements leaving a trail of afterimages. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent down, gently yet firmly enveloping Xiao Wu, battered and on the brink of death, in his left arm, while his right arm securely cradled the cold, heavy body of Zhu Zhuqing. As he held the two soft, yet chilling forms, Ancient Ran could distinctly feel their faint, nearly fading heartbeats and pulses. The right arm of the purple radiance extinguishing heavenly dragon activated its bone skill, extinguishing dragon marrow healing. A soft, purplish golden light enveloped both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Their external wounds had healed, yet the potentially concealed internal injuries would require further examination by Bai Ji. An ineffable cold fury surged within him, akin to the long-dormant magma of a volcano, churning violently in the depths of his ancient, profound gaze. This rage was so pure, so fierce, that it threatened to shatter his habitual languor and incinerate everything in its path. Yet, he forcibly suppressed it. This was not the moment. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes like two tempered, icy swords, piercing through the swirling smoke and the crimson glow of blood. His voice, though not loud, resonated with a chilling finality that echoed across the desolate ruins. Those who have wronged me shall pay this price in blood, 100-fold. Each word dripped with an unyielding intent to kill and deliver judgment. As his words hung in the air, he cradled the unconscious forms of the two injured women and transformed into a golden streak of light, tearing through space as he raced towards the listening wave courtyard without a backward glance. In the depths of the listening wave courtyard, at the top of the main building, enormous glass windows separated the interior from the bloodied chaos outside, while opulent soul-guiding lamps cast a soft, yet brilliant glow. The air in the room was thick with the acrid scent of medicinal herbs, mingling with a faint trace of blood. On a hastily arranged bed, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing lay side by side, enveloped in a delicate silk quilt that revealed only their pallid faces and necks. Bai Ji sat attentively beside the bed, her emerald green eyes focused intently, hands hovering above the two women. An ethereal life force, pure to its core, flowed from her palms like tangible emerald mist, gently enveloping their wounds, seeping in to mend their damaged meridians and nourish their withering vitality. The radiance was warm and sacred, the sole hue of warmth in this chaotic night. Gu Ran stood with his back to the bed, before the vast glass windows. His body bore numerous, unforgettable wounds. Yet he seemed oblivious, standing silently like a cold rock. The door to the room creaked open softly, almost soundlessly. Jiangzhu entered, cradling a copper basin filled with clear water, her steps light and cautious. Dressed in a simple pale blue cotton gown, her bangs carelessly swept back, revealing a smooth forehead and slender neck. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, her eyes reflecting evident fatigue and lingering terror. Her gaze first fell upon Bai Ji, who was intently focused on her healing, filled with deep reverence. Then, involuntarily, her eyes drifted to the bloodied silhouette by the window. He stood tall, yet Jiangzhu keenly sensed a shift. The air of nonchalance that once enveloped him had vanished, replaced by an oppressive gravity. A wave of inexplicable bitterness surged in her nostrils, and her eyes instantly pricked with warmth. She forcibly averted her gaze, carrying the basin with even lighter steps. Almost tiptoeing to the bedside, setting the copper basin gently on a small table beside her, she soaked a pristine cloth, wrung it out, and took a deep breath before turning towards the bed, her gaze settling on Xiao Wu's bloodstained yet exquisitely delicate face. Jiangzhu's movements were careful and tender. She delicately wiped away the dried blood and dirt from Xiao Wu's cheeks with a warm, moist cloth, doing so with painstaking care. The pink strands of hair were gently pushed aside, revealing a smooth forehead and tightly shut eyelids. Her movements were slow and focused, as if she were handling a fragile, priceless treasure. The warm cloth glided over Xiao Wu's cool complexion, removing the impurities while leaving a trace of warmth behind. Gu Ran remained silently stationed by the window, resembling a statue frozen in time. Yet, Jingzhu could sense that at the very moment she began to tend to Xiao Wu, the chilling atmosphere that enveloped the room seemed to waver, if only slightly. She dared not look at him, becoming even more engrossed in her task. After cleansing Xiao Wu's cheeks and neck, she replaced the cloth with a fresh one and approached Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's cold visage appeared as fragile as thin ice at that moment, and Jingzhu tenderly wiped the blood from her cheeks and neck as well. Time flowed within the oppressive silence, marked only by the subtle vibrations of Bai Ji's life force and the faint sound of water as Jingzhu wiped. After an indeterminate period, Bai Ji's emerald eyes flickered, and the life aura surrounding Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing gradually receded. She withdrew her hand, a hint of imperceptible fatigue glistening on her brow. For now, stability had been achieved. Bai Ji's voice, always gentle, carried a deeper tone than usual as she spoke. Xiao Wu's internal turmoil is severe, her soul power greatly exhausted. Fortunately, her essence remains protected. With some rest, she should recover without major issues. Zhuqing's injuries are more severe. The assailants breached her soul power defenses, inflicting damage to her bones. Though I have mended her wounds, her vitality is considerably depleted, necessitating prolonged nurturing and rare medicinal treatments. She must refrain from exerting her soul power. Chapter 65. Dodo falls in love with Gu Ran, the resurrection elixir. Gu Ran finally turned slowly, his gaze traversing past Bai Ji to land upon the bed. He noted that while both women remained unconscious, their breathing had become significantly steadier and deeper than before. Xiao Wu's furrowed brow had relaxed slightly, and within the depths of his profound eyes, the icy chill began to thaw, revealing a sliver of the heavy burden concealed beneath. Thank you for your efforts, Bai Ji, and you too, Jingzhu. His voice carried a raspy quality. Bai Ji shook her head slightly, glancing at the blood-stained hem of Gu Ran's garment. Your injury. Merely superficial wounds, of no consequence, Gu Ran interjected, his tone regaining its habitual calmness. Though an undercurrent of turmoil was apparent to all present, his gaze finally settled on the pale blue figure who had been diligently attending to her tasks. Jingzhu was placing the last used cloth into the basin, the clear water now tinged with a delicate pink hue. Sensing Gu Ran's scrutiny, she froze momentarily, her fingers tightening around the basin's edge. She lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze, her heart racing uncontrollably, as if it might burst from her chest. Gu Ran stepped closer to the bedside, avoiding his gaze on Jingzhu, focusing instead on Xiao Wu's sleeping face. He extended his hand, his movements imbued with an unprecedented gentleness as he brushed aside the damp pink strands of hair clinging to her forehead. His careful posture resembled that of one touching a fragile dream. Jiangzhu stood nearby, mere inches away. She distinctly observed the large patch of congealed dark red on Gu Ran's blood-stained collar, the delicate wounds and dried blood on the back of his hand. A powerful impulse surged within her, akin to a flood breaking through a dam, instantly shattering all her professional poise and restraint. Why, despite his own injuries and bloodied attire, did he seem oblivious to the pain, directing all his attention and tenderness towards the two girls on the bed? Gu, Lord Gu, Jiangzhu's voice trembled, betraying her unnoticed vulnerability, almost a whisper. Gu Ran's hand hesitated, and his gaze finally shifted toward her. In that fleeting moment, Jiangzhu felt herself propelled by an unseen force. She abruptly set down the copper basin, splashing water heedlessly. Under Bai Ji's slightly astonished gaze, Jiangzhu stepped forward, extending her arms from behind, tightly embracing Gu Ran's lean waist with a reckless courage and an indescribable heartache. Her cheek pressed against his cool back, and her scorching tears instantly soaked through the fabric. She could sense the sudden rigidity of his body, the terrifying strength concealed beneath the cloth. You are also injured, she choked out, her voice fragmented, laden with a heavy sob and a near humble plea. Let me help you, please. In that moment, she was no longer the compassionate healer, Jiangzhu, but rather an ordinary girl, utterly undone by the contradictory yet lethal allure emanating from the man before her. Gu Ran's hand, which had gently brushed aside the damp strands of Xiao Wu's hair clinging to her forehead, paused midair. Jiangzhu's tearful, fragmented sobs fell like pebbles into a deep pool, piercing through the oppressive silence of the room, resonating in his ears. Slowly, as if guided by invisible threads, he turned his head. What met his gaze was Jiangzhu's delicate and gentle face, now streaked with tears. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, clinging to her sweat-dampened forehead, and her usually warm and focused hazel eyes were now completely blurred by tears, resembling dusty amber. They held an overwhelming depth of emotion, unbearable heartache, reckless courage, and a hint of almost humble supplication. She bit her lower lip, leaving deep indentations, seemingly striving to suppress further sobs, yet her body trembled uncontrollably. Bai Ji stood a short distance away, her emerald green eyes reflecting this poignant scene. A faint, indescribable understanding flickered across her gentle visage. Her gaze was profound, as if penetrating through the chaos and emotions of the moment to discern something deeper. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Douluo, who rushed in to lend assistance. She observed Gu Ran's selfless bravery in rescuing others, Jiangzhu's bold expression of love, and the latent cowardice residing within her own heart. Indeed, I am so ordinary. If I do not take the initiative, it is unlikely that Gu Ran would even notice me. Dodo's seemingly helpless self-deprecation was, in truth, merely an excuse to draw closer to Gu Ran. With clenched fists, Douluo stood ready to enter at any moment. The crisp, melodious sound of the system prompt resonated like a divine oracle, unexpectedly reverberating deep within Gu Ran's soul. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, to fall in love with Douluo, and receiving a material reward, a talent enhancement pill X5. Upon consumption, it can significantly elevate a soul master's cultivation aptitude, capable of transforming a soul master entirely. Congratulations to the host for receiving a material reward, Resurrection Elixir, current progress, 0. Following this, an even more astonishing transformation unfolded. An indescribable wave of life energy, vast and magnificent, erupted from the deepest recesses of Gu Ran's being, akin to the awakening of a slumbering cosmic heart. This wave was so pure, so ancient, seemingly containing the primordial laws of life from the very dawn of creation. A soft yet resplendent golden light radiated from Gu Ran, bursting forth like liquid sunshine, surging and spreading rapidly, filling every inch of the room in the blink of an eye. The golden light was not blinding, rather, it exuded a sacred warmth that soothed the soul and nourished all living things. Where it swept through, the lingering metallic scent of blood and the bitter aroma of herbs were instantly purified, leaving behind a freshness akin to a vibrant forest after rain. What is this? Bai Ji's emerald green pupils constricted to their utmost, her previously serene demeanor utterly shattered by an unprecedented shock. As the emerald swan, a guardian of life energy, she had reached the pinnacle of perception over her 60,000-year existence. Yet, at this moment, the golden light emanating from Gu Ran, imbued with an unparalleled level of life laws and pure essence, stirred within her a deep, instinctual reverence and trepidation. This was no earthly power. It was a miracle that transcended life and death. At the heart of the most radiant golden light, above the open palm of Gu Ran's right hand, the air shimmered as if rippling like the surface of water disturbed by a stone. A pill materialized at the center of the ripples. It was no larger than a longan, exuding a warm, understated beauty, as if it contained boundless vitality within its jade-white form. However, its surface was not smooth but adorned with countless intricate, flowing golden patterns resembling living entities, intertwining and shifting as if they were galaxies swirling or the cycle of life and death unfolding, emanating an ineffable aura that seemed capable of reversing yin and yang and reshaping the cycle of reincarnation. It hovered silently above Gu Ran's palm, devoid of the pungent aroma typical of ordinary elixirs, yet it naturally became the absolute focal point of the room and, indeed, of the world at that moment. An invisible force, as if able to manipulate the laws of life and death, silently spread like water ripples, enveloping the comatose Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing on the bed, as well as the tearful Jiang Zhu and the astonished Bai Ji. This was the resurrection elixir. Guren gradually lowered his head, his gaze, profound as an abyss, fixated on the jade-white divine pill in his palm, pulsating with the cosmic essence of life and death. The warmth emanating from his fingertips was not cold. Rather, it bore an extraordinary rhythm, akin to the heartbeat of life itself. The weighty power, potent enough to upend all established norms, indelibly imprinted itself upon the depths of his soul. Success. He slowly curled his fingers, clutching this supreme divine pill, imbued with the force to reverse life and death, tightly within his grasp. The gentle sensation coursed through his skin, as if infused with the pulse of existence, pressing heavily upon his heart and igniting the long-suppressed frost fire within the depths of his eyes. Jiangzhu remained steadfastly embracing him from behind, her cheek buried deeply against his blood-stained back, oblivious to the extraordinary golden light erupting around them or the divine pill that had materialized out of thin air. Her senses were engulfed in concern for his injuries, shame over her uncontrolled actions, and the ineffable complexity of her emotions, her shoulders trembling slightly as muted sobs escaped her. Biki's gaze flitted between Guren's tightly clenched fist, the spot where the divine pill had vanished, and Jiangzhu, who clung closely to his back. Ultimately, all the astonishment reflected in her verdant eyes transformed into a subtle understanding of worldly affairs and a faint sigh of resignation. She lowered her gaze, choosing not to look any longer, as if she had already anticipated the inevitability of certain causes and effects. Chapter 66. Davis, it's time for an explanation. As the heavy, intricately carved wooden door was gently pushed open, Dodo stood frozen outside, as if ensnared by a spell. She witnessed Guren summon forth the pill brimming with immense vitality. This, Dodo gasped, covering her mouth, her heart racing, though she did not fully comprehend. The majestic aura emanating from the golden light, transcending her understanding, sent shivers through her very soul. The golden light within the room arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. When the brilliance receded, Dodo took a deep breath, finally summoning the courage to forcefully push open the door. As the door swung wide, a slightly eerie tranquility filled her vision. Biki remained at the bedside, her emerald eyes reflecting a lingering shock and a glimmer of omniscience. On the bed, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's breaths appeared even more steady and prolonged. Meanwhile, Guren had turned to face her, his gaze calm yet profound, seemingly capable of piercing through to the heart of one's being. When his eyes met Dodo's, she felt as though all her thoughts were laid bare before him, her cheeks involuntarily flushing with warmth. What unsettled her further was Guren's demeanor, as if he had known all along that she had been peering in moments ago. A wave of immense embarrassment washed over Dodo, akin to a thief caught in the act, her courage and excuses crumbling under that serene gaze. Instinctively, she lowered her head, pivoting on her toes, ready to flee like a startled rabbit from this mortifying place. Dodo, a deep and magnetic voice resonated, not loud yet imbued with an undeniable penetrating power, clearly reaching her ears and instantly halting her fleeing steps. Dodo's body froze in place, her heart nearly leaping from her throat. She dared not turn back, fixating instead on her intertwined, slightly trembling fingers. The sound of footsteps approached from behind, steady and clear. Guren stepped in front of her, enveloping her in a mix of faint bloodiness, the crisp scent of grass and wood, and the warm remnants of divine golden light. Dodo stiffly raised her gaze, colliding with Guren's unfathomable eyes. In them, she perceived tranquility, no mockery, no reproach, only an ineffable scrutiny. This is for you. Guren's voice remained even, yet seemed to carry a subtle warmth. He opened his left palm, revealing a pill the size of a longan, perfectly round and exuding a gentle jade-like luster. The surface of the pill shimmered with an exceedingly fine, almost living halo of light. Just approaching it made Dodo feel her soul power being drawn, becoming remarkably vibrant. What astonished her further was the peculiar plant that Guren had somehow acquired in his right hand. This plant radiated a pure and gentle life force, a qualitative enhancement pill that promised a transformation of one's being, significantly enhancing one's cultivation talent. Guren's voice was akin to stating an ordinary fact as he fixated on Dodo's slightly parted red lips, adding, "This celestial herb will solidify your foundation and greatly nourish your soul power." He paused, his gaze seemingly penetrating Dodo's astonishment, reaching deep into her innermost desire to grow stronger. Dodo was utterly bewildered, her mind a blank slate. A qualitative enhancement pill, a celestial herb? These treasures existed only in legends, and he was casually offering them to her. Power is the cornerstone of self-protection and safeguarding those dear to us. His voice deepened slightly, imbued with an undeniable force. Take it. Do not squander this opportunity. His tone was calm, yet bore an undeniable authority, mingled with a near-commanding gentleness. As if bestowing upon her these treasures, enough to drive countless soul masters into madness, was a matter of course, a responsibility she must embrace. Dodo stared blankly at the pill and celestial herb resting in Guren's palm before looking up into his profound gaze. There was no hint of charity, no pity, only a serene understanding of her innermost longings. A surge of indescribable warmth flooded her eyes, her nose tinged with a sharp ache. Trembling, She extended her hands to touch the gentle pill and the herb brimming with immense energy. Thank you, Lord Gu Ran. Her voice quavered, thick with emotion, as tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls severed from their string. This time, it was not a mixture of grievance and fear, but rather an overwhelming surprise, disbelief, and a heavy sense of recognition, imbued with hope. Gu Ran offered no further words, merely nodding slightly as his gaze drifted past her, returning to the bed. At that moment, a faint yet distinct whimper resonated through the air. It was Xiao Wu, there upon the bed. Her long eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly before finally lifting. Her signature pink eyes, initially veiled in a misty haze, scanned the unfamiliar ceiling with a look of bewilderment. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain and weakness washed over her, causing her delicate brows to furrow tightly. Xiao Wu. Bai Ji immediately stepped forward, enveloping her once more in the gentle warmth of life energy. Simultaneously, from another bed, Zhu Zhuqing emitted a muffled groan. Her cold feline eyes snapped open, a fleeting glimmer of sharpness quickly replaced by overwhelming agony and fatigue. Instinctively, she attempted to rise, but the movement tugged at the grotesque wound wrapped in by Ji's life energy, eliciting a sharp intake of breath as cold sweat beaded at her temples. Zhuqing, don't move. Gu Ran's voice commanded with an undeniable authority as he appeared at her bedside, his large hand firmly pressing down on her shoulder. Zhu Zhuqing bit her pale lower lip, her icy gaze sweeping over Gu Ran's bloodstained garment and the hand resting on her shoulder, eventually settling into the depths of his eyes, which held both inquiry and a hint of unspoken reliance. What has happened to us? Xiao Wu's voice trembled with the fragility of survival, her pink eyes turning toward Gu Ran and Bai Ji. I seem to only remember darkness and blood, so much blood. Zhu Zhuqing struggled to speak, her voice hoarse. A powerful pressure, a tiger, tearing, then darkness. She endeavored to recollect, but her serene face reflected only a blank void and lingering terror. Who attacked us? Her sharp gaze scrutinized each individual in the room before finally resting on Gu Ran's face, as if seeking the truth. Gu Ran's eyes remained tranquil as water, gently brushing aside the damp strands of hair from Xiao Wu's forehead, his voice steady and devoid of turmoil. I don't know. However, it's likely those few antagonists. What antagonists? Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in unison, their eyes brimming with disbelief and intense apprehension. What? Xiao Wu wished to inquire why they had been targeted, but a fierce headache compelled her to furrow her brow once more. Gu Ran did not provide an immediate explanation. His penetrating gaze lingered on the pale, weakened faces of the two women, ultimately settling on the wound at Zhu Zhuqing's waist, enveloped in life energy. There, a dark red scab, no larger than a pinhead, lay hidden. Upon a cursory glance, it appeared to be an ordinary pore. Yet, deep within Gu Ran's eyes, a chill of understanding flickered. He withdrew his hand, his voice returning to its usual calmness, infused with a hint of reassurance. Do not dwell on it for now. Focus on recuperating. This debt, I shall settle. He refrained from mentioning Tang San or any potential conspiracy. Bai Ji's gentle voice then resonated, imbued with a soothing power. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, your injuries are still precarious, especially yours, Zhuqing. You must not exert your soul power. Prioritizing rest and healing is essential. As for everything else, we are here to support you. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they discerned the same exhaustion and confusion, yet predominantly a profound trust in Gu Ran and Bai Ji. They nodded subtly, closing their eyes once more, striving against their bodily frailty and pain, enveloped in the vitality of life. The room succumbed once again to a silence tinged with the echoes of suffering. Gu Ran turned and approached the window. Outside, the night sky towards the direction of Tiando City remained stained with a swirling crimson hue. The wild roars of Tang Hao and the thunderous clash of soul power serving as an unceasing backdrop, heralding that the storm was far from quelled. This time, you did not release your cocoon? Huh. Gu Ran shook his head. However, Dai Mubai and Davis, it is time for a thorough explanation. Chapter 67, Exploration, Visiting Sister. Deep within the Zhu family estate, the flickering candlelight illuminated the cold sweat trickling down Davis's brow with unsettling clarity. Moments earlier, the heavy purple sandalwood door opened silently. Beside Gu Ran, Zhu Zhuqing's complexion still bore the pallor of recent injury, yet her cold eyes were filled with vigilance and confusion. When her gaze fell upon the crystal ball, emitting a faint blue glow in the corner of the hall, her pupils constricted sharply. That crystal ball was an ornament her sister had placed in her room. How could it possibly be here? Moreover, it seemed to be functioning. With a gentle touch, Gu Ran's hand brushed the crystal ball, and in the next instant, he and Zhu Zhuqing found themselves in Zhu Yuena's chamber. Gu Ran. Davis nearly sprang up, his face adorned with a stiff, nearly obsequious smile tinged with palpable anxiety as he hastened to greet them. Why have you come in person? If there is anything you need, the Xinglua Imperial Treasury. Gu Ran's voice was not loud, yet it pierced like an icicle, instantly freezing all of Davis's words. His profound gaze, resembling a tangible blade, pinned down the mask of composure on Davis's face. Explain. A mere 2 syllables carried the weight of mountains. Davis's smile solidified instantly, like a mask cracking under pressure. He swallowed hard, his voice dry and taut. My lord, are you referring to Dai Mubai? Gu Ran's tone grew even colder, laced with unmistakable interrogation. Several years ago, I informed you of his whereabouts. With your capabilities and strength at that time, Extinguishing him would have been as effortless as crushing an ant. Why has he been allowed to survive until now? Why has he become a threat that harms me today? Each word struck Davis like a hammer upon his heart. The cold sweat upon his forehead rapidly coalesced into beads, cascading down his temples. My lord, please quell your wrath. Davis's voice held a barely perceptible tremor. It was not my intention to be lenient. Truly, the rules of the royal family have shifted. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with helplessness and a deeply concealed fear. Ever since that wretched Dai Mubai emerged, it seems he is backed by some exceedingly terrifying forces. They have infiltrated certain corners of the empire, even influencing the will of the Elder Council. Although I am the crown prince, I am bound by numerous constraints. Acting hastily against him could provoke unpredictable turmoil, even endangering the succession of the throne. He fervently endeavored to elucidate, attempting to shift the blame onto the imperceptible regulations. His gaze inadvertently flickering towards the azure crystal orb nestled in the corner. Regulations? A cold smile curled at the corners of Gu Rant's lips, laced with unabashed mockery. So, you permit this rabid dog to roam freely outside, even colluding with the malevolent soul master, extending its claws towards my kin? I would never dare. I would never even think of it. Davis, trembling in terror, fell to one knee with a resounding thud. The overwhelming dread eclipsed any semblance of dignity befitting a prince. He understood that the wrath of the man before him possessed the power to obliterate the entire Xingluo royal family. Acknowledging his negligence, he deemed himself deserving of the gravest punishment. In hopes of atoning for his transgressions and ensuring the safety of sister Zhu Qing by Gu's side, Davis suddenly lifted his head, a flicker of resolute determination gleaming in his eyes, as though he had made a momentous sacrificial decision. Drawing a deep breath, his voice resonated with a solemnity akin to that of a sacrificial offering. I am willing to leave my sister Zhu Zhuyan by your side, dear Gu. In the guise of caring for my sister, she shall remain close to you, with her meticulous nature and commendable abilities. She will diligently serve you and relay any news concerning Dai Mubai and the soul master within the Xingluo realm. I fervently hope, dear Gu, that you will temper your wrath and grant me an opportunity to atone for my sins. The instant those words escaped his lips, the room fell into an eerie silence. Zhu Zhuqing felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She turned sharply to Davis, then to Gu Ran, and finally, in disbelief, towards the side door of the hall. My sister? Remaining by Gu Ran's side? Serving him? Caring for my sister? The mere combination of these phrases pierced her heart like the sharpest ice pick. An indescribable chill surged from her feet to the crown of her head. The beaded curtain at the side door rustled gently. A tall, graceful figure, exuding an enchanting allure, elegantly stepped in. It was Zhu Zhuyun. She was still clad in the dark palace attire that accentuated her breathtaking curves, her hair elegantly pinned up, and her features strikingly beautiful. Yet at this moment, the pride and cunning that once adorned her face had vanished, replaced by a near-submissive gentleness, particularly in her gaze directed at Gu Ran, which brimmed with unabashed admiration, reliance, and a willingly embraced sense of belonging. She disregarded her kneeling husband, Davis, as if she were oblivious to the shock-stricken countenance of her sister, Zhu Zhuqing. Her gaze was solely fixed upon Gu Ran, as she gracefully glided towards him. Under the watchful eyes of Zhu Zhuqing, who was nearly consumed by horror, Zhu Zhuyun gracefully knelt before Gu Ran, her posture exuding elegance and reverence, imbued with an unmistakable sense of submission. Master, Zhu Zhuyun's voice was soft and mellifluous, tinged with deliberate allure. She slightly tilted her head, revealing her swan-like neck, her lips curving into a smile that could captivate the most stoic of hearts. I am willing to heed your every command. With that, as Zhu Zhuqing's incredulous gaze nearly ignited with fury, Zhu Zhuyun, on her tiptoes and with a teasing air, gently pressed her soft, inviting lips against Gu Ran's cheek. A fleeting kiss, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Yet it bore the potency of the most venomous poison, instantly shattering all of Zhu Zhuqing's rationality. You all. Zhu Zhuqing's voice, sharp and dissonant, brimmed with profound bewilderment. She finally comprehended why her sister had departed so decisively and the reason behind the presence of the crystal ball. It dawned upon her that her sister had long been an individual of Gu Ran, and Gu Ran, astonishingly, had been all along. Davis knelt on the ground, his head bowed, seemingly oblivious to his wife's kiss, his body subtly taut, bracing for Gu Ran's judgment. Gu Ran remained rooted in place, allowing Zhu Zhuyun's lips to part from his cheek, leaving a fleeting chill and a faint scent of powder. His expression was largely inscrutable, yet within the depths of his profound gaze flickered a hint of subtle amusement. He extended his elongated fingers, adopting a demeanor akin to that of a discerning merchant, gently lifting Zhu Zhuyun's delicate chin. Zhu Zhuyun obediently tilted her face upward, her enchanting eyes imbued with a perfect blend of shyness and anticipation, her crimson lips slightly parted, exhaling a breath as fragrant as orchids. Excellent. Gu Ran's gaze lingered on Zhu Zhuyun's captivating visage for a moment, his fingertips caressing her tender skin. His voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. From now on, you shall accompany Zhu Qing closely, without deviation. Yes, master, Zhu Zhuyun replied, her voice sultry and enchanting, her eyes shimmering with joy and submission. Gu Ran then redirected his attention to the perspiring Davis on the floor, his tone reverting to its previous iciness. Davis, your subordinate is here. Davis hastily replied, his voice trembling from the near brush with disaster. Manager Xingluo, I will personally address the matter concerning Dai Mubai. Gu Ran's voice bore an irrefutable decisiveness, As for you, Davis, your position is not yet secure enough. Davis's heart quaked, instantly grasping the underlying implication of Gu Ran's words. This was both a warning and a final ultimatum. Should he fail to control Xinghua and eradicate the remnants of Dai Mubai, his position as prince, or even his very life, would be in jeopardy. Your subordinate understands. I will exert every effort to reform the court and eliminate the traitors. Davis bowed deeply, his forehead nearly touching the ground, his voice resolute as if he had crossed the Rubicon. Gu Ren no longer regarded him, his gaze sweeping over Zhu Zhuyun. Let us depart for Tiando City. Understood, Zhu Zhuyun obediently responded, akin to the most loyal shadow guard, trailing closely behind Gu Ran. Davis remained prostrate on the cold floor until the sound of their footsteps faded entirely from the doorway. Slowly, he lifted his head, feeling as if drained of all energy, his face devoid of any semblance of flattery, replaced by profound exhaustion and a hint of well-concealed resentment. His eyes drifted towards the side door, their expression complex and inscrutable. Zhu Zhuyun, his nominal fiancée, had now become a bargaining chip for his survival, a docile pet in another's company. Yet, what impact did this have on his claim to the throne? As long as his position as prince was secured, what did it matter if he had to endure hardships? Moreover, Zhu Zhuyun had long been gifted to Gu Ran. This time was merely a matter of her remaining in his vicinity. Chapter 68, Two Pairs of Sister Flowers. The enormous glass door of the main building at the Listening to the Waves pavilion opened silently, enveloping the three returning figures in the warm glow of a crystal ball lamp, mingling with the moist night breeze wafting from the lakeside. Gu Ran stepped in first, the dark red stains of blood on his robe appearing particularly striking under the soft light. Following him was Zhu Zhuyun, her ink-hued palace attire accentuating her breathtaking curves, her enchanting visage radiating a perfect blend of grace and a barely perceptible sense of triumph. A few paces behind, Zhu Zhuqing wore a pale expression, deliberately avoiding her sister's presence, her steps imbued with a near-defiant stiffness. The lively clamor within the hall seemed to have been paused. On the vast circular sofa, the girls who had been chattering animatedly fell silent, their gazes converging toward the entrance. Xiao Wu's pink eyes widened in astonishment, the half-eaten delicacy in her hand forgotten, while Ning Rongrong's exquisite face lit up with the unmistakable signs of gossip, her excitement prompting her to sit up straight. Du Guyan's emerald eyes roamed over Zhu Zhuyun, imbued with a hint of playful scrutiny, while Lu Erlong, arms crossed, raised an eyebrow, his gaze flitting between the Zhu sisters. Bai Ji remained gentle and composed, her verdant eyes reflecting understanding and a touch of compassion, while Zhang Zhu and Dodo appeared somewhat uneasy, instinctively inching closer to Bai Ji. Even Gu Yu and Na Er, who had been quietly reading in a corner, raised their heads, their silver eyes mirroring the same curiosity. Wow, Sister Zhuqing, you're back. Xiao Wu was the first to spring up, her pink rabbit ears joyfully twitching as she bounded toward Zhu Zhuqing, only to freeze mid-motion, deterred by the chilling distance emanating from her. Ning Rongrong's eyes darted, quickly scanning Gu Ran's bloodstained garments, Zhu Zhuyun's poised demeanor as the hostess returning home, and Zhu Zhuqing's frosty air of detachment. A sly smile crept across her lips as she purposefully elongated her tone. Oh, it appears we at the Listening to the Waves pavilion are about to welcome new guests again, or perhaps a pair of sister flowers? Her glance shifted toward Gu Yu and Na Er, then pointedly returned to Zhu Zhuyun. Du Guyan lazily leaned against the sofa's armrest, her crimson lips parting slightly as she regarded Zhu Zhuyun with a teasing smile in her emerald serpent-like eyes. This sister looks remarkably familiar. The eldest daughter of the Xing Luo Zhu family, the rightful consort of Prince Davis? What brings you to our humble abode? Her words dripped with blatant sarcasm, deliberately highlighting Zhu Zhuyun's status. Lu Erlong let out a snort, remaining silent, yet his gaze clearly conveyed a message. Gu Ran, you rascal. Playing both sides with sisters from the Xing Luo Zhu family. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed deeper with embarrassment. Her lips pressed tightly together as she hastily made her way to her usual seat, a solitary armchair by the window, plopping down into the soft cushions with a heavy sigh. Gu Ran appeared oblivious to the undercurrents of tension, proceeding to take his place at the head of the table, casually accepting the steaming tea that Zhang Zhu had carefully offered him, exuding an air of relaxed nonchalance. Zhu Zhuyun, however, seemed to have returned to her domain with an air of familiarity. In the face of Ning Rongrong's teasing and Du Guyan's provocation, she exhibited not the slightest hint of embarrassment. Rather, she revealed a captivating smile that could enchant all, her eyes dancing with an alluring charm. With grace, she slightly inclined her body towards the women in the hall, her voice soft and melodious, imbued with a deliberate humility. Greetings, dear sisters. I am Zhu Zhuyun, the elder sister of Zhu Qing, grateful to the master for his acceptance. From this day forth, I shall join you all in receiving his teachings. Though her demeanor was exceedingly modest, the sense of belonging in her words was unmistakably clear. Her gaze swept over the assembly, landing precisely on Bai Ji, her smile deepening with an appropriate admiration. You must be the esteemed Bai Ji, renowned across the continent and a benefactor to all. I have long admired your grace, and it is indeed a great fortune to witness it today. She then turned her attention to Gu Yu and Nar, the two silver-haired young ladies. Surely the Misses Gu Yu and Nar are frequently mentioned by the master? Truly, they are embodiments of elegance and extraordinary talent. Her gaze flicked past Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Du Guyan, and Lu Erlong, ultimately resting on the somewhat apprehensive Zhang Zhu, her smile remaining gentle. This sister appears familiar. You must be the esteemed disciple of Director Liu Jiangzhu, am I correct? The master has spoken highly of your remarkable healing talents, and I hope to seek your guidance in the future. Her words were flawlessly articulated, clearly establishing her identity and status while skillfully complimenting everyone, particularly highlighting the master's frequent references to them, thereby bridging any distance. Her demeanor was humble and docile, yet it bore an undeniable, shrewd sophistication and command befitting the eldest daughter of the Zhu family. Xiao Wu, somewhat bewildered by Zhu Zhiyun's address as sister, blinked her pink eyes, glancing between Zhu Zhiyun and the corner where the aloof Zhu Qing sat, murmuring softly, Zhu Qing's sister? Isn't that my sister? But it feels so strange. Ning Rongrong narrowed her fox-like eyes, leaning closer to Dugu Yan's ear, her voice just loud enough for Zhu Qing to overhear. Yanjia, did you see that? Now, that is a true expert. Her status is far above ours. With just a few words, she has established her position and praised us all. Dugu Yan's emerald snake-like pupils flashed with a hint of sharpness, which quickly transformed into a lazy smile as she raised her wine glass towards Zhu Zhiyun, saying, Miss Zhu, you are too courteous. I would not dare to instruct, just refrain from digging too deeply into certain people's corners. She cast a pointed glance at Zhu Qing's rigid back. Zhu Zhiyun covered her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes twinkling as if she had not grasped the underlying jab in Dugu Yan's words. Sister Yan, you jest. We are all close to the master, united in purpose. How could there be any talk of undermining one another? She gracefully approached the area where Zhu Qing was seated, naturally taking a place on a nearby single sofa. Moreover, by age, you should still address me as sister. In terms of my acquaintance with the master, I have been here longer than you. She leaned slightly closer to Zhu Qing's back, her voice soft and coaxing, carrying the unique tone of an elder sister. Yet audible to all present, Zhu Qing, I am doing this for your own good. You see, my master values you greatly, and it is good that my sister remains by your side for your protection, lest you fall prey to certain unruly wild girls. As she spoke, her gaze flickered with a bemused smile towards the direction of Ning Rongrong and Dugu Yan. Very well, Gu Rant's deep voice resonated as he set down his teacup, his calm eyes sweeping across the gathering before finally resting upon Zhu Zhiyun. From now on, you shall occupy the vacant room next to Zhu Qing. As Zhu Qing's injuries have yet to heal, your attentiveness will be appreciated. Yes, master. I shall take good care of my sister, Zhu Zhiyun responded promptly, her eyes brimming with concern for Zhu Qing. Gu Rant's gaze then shifted to the corner where Gu Yu and Natra stood. Gu Yu Nar, please escort Zhu Zhiyun to familiarize her with her new surroundings. There was a subtle weariness in Gu Rant's tone. The rest of you may leave. Understood. Gu Yu and Nar rose and approached Zhu Zhiyun. Gu Yu's cold silver eyes were tranquil. Please, follow us. Nar, with sparkling curiosity, examined the new sister with wide, glimmering eyes. Zhu Zhiyun gracefully stood, offering another slight bow to Gu Ran before following Gu Yu and Nar out of the hall. Making her way toward the depths of the corridor, her silhouette swayed elegantly, reminiscent of a peacock strutting proudly after surveying its new domain. Ning Rongrong pouted, tugging the still-dazed Xiao Wu and the intrigued Dugu Yan as they departed. Lu Erlong snorted, striding away with purpose. Bai Ji offered a slight nod to Gu Ran, leading the somewhat anxious Jiangzhu and Do away. In the blink of an eye, the vast hall was left with only Gu Ran and Zhu Qing. All right, our little Zhu Qing, I shall take you back to your room for some rest. Gu Ran gently lifted Zhu Qing, heading towards the master bedroom. Tonight, I will keep you company. Chapter 69, Daimu Bai's betrayal within the Grand Dome of the Tiando Royal Academy's training grounds. What should have been a vibrant morning practice was instead shrouded in an unsettling atmosphere. In the center of the arena, the imposing Zhao Wujin paced back and forth, his robust frame akin to an iron tower, a trace of barely perceptible agitation etched upon his rugged features. He was elucidating the positioning of assault-type soul masters in team battles and the timing of soul